Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
You heartless woman. Zhao Heping watched helplessly as his wife, Tao Huili, calmly pulled out his oxygen tube. She looked at him mockingly and finally couldn't help but curse back. Tao Huili just smiled. Zhao Heping, I know you hate me, but it doesn't matter what you say anymore. Because you're about to die. And don't think I'm afraid to tell you. Once you're gone, you'll be with Hua Xianyang right away. And the Long Yao group you built? ITLL be renamed Hua Yao Group. All your assets will belong to me. Oh, and by the way, Xiaqiuzhou Denki will change her name to Hua Danxiu. Tao Huili shamelessly insulted the dying man, her face twisted with cruel delight. Zhao Heping's eyes nearly burst from their sockets at the mention of his daughter's name. His daughter had always been his weakness, the one thing he could never let go of. This woman had used their daughter to control him his whole life. And now, after his death, she dared to let Zhao Danxiu call another man father? It was an unbearable humiliation. Watching Zhao Heping gasp like a dying fish, eyes wide with rage, Tao Huili burst into laughter. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "They'll tell you this Tu Xiaoqiu isn't even your child. Her real father is Hua Xianyang. Back then, it was Hua Xianyang who got me pregnant. But Hua's father was a leader, and his son couldn't afford to make any mistakes. So they got you drunk. That night of our wedding night, nothing actually happened between us. It was all set up so you'd marry me and become the legal father of my child." Over the years, Xianyang steadily climbed the ranks from a small leader to a big one. We wanted both money and power, so we pushed you to start the company. Did you really think the company grew so fast on its own? No, it was all thanks to Xianyang. And now, we're taking back everything that's ours. You've been nothing but a fool we used from the very beginning. And now that you're of no more use to us, it's time for you to die. She said it with a look of twisted satisfaction. Zhao Heping felt a thunderous roar in his mind. The words her real father is Hua Xianyang like a bomb in his brain. He finally understood. All his efforts, everything he had built, had only been paving the way for someone else. At that thought, he spat a mouthful of blood straight onto the woman's face. The heart monitor beside him beeped wildly. Then, Zhao Heping's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Woof, woof, woof. The barking of dogs brought him back to awareness. He opened his eyes. The surroundings were pitch black, the sky filled with stars. In the distance, there were barks and the sounds of many people talking. This scene was all too familiar. Back then, he had been sent by his father, who was still Ali Vito volunteer in the countryside, responding to the national call for youth to participate in rural construction. He became one of the first waves of educated youths sent down to the countryside. After a year in the village, in 1963, he received a letter from the city saying his father had died in the war and his mother had fallen ill from grief. He needed to return to the city to handle the affairs. As soon as he got the letter, he went to the village chief to apply for permission to return. The chief pretended to agree and processed all the paperwork. But on the day before his departure, he was invited to a farewell banquet. At the banquet, several people arranged by the chief kept pouring him drinks. Eventually, when he was drunk, they took him to the room of the village chief's daughter Tao, Huili, to force a scandal. Luckily, when Tao Huili started touching him, he vomited. He threw up all over her, and she slapped him in anger. That slap woke him up. He pushed her away and fled. But someone hiding in the dark hit him over the head with a club, knocking him unconscious. When he woke up again, just like now, he opened his eyes to the same dark night, the same barking dogs, and the same noisy voices. That noise came from the Tao family chasing after him. Sure enough, he would soon be dragged back by the Tao family and forced into that so-called wedding room. The next day, they would accuse him of raping Tao Huili and force him to marry her and take her back to the city. From that moment on, his life had been controlled by this woman Tao Huili, until the day she had him killed, and he heard the most humiliating truth. Zhao Heping sighed, thinking this must be a memory replay before death. But then he moved in, pain shot through his head, making him groan. This pain was too real. It made him dizzy. What the hell is going on? He pinched himself. The sharp pain confirmed if this was no dream. The noise in the distance grew louder. Zhao Heping didn't have time to figure it out. He staggered to his feet and started running again. Even if this was a memory of his near-death experience, he refused to fall into the trap set by Tao Huili and Hua Xiangyang again. In Taojia village, over 80 of the villagers were surnamed Tao. If he was caught, he would still end up in the same fate as before. The noise behind him sounded like a death sentence. Zhao Heping ran, his mind racing through the events unfolding before him. Everything felt too real. This was no dying memory. Could it be he'd been reborn? The word rebirth flashed in his mind, and all his memories suddenly came rushing back. It was like a slideshow of his life, replaying in his brain. If this was true, then heaven had given him a second chance to start over. He would never let Tao Huili and Hua Xiangyang destroy his life again. With that thought, Zhao Heping forced himself to think of a way to escape. First, 80 of Taojia village was the Tao family. If he wanted to escape, he couldn't let anyone see him. He had to hide somewhere the Taos wouldn't find him. Second, he didn't have much time. From memory, last time he escaped for less than 10 minutes before being caught. He had to act fast. Zhao Heping forced himself to stay calm, recalling the people in Taojia village from his memory. No one in the village could be trusted. It was a remote mountain village, and everyone was connected in some way. This was the moment he had to change his fatigue, so he had to be careful. If he couldn't trust the villagers, then the only people left were the other educated youths like him who had volunteered to come to the countryside. This was 1963. The educated youths were volunteers, patriotic and proud. There were 3 youths in Taojia village. One of them was Hua Xiangyang, who had come to build his reputation. And Hua Xiangyang was one of the people who had betrayed him. By now, he and Tao Huili were probably already lovers. To protect his future, Hua had plotted against Zhao. So Zhao could never turn to Hua Xiangyang. That left only one other persona, female, educated youth. But would she help him? Chapter 2. Escape into another's chamber. Her name was Shin Qingru. However, due to the distinct roles of male and female educated youth, their interactions had been minimal. According to the memories of her past life, Tao Huili had once gossiped about an unfortunate incident. On the night of their wedding, Shin Qingru was forcibly taken to a household in the west of the village to bring fortune to their ailing son. Unfortunately, the attempt to bring good luck failed, and Shin Qingru fell victim to the brutal violence of a man with the surname Tao, ultimately becoming the village's madwoman. Thus, on that very same night, both he and Shin Qingru were subjected to unwanted marriages, sharing a tragic fate. Zhao Heping devised a plan. He would venture to the household in the west of the village to rescue Shin Qingru, and, in doing so, save himself. The son in that household was gravely ill, yet held a prestigious position within Taojia village. The villagers would undoubtedly hesitate to disturb this family during such a sensitive time. Moreover, Shin Qingru would likely remain loyal to him. If he could endure until dawn, the villagers, unable to locate him, would presume he had fled, and at that point, he could liberate Shin Qingru and escape together. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Heping discerned the direction and, navigating cautiously through the darkness, made his way toward the west of the village. The recent rains had left the path muddy and treacherous, with puddles drying under the sun. The night obscured his vision, and he stumbled occasionally. The distant sounds of barking dogs and chattering voices urged him onward, preventing him from pausing. Yet perhaps due to his reincarnation, the memories he had long forgotten now surged forth with remarkable clarity. Following the route etched in his mind, he sought out the nearest alley and sprinted toward the western end of the village. Fortunately, the villagers had gathered at the village head as summons, blocking various exits and roads leading away from the village. In the narrow alleyways, he encountered no one, and his passage remained uneventful. Upon reaching the western side of the village, Zhao Heping found the widow's home. This widow, burdened with a gravely ill son, had scoured Taojia village for every eligible girl to bring luck to her son, yet who would willingly marry a corpse. With no other options, she set her sights on the young female educated youth who had come from the city, far removed from urban life and without support. What consequences could arise from turning raw rice into cooked rice? With this thought, the widow approached the village head. Coincidentally, Zhao Heping and Shin Qingru were preparing to return to the city. The village head, wishing to keep Zhao Heping in the village for his daughter's sake, could not allow Shin Qingru to leave. If word got out, it would lead to a plethora of gossip. Thus, on that same fateful night, Zhao Heping was thrust into a wedding at the village head's home in the east, while Shin Qingru was compelled into a wedding at the widow's home in the west. However, by a twist of fate, Zhao Heping managed to escape. Now, These two unwilling participants in forced marriages must unite. Upon arriving at the widow's doorstep, Zhao Heping detected an eerie silence before cautiously pushing open the wooden door and stepping into the yard. The courtyard was tranquil, typical of a remote rural setting, complete with a chicken coop and a trellis for cucumbers. Yet the chicken coop was empty, as there were no chickens to tend to. After 3 years of natural disasters, the villagers struggled to feed themselves, leaving no resources to care for livestock. Struggling to cultivate a meager crop, relying on tree bark and wild vegetables merely to stave off starvation, was considered a modest achievement. Zhao Heping gazed at the thatched mud house before him, momentarily perplexed. He recognized it as belonging to the widow, yet he was unaware of which room housed her son and Shen Qingru. A misstep here could sever his only avenue of escape. However, time was of the essence. The clamor of the crowd drew nearer. He could no longer afford to wait. Resolving to act, Zhao Heping crouched down, picked up a small stone from the ground, and concealed himself beneath the cucumber trellis. He then hurled the stone forcefully towards the courtyard gate. With a dull thud, a voice rang out from within the house. Who asked there? It was the widow, whom others referred to as the wife of Sanyi. Her late husband had held a respectable position in the village hierarchy. After calling out, she continued with a torrent of curses. Don't you know we have important matters this evening? Dare to sneak in and disrupt us, and I'll have your claws chopped off. As she railed, she stormed out to investigate. Seizing the moment, Zhao Heping swiftly darted from his hiding place and slipped into the inner room. Upon entering, he overheard 2 voices emanating from the west room. One, frail and feeble, implored, I have but a few days left. I cannot bring ruin upon you. While my mother is out, you must escape. The other voice responded, there is no escape. Your mother is merely stepping out to have a look. Even if I manage to flee, the villagers will surely bring me back. It was evident that the latter speaker was Shen Qingru, while the one conversing with her was likely the widow's son, Tao Shan. To his surprise, Tao Shan displayed a commendable sense of kindness, wishing to aid Shen Qingru's departure. At that moment, Zhao Heping, disregarding his trepidation, resolutely pushed open the door to the west room, startling the 2 speakers who assumed the widow had returned. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it difficult to discern their features. Mother, my illness is beyond remedy. In my final moments, do not commit any further sins. Please, let Shen Jiqing go. Tao Shan pleaded earnestly. Shen Qingru immediately responded, Aunt Tao, please allow me to leave. I assure you I will seek out a renowned doctor in the city to treat Tao Shan's ailment. The local physicians were unable to help, but perhaps a city doctor could provide relief. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhao Heping quickly interjected in a hushed tone. It's me, Zhao Heping, the educated youth. I've come to find Shen Qingru to discuss our escape. Zhao Heping, Tao Shan and Shen Qingru gasped in astonishment. The shock caused Tao Shan, already in poor health, to erupt into a violent fit of coughing. Xiao Shan, what's wrong? The widow, hearing the commotion from the courtyard, rushed back in a flurry of concern. The sound of her footsteps echoed ominously, instilling fear in Zhao Heping. If cornered in the room, he could very well face dire consequences. Shen Qingru, without time to inquire further, urgently urged Zhao Heping, quick, hide under the bed. Zhao Heping scrambled beneath the bed, his heart racing in the oppressive darkness. The widow burst in like a gust of wind, striking a match to ignite the oil lamp. Xiao Shan, how do you feel? Do not frighten your mother. The widow is on the brink of tears. Suddenly, she glares at Shen Qingru, pointing an accusing finger. Is it you? Is it your unwillingness that has caused Xiao Shan's heartache? Shen Qingru quickly shakes her head. Aunt Tao, it is not me. Tao Shan hastily grasps his mother's arm, panting heavily. Mother, it has nothing to do with Shen Jiqing. My condition has always been beyond remedy. The widow cannot bear such words and immediately scolds. Nonsense. Granny Jiu has said that this is your predicament. A joyful occasion will surely mend it. This matter must be settled today. As she speaks, she turns her gaze to Shen Qingru, her eyes cold and venomous like a serpent, exuding a chilling malice. I tell you, there is no escape. Comply and bring joy to Xiao Shan. In the future, I shall care for you as tenderly as I do for him. Should I find you unscathed by tomorrow morning, do not blame me for handing you over. The village chief has made it clear. Either you belong to Xiao Shan or you become a corpse. Chapter 3. How else can one escape? This is a blatant threat. However, Shen Qingru knows the widow speaks the truth. The village chief, with ruthless intent, has resorted to such measures to retain Zhao Heping and prevent any leaks. The prospect of escape appears insurmountable. The widow, noticing that Tao Shan has ceased coughing, pours half a bowl of hot water, cools it, and feeds Tao Shan a few sips. Just then, a commotion erupts outside. Strange. What could be happening at such a late hour? The widow sets down the bowl, her brow furrowed. Beneath the bed, Zhao Heping understands that those pursuing him have arrived. He holds his breath, daring not to make a sound. Hurry and consummate the marriage. Whatever occurs outside is of no concern to you. The widow extinguishes the oil lamp in the room. Then she closes the door and steps into the outer room, followed by a loud banging on the courtyard door. Open the door. Open the door. Third aunt, we are here to find someone. The voices outside are aggressive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heping beneath the bed feels a surge of anger. This is the individual who sought to harm him after he fled from the bridal chamber. It is Tao Huili's suitor, Tao Honggang. That lad has taken a fancy to Tao Huili, and, seeing her intoxicate Zhao Heping for the wedding night, seethes with resentment. Lying in wait outside. As Zhao Heping escapes the bridal chamber, instead of capturing him, this young man follows him, ultimately resorting to lethal force in a secluded place. He truly intends to take Zhao Heping's life. Yet, it is precisely this act that has allowed Zhao Heping to return to life once more. The widow also recognizes the commotion outside and, displeased, remarks, Tao Honggang, what are you doing out here making a ruckus at this hour? Being of higher standing in the village, she is not at all courteous to these younger generations. Saying this, she opens the door. Outside stands a throng of people. Third aunt, the educated youth Zhao Heping has run away with Huili from the bridal chamber. We are searching for him, Tao Honggang quickly explains. Behind him, 7 or 8 individuals accompany him. The entire village is organized, with some stationed outside the village while the rest split into several groups, scouring for Zhao Heping's whereabouts. Upon hearing these words, the widow retorted with irritation, what business do they have coming to my house? Am I to conceal a stranger within my abode? Tao Honggang hastily interjected, no, 3 grandmother. The village chief has instructed us to search each household thoroughly, even to the depths of the earth, to locate the individual. It was he who harmed Zhao Heping, and given that Zhao Jiaping has been intoxicated and severely injured, he surely cannot have fled far. Thus, we are scouring the area, leaving no stone unturned, in hopes of finding him before dealing a final blow. The widow, incensed, exclaimed, what do you mean by that? You are well aware that my son Xiao Shan is celebrating his wedding tonight. Are you seeking to disrupt it? After much difficulty, I have found a young woman to bring him joy. Who dares to ruin this? I shall fight to the death with anyone who attempts such a thing. Tao Honggang, wary of provoking the widow, quickly replied, no, 3 grandmother, I would never dream of causing trouble. I merely fear that Zhao Heping might stealthily enter your home without your knowledge. The village chief has ordered us to search every household without exception. Please, allow us to conduct a brief search to ensure Xiao Shan's wedding is safe, yes? The widow remained unmoved, retorting, you are speaking absolute nonsense. Xiao Shan is frail. Can he endure the fright you bring? Furthermore, no one is permitted to enter his wedding chamber or disrupt the happiness I intend for him. Not even the village chief would be welcome. Now, be gone, and do not provoke my ire. With that, she slammed the wooden door shut and turned back into her home. Outside the courtyard, several villagers inquired of Tao Honggang, what shall we do if 3 grandmother refuses our search? Indeed, the village chief has stated that we must not overlook any household. If they are indeed hiding within her home, and this fellow escapes, we shall surely face the chief's wrath. Tao Honggang agreed, recognizing the necessity of leaving no household unchecked. However, he felt a deep-seated apprehension towards the widow. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, Hongkuan, you guard the back of the house. Hongfei, remain at the front. Keep a vigilant eye on any movements along this path. Honglu, seek out the village chief and inform him that he must come to 3 grandmother's house to conduct the search, as we cannot enter. The rest of you, accompany me to search the next house. Having given his orders, he led his group away. Those assigned swiftly complied with his commands. Inside, the occupants were unaware of Tao Honggang's arrangements. Upon hearing the widow close the door, Tao Shan weakly uttered in a hushed tone, with all this commotion, the entire village is mobilized. You two cannot possibly escape now. This was not an overstatement. The majority of Tao family village bore the surname Tao, and when the village chief issued a command, the entire community would respond. Under such circumstances, not even a single bird could take flight, let alone the living beings Shun Qingru and Zhao Heping. In the darkness, Shen Qingru bit her lip, her voice trembling as she softly asked, "What shall we do? Please help us. I know you are a good person." A bitter smile crossed Tao Shan's face as he coughed quietly into his chest. Careful not to let his mother hear, covering his mouth with his hand. "I am no good person. Were it not for my illness, I would undoubtedly not let you go." His statement was a harsh truth. Over the years, his illness had progressively worsened, rendering his body feeble and unfit. Otherwise, had he possessed the ability, he would have certainly consummated his union with the young scholar Shun, perhaps even leaving behind an heir. Yet now, he felt death was imminent, rendering any thoughts of marital intimacy futile. Shen Qingru was taken aback by Tao Shan's words and fell silent. Zhao Heping, lying beneath the bed, dazed from a beating and intoxication, could not comprehend the conversation between Shen Qingru and Tao Shan. Tao Shan, catching his breath, murmured, "Shun, tomorrow morning, my mother will examine your condition. If she discovers you have not consummated our union, she will not permit you to stay. She has consulted someone. The auspicious moment is today. If we can consummate, even if I am to perish, I will leave a legacy. However, if you do not comply, my mother will not spare you. She will certainly hand you over to the village chief, who will find a relative of ours within 5 degrees of kinship to beget children with you, thus ensuring the continuation of my family line. In that case, you will find yourself in the bedchamber with numerous men until you conceive." Tao Shan spoke these words in a fragmented manner, yet to Shen Qingru's ears, they struck like thunder on a clear day. "Tao Shan, are you attempting to compel my submission? Do you wish for me to share your bed tonight?" A sense of despair washed over Shen Qingru, for she recognized the truth in Tao Shan's assertions. Chapter 4. The only solution is to continue the consummation? There was no escape. If she did not flee and refuse to consummate with Tao Shan, she would face even greater degradation. Caught in a dire predicament, she was bereft of any choices. Shen Qingru felt tears welling up within her. Tao Shan's chest emitted a wheezing sound, akin to a dilapidated bellows. After a moment of silence, he continued, "You need not feel aggrieved. Even if you wish to share my bed, I no longer possess the capacity for such intimacy. I have attempted to ascertain my condition, and there is no response, nothing but lifelessness. Thus, I am destined to leave no offspring." As he uttered his final words, an air of desolation enveloped Tao Shan's frail voice. Rather than alleviating Shen Qingru's anxiety, it intensified her trepidation. Not being able to consummate with Tao Shan implied she would be subjected to the desires of many others. If that were the case, she would rather choose death. Shen Qingru spoke those words softly, yet her tone was resolute. Unable to escape, she refused to be subjected to humiliation. "Death," Tao Shan scoffed. "In these calamitous times, when every household suffers from scarcity, do you believe that your death would merely add another pig to the village? In the end, your family would only know that you could not endure the hardship and fled, never to uncover your fate." His words were brutally stark, sending a chill down Shen Qingru's spine. To live was to endure degradation, and to die offered no solace. She had never envisioned that her voluntary descent into the countryside would feel akin to falling into a den of demons. Fortunately, Tao Shan held a favorable impression of Shen Qingru. "Do not fear. Today, you and I shall consummate our union, making you my nominal wife. Even if I lack the ability, I will ensure your safety until my last breath. At this moment, I have conceived a plan that could simultaneously save you and Zhao Jiqing, who lies beneath the bed. Zhao Peacetime, already injured and now intoxicated, is in a state of stupor." Upon hearing this, he shook his head in an attempt to clarify the conversation taking place above him. However, to prevent any eavesdropping from outside, the voices were reduced to mere whispers, and in his dazed condition, he could not comprehend a word. Shen Qingru paused for a moment, then urgently whispered, "What is the plan? If there were a way, who would not risk their life?" She could not bear the thought of her family, especially her parents, going mad with grief upon learning of her demise. Tao Shan, gravely ill, clung to life by a thread. After speaking so much, he felt as exhausted as a fish stranded on the shore, gasping desperately for air, yet filled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Each breath was accompanied by a cough, which he had to suppress. Should he succumb to coughing, it would feel as if an avalanche had struck him. Even without coughing blood, it could take half his life. Beneath the bed, Zhao Peacetime felt himself losing consciousness, teetering on the brink of sleep. He hastily pinched himself to regain a semblance of awareness. Observing Tao Shan's condition, Shen Qingru felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from uttering a word. After a while, Tao Shan finally began to stabilize. After resting momentarily, he continued in a hushed tone, "The only way now is for you and Zhao Jiqing to consummate your union, thereby deceiving my mother. Only then will you both have a chance to escape." Consummate? Her and Zhao peacetime? Shen Qingru was momentarily taken aback. Zhao peacetime, in his haze, had sustained a severe blow to the head, compounded by excessive alcohol consumption. The whispers from the bed were so faint that he could not decipher them, let alone voice an opinion. If he struggled to hear, the widow outside the door attempting to eavesdrop would be even more at a loss. Tao Shan, gravely ill, was primarily concerned about his health and secondarily about Shen Qingru's potential resistance, which could harm his precious son. As for the moral implications, she cared little. In the room, Tao Shan steadied himself before weakly opening his eyes to glimpse Shen Qingru's expression. Yet, in the darkness, he could discern nothing. Shen Jiqing, like you, is a city dweller. He possesses good looks and decent character. Otherwise, the village chief's daughter would not have shown interest in him for a union. Your consummation with him is the sole solution. This way, come morning, when my mother inspects your body, she will undoubtedly believe you, and I have already consummated our union. She will treat you as one of our family, and thus will protect you. With her presence, no one will dare intrude upon my room. After a day or two, when the village realizes Zhao Jiqing is missing, they will assume he has fled. At that point, his departure will be assured. Having articulated his thoughts in one breath, Tao Shan began to breathe heavily again. Shen Qingru remained silent for an extended period. Although she was a young intellectual, she was not well acquainted with Zhao peacetime. The prospect of surrendering herself in such a manner filled her with deep reluctance. After catching his breath, Tao Shan too fell silent, awaiting her response. In the stillness of the night, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. However, Tao Shan, amidst this tranquility, discerned the faint sound of footsteps emanating from behind the house. Due to his prolonged illness, he had been confined to his bed, often straining to listen to the myriad sounds from outside. At that moment, he distinctly heard the footsteps lingering near their home. Shen Jiqing, there is someone behind the house, Tao Shan remarked quietly. At this hour, if it were a villager seeking Zhao Heping, it would be improbable for them to merely loiter around his residence. Shen Qingru, initially lost in her thoughts, was startled and whispered, "How do you know? Who could it be? Are they here to find Zhao Heping, or are they eavesdropping?" Regardless of their intent, she felt a deep discomfort. Tao Shan suppressed a cough and then whispered, "It is someone from the village who suspects that Zhao Jiqing has come to our home. Hence they have sent someone to keep watch. Shen Jiqing, consider the plan I proposed. At this juncture, it is the only means to save both of you. If Zhao Jiqing can escape and deliver a message to your family, urging them to come to your aid, you will be safe. In that case, you may even marry in the city. Otherwise, without this plan, neither of you can hope to flee." Shen Qingru was aware of this reality, yet she remained psychologically hindered. Just then, the sound of a knock echoed from the yard gate, startling her. Zhao Heping, who had been in a daze beneath the bed, suddenly became more alert. Who is disturbing the peace at this hour? Are they not concerned about others' sleep? The widow, filled with indignation, turned and opened the door. Shen Qingru's heart raced with anxiety as she recognized the widow's voice right at their doorstep, indicating that she had been eavesdropping all along. Make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, by dawn, both of you will face dire consequences, Tao Shan urged. After all, in name, Shen Qingru was considered to have entered the bridal chamber with him, effectively making her his wife. He was unwilling to wait until morning, fearing that Shen Qingru would be violated by various men from her clan. In such a case, she would bear a child whose paternity would be uncertain, yet it would bear his name. This humiliation was something he could never accept. Chapter 5. Will you marry me? Outside the yard, the village head had arrived, accompanied by his daughter, Tao Huili, along with a considerable number of villagers of all ages. Third aunt, Zhao Heping has fled from the bridal chamber. We have searched every household in the village, except yours. We hope you can grant us permission to search your home. Otherwise, if he escapes, it will bring trouble upon our village. While trouble was not a significant concern, given that he understood Zhao Heping's family situation, should Zhao Heping return to the city, it would not pose a threat to him as the village head of Taojia village. However, his daughter Tao Huili's condition could not afford to wait. The widow spat in disdain. What do you mean search? I've been at home. Tonight is my son's wedding night. Am I to allow a grown man to enter my house? You all know my son's illness. What chaos are you trying to create by coming here? Get out of here quickly, or I shall fetch a broom and knock some sense into your heads. having been widowed for many years and raising her son alone. She was quite formidable. The elder of the village, a figure of considerable authority, commanded respect to the extent that none dared to retort when she unleashed her wrath. The crowd instinctively retreated a couple of steps, while the village chief furrowed his brow in concern. Unperturbed, the widow dismissed him and entered her home, shutting the door firmly behind her. "What shall we do?" Tao Honggang inquired hastily, casting a glance at Tao Huili. His affection for her was no secret in Taojia village. However, Tao Huili had little regard for the local men, harboring dreams of soaring to greater heights. Aspiring to marry into the city and embrace a life of urban sophistication, this was a notion she often vocalized. The village chief pondered for a moment. He dared not forcibly search the widow's home, yet allowing Zhao Heping to escape was not an option he could accept. When Tao Honggang pressed him for a solution, he found himself momentarily at a loss. After a brief contemplation, he finally replied, "What can we do? We must rely on the collective efforts of everyone. We shall position pairs of individuals outside the village. Each can rest in shifts, and should anyone appear, they must sound the alarm immediately. Ensure that the area around Sanani's house is monitored closely as well. If Zhao Heping is still within the village in 2 days, we will undoubtedly apprehend him. Should he not show himself, we will have to conclude that he has fled." Tao Honggang readily agreed, saying, "Very well, I will oversee the arrangements. I shall also make the rounds to ensure that not even a fly escapes our village." He had resolved that upon locating Zhao Heping, he would find a way to eliminate him without hesitation. With the plan set in motion, the village commenced its operation. The clamor outside did not escape Shun Qingru's notice within the confines of her home. At this juncture, she found herself cornered, with no viable options left. It was a choice between a dishonorable existence and death. Tao Shan had articulated his thoughts thoroughly, leaving no room for further dialogue. Shun Qingru wrestled with her inner turmoil for an extended period, hesitating. If she were to succumb to death, her parents would undoubtedly be devastated. Yet, she could not endure the humiliation. Death was preferable to that fate. With no other recourse, she resolved to experiment with Tao Shan's proposed solution. Considering Zhao Heping's youth, good looks, and urban upbringing, she felt a surprising lack of aversion, albeit tinged with embarrassment. After considerable contemplation, she timidly leaned down and whispered softly, "Zhao Heping, what are your thoughts?" Being a girl, she sought his perspective. At that moment, Zhao Heping, disoriented and dazed from the ordeal and the alcohol, was oblivious to the exchange above him. He had been pinching his thigh to maintain consciousness, and upon hearing his name, he was startled and could only murmur, "What?" Shun Qingru, mistaking his confusion for feigned ignorance, retorted sharply, "What do you mean, what? I asked you what you think." Zhao Heping, still dazed from the blow and the drink, took a moment to collect his thoughts before responding, "For now, we must remain hidden. I have blood on my head. I can smear it on the bed. Tomorrow, you can claim that we have consummated our marriage, which should lower everyone's guard. They will regard you as one of their own and will not trouble you. In a couple of days, I will leave first, and if successful, I shall return with help to rescue you." This was the only plan he could conceive. The crux of the matter lay in Tao Shan's willingness to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingru was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What happened to your head?" She prepared to take a closer look, but the room was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. When escaping from the bridal chamber prepared by Tao Huili, he had been assaulted by the villagers. Zhao Heping touched his head and was relieved to find it had stopped bleeding. Shun Qingru fell silent, realizing the gravity of their situation. The remote Taojia village was akin to an ancient, barbaric tribe, ignorant, cruel, and xenophobic. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Tao Shan was relatively kind-hearted. With this thought in mind, Shun Qingru whispered to Tao Shan, "Do you think Zhao Heping's plan will work?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Shan replied softly, "No. Even if we hide the blood, my mother will still examine your body, and when she discovers the ruse, there will be chaos. Zhao Heping will not escape unscathed. He will surely meet his demise, and you will suffer a fate worse than death." Shun Qingru understood the truth in Tao Shan's words. She finally resolved to ask Zhao Heping, who was beneath the bed, "Zhao Jiqing, if we manage to return to the city, will you marry me?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Zhao Heping, being so close, heard her clearly. He paused, uncertain of Shun Qingru's intentions. However, considering their shared plight, he responded, "Yes, if you are willing to marry me, I will." Then followed Tao Shan's instructions. Shun Qingru resigned herself to the situation. In moments of despair, the presence of a less hopeless option often leads to acquiescence. However, Zhao Heping, still dazed, had not fully grasped Tao Shan's words and quietly asked, "What? What did Tao Shan say? What should we do?" Shen Qingru, already feeling humiliated, was further incensed by Zhao Heping's apparent feigned ignorance. "What are you asking? If you do not wish to, then let us perish together." She had struggled hard to avoid humiliation from the villagers of Taojia, only to face scorn from Zhao Heping. Tao Shan, weak and breathless, murmured, "Shen Jiqing, our voices are so low that Zhao Jiqing below cannot possibly hear us." Shen Qingru was taken aback, remembering their cautious whispers to avoid detection by the widow listening outside. In such hushed tones, only those close could hear, and it was indeed peculiar for Zhao Heping beneath the bed to catch any of their words. Chapter 6. Treat this bridal chamber as your own wedding. Realizing she had misjudged Zhao Heping, Shen Qingru exhaled in relief. However, since Zhao Heping had not heard, she needed to clarify. Tao Shan, utterly exhausted, could only rely on her to explain. It was an embarrassing situation. Shen Qingru suppressed her indignation and conveyed Tao Shan's plan to Zhao Heping. Startled, Zhao Heping's eyes widened, and a wave of pain and dizziness washed over him, reminiscent of the injury to his head. He was about to express his doubts about the feasibility of the plan. However, the idea swiftly traversed through her mind. It was indeed a feasible solution, at least in the dire predicament she found herself in, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, this method bore a shameful infringement upon Shen Qingru, which explained her inquiry about whether she could be married. The notion of sacrificing a girl's purity to escape peril caused Zhao Heping to flush with embarrassment. A moment of silence ensued. Tao Shan, unable to restrain himself, began to cough violently, the fit becoming uncontrollable, as if he might expel his very lungs, accompanied by a hissing sound from his trachea. Outside the door, the widow, hearing her son in such distress, could no longer contain herself and rushed in. "Xiaoshan, what is the matter with you?" she exclaimed, hurriedly pouring water in the dark, cooling it before offering him a few sips. She gently patted his back, tirelessly attending to him until his coughing finally subsided. The widow exhaled in relief. Yet she faced Shen Qingru with a somewhat harsh tone. "Shen Jiqing, tonight you shall share the bridal chamber with Xiaoshan. It is your destiny." The old woman has stated that this is a critical juncture for him, and a joyous occasion will restore his health. Xiaoshan is weak, so you must take the initiative. If he recovers, I shall support you for life and ensure you suffer no grievances. However, should you fail to consummate the marriage tonight, do not blame me for being merciless. Her words were chilling, instilling fear in Shen Qingru. Beneath the bed, Zhao Heping dared not even breathe. "Mother," Tao Shan spoke softly, "I have already assured Shen Jiqing that she will willingly share the bridal chamber with me. Your frequent interruptions may deter her willingness." His tone carried a hint of complaint. The widow, deeply concerned for her son, was protective to the point of being overly cautious, and upon hearing his grievance, she quickly donned a smile, saying, all right. I want to interrupt. Xiaoshan, do not be upset. Focus on your union." She was eagerly hoping for a successful consummation, not only for her son's recovery, but also for Shen Qingru to bear his child. As she prepared to leave, Tao Shan spoke once more. "Mother, there are people outside the back window, and I am afraid." He had resolved to assist Shen Qingru and Zhao Heping and could not allow anyone outside to overhear any details. The consummation must proceed flawlessly, otherwise, neither Shen Qingru nor Zhao Heping would escape unscathed. Previously, 3 other educated youth had come from the city with noble intentions, only to be reported by the village head as having fled under the guise of starvation during a natural disaster. In truth, however, those 3 had been devoured by the villagers. In times of famine, desperation can erode all moral boundaries. Should anything go awry in the bridal chamber tonight, Zhao Heping would undoubtedly share the same grim fate. As for Shen Qingru, her outcome would be even worse. The villagers of Taojia village, having tasted human flesh, were more ferocious than ever. Upon hearing her son's fears of the back window, the widow became incensed. "Xiaoshan, do not be afraid. Just focus on your union with Shen Jiqing. Leave the rest to me. I promise no one will disturb you." With a swift motion akin to a gust of wind, he dashed out. Before long, the sounds of a broom striking flesh, accompanied by the widow's curses and the pleas of her adversary, resonated from behind the window. Seizing this moment, Tao Shan addressed Zhao Heping, who lay beneath the bed, saying, "Zhao, you have heard my mother's words. Hasten forth to consummate the marriage." lest time and opportunity slip away. You and Shun, having agreed to wed upon your return to the city, should regard this occasion as your own nuptial celebration. As he spoke, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Raised in the savage confines of Taojia village, he had, due to his frail constitution, longed to acquire literacy from a young age. Though he had never toiled in the fields, he had consumed a considerable quantity of literature. Reading could enlighten the mind, cultivate understanding, and heal ignorance. Thus, he had long set himself apart from the villagers. Furthermore, as one nears death, their words often turn to kindness. Aware that his time was limited, Tao Shan genuinely wished to save Shen Qingru and Zhao Heping. Both Zhao Heping and Shen Qingru fell into a contemplative silence. In the presence of others, to engage in a preemptive consummation with someone they barely knew was a notion fraught with humiliation. Soon, the sound of the courtyard gate creaking alerted Zhao Heping and Shen Qingru, causing them to tense up. The widow had returned after administering her retribution. She closed the gate and approached her son's room, pausing to listen intently at the door. Hearing no sounds, her concern for her son grew. She gently knocked and whispered, "Xiao Shan, how are you faring? Can you still consummate the marriage?" Inside, Tao Shan replied, "Mother, I am well. I am currently instructing my bride, and we shall consummate shortly." The widow exhaled in relief, saying, "Then do hurry. It is imperative that you do not linger past midnight." According to Granny Jio's wisdom, as long as the marriage was consummated today, it would bring good fortune to her son. Either Tao Shan would endure and regain his health, or a lineage would be established, continuing the family legacy. In any case, this was an undertaking that must be fulfilled today. The widow remained by the door, vigilant. The three within the room were acutely aware of the situation. Noticing Zhao Heping and Shen Qingru's hesitance, Tao Shan sighed and urged, "Let us begin. There is no time to waste. Today's consummation is essential." His words were not uttered in hushed tones, thus reaching the ears of Shen Qingru on the bed, Zhao Heping beneath it, and the widow at the door. Unbeknownst to her, the widow assumed her son was merely encouraging the young lady, Shen. Shen Qingru felt her face flush with heat, embarrassment, and indignation igniting her cheeks. Yet, recalling her agreement with Zhao Heping to marry upon their return to the city, she felt a modicum of solace. "All right," she murmured, her voice scarcely louder than a whisper. Tentatively, she extended her arm and nudged Zhao Heping. Having never encountered such a situation, and being a girl, she felt it inappropriate to take the initiative. Zhao Heping, somewhat bashful, upon hearing Shen Qingru's assent, emerged from beneath the bed. He then shed his soiled garments and climbed onto the bed. In an instant, the bed became a space shared by the three of them. Chapter 7. There are people behind the house, Tao Shan remarked. "Let us begin. Did you not hear my mother say? We must not exceed midnight, or else she will become furious, and I cannot restrain her." This was indeed the truth. Should the auspicious occasion falter, all the widow's wrath would be unleashed upon Shen Qingru. As for Zhao Heping, it was likely he could not conceal his fate either. What awaited these two individuals would be a dismal end. Zhao Heping would be slaughtered like a pig and subsequently consumed. Meanwhile, Shen Qingru would be subjected to the whims of the Tao family until she bore a son, only to be treated as another pig destined for slaughter. Such is the harsh reality. Zhao Heping was acutely aware of this. Thus he understood the urgency of the situation. The thought of marrying Shen Qingru in the future made him perceive this moment as his bridal chamber. Three individuals shared a bed, and with his memories from a past life, he knew precisely how to proceed. The widow remained outside, listening intently. After a while, she finally heard faint murmurs from within, a sound she was familiar with, and her heart relaxed. However, the murmurs persisted, leading her to question whether this nuptial ceremony was indeed successful. Instilling a sense of worry within her, Zhao Heping, concerned about causing Shen Qingru pain, focused on comforting her, lingering hesitantly without daring to take decisive action. Shen Qingru, inexperienced in this matter, felt a profound discomfort, instinctively letting out soft cries. Although Tao Shan had not experienced this himself, his mother had imparted numerous insights prior to the ceremony, allowing him to discern that the two were not yet successful. This predicament only intensified his own suffering, for he was already in poor health and now had to endure the psychological torment inflicted by the couple. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he raised his voice and exclaimed, "Hurry up." The sudden outburst startled Zhao Heping, causing him to inadvertently cross the threshold. Shen Qingru cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Terrified, Zhao Heping froze in place. Outside the door, The widow finally exhaled in relief. It has finally happened. If it hadn't, I would have had to intervene. Her son had proven competent, managing to handle his woman even in illness. The widow felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet her concern for her son's well-being kept her stationed at the door, listening to Shun Qingru's soft sobs, which brought her unexpected joy. Cry on, dear girl. Every woman must endure this phase. Shun Qingru found it impossible to stem her tears. The pain, indignation, and a myriad of emotions overwhelmed her, compelling her to weep. Observing Shun Qingru in such distress tugged at Zhao Heping's heartstrings, prompting him to reach out and gently wipe her tears. Though she continued to suffer, and with Zhao Heping's presence still very much felt, she pushed him away irritably. However, this unexpected movement caught Zhao Heping off guard, causing him to instinctively recoil, which led to Shun Qingru emitting another cry of anguish. In a flustered state, he inadvertently leaned onto her once more. You did that on purpose. Shun Qingru, tears streaming down her face, gritted her teeth as she spoke. Zhao Heping, unable to defend himself, remained motionless in his position. In a moment of distress, Tao Shan found himself gasping for breath, weakened by his already frail health. The widow at the door felt a pang of concern. Yet during the joyous occasion of the bridal chamber, she dared not intervene. In the enveloping darkness, Zhao Heping experienced profound torment, grasping the poignant truth that a tender embrace could indeed resemble a hero's grave. Lying there like a corpse was excruciatingly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Shun Qingru also endured her own suffering, a painful experience that was far from pleasant. Both she and Zhao Heping refrained from movement, while Tao Shan, who had nearly succumbed to his earlier distress, finally managed to exhale deeply. The room settled into an uneasy silence, though it was short-lived. By chance, Shun Qingru turned her head and caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure at the back window. Someone was watching from behind, having peered into the room moments ago. Trembling, she whispered softly, startling Zhao Heping, who instinctively sought to conceal himself. As he shifted, Shun Qingru gasped in shock. Tao Shan urged in hushed tones, quickly, Shun Ziking, come up here. We must not raise any suspicion. It is imperative that the person behind does not catch sight of Zhao Heping. The entire Tao family village was aware of his frail condition. It was inconceivable for him to engage in such vigorous activity during the bridal ceremony. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shun Qingru set aside her apprehensions and complied with Tao Shan's instructions. However, the pain surged anew, overwhelming her to the point of an involuntary cry, which sent shivers down the spines of both the widow at the door and the shadowy figure outside. My son is quite impressive, the widow remarked, increasingly convinced of the divine nature of old Lady Jiao. Zhao Heping, fully immersed in the moment, had endured discomfort for so long that now, unexpectedly, he found himself leaving a lasting mark. Shun Qingru felt utterly wretched, caught in a cycle of pain and discomfort. Wishing for it all to end, Tao Shan softly declared, that will suffice. If you do not wish to continue, we shall leave it at this. He then cautioned, Shun Ziking, you must find a way to drive away the person lurking outside. Otherwise, someone will always be watching, and should they witness something, both you and Zhao Ziking will be in dire straits. His words were not mere exaggeration. Being discovered, particularly given the nature of their relationship, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Shun Qingru fell into silence as she contemplated the precariousness of their situation. Indeed, a pair of eyes were fixated upon them, rendering their circumstances dangerously insecure. Within the room, one individual was too ill to rise. Another had to remain hidden, leaving her as the sole one capable of addressing the threat. Relying on the widow outside was futile. By the time she stepped out, the lurking figure might already be gone. Thus, it was essential for her to confront the intruder and impart a lesson. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. In that moment, Zhao Heping devised a plan, leaning closer to whisper a few words into her ear. If one wishes to cause a ruckus, it must be significant enough to deter the adversary from lurking or eavesdropping ever again. After listening to Zhao Heping's suggestion, Shun Qingru cast him a penetrating glance, though in the darkness, her expression remained concealed. Very well, I shall proceed at once, she murmured softly. As she descended, the pain seared through her like a tearing sensation, igniting her with fury. Trembling, she donned her clothing and, adhering to Zhao Heping's instructions, cautiously approached the table. Mindful not to make a sound, she poured a generous bowl of steaming water from the thermos and, holding it carefully, stealthily made her way to the back window. Outside the rear window, her pursuer lingered, evidently unaware of being discovered, with half of his head peering in. Inside, one could discern a shadowy figure, yet from the outside, the interior remained shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 8. Deception and Strategy. With the hot water in hand, Shun Qingru summoned her courage and, with a swift motion, flung open the window while bellowing, "There's a rogue behind the house." Without hesitation, she doused the crouching shadow with the scalding water. The sudden torrent elicited a howl from the figure, who leapt up, colliding his head against the window with a resounding thud. The widow, who had yet to succumb to slumber, was stirred by the cries of "rogue" and the man's anguished screams, igniting her wrath. Grabbing a broom, she charged out. Initially, a guard had been stationed outside, but he had fled in the face of the widow's fury. Upon returning and recounting the events, Tao Honggang volunteered to confront the situation. As he approached, intending to sneak a peek, he was discovered. It was indeed unfortunate for him. As the water in the thermos was freshly boiled by the widow that very day, not a single drop was wasted as it cascaded down upon him. Before he could catch his breath, the widow arrived, broom in hand, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. "I warned you that today is a day of celebration for the little mountain. Anyone who dares disrupt it shall face my wrath. Do you think my words fall on deaf ears? Depart at once and inform the village chief that should you send anyone else, I shall strike him down as well." The widow's formidable prowess left Tao Honggang in a state of utter disarray. This incident escalated, burned by the hot water. Tao Honggang was determined not to let the matter rest. He sought out the village chief, demanding Shun Qingru be summoned, intent on vengeance. However, the widow was unyielding, driving him away with her fierce rebukes. In her heart, Shun Qingru was now akin to family, having successfully consummated the union with her son. Her protective nature was unwavering. Even if Shun Qingru had erred, she would not relinquish her. "Little mountain, my dear girl, do not fear. I have chased them all away. Today, I shall do nothing but stand guard outside. Should anyone dare approach, I shall strike them down. You may proceed with your union without concern." The most pressing matter was to ensure that the Tao family retained a legacy. Tao Shan softly concurred. "Very well, mother. But who was the one spying from behind the house? This cannot simply be overlooked." Though he could not confront the situation directly, he sought to stoke his mother's ire further, believing that only then would their opponent be dissuaded from returning. The widow immediately remarked, "Xiaoshan, rest assured. I have dealt with him. That scoundrel Tao Honggang has been trailing behind Tao Huili, aspiring to become the next village chief. How ridiculous! Given his disruptive antics today, I shall not allow him to realize his ambitions. Do not concern yourself with this matter. A mother cannot bear to see her son wronged. My entire life has been devoted to my son. Whoever dares to bring him distress, even if it is the king of heaven himself, I will fight with all my might." Xiaoshan felt reassured. The three of them had created quite the uproar in the room, both absurd and lively. Yet, for the sake of rescuing Shun Qingru and Zhao Heping, they had to persist, no matter how ludicrous it became. However, after Shun Qingru had poured hot water and the widow had struck someone, no one came to monitor them that night. The following morning, the widow entered the room to assess the situation. Shun Qingru had been seated on a stool for half the night, while Zhao Heping had long hidden beneath the bed, careful not to make a sound. "Xiaoshan, how do you feel?" The widow inquired first about her son. Grandma Jiu had claimed that if the ceremony went well, her son might gradually recover, filling the widow's heart with hope. Naturally, Xiaoshan was aware of this, mustering his strength to reply, "I feel much better, mother. As long as unrelated people do not come in, I will be fine." Upon hearing this, the widow hastily assured him, "Do not worry. I promise that no unrelated individuals will enter your room. You must be well. Your wife may already be expecting your child. If I can see you start a family and witness the birth of my grandchild, I can die with my eyes closed." She firmly believed in Grandma Jiu's words, harboring no doubts about whether her son had consummated the marriage. Remembering she needed to check on the success of the ceremony, she carefully inspected the bed and indeed discovered a bloodstain on the sheets. This finding eased her somewhat. Her tone softened as she addressed Shun Qingru, "Xiaoru, I must now examine your condition. Do not be afraid. As long as you sincerely follow Xiaoshan, you are one of the Tao family. I will not treat you unfairly, nor will I allow anyone from Tao village to bully you." She spoke soothingly, gesturing for Shun Qingru to sit on the bed. Shun Qingru understood what was to come and felt her face flush with embarrassment, enduring both humiliation and the presence of Tao Shan, along with the hidden Zhao Heping. Noticing Shun Qingru's reluctance, The widow did not scold her, but instead reassured her. Xiaoru, you have already consummated the marriage with Xiaoshan. You have transitioned from a maiden to a young wife. I am your mother-in-law, and Xiaoshan is your husband. There are no outsiders here, so do not be shy. You are the woman who will bear my grandchildren. Thus, she grew more tolerant toward Xinqingru. Lying down, Xiaoshan coughed lightly and added, yes. Let us finish the examination quickly so mother can prepare something nourishing. It is essential to restore your health. Xinqingru understood that this was encouragement. Both she and Zhao Heping needed to regain their strength before contemplating escape. As for the examination, it was an inevitability they could not evade. Upon hearing her son's words, the widow mistakenly believed he was suggesting that Xinqingru should take care of her health in preparation for bearing children. With a gentle smile, she replied, my son is right. Xiaoru, you should listen to Xiaoshan. After the examination, mother will bring you some delicious food. Her tone, tender and somewhat conciliatory, stood in stark contrast to her fierce demeanor from the previous night. Xinqingru understood that there was no escaping this situation, so she simply sat on the bed and reclined. She allowed the widow to remove her trousers for the examination. The widow was taken aback when she discovered Xinqingru's injuries. The swollen area was unmistakable, revealing the gravity of the situation without the need for further inspection. It was astonishing that her son, who struggled to sit up due to illness, had been so severely affected in this regard. Could it be that fate had spared the Tao family, wishing to leave a trace of lineage for Tao Shan? With this thought, the widow felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well, Xiaoru, from now on, you and Xiao Shan should live well together. If anything arises, speak to mother. While I cannot promise you a life in the city, I will do my utmost to provide you with what other village daughters-in-law possess. She paused, adding, just wait. Mother has prepared some boiled eggs for you. She had not indulged in meat for years, and it had been ages since she had tasted an egg. However, today, in an effort to nourish her son and daughter-in-law, she had made early preparations. In her eyes, an egg represented the nourishment of a hen. Chapter 9. Awaiting the opportunity to escape, once the widow finished speaking, she hurried out to fetch the eggs. Xinqingru, enduring the pain, dressed silently. Her arrival in Taojia village had been a decision she made willingly, yet her desire to leave had cost her dignity and her body. She had even entered into a marriage arrangement with Zhao Heping, a man with whom she was unfamiliar. She could only ponder what life awaited her upon returning to the city. With a sigh, she contemplated her uncertain future. Meanwhile, Zhao Heping remained hidden beneath the bed. Afraid to make a sound, having been reborn, he faced a significant choice, one that diverged sharply from his previous life, resulting in an entirely different series of events. What would unfold next was beyond his knowledge. He could only navigate one step at a time. However, when compared to Tao Huili, he held greater faith in Xinqingru's character. Thus, the prospect of marrying her upon returning to the city did not displease him. Before long, the widow returned with 3 boiled eggs. Here, these are the eggs I prepared, rich in nutrition. Xiaoru, peel one and feed it slowly to Xiaoshan. Be cautious of his coughing, do not let him choke. After he finishes, the remaining ones are for you. If you find yourself still hungry, do not hesitate to ask mother for more. With that, she handed the egg to Xinqingru and exited, fearing that lingering would tempt her to drool at the sight of the eggs. Xinqingru peeled the egg and fed it to Tao Shan. In truth, their current well-being was largely due to Tao Shan's protection. As a resident of Taojia village, his willingness to assist them was indeed commendable. Little did she anticipate that there would come a day when Tao Shan would also be cared for by a wife. Offered a self-deprecating smile, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Xinqingru promptly fetched some warm water, cooled it, and assisted Tao Shan in drinking a little. The widow outside the door listened intently, restraining herself from entering. Fortunately, the coughing eventually subsided. Unable to contain her concern, Xinqingru proposed once more, Tao Shan, let me contact my family and take you to the city for treatment. The major hospitals in the capital have many skilled doctors. They will undoubtedly be able to cure your ailment. Tao Shan pondered ways to rescue her and Zhao Heping. Should she return to the city to marry Zhao Heping, it would mean that Tao Shan had saved both of them. This profound gratitude warranted her efforts to find the finest physician for Tao Shan's recovery. After taking a moment to steady his breath, Tao Shan finally replied, it's futile. I know my own body. The oil in the lamp will run dry, and the fire will extinguish in an instant. Xinqingru, the only thing I cannot bear to part with is my mother. She has sacrificed her own comfort and endured hardships all her life for me. If I were to truly pass away, I would trouble you to care for her, to fulfill my filial duties, as a testament that I did not live in vain as her son." These words reached the widow outside, who could hardly bear to hear them. Covering her face, she began to weep softly, her muffled sobs resonating with a heart-wrenching sorrow that left Shin Qingru and Zhao Heping feeling a deep pang of empathy. A neighbor nearby, mistaking the situation for a grave one, called out from the wall, "Third madam, what has happened?" The widow, wiping her tears, replied, "It's nothing. It's just that Xiao Shan has found a wife, and I am overjoyed." She preferred to believe the words of the old woman, that the auspicious marriage would revive Tao Shan, rather than accept the grim reality of his condition. Her loud declaration drew the attention of nearby families who initially intended to inquire further, but they soon reconsidered. Seeing the solemnity on Tao Shan's face, Shin Qingru nodded and said, "Very well, I promise you, I will not neglect your mother." This was a vow. Without Tao Shan, she could scarcely imagine her own fate. Thus, she acquiesced to his request, resolutely deciding that upon her return to the city, she would ensure that the hospital was contacted to facilitate Tao Shan's treatment. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to try. Even a slight improvement would suffice. Zhao Heping, contemplating beneath the bed, recalled a physician from Puai's court who later adapted to the new regime. After being imprisoned for 2 or 3 decades, he had hidden himself among the populace, running a small clinic. It wasn't until the year 2000 that he revealed his collection of traditional Chinese medical secrets, garnering attention. Perhaps locating this physician could lead to a cure for Tao Shan. However, that would have to wait until he returned to the city and sought out the individual. Tao Shan's condition was indeed severe, seemingly akin to tuberculosis. Ordinary doctors would likely be unable to treat him. "Here, eat some eggs to replenish your strength," Shin Qingru offered, presenting a peeled egg to Tao Shan. He did not refuse, enduring the cough to consume most of it, the remaining 2 eggs. He gestured to Shin Qingru to peel one for Zhao Heping, who quietly accepted it and ate a few bites before drinking the water that Shin Qingru had offered him. At this juncture, it is imperative to nurture one's health and prepare oneself, awaiting the opportune moment to escape. Shin Qingru was well aware of this, and thus consumed another egg. Outside, 2 neighbors, peering over the wall, were engaged in conversation across the courtyard. They spoke with raised voices, fearing that the other might not hear, discussing the events of the previous night when the entire village searched for Zhao Heping. It was uncertain where that educated youth had vanished. The villagers had scoured the area all night without success, leaving the village head visibly distressed. Could it be that he had already fled the village? Who could say? It seemed quite peculiar. Logically, after he escaped from Tao Hueli's residence, the village head had promptly dispatched people to guard the outskirts, making it seem unlikely that he could have eluded capture. Yet, he remained elusive. The village head speculated that he was likely hiding within the village. The widow, overhearing this, interjected with a disdainful huff. The village head simply does not believe that anyone could slip away right under his nose. Hence, he claims the man is still hidden in the village. If he were truly here, where could he possibly conceal himself? He would have been apprehended long ago. Last night, during my son's wedding, the village head even attempted to enter the bridal chamber, only to be forcefully ejected by me. Even the village head cannot harm my family. The 2 aunties atop the wall, who had been out searching for individuals the previous night and were not at home, quickly inquired, "Is that so? Please, tell us what transpired." The widow then recounted the events of the previous night in their entirety. She continued, "Old Granny Gio stated that the wedding ceremony should not extend past midnight and must not be interrupted. Yet, the village head repeatedly tried to intrude upon my son's bridal chamber. Is this not deliberate malice? Just because the man schemed by Tao Hueli has fled, must we bear the brunt of his wrath?" Her frustration was palpable. In rural settings, particularly for a widow, one must be assertive to avoid being victimized. However, merely expressing her anger was insufficient. This matter needed to be disseminated for several months, brought up during idle conversations. Over time, it would deter others from provoking her. Chapter 10. Searching for 3 more days, the aunties on either side of the wall, familiar with the widow's temperament, refrained from joining her in cursing the village head, offering only a few words of comfort before departing. With the widow standing guard, no one dared to enter Tao Shan's home. Thus Zhao Heping remained unfound. The village head, accompanied by others, meticulously searched the entire village during the day, yet still found no trace of him. How strange. Could it be that Zhao Heping had truly escaped? The village head was incensed. Without Zhao Heping, how could his daughter possibly marry into the city? Moreover, that wretched girl was now with child. If this situation dragged on, it might be discovered and spread throughout the village, resulting in a complete loss of face. With this thought, he stamped his foot in frustration and turned to return home. In Taojia village, the village head's house was the most impressive, yet it too was a thatched structure with earthen walls. The entire village appeared dilapidated, resembling a ghost town. Upon seeing the village head return home, Tao Huili hurried out to inquire, "Father, have you found Zhao Heping?" Following closely behind her was Hua Xiangyang. The village head rolled his eyes at Hua Xiangyang and, with a scowl, replied, "No, we searched all night yesterday and combed through the village again today. Having not seen even a single hair of Zhao Heping, it seems that the lad has truly fled." The thought of an outsider successfully escaping from Taojia village infuriates the village chief. Upon hearing this, Tao Huili becomes somewhat alarmed. What should we do? If Zhao Heping has escaped, our entire plan is in jeopardy. The village chief scoffs. What else can we do? If we cannot locate Zhao Heping, can we simply prolong the matter indefinitely? You may delay, but can your unborn child afford to wait? At this juncture, let go of any plans. You must marry Hua Xiangyang directly. After all, the child is his, and he must take responsibility. Hua Xiangyang, taken aback, hastily interjects, "Uncle, let us not be hasty. I believe Zhao Heping is still hiding within Taojia village. If we can find him and compel him to marry Huili, everything will proceed as we initially intended. He cannot casually bring home a rural woman for marriage. His family would surely disapprove. In such a case, he would lose favor and the family's resources would not be allocated to him. Without the family's backing, his achievements in life would be limited." Reflecting on this, Hua Xiangyang feels a twinge of regret for not enduring a bit of hardship back when he first pursued Tao Huili. Now, with her pregnant with his child, leaving is no longer an option. The village chief glares at Hua Xiangyang, questioning, "What if we continue searching and still cannot find Zhao Heping?" Hua Xiangyang, "I know you are clever and have Huili wrapped around your finger, but I am not easily deceived. We will search for 3 more days. If Zhao Heping remains elusive, I will not entertain your plans any further. You will marry Huili, do you understand?" Given his temperament, he is reluctant to see his daughter wed to a city youth. Those from the city often harbor convoluted intentions, and Tao Huili, marrying into the city, may find herself wronged with no one to support her. It would be preferable for her to marry within the village, where no one would dare to bully her. Regrettably, this daughter has fallen under Hua Xiangyang's spell. Not only is she with child, but she also fervently supports his schemes, as if possessed by madness. Listening to the village chief's words, Hua Xiangyang's expression fluctuates, and he casts a pleading glance at Tao Huili. However, she aligns with her father's sentiments and pretends not to notice Hua Xiangyang's gaze, remaining silent. The village chief, growing impatient at Hua Xiangyang's lack of response, furrows his brow and demands, "Hua Xiangyang, I am speaking to you. Are your ears deaf?" He is the village chief of Taojia, a local sovereign. Except for a handful of elder villagers, he does not hesitate to reprimand others at will. Hua Xiangyang, merely a youth from the city, must heed his authority. Disobedience could lead to dire consequences, as before. Hua Xiangyang is well aware of the village chief's formidable nature. Trembling slightly, he quickly replies, "Uncle, I am listening. I will comply with your arrangements. However, we must prioritize searching for Zhao Heping. Once we find him, our plan can proceed smoothly." The village chief, growing impatient, responds tersely, "Rest assured, the search continues outside. I spent an entire night without closing my eyes and have now decided to take my rest. Please refrain from disturbing my slumber unless there are matters of great importance that warrant my attention." After expressing this, he retreated into his room. In truth, he harbored a preference for his daughter to marry Hua Xiangyang, for he was indeed the child's biological father. Marrying Zhao Heping, after all, would mean that the child would lack a paternal figure, leading to a life of hardship. Thus, Zhao Heping's departure did not trouble him significantly. It was Hua Xiangyang who felt the urgency, as he observed the village chief entering his home. He quickly pulled Tao Huili aside to a secluded corner of the courtyard. "Huili, why did you remain silent just now?" he inquired. "The only path for you is to marry Zhao Heping, utilizing his identity to secure an urban household registration. Once I ascend to a leadership position and possess the power to grant you a life of happiness, I shall marry you. If you wed me now, I will return to the city without resources, making it difficult to attain leadership in the future. Consequently, both of us would endure a lifetime of suffering." Understanding that the village chief was not easily appeased, He endeavored to persuade Tao Huili to convince him. However, this time, Tao Huili did not heed his words. Xiangyang, I understand your intentions, truly I do. But now that Zhao Heping has fled, if I do not marry you, will I be left to bear the scorn of others when my belly swells? Furthermore, we have a child. Surely you do not wish for our offspring to be ridiculed as the illegitimate child of a woman? Can you withstand that? I certainly cannot. Ultimately, she aimed to pursue a feasible path. As for the prospect of Hua Xiangyang becoming an official and her becoming the wife of an official, such aspirations were merely a distant dream. If the present was insurmountable, how could there be a future? She was not foolish. With no other options, Hua Xiangyang gritted his teeth and conceded, very well, I believe Zhao Heping is still in the village. After 3 days of searching, we shall surely find him. He clung to this hope, otherwise his future would likely be jeopardized by Tao Huili. At that moment, he could not afford to wait. Eager to join the others in the search for Zhao Heping while inquiring about the previous night's searching efforts. Xiangyang, where are you going? Tao Huili, startled by his sudden departure, hurriedly followed to ask. I am going to inquire about the search and ensure nothing has been overlooked. He replied as he made his way outside. Tao Huili quickly insisted, I will accompany you. Without hesitation, she hastened to walk alongside him. Chapter 11. Shamelessness, utter shamelessness. Hua Xiangyang did not reject the daughter of the local tyrant, Tao Huili. Together, they traversed the village, questioning everyone they encountered. In their inquiries, they stumbled upon a person who piqued his suspicion, Tao Honggang. It was said that he had been the most active participant the previous night, only to be scalded with boiling water and injured, returning home in distress. Hua Xiangyang sensed that there was something amiss, perhaps a clue that could lead to Zhao Heping's whereabouts. Thus, he continued his questioning and brought Tao Huili to Tao Honggang's residence. Tao Honggang lived alone in a dilapidated house, appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Even Tao Huili hesitated at the threshold, unwilling to step inside. Hua Xiangyang had no choice but to push open the door and enter the room. Tao Honggang, having been doused with boiling water, bore numerous blisters on his face and head. Additionally, the widow had mercilessly struck him with a broom, leaving his body marred with bruises. Upon entering, Hua Xiangyang was taken aback by the sight of him in such a woeful state. Honggang, what has happened to you? He exclaimed. Tao Honggang, aware of the camaraderie between Hua Xiangyang and Tao Huili, had never held the former in high regard. Now, injured and in a foul mood, he glared at Hua Xiangyang and retorted, Hua Xiangyang, you're not here to gloat over my misfortune, are you? I refuse to believe you haven't heard the villagers speculate about how I was harmed. Pretending to be so important, he harbored a deep disdain for the city dwellers, each one more pretentious than the last. Hua Xiangyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him from Tao Honggang's scathing remarks. However, recalling the urgency of the matter at hand, he suppressed his discomfort and said, Honggang, I only heard that Shen Qingru had splashed boiling water on you, but I had no idea your injuries were so severe. What exactly transpired? Wasn't Shen Qingru taken away for a joyful occasion? How could she have thrown boiling water at you? He posed 3 questions in quick succession, eager for any hint of information. Tao Honggang merely snorted, refusing to engage with Hua Xiangyang. Outside, Tao Huili, incensed, poked her head in and shouted, Tao Honggang, didn't you hear Xiangyang asking you a question? Have your ears grown donkey hair, rendering you deaf? Or is your throat choked with filth, preventing you from speaking? She held Tao Honggang in the lowest regard, which made her words especially cutting. Yet, Tao Honggang found himself strangely pleased by Tao Huili's presence. Surprised to see her, his eyes lit up as he said, Huili, what brings you here? Did you come to check on me because you've heard about my injuries? I'm fine. This is nothing, and I shall recover swiftly. He attempted to rise from the bed, gritting his teeth against the pain as he kicked his arms and legs, trying to convey that he was entirely unscathed. Tao Huili felt a wave of nausea at his antics and scolded, You lunatic! Whether you're fine or not has nothing to do with me. Xiangyang is asking you a question. You should honestly tell him everything you know. After her outburst, she caught sight of the blisters and bruises on Tao Honggang's face, which only intensified her revulsion, prompting her to retreat hastily. She could not risk anyone discovering her pregnancy at this stage. Despite being chastised by Tao Huili, Tao Honggang felt no anger, nor would he dare to show any disrespect to Hua Xiangyang. He coldly replied, Fine, ask what you wish to know, and I shall answer. Hua Xiangyang quickly inquired, I want to know what transpired last night. You must recount every detail. Although reluctant to comply with Hua Xiangyang's request, Tao Honggang aware that Tao Huili was still outside, patiently recounted the events in detail. However, he omitted the part about being caught eavesdropping. Instead, he claimed he had sensed that Zhao Heping might be hiding in Tao Shan's house. Hua Xianyang was unexpectedly intrigued, having uncovered a lead regarding Zhao Heping. Yet he expressed his disbelief. That can't be. Tao Shan is from Taojia village. How could he allow Zhao Heping to hide in his bridal chamber? Tao Honggang sneered. But do not forget, Tao Shan is gravely ill. His demeanor suggested that he could lose his life at any moment, even if someone were to hide inside the house. Along with the assistance of that woman surnamed Shun, would he be aware? Had I not been scalded by boiling water at the hands of Shen Qingru, I would have long since apprehended Zhao Heping. Indeed, this sentiment resonated with Hua Xianyang, who immediately concurred with Tao Honggang's assertion. Very well, I understand. Take care of your injuries, Hua Xianyang hastily advised Tao Honggang before swiftly exiting the room. Huili, let us proceed to the Tao family home. I suspect Zhao Heping is concealed within. His plan was straightforward, to locate Zhao Heping, thereby ensuring that everything would unfold according to his design. Otherwise, if he were compelled to marry Tao Huili, his future would be irrevocably tarnished. This thought ignited an urgent desire within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Xianyang, wait for me, Tao Huili called out, trailing behind him. This scene was observed by Tao Honggang, who stood at the door, his eyes ablaze with fury, grinding his teeth in frustration. Go ahead, all of you. I am eager to see how the third madam will manage to drive you out. Here I am, injured. And you, an outsider, think you can poke the tiger's den? You shall not escape unscathed. His vengeful spirit was palpable. Unable to confront Hua Xianyang directly in front of Tao Huili, he devised a scheme to use her as a means to his ends. Everyone in Taojiakan knew better than to provoke a widow, especially not the widow's lifeline, Tao Shan. Thus, he effectively delivered Hua Xianyang right to their doorstep. Provoking the widow would render the village chief powerless, and what more could be expected of his mere daughter? Hua Xianyang, as an outsider, was fated for misfortune. Satisfied, Tao Honggang reclined back inside, eagerly anticipating the news of Hua Xianyang's impending troubles. Unaware of the trap set by Tao Honggang, Hua Xianyang strode purposefully onward. Tao Huili, struggling to keep pace, eventually resorted to tugging at his shirt to slow him down. Wait a moment, do not rush so. I think it best to inform my father first. Otherwise, the third madam will surely be displeased. As the village chief's daughter, Tao Huili felt invincible in the village. Yet the widow instilled a deep-seated fear within her. She was unwilling to provoke her lightly. However, Hua Xianyang dismissed her concerns, asserting, we are merely going to see if anyone is hidden. What reason would she have to be displeased? Besides, as the village chief's daughter, and addressing her as third madam, she will surely grant you some courtesy. He was certain that the widow would not deny them the search simply because Tao Huili accompanied him. Once Zhao Heping was uncovered, they could also deal with Shen Qingru. That woman must not be allowed to leave Taojiakan alive. Very well, Tao Huili acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. She had never encountered a widow before and had mistakenly assumed that she would be treated differently than others, leading her to a flawed judgment. Unbeknownst to her, Hua Xianyang quickened his pace once more. Tao Huili clung to his arm, half draped over him as he led the way. In this era, public displays of affection were frowned upon, often labeled as indecent, especially in remote rural areas. Such intimate gestures were even more scandalous. In Taojia village, predominantly inhabited by those bearing the surname Tao, the sight of Tao Huili clinging to an outsider incited feelings of frustration and disappointment. How shameless, truly shameless. Chapter 12. A search turns violent. Indeed, what is a woman, unmarried and unbetrothed, doing so brazenly embracing a man? It is as though she has never encountered a male figure in her life. I pondered why Huili had not found a suitable match within the village, only to discover that she had taken a liking to this city dweller. What merits does this urbanite possess? He is incapable of carrying burdens or even handling a basket. He is utterly inept, reduced to mere flesh without purpose, and utter waste. The villagers harbor a profound animosity towards the educated youth from the cities. The first reason lies in their insular nature. The presence of a few urbanites seems to imbue them with an innate sense of superiority, eliciting a desire to tear them apart. Secondly, the city youths are indeed inept, committing numerous blunders. They deem practices as unsanitary or unscientific. Nonsense. Their ancestors thrived for generations without the need for outsiders to dictate their ways. Thus, when tensions escalated and the first educated youth was killed, The villagers thereafter regarded them as nothing more than walking pigs, fit only to alter their diet. However, when it comes to marrying off their own to these youths, they steadfastly refuse. Of course, Tao Huili and Tao Shan are exceptions. Hua Xianyang led Tao Huili directly to the widow's home. Is Granny San at home? Tao Huili called out from the courtyard. The widow, fearful of any mishap befalling her son, had remained vigilant at home. Hearing the commotion, she emerged from the house and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Huili," came the reply from outside the door. Inside, Zhao Heping, upon hearing Tao Huili's voice, clenched his fists tightly, recalling all that she had done in his previous life. It was this woman who had ruined his past existence. In this life, he vowed that even in death, he would not allow her to have her way. Upon recognizing it was Tao Huili, the widow approached and opened the courtyard door. Besides Tao Huili stood Hua Xianyang, which made the widow furrow her brow. As soon as Hua Xianyang saw her, he quickly explained their purpose. "Granny San, we just visited Tao Honggang, and he mentioned that Zhao Heping might be hiding in Tao Shan's home, so we intend to check." He fancied himself cultured, humble, and polite. With Tao Huili by his side, he assumed the widow would readily acquiesce. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the widow's demeanor shifted dramatically. "You're talking nonsense. I've been home, guarding outside my son's room. Not even a fly could enter, and you dare claim there's a living person hiding in there? Let Tao Honggang come speak to me directly, and see if I don't make him regret it. And who do you think you are to suggest entering my son Xiao Shan's room? His health is fragile. Are you trying to harm him?" A torrent of words, laced with indignation, spat into Hua Xianyang's face. Hua Xianyang felt utterly repulsed and quickly wiped his hands, stepping back to question, "Third aunt, is the person truly hiding in the Taosan house? We would know for certain if we searched it, wouldn't we? You say there isn't anyone, while Tao Honggang insists there is. Each has their own reasoning, but a search would reveal the truth. Don't you agree?" The widow glared at Hua Xianyang with a chilling gaze that sent shivers down his spine. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, indeed." With that, she turned and strode into the courtyard. Hua Xianyang, thinking the widow had consented, smiled at Tao Huili, saying, "All right, wait outside. If anything seems amiss, shout for help. We mustn't let Zhao Heping escape. I'll go in and search." With impatience, he entered the courtyard. However, just a few steps in, the widow charged at him, brandishing a broom. "You dare to search my son's room? I'll make you regret it," she shouted, striking Hua Xianyang across the face and body with the broom, putting all her strength into it. Hua Xianyang was knocked to the ground, dazed by the blows. The sharp pain surged through his head, face, and body. "Stop, please. Huili, help me." Coming back to his senses, he scrambled backward, his legs moving frantically as he crawled toward the courtyard's entrance. Tao Huili gasped at the sight, and, not daring to approach, shouted anxiously from outside, "Third aunt, what are you doing? Please, don't harm him. I intend to marry Xianyang. He is one of us now. Please, stop." At that moment, Hua Xianyang had managed to escape and hid behind Tao Huili. The widow, broom still raised, emerged to see Hua Xianyang cowering behind her and spat derisively, "Pa, what a coward, hiding behind a woman. If you have any guts, come out." Naturally, Hua Xianyang was too terrified to face her. The pain coursing through him made even the slightest movement agonizing, and he dared not confront the widow. Tao Huili, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Third aunt, please calm down. We only came to find the elusive Zhao Heping. We have no intention of harming Uncle Xiao Shan." According to their kinship, she should refer to Tao Shan as uncle. The widow snorted disdainfully, but ultimately, out of respect for the village chief, she refrained from further violence. "I told you, Xiao Shan is warding off evil spirits. I've been guarding him closely. No flies could enter. Do you not understand human language? You failed to keep an eye on your man, allowing him to escape, and now you dare to come to my home. What a stroke of bad luck." With that, the widow disregarded both Tao Huili and Hua Xianyang, returning indoors and slamming the courtyard door behind her. Outside, the two stood staring at one another, neither daring to knock again. "What now?" Hua Xianyang groaned, wincing at the pain as he touched his face, feeling the blood. Seeing Hua Xianyang's pitiful state, Tao Huili could no longer suppress her nausea and retched. Startled, she quickly scanned their surroundings. Many eyes were watching, and declared, "What else can we do? Let's go home and find my father." With that, she suppressed her own discomfort and hurried away, leaving the injured Hua Xianyang behind. This incited a deep-seated resentment within the inherently selfish Hua Xianyang. However, he found himself in Taojia village, under the eaves of others, and thus had no choice but to bow his head. Enduring the pain radiating through his body, he limped towards the village chief's residence. Once he departed, the widow stationed at the courtyard's entrance let out a cold snort, set down her broom, and retreated indoors. The commotion had been considerable, and the three individuals inside were fully aware of what transpired. Tao Shan whispered, "Fear not. With my mother here, no one shall dare enter my home." This was directed towards Shun Qingru and Zhao Heping, who was concealed beneath the bed. However, the widow entered first and immediately echoed, "Indeed, Shan is right. Don't be afraid, Xiao Ru. With me around, no one shall intimidate you." Ever since confirming Shun Qingru's successful wedding night, she had embraced her as part of the family. Chapter 13. Gratitude for kindness, retribution for grievances in the widow's heart. As long as Shun Qingru remained by Tao Shan's side, ensuring his survival, she would revere her like a deity. As for anyone attempting to intrude upon Tao Shan's abode, she would confront them without hesitation, whether they hailed from Taojia village or were city-bred intellectuals. None would be allowed to instill fear in Tao Shan, not even the village chief. The village chief was well aware of this, which is why he refrained from making excessive demands during his visit the previous night. To his surprise, shortly after returning home for a brief rest, his daughter followed Hua Xianyang to provoke the widow. Having spent a sleepless night, the chief's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at his daughter and Hua Xianyang. "Have you both lost your minds? I wouldn't dare provoke Aunt San, yet you audaciously seek to search her? Have you considered that if Xiao Heping dared to enter Aunt San's home, she would have discovered him by now, both last night and throughout today?" That Honggang lad was caught peeping at Shan's wedding night, which is why he received such a beating. Fearing embarrassment, he spun a web of lies to deceive you. And yet you believed him. Truly foolish, utterly foolish. He was genuinely enraged. Not only had he endured a sleepless night, but just as he finally managed to doze off, he was abruptly awakened to hear these troubling matters. Hua Xianyang and Tao Huili resembled dejected quails, their necks withdrawn, unwilling to retort. Particularly Hua Xianyang, whose exposed skin bore the marks of cruel lashes, appeared particularly pitiful. "Enough, tend to your wounds. I have arranged for people outside to take turns keeping watch. Every household in the village has someone present, ready to conduct searches at any moment. If Xiao Heping remains in the village, he will undoubtedly be unable to evade capture for 3 days. You two should remain obediently at home. Should he still not be found by then, you will go to the city or marry as required." The village chief's words were a final ultimatum, not a subject for discussion. After delivering his decree, he expelled them and sought rest once more. This time, Hua Xianyang complied, sitting on a stool while gritting his teeth as Tao Huili applied ointment to his wounds. With Xiao Heping's escape, all his meticulously crafted plans had been thrown into disarray. At this juncture, he regretted coming to Taojia village even more. In hindsight, he should never have volunteered to become a sent-down youth purely to embellish his resume with glorious experiences. Even more regrettable was discovering that Shun Qingru was also bound for the remote Taojia village, prompting him to apply for the same position. His initial intention was to achieve two objectives at once: to enhance his own illustrious background while simultaneously winning over Shun Qingru. After all, in a village so distanced from the city, where only 2 or 3 youths resided, they would inevitably rely on one another, leading to the blossoming of affection over time. Yet, as fate would have it, he could never have anticipated that this journey to Taojia village would not only fail to secure Shun Qingru's heart, but would also ensnare him in a predicament of his own making. Imagine marrying a rural woman and returning to the city. Everyone was aware of his indiscretions during his youth. The honor he sought eluded him, instead leaving him with a stain on his reputation. How could his family possibly support his ambitions for leadership under such circumstances? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Hua Xianyang let out a deep sigh. Tao Huili, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Xianyang, what troubles you? Why the long face?" An elder had once warned, "Sighing brings misfortune, refrain from such behavior." Hua Xianyang retorted, "I am already beset by misfortune. If not, how could plans so meticulously laid out go awry? Leading Xiao Heping to flee? This bafflement gnawed at him. After all, a drunken man rendered unconscious should have been easily managed. Yet he had somehow escaped from the bridal chamber and evaded the search of the entire village. It was utterly absurd. Tao Huili shrugged dismissively. "If he has run away, then so be it. What can we do? Besides, I am not particularly keen on raising a child who must call an outsider father. You are the child's true father. Hua Xiangyang felt a surge of anger rising within him. Previously, he had managed to persuade Tao Huili to heed his words. Now, after Zhao Heping's escape, she seemed to defy him. Nevertheless, he dared not show his irritation. After all, this was Taojia village. And it was through Tao Huili that he had been able to enjoy a relatively comfortable life. Disobedient youths, it was rumored, had met dire fates, while Shen Qingru had been coerced into a marriage of fortune. As for Zhao Heping, no one knew if he had perished or fled. Not a single youth who had visited Taojia village had left without complications. Hua Xiangyang was acutely aware of this, which is why he had refrained from acting recklessly while there. For now, he could only wait 3 more days to see if Zhao Heping could be located. 3 days could pass quickly. Zhao Heping lay concealed beneath the bed in the Tao Mountain house, with a widow guarding the entrance, ensuring that no outsiders could intrude, thus providing a secure refuge. After hiding for 3 days, on the 3rd night, once the widow had retired to sleep, Zhao Heping and Shun Qingru quietly began to confer. With 3 days elapsed, it was likely that the vigilance outside had begun to wane. Let us wait 1 more day to assess the situation. If nothing changes, I will attempt to escape, Zhao Heping suggested, fearing the length of the night might invite unforeseen complications. Should the widow grow suspicious and come to inspect the Tao Mountain house, neither he nor Shun Qingru would be able to flee. Let us wait for 2 more days. Just to be safe, Shun Qingru whispered. If Zhao Heping were to be captured, it would spell disaster for them both. Not only would he face death, but her fate would be even more humiliating, a fate worse than death itself. Thus, all decisions must be made with utmost caution and foresight. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Heping acquiesced. Very well, let us wait for 2 more days. 2 days hence, I shall seek an opportunity to escape. Shen Qingru, once I return to the city, I shall promptly enlist aid for your rescue. Shen Qingru had contemplated this long before, and upon hearing Zhao Heping's words, she replied, there is no need for that. I do not require your assistance in finding someone to save me. The mountains are high and the emperor far away. No ordinary person could possibly rescue me. Even if you were to gather a few individuals, they might very well never return. Reporting to the authorities is an even more futile option. I shall write a letter for you to take with you when you flee. I will instruct you on where to deliver it, and naturally, someone will come to my aid. At present, the widow has been convinced that she has consummated her union with Tao Shan. Thus, she remains in Taojia village, safe for the time being. To orchestrate my rescue, meticulous arrangements must be made. There must be no room for error. Otherwise, my entire life may very well be forfeited in this remote village. Upon hearing Shen Qingru's unwavering conviction, Zhao Heping acquiesced. They finalized their plans, awaiting the implementation in 2 days' time. Zhao Heping whispered to Tao Shan, Tao Shan, upon my return, I shall seek out a highly skilled physician. If I find him, I will bring him back to treat you. If both he and Shun Qingru manage to escape Taojia village, then Tao Shan shall be their savior. A debt of gratitude must certainly be repaid. As for those who harbor enmity, in this lifetime, Rebirth offers ample opportunity to address them gradually. Chapter 14. Escape first. Consider later Tao Shan struggled for breath, gasping like a fish deprived of oxygen. With each inhalation, he produced a hissing sound, whether from his trachea or throat. He could not discern. Good, he managed to utter, before succumbing to a violent fit of coughing. Once the coughing began, it was arduous to cease. Shen Qingru hurriedly poured some hot water into a bowl, preparing to offer it to Tao Shan. However, the widow had already sensed the commotion and burst into the room. Zhao Heping, concealed beneath the bed, instinctively held his breath. Xiao Shan, how are you? Do not frighten your mother. The widow's voice trembled, likely awakened from slumber. Her eyes unable to see in the darkness. She groped about before lighting the oil lamp. As the light flickered to life, Tao Shan happened to cough up blood. The widow collapsed onto the floor in shock. Shen Qingru was equally taken aback. Tao Shan, given your condition, we can delay no longer. We must venture into the city to seek a reputable hospital for a thorough examination and treatment. Trust me, my family has connections in the city. I can arrange for you to receive the best care from the finest doctors. Tao Shan had rescued her, and she could not stand idly by and let him perish. The widow scrambled to her feet and rushed to the bedside, sobbing. Xiao Shan, were you not feeling better just a few days ago? How has it worsened so? Her desperation was palpable. You must not frighten your mother. If we go to the city, perhaps we can truly find a cure. She evidently clung to Shun Qingru's words as a lifeline. Tao Shan, panting heavily, finally replied, "No, I fear I shall perish on the way." His frail body could scarcely endure the journey. He might not even survive the exit from the village. Were it not for the impending specter of death, he would not have been so altruistic as to save Shin Qingru and Zhao Heping. In his final moments, he was instead apprehensive of retribution. The widow understood this, and her tears flowed freely once more. Standing nearby was Shun Qingru, and beneath the bed lay Zhao Heping, both feeling a sense of unease. Fortunately, after a brief respite, Tao Shan appeared to improve somewhat, eventually succumbing to slumber. The widow, concerned for her son's well-being, remained vigilantly by the room, dozing off at the edge of the bed whenever fatigue overtook her. This predicament was quite taxing for Zhao Heping, who dared not allow himself to sleep beneath the bed, resorting instead to pinching his thigh to stave off slumber. Thankfully, as dawn approached, Tao Shan awoke and managed to persuade the widow to return to her own room for rest. With the arrival of morning, the widow sought out old Granny Gio, procuring some unknown substance that was burned to ash and mixed with water for Tao Shan to consume. After ingesting this concoction, he seemed to show signs of recovery, his coughing less severe. However, by nightfall, once his mother had retired, Tao Shan quietly confided in Zhao Heping, "Zhao Jiqing, prepare yourself. We shall escape tomorrow night. My body may not endure much longer. Should I worsen by tomorrow, Granny Gio will undoubtedly bring others, and if they find you, both you and Shun Jiqing will be doomed." Thus, even if Zhao Heping were captured after fleeing, he could still protect Shin Qingru, ensuring neither would meet a dire fate. "Very well," Zhao Heping replied, acknowledging the urgency of their situation. They could no longer afford to wait. If outsiders were to arrive, and even the slightest suspicion arose, their plans would be thwarted. The next day, Shin Qingru took pen and paper, composing a letter which she entrusted to Zhao Heping. "Once you return to the city, deliver this letter to the first steel mill and hand it directly to Secretary Song Weiman. Once delivered, you need not concern yourself with anything else. I will seek you out upon my return." The success of her escape hinged upon the delivery of this letter. Zhao Heping accepted the letter, tucking it close to his person, assuring her softly, "Rest assured, I shall deliver it without fail." Having completed their preparations, they awaited the arrival of nightfall. The widow, anxious, checked on them several times before retiring, only leaving once assured of Tao Shan's condition. At that moment, the three of them found it impossible to sleep. "In the dead of night, I will send my mother to the back of the house. Zhao Jiqing, that will be your opportunity to flee," Tao Shan whispered, suppressing his cough as he made arrangements. Zhao Heping responded quietly in agreement. As the night deepened, Tao Shan urged Zhao Heping to be ready, and began to cough violently. As anticipated, the widow was startled awake and rushed into the room. "Xiao Shan, how do you feel?" "Mother, there is someone outside the back. It startled me," Tao Shan replied, gesturing towards the rear window amidst his coughing. The widow's fury ignited instantly. Who is disturbing my Xiao Shan at this hour?" With that, she dashed outside, broom in hand, to confront the intruder. Hearing the sound of the widow pushing open the courtyard gate, Tao Shan hastily urged, "Go now." Zhao Heping crawled out from beneath the bed, ensuring the letter was still secure in his grasp, and swiftly made his way out of the house. At this hour, around 2 or 3 in the morning, the villagers were deep in slumber, the surroundings enveloped in darkness and silence. Zhao Heping sprinted from the courtyard, navigating through the alleyways, and fled towards the outskirts of the village. In this era, the alleys, reminiscent of rural houses, are characterized by their lack of planning, winding pathways, and numerous stacks of firewood. Zhao Heping, ever vigilant, would pause intermittently to observe his surroundings from concealed spots. Behind him, the irate voice of a widow echoed, suggesting she was embroiled in a quarrel. A chill of apprehension washed over Zhao Heping. Could there truly be someone lurking behind the house? If so, it would indicate that someone still suspected him of hiding within the Tao family residence. Fortuitously, he had managed to escape. Otherwise, he and Shin Qingru would have been trapped with no avenue for survival. With urgency, Zhao Heping dashed toward the outskirts of the village. The darkness beyond the village was profound, yet his memories from his past life had become strikingly vivid since his rebirth. Though the details were shrouded in obscurity, he possessed an intrinsic understanding of his surroundings. On the left side of the narrow path leading out of the village lay a solidly packed area for drying grain, while to the right sprawled a vast depression, filled with rainwater that had, tragically, claimed the lives of village children. Further along, the path meandered through the village cemetery, leading into an uninhabited stretch of road. Following this route northward would eventually lead him out of this place, toward the town where he could catch a donkey cart to the county seat. Only then could he procure a ticket to the provincial capital and onward to Beijing. The arduous journey ahead was palpable. Nonetheless, Zhao Heping's greatest concern remained the villagers of Taojia. Tao Huili, the village chief's daughter, would not relinquish her search for him, and her father would surely station guards at the village entrance. With this thought, Zhao Heping moved with utmost caution. He recalled the presence of 2 haystacks within the field. In the darkness, he risked no sound, relying solely on his memory to approach the stacks. From the village behind, indistinct murmurs and the barking of dogs filtered through the air. What was happening? Had there been commotion in the village? A voice emanated from atop the haystack, sending a jolt of fear through Zhao Heping. A second voice chimed in, speculating whether they had discovered the young intellectual. Goodness, they had presumed him to have fled for 4 or 5 days. Could he still be hiding in the village? Zhao Heping realized these were the watchers stationed by the village chief. The 2 individuals had found a vantage point atop the haystack. Grateful for his earlier caution, Zhao Heping had made no sound. Any hint of urgency or footsteps would have spelled doom. Holding his breath, he stealthily maneuvered to the rear of another haystack. Shall we return and investigate? If we capture him, we need not endure this torment any longer. Agreed, let us return and check. The pair atop the haystack conferred before sliding down to head back into the village. Zhao Heping's heart raced uncontrollably. He stifled the pounding in his chest, observing for a moment longer until he confirmed the absence of others. Only then did he emerge from behind the haystack, relying on his memory to navigate the path, initially jogging before breaking into a full sprint. As all sounds gradually faded, the only thing Zhao Heping could hear was the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. He was oblivious to how long he had been running. Feeling utterly exhausted, he paused momentarily to catch his breath before continuing his flight. Eventually, he could run no longer. Yielding to a walk, he trudged through the night until dawn broke, then onward until the sun reached its zenith, finally arriving at the town. Here, there were dedicated donkey carts and mule wagons to transport villagers to the county seat, charging a mere dime per person. To the residents of these remote rural areas, a dime was no trifling sum. If not for pressing matters, no one would willingly part with such an amount to travel to the county. Zhao Heping spent a dime and boarded the donkey cart. The cart already accommodated 5 or 6 individuals, predominantly those gravely ill, seeking medical attention in the county. The custom of the donkey cart dictated that it would only depart once sufficient passengers had gathered, necessitating a wait in the sweltering sun. After enduring 2 or 3 more individuals, the cart finally set off amidst the complaints of the passengers. The journey from the town to the county took another 3 to 4 hours. By the time Zhao Heping arrived at the county bus station, it was closing time. If he wished to leave, he would have to wait until the following day. Originally, while in Taojia village, the village chief had prepared a certificate to placate him. He could have easily used that document to secure a room for the night at an inn. However, he feared that someone from Taojia village might notice his absence and pursue him. What if he were to be discovered at the inn and forcibly returned? He dared not take the risk. Thus, after much contemplation, Zhao Heping opted to wander around the county, eventually finding a rather grand courtyard where he spent the night in a daze. The following morning, he was rudely awakened by shouts of indignation. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have found himself drenched in a chamber pot's contents. Once he arrived at the bus station, purchased a ticket to the provincial capital, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for 2 to 3 hours, the bus departed. It was only at this moment that Zhao Heping felt a profound sense of security. He had finally escaped from Taojia village. In his previous life, he had been unable to flee, his existence marred by Tao Huili and Hua Xiangyang. In this life, he had successfully evaded them, and his destiny was irrevocably altered from that of his past. Zhao Heping pondered these thoughts while remaining ever vigilant. In this era, pickpockets were rampant, especially on long-distance buses. Even the poorest households would carry sufficient funds when venturing out. Thieves and pickpockets specifically targeted these individuals, daring to pilfer even from those in slumber. Zhao Heping possessed vital documents, travel funds, and a life-saving letter penned by Shen Qingru. He could not afford to lose any of them. With unwavering vigilance, after several hours of jostling, the bus finally reached the provincial capital. Indeed, there were those who had inadvertently dozed off, awakening to lament the loss of their money. Zhao Heping could not afford to concern himself with others' woes. He swiftly inquired the location of the train station and hurried there. To his dismay, There were no direct trains to Beijing. He would first need to transfer to Shijiazhuang before securing a ticket to the capital. Zhao Heping purchased his ticket. After a protracted wait, he finally boarded the train. In this era, being able to ride a train was a source of envy and admiration. However, the condition of the train was far from satisfactory. Aside from its sluggish pace, it frequently halted for extended periods. Most importantly, it was overcrowded. Parents with children often curled up beneath the seats to provide their little ones with some comfort. The seats were filled to capacity, and the aisles were equally cramped, leaving no space to maneuver. In such crowded circumstances, pickpockets were, of course, prevalent. Zhao Heping conferred with the two individuals beside him, suggesting they take turns sleeping to mitigate the risk of theft. They acquiesced to this plan, and thus their journey continued relatively safely. 2 days later, Zhao Heping finally made his way back to Beijing. Upon seeing the familiar Beijing station, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. However, Xinxingru remained in Taojia village, a place notorious for its treachery. Zhao Heping dared not relax his vigilance and diligently sought out the first steel plant. This expansive facility employed thousands, with security personnel in the reception area armed with sidearms. Upon learning that Zhao Heping sought to speak with Secretary Song Weiman, the guards scrutinized him closely. "Who are you? What business do you have with Secretary Song?" As security personnel, they were keenly alert. Generally, outsiders were not permitted entry, especially not those seeking an audience with Secretary Song. Notably, Zhao Heping's tattered clothing and visible injuries heightened their suspicion. Zhao Heping promptly produced his identification. "Comrades, I am a sent-down youth, and this is my letter of return to the city. I have a friend, Xinxingru, who has entrusted me to deliver an important letter to Secretary Song Weiman. Please ensure that Secretary Song receives it." The guards remained cautious, extending their hands. "Where's the letter? Hand it over to me, and I will deliver it to Secretary Song," Zhao Heping quickly replied. Xinxingru emphasized that the matter is of utmost importance and insisted that I deliver the letter directly to Secretary Song. "Please convey to him that it concerns a life-or-death situation." Upon hearing that it was a matter of such gravity, the guards reassessed Zhao Heping. The bloodstains on his head indicated he had indeed encountered trouble. The security personnel of that era were predominantly veterans, imbued with a strong sense of justice, and they did not further impede Zhao Heping. "Very well, wait here while I inform Secretary Song," one guard said before swiftly entering the plant. Zhao Heping waited outside for over 20 minutes before the guard returned, jogging back to him. "Comrade Zhao, Secretary Song wishes to see you." "Thank you, comrade." Zhao Heping expressed his gratitude, and then he followed the guard to the office of Secretary Song Weiman. Chapter 16. Mother, I have returned. Secretary Song appeared quite concerned. Upon seeing Zhao Heping, he inquired, "I heard you have a letter from Xinxingru? It pertains to a life-or-death matter?" Zhao Heping quickly retrieved the letter he had kept close and handed it to Secretary Song. The moment Secretary Song opened the letter and glanced at its contents, his expression darkened. Something has indeed gone awry. How infuriating. Zhao Heping hastily interjected, "Secretary Song, the Taojia village where we were sent as youths is truly a devilish place. Incidents of youths being devoured have occurred there. Please make haste and swiftly rescue Xinjiqing." He is unaware of the connection between Secretary Song and Xinxingru. Yet a secretary of a factory housing thousands certainly possesses the capability to extricate Xinxingru. However, time is of the essence. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Secretary Song nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Very well, I will arrange it immediately. Comrade Zhao, you may return home now. Thank you for delivering the message. Once the rescue is successful, there will be ample rewards." He signaled for the security personnel to escort Zhao Ping away, providing him no opportunity to linger. Zhao Ping understood that rescuing Xinxingru would require at least 3 to 5 days, as Secretary Song needed to make arrangements and deploy personnel. Moreover, he had familial responsibilities. His father had perished on the battlefield, and his mother had fallen ill from grief, necessitating his care at home. Thus, Zhao Ping could not afford to wait and had to depart promptly. He took a bus back to the Sihiyuan where he resided. This was a 3-courtyard compound predominantly inhabited by workers from the 3rd steel plant. Zhao Ping's family occupied the rear courtyard, which consisted of 3 rooms, making it relatively spacious compared to others in the compound. Upon entering the courtyard, he startled a middle-aged woman who was just about to step out. "Who are you?" "This is a residential area. Outsiders are not permitted." Zhao Ping had spent a year in Taojia village, and his appearance was disheveled and emaciated. with tattered clothing and unkempt hair, along with dried blood on his head, rendering him unrecognizable to her. Recognizing her, he quickly exclaimed, "Aunt Lu, it's me. I am Ping." Initially fearful, Aunt Lu was taken aback upon hearing his voice. She hurriedly approached him for a closer look. "It really is you, Ping. Weren't you supposed to be serving as an honored youth? How did you end up like this?" The young man who had once volunteered to be a sent-down youth had been celebrated in the newspaper and praised by the Eastern general. How could this dashing young lad return after a year looking akin to those who fled to the city in desperation? Zhao Ping had no time to elaborate, saying, "Aunt Lu, I will explain later. I must first check on my mother." Aunt Lu then recalled Zhao Ping's father's sacrifice and his mother's illness. She nodded in urgency. Yes, do hurry back to see your mother. We've all been looking in on her. She has been too heartbroken, which has affected her health." She sighed heavily. Grateful for her concern, Zhao Ping hurried towards the rear courtyard. Along the way, he encountered several people, all casting surprised glances, but he could not pause to explain. Upon reaching his doorstep, his hand trembled as he reached to push the door open. In his previous life, he had returned home with Tao Huili, a woman who, despite her rural roots, carried herself with an air of entitlement. Inside their home, she would incessantly quarrel with him and his mother, ultimately driving his mother to her death in a fit of rage. Since that day, their marriage had been little more than a formality. Were it not for their daughter, he would have never considered keeping her. Yet, the daughter was not even his own. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Ping was resolute, having been granted a second chance at life. He had finally freed himself from that woman and returned home. And now, his mother was still alive and well. With a heavy heart and reddened eyes, he pushed open the door. "Who is it?" A frail voice emerged from the bed inside, belonging to Zhao's mother, Su Xiaoying. In that moment, Zhao Pingyi was overwhelmed with emotion as he heard his mother's voice once again, tears welling up in his eyes. "Mom, I'm back." The word mom caught in his throat, and tears streamed down his face. "Is that you, Pingyi?" Su Xiaoying exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "It is me," Zhao Pingyi replied, quickly making his way to the bedside. Upon realizing her son had truly returned, Su Xiaoying broke down in tears. "Pingyi, your father is gone. He will never come back." Since the day she married, she had lived in constant fear. She had thought that if he survived the Korean War and the anti-bandit campaigns, everything would be fine. Little did she know that in a seemingly minor conflict, he would never return. Zhao Pingyi's eyes brimmed with tears. His memories of his father were scant. He had been raised solely by his mother. The soldier had always been on the battlefield, ultimately leaving his life there. It was his father who had encouraged him to become an educated youth when he struggled to find work, deeming it an honor. Now, with his father gone and his own rebirth, he could not prevent his father's sacrifice, but he could ensure a better life for his mother. "Mom, your husband may be gone, but you still have me. I promise to care for you and never let anyone harm you again." This was a vow, a promise he swore to fulfill. Su Xiaoying held her son tightly, weeping for a while before her heartache eased slightly. Wiping her tears, she finally noticed her son's disheveled state. "Pingyi, what happened to you? You've become so thin. What happened to your head? Is that dried blood?" Alarmed, she struggled to rise. But her grief and lack of nourishment left her lightheaded, nearly causing her to faint. Zhao Pingyi quickly recognized that his mother was likely suffering from low blood sugar and rushed to support her. "Mom, don't move. I'm fine. Just wait here. I'll get you some brown sugar water." He gently assisted her onto the pillow, then hurried outside to knock on a neighbor's door, seeking brown sugar. In those times, very few households had brown sugar. However, at the second door, a plump young woman appeared. Upon hearing Zhao Pingyi's request, she immediately said, "All right, Pingyi, you go back home. I will find some and bring it to you." She was Zhu Chunmei, a widow in the courtyard, whose husband, an electrician, had died in an electrical accident at a steel mill, leaving her to care for their young son, Zhuanju. "Thank you, sister," Zhao Pingyi replied gratefully. Once he secured the brown sugar, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned home to wait. After a while, Zhu Chunmei indeed arrived with a small packet of brown sugar. Zhao Pingyi took it, poured it into a bowl, and added hot water. After cooling it slightly, he brought it to the bedside, assisting Su Xiaoying in drinking the brown sugar water. Zhu Chunmei stood by, watching intently. As Su Xiaoying slowly consumed the drink, she gradually began to feel better. "Pingyi, I'm all right now. Please set down the bowl and tell me what has happened to you. Who has treated you so harshly?" Su Xiaoying gazed at her son, her heart aching. The pain of losing her husband amplified this sorrow significantly. Chapter 17. Has someone stolen from our home? At that moment, Zhu Chunmei, who had been silently standing by, interjected. Indeed, He Ping has been away for a year. When he came to borrow some brown sugar earlier, I could hardly recognize him, even with the sound of his voice. He has become nothing but skin and bones, with injuries on his head, and he must have endured considerable suffering. Hearing this, Su Xiaoying's heart ached even more as she grasped her son's hand and inquired about the cause of his condition. Zhao Jiaping, wary of causing his mother additional worry, merely summarized, I was unwell due to the local climate, which caused my weight loss. As for the injury on my head, I fell while hurrying back home. But it's nothing to fret over, mother. Please don't worry. He felt it was best to remain silent about the happenings in Taojia village, knowing it would only distress his mother further. Given her frail condition, it was prudent to shield her from any upsetting news. Su Xiaoying, however, remained unconvinced. Without her son's explanation, she felt powerless. He Ping, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some food for you. As she spoke, she attempted to rise. Zhao He Ping quickly stopped her, saying, Mother, please remain seated. I will handle the cooking. He was indeed famished, and it seemed his mother had not eaten either. He decided to boil some rice porridge to settle their stomachs. Upon reaching the rice jar, he lifted the lid only to find it completely empty. Opening the flour container yielded the same disappointing result. There was no food left in the house. Mother, is there nothing to eat at home? What have you been subsisting on? No wonder his mother was experiencing low blood sugar. How long had it been since she last ate? Su Xiaoying's expression shifted as she recalled that while she had been sorrowfully lying down, there had still been some rice and flour in the house. How could it all be gone? Had someone from the courtyard taken advantage of her illness to steal? However, she did not wish to discuss this with her son so soon after his return. Thus, she vaguely replied, I've been bedridden for several days and have had no appetite. I didn't realize there was nothing left. He Ping, do not hurry. Wash your face and change your clothes. I will find some ration tickets and money for you, and you can go buy some rice and flour. As she spoke, she reached beneath the mattress. But as she rummaged, her expression darkened further. How could the several $10 bills and some ration tickets she had kept be missing? Zhao He Ping sensed something was amiss. Mother, is it possible that someone has stolen from our home? It took audacity to exploit his mother's grief to commit theft. Su Xiaoying, unable to conceal the truth any longer, nodded and said, Yes, the money and ration tickets are gone. I distinctly remember having 17 yuan and 64 cents, along with 3 or 4 jin of ration tickets, all kept beneath my mattress, but now they are missing. This was their family's entire savings. Zhu Chunmei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Who would do such a heartless thing? Stealing from the family of a bereaved? They must fear divine retribution for their wickedness. He Ping, go to the courtyard and shout. Even if the thief does not dare to admit it, you can still vent your anger. Zhao Heping harbored no belief in retribution, nor did he wish to engage in futile curses. In his mind, he swiftly reviewed the inhabitants of the courtyard. Such misdeeds were not typical of ordinary folk, leaving only 2 households under suspicion. One was the family of Sun Baochai in the front courtyard, a steelworker from the 3rd steel mill. In his 40s, he had lost his wife to illness and, during the 2nd year of the natural disasters, married a rural bride, bringing along his mother-in-law, Yu Tsuhua, to live in the city. This elderly woman was known for her unscrupulous ways, frequently pilfering during her visits to neighbors, and had been caught on several occasions, earning a notorious reputation in the courtyard. The other suspect was Ma Xiangdong from the back courtyard, a boy of 16 or 17, who, being the only son, had been overly indulged and had engaged in petty thefts. However, Zhao Heping, being away, was unaware of which of the 2 had committed the act. Sister-in-law, let us refrain from cursing. When 5th uncle returns from work, I shall inform him and request a meeting to investigate who has stolen from my home. 5th uncle, whose surname is Ma, was elected as the caretaker of the entire courtyard, a fair and upright man working as an adjuster at the 3rd steel mill, widely respected for his integrity. Calling for a courtyard meeting would serve as a warning, and Zhao Heping was keen to discover which of the 2, Yu Tsuehua or Ma Xiangjuan, might reveal their guilt. Zhu Chunmei nodded in agreement. Very well, when 5th uncle returns to convene the courtyard meeting, I shall assist you in voicing your grievances. I am eager to see who possesses such shamelessness. As a widow raising a child alone for several years, she had developed a fierce temperament. Zhao Heping had witnessed her wrath before. Her presence was formidable. Thank you, sister-in-law. He expressed his gratitude. He would remember this kindness. Zhu Chunmei waved her hand dismissively. What trouble? A distant relative is no match for a close neighbor. Living so near, it is only natural that we look out for one another. But you, Hepping, how is it that a university student like you has become so emaciated as a sent-down youth? This is quite pitiful. You appear to be nothing but skin and bones. I doubt many will recognize you at the courtyard meeting. In truth, Zhao Hepping had graduated from high school, which in those times was considered a respectable education. People often referred to high school graduates as university students out of habit. Before Zhao Hepping could respond to Zhu Chunmei's remarks, his mother, Su Xiaoying, who lay nearby, interjected, "Hepping, blaming your mother is futile. Lying about is not helpful. Now you've returned from afar and can't even enjoy a warm meal." Her emotions were still quite unstable, spiraling into self-pity once more. Zhao Hepping quickly reassured her, "Mother, it's all right. I still have a little money. I will go buy some rice and flour." He then turned to Zhu Chunmei, sister-in-law. "Could you please look after my mother? I shall return shortly." He possessed a few coins and several grain coupons, which his mother had given him before he left, saving them throughout the year. He had only slightly tapped into those resources on his journey back. Fortunately, he refrained from exhausting his resources, allowing him to utilize them in times of dire need. Just as he turned to leave, he was halted by Zhu Chunmei. "Hepping, you've had a long journey back and must be weary, especially with that injury on your head. Why the haste? It's merely a bit of food. I still have some 2-in-1 flatbreads and a half plate of stir-fried vegetables left. If you don't mind, I'll heat them up and bring them over. First, let us dine and then rest a while. Only when you are well rested can you attend to your father's matters and shoulder the responsibilities of the household. Wouldn't you agree?" Her sincerity resonated with Su Xiaoying, who, feeling a pang of concern for her son, quickly added, "Yes, Hepping, your sister-in-law speaks wisely. You must take care of the paperwork regarding your father's pension at the neighborhood committee, and they will also assist in arranging work for you. These tasks are yours to manage." Chapter 18. Introducing a partner? The director of the neighborhood office had personally come to discuss these matters in the past. However, at that time, she was consumed by grief and absorbed little of what was said. Therefore, it fell upon her son to handle these affairs. "Very well. I will rely on my sister-in-law," Zhao Hepping agreed, primarily because he was utterly fatigued and felt physically drained, reluctant to venture out again. As for Zhu Chunmei's assistance, he could always repay her kindness in due course. Zhu Chunmei, ever generous, remarked, "Don't be so formal with me. Just hurry and tidy yourself up. You look quite disheveled. I'll go heat the food and bring it over shortly." With that, she briskly departed. Left in the room were Su Xiaoying and her son. "Hepping, why not take some money and go to the bathhouse for a wash and change into clean clothes? I had forgotten, but I still have 10 yuan tucked away under the cabinet. I'll fetch it for you. Don't hesitate to spend it." She attempted to rise, but Zhao Hepping gently restrained her. "Mom, you still need to rest. I'll manage. I have money for the wash." Zhao Hepping could smell the unpleasant odor emanating from himself. In Taojia village, there were no facilities for bathing, not to mention hot water. Even well water was a precious commodity. The villagers often went long periods without bathing, considering a rain shower in summer as sufficient. He had sneaked in a few washes, but they did little to resolve the lingering issue of cleanliness. A proper soak was essential, thus, the expenditure was justified. After ensuring his mother was comfortable, Zhao Hepping gathered 2 changes of clothes along with toiletries, his toothbrush and shampoo, and left the courtyard, making his way to the bathhouse at the street corner. A bath ticket cost 15 cents, and some people would soak for the entire day. However, Zhao Hepping, being in such an unsanitary state, opted for a 20-cent first-class ticket, allowing him private use of the tub without disturbing others. As he soaked and scrubbed, his thoughts lingered on his mother. He hastened his wash, careful not to wet the injury on his head, which remained stained with dried blood. After cleaning up and donning fresh attire, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clutching his soiled clothes, Zhao Hepping made a brief stop at the clinic before returning home. Although the wound on his head no longer bled, the injury remained, and if not treated properly, it might lead to lingering consequences. Fortunately, the old doctor examined it and found no serious issues. He trimmed away the hair matted with dried blood, cleaned the wound, applied medicinal powder, and bandaged it up. It was a matter resolved. After tending to his injury, Zhao Hepping returned to the courtyard, clutching his tattered clothes. Within the courtyard, those at home were already aware of Zhao Hepping's return. 3 or 4 middle-aged women had gathered at his home, conversing with Su Xiaoying. Upon seeing Zhao Hepping enter, they greeted him warmly. "Is Hepping back? He has indeed lost weight. I told you, Living in such a remote rural area cannot compare to our city conditions. Indeed, it's clear he has endured considerable hardships. But it's good that he is back. Now his mother can rest easy with him around. You're right. Hepping is no longer young. It would be best for him to settle down, marry, and have children. Then his mother will have no worries. My niece's granddaughter would be a suitable match. I can bring her over for you to meet. Speaking of which, I think my elder uncle's granddaughter would also be a good match for Hepping. She has graduated from high school, and both of them are university students, quite compatible. The women, while chatting, surprisingly took on the role of matchmakers. A year ago, when Zhao Hepping was home, they had not been this enthusiastic. Thank you, ladies. But I already have a partner. Once she returns to the city, we will marry. Zhao Hepping thought of Shin Qingru. He wondered if Secretary Song had begun his humanitarian efforts yet. He resolved to finish his family matters before seeking out Secretary Song for inquiries. You have a partner? Huang Dama, who had suggested her niece, expressed surprise. Lu Dama, who had proposed her elder uncle's granddaughter, also found it peculiar. Wait, Hepping, didn't you spend the last year in a remote countryside as a sent-down youth? Where did this partner come from? Surely, she isn't just a country girl? Why did they find it so hard to believe? After a year in the countryside, could Zhao Hepping truly fancy a rural woman, especially from such a distant place? Perhaps they thought he felt entitled to a better woman, having received a significant compensation and a job allocation, and was thus fabricating an excuse. Zhao Hepping clarified. My partner is not from the countryside. She is a fellow sent-down youth who went to the same place as I did. She should be returning soon. And when she does, we will marry. He had already promised to marry Shin Qingru, and they had indeed consummated their relationship. Thus, their marriage was a settled matter. The women exchanged glances, and Su Xiaoying had just heard her son mention this. However, it was a joyous occasion, whether male or female sent-down youth. It was an honorable match. The women quickly lost interest in their conversation. At that moment, Zhu Chunmei entered with dishes in hand. Come, Hepping, it's time to eat. Your aunt insisted on waiting for your return. I was afraid it would get cold, so I kept it in the pot. When I saw you arrive, I added more fuel to the fire. She placed the dishes on the table, along with 2 flatbreads atop the vegetable platter. Several middle-aged women exchanged glances and remarked, It's time for your meal. We shall return later. Indeed, with Hepping just back, he ought to have a proper meal. The group, not wishing to linger any longer, promptly exited. Zhao Hepping saw them off, and then returned to assist Su Xiaoying in getting out of bed so they could dine together. Su Xiaoying was unable to eat much herself. Instead, she watched her son eat with curiosity, inquiring, Hepping, is what you just said true? Have you truly started a relationship with a female educated youth? Is she from Beijing? How old is she? What is her name? What does her family do? Zhao Hepping felt compelled to interrupt his mother's barrage of questions, saying, Mother, let us eat first. As for my partner, once she returns to the city, I shall bring her to meet you, and you can ask her directly. How does that sound? With no other choice, Su Xiaoying had to set many of her questions aside for the moment. After their meal, Zhao Hepping went to the grain station to purchase some rice to take home. Later that evening, observing the workers return from the courtyard, he sought out Master Ma Wu, recounting the illness of his mother and the theft of their money and grain. Master, my mother was ill at the time, so she did not know who took it. I would appreciate it if you could convene a meeting to address this matter. If the thief returns the items voluntarily, our family will not pursue the issue further. He had not anticipated that the thief would actually return anything, but felt it necessary to have Master Ma Wu hold a meeting to discern who might reveal themselves. Chapter 19. It's you. Master Ma Wu, known for his integrity, immediately responded, Hepping, rest assured, I will notify everyone to gather for a meeting. Who could be so heartless? Let me find out who it is. If I do, I shall report them to the authorities. He hurriedly went out, finding a child from each household to assist in notifying everyone of the meeting. At that moment, the workers were just finishing their shifts, many still in their work attire, and were puzzled by the call for a meeting. It had been a long time since the courtyard had convened a general assembly. What could have happened? We shall find out in the front yard shortly, they speculated. Since Master Ma Wu had called the meeting, it must be significant, and they quickly gathered. Typically, for such meetings, each household would send a representative. However, out of curiosity regarding the matter at hand, nearly everyone who was home came out. In the front yard, Sun Baochai's mother-in-law, Yu Tsuohua, and Ma Xiangdong from the backyard were also present. Upon seeing these 2 individuals, potential suspects, emerge, Zhao Hepping felt a sense of relief. If they had not appeared, his plan of intimidation would have faltered. Soon, everyone congregated in the front yard. Master Ma Wu surveyed the crowd, noting that most had arrived, then cleared his throat to address them. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss a serious issue. As you all know, He Ping's father has become a martyr. During the days when He Ping's mother fell ill, someone, lacking any sense of decency, stole the rice and money from their household. What sort of behavior is this? Stealing from a martyr's family. What kind of person would do such a thing? Therefore, I am holding this meeting to remind anyone who has taken anything to return it promptly. Otherwise, I will report this to the police, and the consequences could be severe. He too was uncertain of the identity of the thief, thus resorting primarily to intimidation. Upon hearing the news, the residents of the courtyard began to murmur among themselves, astonished that such an incident could occur. How could one have the heart to steal from the family of a deceased soldier? Especially with Zhao He Ping absent and his mother, Ms. He Ping, in a state of grief and illness? Who could be so heartless as to pilfer from their home? Indeed, it was unthinkable. The very notion of taking from a family in mourning, particularly one as fragile as Ms. He Ping's, was utterly reprehensible. Who could possibly lack the decency to refrain from such actions? I too have visited Ms. He Ping. If I cannot find the culprit, do I not risk bearing suspicion myself? Indeed, I have also paid a visit. It is common courtesy to check on one another in a shared courtyard. Yet it remains a mystery as to who has such unclean hands to commit theft. As the crowd's chatter escalated, Zhao He Ping's gaze remained fixated on Yu Cuihua and Ma Xiangdong. Yu Cuihua, cradling her daughter's child, Sun Youfu, played with her grandson, seemingly unaffected by the commotion. Meanwhile, Ma Xiangdong leaned casually against a wall, his demeanor nonchalant, showing no signs of alarm. After a moment of silence, Fifth Master grew impatient, remarking, "What? Are you all too cowardly to own your actions? I have stated that theft from the family of a soldier will be reported to the authorities, who will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. When they apprehend the perpetrator, there will be no chance for redemption." His gaze swept across the crowd. Yet, it was evident that the thief would not be compelled to confess simply by a few words. Zhu Chunmei emerged from the throng, raising her voice to declare, "Fifth Master, anyone who dares to steal from He Ping's family has long since lost their shame. Those devoid of honor will not heed your words. The one who stole from the family of a soldier is indeed despicable. They may refuse to admit their guilt, but let them not believe that they will escape unscathed. Those who take what is not theirs will surely face retribution. Such individuals, born of shame, will bear no offspring and will leave no legacy behind." Her final statement was particularly harsh, implying that children born of such shame would be cursed, destined to leave no descendants. In this day and age, such words, regardless of which were uttered, could not be tolerated. Zhao He Ping observed as Yu Cuihua's expression darkened, while Ma Xiangdong's face grew grim, veins bulging upon his forehead. Intriguingly, it seemed both were guilty. Unexpectedly, Zhu Chunmei's scathing remarks were proving effective. She continued her tirade, mentioning poverty and the fate of those who are cursed with no descendants. As her words intensified, the faces of Yu Cuihua and Ma Xiangdong grew increasingly ashen. Nevertheless, the two remained composed, fully aware that admitting guilt would not only tarnish their reputations, but could also lead to their arrest. Thus, they endured Zhu Chunmei's accusations without revealing themselves. Zhao He Ping could not help but admire their restraint, pondering what they had stolen that would provoke such vitriol. However, it was enough for him to ascertain their guilt. He would settle the score with them in due time. The others in the courtyard were not oblivious either. Noticing Zhao He Ping's unwavering gaze on Yu Cuihua and Ma Xiangdong, and the unusual pallor of their faces, they began to connect the dots. Amidst the murmurs and pointed fingers, Yu Cuihua could no longer contain herself. With a glare, she declared, "Enough, enough. If you have the guts, report it to the police. Holding a meeting in the courtyard is not for listening to a widow's rants. My family is fortunate, yet we go hungry. If there is nothing else to discuss, let us disperse and not waste everyone's time." Zhao Heping, initially convinced that neither of the two would dare to speak up, was taken aback by Yu Cuihua's outburst. This, however, made things easier for him. He stepped forward and said, "Aunt Yu, Zhang's wife is accusing me of stealing from her home. Why are you so incensed? Does my family's loss have anything to do with you?" Instantly, all eyes shifted to Yu Cuihua. Since her arrival at the courtyard, she had not shied away from petty theft. Observing her reaction, the crowd quickly came to a consensus about her involvement. Yu Cuihua exploded with indignation. "Zhao Heping, you're talking nonsense. I said I don't want to hear a widow's ranting. How does that relate to your family's missing items? You wretched creature. No wonder your father has passed. It's all retribution. At her words, Zhao Heping's demeanor shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he charged at her and slapped her across the face. The sound was sharp and resonant. Despite his slender frame, years of labor in Taokai village had bestowed upon him considerable strength. The blow sent Yu Tsuehua, clutching her child, crashing to the ground, leaving a distinct handprint on her cheek. The child, named Yufu, immediately let out a wail. The crowd erupted in commotion. Sitting on the ground, Yu Tsuehua gingerly touched her cheek, disbelief etched on her face. Zhao Heping, you little rascal, how dare you hit me? What is wrong with hitting you? Zhao Heping stepped closer, towering over her. My father is a martyr, and my mother and I are bereaved. You insult martyrs and their families. This is what you deserve. And not only will I strike you, but I will also report you to the police. Prepare to be detained. Chapter 20. The police take action with that. Zhao Heping turned on his heel and strode away. To insult a hero is a grave offense. Although Yu Tsuehua had only uttered a single curse, it was sufficient grounds for detention. The residents of the courtyard were still processing the shock of Zhao Heping's actions when they were further astonished. However, given their disdain for Yu Tsuehua, no one came to her aid. Having emerged from the countryside, she was accustomed to throwing tantrums and hurling insults without consequence, completely oblivious to the possibility of detention for her words. At this moment, she remained unaware of the gravity of her situation, still seated on the ground, hurling insults. Zhao Heping, you little scoundrel, stop trying to intimidate me. What is wrong with my single curse? You laid hands on me first. I am an elder. Your willingness to strike me shows you were born of a mother, but raised without one. This provocation could not be tolerated by the elder Mr. Wu nearby. Aunt Yofu, you should really keep quiet. Zhao Heping's actions are well-deserved. If you continue to insult him, when the police arrive, your transgression will only worsen. Within the courtyard, the presence of yet another elderly woman was becoming increasingly burdensome. Yu Tsuehua, still unconvinced, sat on the ground wailing. Oh, why is my life so miserable? After finally escaping the famine and coming to the city, a little scoundrel dares to strike me. In all my years, I have never been so bullied. She cried out for Baokai, her son-in-law, come out quickly. Her wails grew louder. Son Baokai, who lived in the front courtyard, had just returned home from work at the steel mill. As a steel worker, the labor was physically demanding, and having crossed the age of 40, he was exhausted and did not attend the community meeting. His wife, Song Guechin, was preparing dinner. Upon hearing Yu Tsuehua's anguished cries, the couple rushed out of their home. Seeing their daughter and son-in-law, Yu Tsuehua wailed even more fervently, Baokai, didn't you promise to let me stay with you and take care of me like a son? Look at what that little scoundrel Zhao Heping has done to me. My face is all swollen. If I hadn't protected Yufu, that brat might have struck him too. What are you going to do about it? Son Baokai, upon hearing this, became displeased and immediately began to search for Zhao Heping. Where is he? If we don't resolve this matter today, don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Chunmei, standing nearby, snickered. Brother son, how do you intend to be rude? I advise you to first inquire about what your mother-in-law did before you proceed. You wouldn't want the police to arrive and take you away as well. The police? How does this involve the police? Son Baokai was taken aback and quickly asked the nearby Ma Wuya, finally learning the whole story. Oh, mother, how could you say such things? He simply didn't show up for the community meeting. This mother-in-law truly knows how to stir up trouble. Realizing this, he hastily handed their son to his wife. Yu Tsuehua remained unconvinced. What does that have to do with anything? That little scoundrel hit me. I've never been struck like this before. It's a great humiliation that I cannot let slide. Son Baokai, feeling frustrated, understood that Zhao Heping had already reported to the police, and there was no escaping the consequences. He said, exasperated, fine, when the police arrive, you can tell them just that. Let us see if they have the patience to listen to your nonsense. Before long, the police arrived. The facts were clear, and there were numerous witnesses. Yu Tsuehua continued to wail and was promptly taken away. The community meeting in the courtyard reached its conclusion. That little brat Zhao Heping had become tougher after spending a year in the countryside. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. Indeed, he had been shy before, but after a year away, he had completely transformed. He didn't hesitate to strike Son Baokai as mother-in-law and immediately threatened to call the police, showing no regard for sentiment. He deserved it, after all. Who told Son Baokai as mother-in-law to insult Heping's parents, especially when Heping's father was a martyr? Without a father, Zhao Heping was now the only man in the family. And if he didn't toughen up, he wouldn't be able to support them. It was for the best that Sun Baokai's mother-in-law was taken away, preventing her from causing further trouble in the courtyard. As the crowd discussed the events, they gradually dispersed. Zhao Heping expressed his gratitude to Zhu Chunmei, acknowledging that if it weren't for her outburst, Yu Tsuehua would not have lost her temper and made a scene. Zhu Chunmei, however, remained utterly unconcerned. "Peace," she remarked. "I have already told you not to stand on ceremony with me. Just take good care of your aunt and live a happy life. If you encounter any difficulties that I can assist with, I will certainly lend a hand." Such sentiment was indeed rare within the confines of their courtyard, especially in this tumultuous year of 1963, where the lingering effects of 3 years of natural disasters weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Each household was preoccupied with their own struggles, closing their doors and calculating their own paths. A widow, already burdened with raising her children, still thought of helping others, which deeply impressed Zhao Heping. In a previous life, Zhu Chunmei had offered him some assistance, though it was scant. On 2 occasions, she had been discovered by Tao Huili, who relentlessly berated her, accusing Zhu Chunmei of being shameless for seeking out another woman's man. The harshness of her words was unrelenting. Zhu Chunmei, known for her sharp tongue, had remained silent at the time. Reflecting on it now, Zhao Heping pondered that her silence might have been a gesture of preserving his dignity rather than fear of Tao Huili. "Sister-in-law, should your family ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out," Zhao Heping assured her. "I will certainly help in any way I can." He felt confident that with his precise understanding of the future, all he desired would come to fruition. When the time arrived, he would generously repay those who had once aided him. Zhu Chunmei smiled, responding, "That sounds wonderful. As long as you are not deterred by the fact that I am a widow and may bring trouble, we can assist one another in times of need." Zhao Heping chuckled in reply, "That is of no concern. Once my partner returns to the city, we shall marry. You can get to know each other better, and our families can support one another, free from gossip." Zhu Chunmei was taken aback by his revelation. "Heping, you have a partner?" This was the first time she had heard him speak of such matters. Zhao Heping nodded, stating, "Yes, my partner is a fellow educated youth from my locality. She should return to the city in a couple of days. Once she does, we will wed." The mention of Shen Qingru reminded him of their wedding night, how one chamber led to another, and by a twist of fate, he had inadvertently committed to marriage. Yet, he felt no regret. Shen Qingru was not Tao Huili. He was genuinely willing to marry her. Seeing the smile that played upon Zhao Heping's lips, Zhu Chunmei nodded. "That's quite good. Once you marry, your mother will be at ease. And when you have a child, you will truly enjoy a blissful life. I regard you as my own brother. Your happiness brings me joy as well." Chapter 21. Choosing a career. As Zhu Chunmei spoke, a smile adorned her face, though it was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Zhao Heping understood that her life as a widow must have been fraught with challenges. Thus, he reassured her, "Indeed, sister-in-law, we shall all find better days ahead." Zhu Chunmei nodded, fell silent, and turned to return home. Zhao Heping likewise made his way home, recounting all that had transpired in the courtyard to Su Xiuying. Upon hearing his account, Su Xiuying remarked, "Indeed, that Sun Baochai's mother-in-law has visited our home. I vaguely recall hearing her voice. Unforeseen circumstances led to the revelation that she would pilfer from our home." Zhao Heping let out a cold laugh, asserting that those who dared to steal must face the consequences. The mother-in-law of Sun Baochai had been apprehended, and there was also a Ma Xiangdong, who was certainly involved in the theft as well. Now that Yu Tsuehua had already been captured, only Ma Xiangdong remained, which would be easier to resolve. Zhao Heping recalled from his previous life that this young man harbored grand ambitions. In his pursuit of becoming a notorious figure, he conspired with his father, Ma Yongshou, who worked at the steel mill, to steal scrap materials from the factory for sale. This not only provided financial means to win people's allegiance, but also improved the living conditions of his family. The Ma Xiangdong household consisted of 7 members, relying solely on the salary of Ma Yongshou to survive. In most families, one person's income would barely suffice to support 7. Yet the Ma family thrived due to the stolen scrap materials. Eventually, they even garnered a considerable following through the profits from the stolen goods, enabling Ma Xiangdong to ascend as a prominent ruffian. It was only during the crackdown that he was apprehended, and the theft of scrap materials was subsequently exposed. Zhao Heping vividly remembered that at the time, the newspapers published a detailed report stating that Ma Xiangdong, in collusion with his father, had embezzled state assets for nearly 2 to 3 decades. Calculating the timeline, it was clear that the theft had commenced long ago. Now, with Ma Xiangdong audacious enough to steal from his home, Zhao Heping did not mind if this matter were to be disclosed prematurely. That very night, he penned a letter of denunciation, which he discreetly deposited into the suggestion box at the entrance of the steel mill. The following morning, Zhao Heping rose early, armed with the necessary documents, and proceeded to the street office to address matters concerning his father's compensation and work arrangements. Director Wang of the street office, having recognized Zhao Heping due to his previous role as a sent-down youth, greeted him warmly. "Heping, you've returned to the city? I had intended to visit your home in the next couple of days, but it seems you've come first." She invited Zhao Heping to sit down and retrieved his file, presenting him with a certificate of sacrifice for servicemen. A uniformly issued compensation certificate from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a plaque recognizing the honor of the martyr's family, and some monetary compensation. "Heping, we adhere to the unified standards set by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The compensation for revolutionary martyrs varies between 150 to 650 yuan based on different ranks. Your father served for many years as a squad leader and sacrificed himself during a mission. Thus, in accordance with regulations, the compensation has been set at a higher tier, amounting to 450 yuan. Please verify if this is correct," Director Wang said, extending the money to Zhao Heping. During this era, a one-time compensation distribution system was in effect, meaning that upon issuance, the matter was concluded, as opposed to later systems that allowed for periodic payments. Zhao Heping accepted the money without counting it, knowing it was earned through his father's sacrifice, rendering any counting unnecessary. "Director Wang, I trust the street office. There is no need to count. Now let us discuss my work arrangements." In this age, speculation was not permitted, and one must guard against the winds of change anticipated in 3 years. Thus, the choice of employment was paramount. Zhao Heping believed that being a worker was the best safeguard. However, the specific type of work required careful consideration. Director Wang nodded upon hearing Zhao Heping inquire about work and said, "Very well, allow me to introduce you to several job options currently available. In this day and age, finding employment is exceedingly challenging. A multitude of individuals are vying for a limited number of positions, leaving little room for choice. However, due to Zhao Heping's status as a martyr's dependent, he is afforded special consideration. Director Wang possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding all the factory opportunities, making it easy for him to enumerate them. The first option is the third steel rolling mill, where most residents of your courtyard are employed. The factory's manager, Mr. Han, a veteran, is quite attentive to your situation. He has mentioned that should you choose to join, you would have the liberty to select your role, even if you prefer an office position. The second option is the chemical factory. Given your high school diploma, that environment would be considerably less demanding. The third option is the first machine tool factory, one of the foremost state-owned enterprises in the capital, known for its significant contributions to the nation, offering more favorable compensation than the previous two. The fourth option is the second steel rolling mill, which, however, is quite distant from your courtyard. If you have a bicycle, it may be manageable. Otherwise, it would be more prudent to opt for the third steel rolling mill to minimize your commute. In a previous life, Zhao Heping had chosen the chemical factory, believing it would provide him with valuable technical expertise for better career advancement. Unfortunately, it turned out to be perilous, and he narrowly escaped numerous accidents, ultimately suffering from a decline in his immune system, which led to allergic pneumonia. This ailment would strike him during work hours, but leave him unharmed on weekends or holidays. Consequently, he departed the workforce early, ultimately amassing wealth. Yet it was all in vain, as it merely served to benefit Tao Huili and Hua Xiangyang. Thus, in this new life, the chemical factory is unequivocally off the table. After contemplating his options, Zhao Heping stated, "Director Wang, I choose the third steel rolling mill. It is the closest to the courtyard, allowing me to care for my family." The third steel rolling mill would merely serve as a transitional phase. Once the tumultuous times have passed, he would be free to pursue his genuine aspirations. Director Wang nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, since you have made your decision, I will call Manager Han shortly. Tomorrow is a rest day, and he may not be at the factory, so let us aim for the day after. You can go directly to him. He will arrange everything for you." "Thank you, Director Wang." Zhao Heping expressed his gratitude, clutching the certificates, the condolence payment, and some cash as he exited the street office. With matters settled and employment arranged, he finally anticipated a stable and peaceful existence. His only lingering concern was for Shun Qingru, who remained in Taojia village. He wondered whether Secretary Song would successfully rescue her. Contemplating Shin Qingru stirred a complex mix of emotions within Zhao Heping. They were the most familiar strangers. He was unaware of her family's circumstances. Yet they had verbally committed to marriage and shared a marital bond. Once Shin Qingru returned to the city, they would need to spend more time together. As Zhao Heping pondered these thoughts, he meandered back to the courtyard. Inside, those who needed to work had already left, and a few elderly women were gathered, chatting idly. Upon seeing Zhao Heping return, they all surrounded him. Heping, did you go to the street office to collect the condolence payment? Indeed. How much did they give you in total? Is there a martyr's plaque for your family on the street? What job have they arranged for you? Chapter 22. The security department arrives. Gossip is the very essence of these old ladies. At this moment, they surrounded Zhao Heping, chattering inquisitively. This was not a matter requiring secrecy. Zhao Heping briefly displayed the plaque he was holding to the ladies, then proceeded to discuss the compensation and job arrangements. Upon hearing this, the women began to debate. Over 400 yuan? That's quite substantial. The boy from the Lin family on the front street enlisted in the construction corps and sacrificed his life just 6 months in. And the government only compensated him with 150 yuan. Wait, what do you mean by sacrificed? He died of illness. The government provides a one-time compensation of 150 yuan for soldiers who pass away due to illness. Oh, I see. I wondered why there was such a discrepancy. But now that Heping has secured a position at the steel mill, he won't have to endure the hardships of being a sent-down youth in the remote countryside. Indeed, if he had been assigned work sooner, he wouldn't have had to suffer through that ordeal. The term sent-down youth refers to urban intellectuals who were sent to rural areas for labor. This program began in 1955, albeit on a small scale, with a few individuals being glorified as exemplary models. Upon returning to the city, these youths would have a special note in their files indicating their significant contributions to the nation's construction and defense, which also provided them with an advantage in job placement. Consequently, many youths who volunteered later did so primarily for the prospect of securing a decent job upon their return. There were also those driven by passion, like Shin Qingru, who sought to contribute to the nation's endeavors. Zhao Heping's decision was influenced by a letter from his father. Despite being absent for many years, that man held absolute authority in the household. On the other hand, Hua Xiangyang became a sent-down youth to enhance his credentials, harboring grand ambitions of gradually entering politics upon his return. Thus, he viewed the choice to become a sent-down youth as an opportunity to bolster his profile. In his previous life, Zhao Heping's experience as a sent-down youth was marred by the schemes of Tao Huili and Hua Xiangyang. After being reborn, he narrowly escaped death in Tao's village. Therefore, this new experience as a sent-down youth felt like a trial for him. At this moment, unwilling to delve further into the topic, he addressed the ladies. Please continue your conversation. I shall return home to check on my mother. With that, he cradled his belongings and made his way to the backyard. Once he departed, the women resumed their discussions. Did you see that? Zhao Heping is holding the Honorable Martyr's plaque. Once it is hung up, anyone who dares to provoke their family will be apprehended immediately. Indeed, martyrs are under the protection of the state. With Zhao Heping's job and the 450 yuan he received, it will be difficult for him to lead a poor life from now on. That is true. Just yesterday, I mentioned introducing my aunt's granddaughter to Zhao Heping. But he said he already has a partner. What a pity. The women's minds were filled with thoughts of the Honorable Martyr's plaque, the substantial compensation, and the secure position in a state-owned factory. To possess all these in this era was akin to holding a prized gem. Presently, the average salary for ordinary workers barely exceeds 20 yuan a month, often with the burden of supporting multiple family members, leaving little room for savings. Zhao Heping, however, stands apart. He currently possesses 450 yuan and is about to commence employment at a state-owned factory. Additionally, he has 3 rooms at home, and his mother is available to assist with childcare and household chores. Any woman who marries him would undoubtedly lead a life of comfort. Unfortunately, he is already involved with someone, a female educated youth. One wonders how this young woman, dedicated to serving her country, finds the time to pursue romantic interests. Perhaps she is incapable of performing her duties and has enlisted Heping's help. Upon returning to the city, she might well abandon her plans to marry him. But honestly, given Heping's current situation, any woman with her wits about her would not reconsider such an opportunity. A man of Zhao Heping's caliber is exceedingly rare to find. As long as that young woman is not foolish, she would not change her mind. Several aunts, each with relatives eager to introduce them to Zhao Heping, felt a deep sense of regret at this moment. Just then, Song Guichin, the wife of Sun Baokai, emerged from the house, her demeanor sour as she hung up laundry, muttering curses under her breath. Just wait, your comeuppance will come. You scoundrel, returning only to report me. With such a black heart, your fate will surely be sealed. The aunts exchanged glances, fully aware that she was undoubtedly cursing Zhao Heping. After all, Heping was a war hero, and just yesterday, Song Guichin's mother, Yutsuhua, had suffered for uttering a single word against him, resulting in her being beaten and reported to the authorities. How could Song Guichin dare to speak so boldly today? Well, I have matters to attend to at home. I shall take my leave, one aunt stated. I'll accompany you. I still have to wash my pots and bowls at home. Fearing repercussions, the aunts hastily departed. Left behind, Song Guichin wore a grim expression. Because of Zhao Heping's report, her mother had been detained for half a month, and this was supposedly a lenient outcome. During the 3 years of natural disasters, only she and her mother had survived the famine. After fleeing to the city, as a young woman of 18 or 19, she had married the widower Sun Baokai, who was over 40, in a desperate bid for survival. Once settled, she vowed to protect her mother and shield them from any further suffering. Yet, to her dismay, upon Heping's return to the courtyard, he had sent her mother to detention. How could Song Guichin not be enraged? Zhao Heping, you have brought this upon yourself. Just wait. Though you are set to join the steel mill, I will ensure you do not have an easy time of it. She seethed inwardly, wishing she could tear him apart, though she dared not act on it. With the honor of being a war hero at play, all her schemes had to remain hidden. In the midst of her fury, a formidable group entered the courtyard, armed and exuding a menacing aura. Upon spotting Song Guichin, they inquired, "Comrade, we are from the security department of the 3rd Steel Mill. Could you please direct us to Ma Xiangdong's residence?" Song Guichin, who had been seething with anger just moments before, instantly turned timid upon witnessing the armed security personnel, their imposing demeanor striking fear into her heart. Trembling, she stammered, "Ma Xiangdong lives in the backyard." She dared not inquire about the reason for their visit. "Let us proceed to the backyard," commanded the leader, brandishing his firearm. In this era, the authority of the security department eclipsed even that of the police. Most people in later generations possess little understanding of security departments, often misinterpreting them as mere gatekeepers or security guards in modern enterprises, which is a grave misconception. During this time, the security departments of state-owned factories wielded significant power. They were responsible for matters ranging from a lost onion to domestic disputes, and even espionage. It was entirely normal for security personnel to be armed. For instance, the security department of the 3rd Steel Rolling Mill was equipped with a 56-style 145 anti-aircraft machine gun. Anyone encountering them would feel a palpable sense of dread. Chapter 23. Is it possible to bring your father's body back? The security personnel, akin to ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, made their way directly to the backyard. Upon entering, they fortuitously spotted Zhao Heping emerging from a room, carrying soiled laundry. The leader of the security team promptly inquired, "Comrade, we are from the security department of the 3rd Steel Rolling Mill. Could you direct us to Ma Xiangdong's residence?" Upon realizing they were from the security department, Zhao Heping understood the gravity of the situation. His report had undoubtedly been uncovered. They had come to apprehend someone. He gestured with his hand, and the team swiftly surged forward, entering Ma Xiangdong's home and binding all the inhabitants without uttering a word. Ma Xiangdong, along with his 2 sisters, 1 younger sister, mother, and grandmother, were all apprehended. "On what grounds are you arresting us?" They protested. "What law have we violated?" "Wait, this is my home. You cannot search it indiscriminately. Who authorized your presence? Explain yourselves." They were bewildered, shouting in confusion. Only Ma Xiangdong, observing as the security personnel accurately uncovered the money he and his father had hidden, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His mind raced with thoughts of the stolen scrap metal. Surely, he had been discovered. The residents of the courtyard, hearing the commotion, gathered around. "What trouble has the Ma family gotten into?" "I have no idea, only that it's the factory security department. If they can come in and arrest someone, it must be serious." How frightening. Searching everywhere. Could it be that they stole something from the factory? The crowd buzzed with speculation about the Ma family's predicament. The security personnel conducted a thorough search of the premises, leaving no corner unexamined. They uncovered 400 to 500 yuan, which left Ma Xiangdong's mother and his sisters in shock. Where could they have amassed such wealth? After completing their search, the security personnel escorted the Ma family, preparing to return to the security office for further interrogation. As they exited their home, the family, resembling mourners, encountered a throng of onlookers in the courtyard. Their heads bowed in humiliation, rendered speechless. Only Ma Xiangdong emerged, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings, and immediately spotted the onlooker, Zhao Heping. A sudden thought struck him, and he shouted, "Zhao Heping, was it you?" He believed he had executed the theft of scrap materials flawlessly. How could Zhao Heping return the very next day and the security department be aware of the incident? Just yesterday, upon his return, Zhao had called for a meeting, discussing the theft at home, keeping a vigilant eye on him throughout. It was difficult to dismiss the notion that today's affair might not be an act of retribution from Zhao Heping. Ma Xiangdong's accusation drew the attention of the onlookers, all eyes now upon Zhao Heping. Yet, Zhao remained composed, gazing at Ma Xiangdong, and coldly replied, "Ma Xiangdong, I do not comprehend what you are saying." His demeanor revealed no signs of wrongdoing. Ma Xiangdong furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his skepticism. However, upon reflection, he recalled that during Zhao Heping's time at home, he had shown little interest in matters beyond his studies. After graduating high school, he volunteered to become a sent-down youth, spending a year in a remote village. Such a person could hardly possess knowledge of his actions. With this thought, his doubts about Zhao Heping began to dissipate. With a derisive snort, he was taken away by the security personnel. The residents of the courtyard buzzed with speculation, eager to uncover what had transpired at the Ma household. Only Zhu Chunmei, who had been standing beside Zhao Heping, leaned in closer and whispered, "Heping, did you truly do it?" As she gestured subtly towards the Ma family. Zhao Heping smiled and shook his head, saying, "Sister-in-law, I have just returned and know nothing of what has happened. What could I possibly have done? Only a fool would admit to such things." Ma Xiangdong, who spent his days mingling with unsavory characters, used money to win people over. He associated with those who were reckless, treating brushes with the law as a badge of honor. If he were to confess, although Ma Xiangdong had been apprehended, those individuals would cling to him like a persistent shadow, bringing endless trouble to his family. This was the very reason behind his secret report. Avoiding trouble in life was his foremost consideration before undertaking this action. "Well, if it's not you, then so be it," Zhu Chunmei conceded, not pressing further. Instead, she noticed the soiled clothes in Zhao Heping's hands and inquired, "Oh, coincidentally, I need to wash some clothes too. May I wash those for you? You're a big man, with a head injury no less, and you likely cannot do it yourself. Don't wash them only to have them turn out still dirty, wasting soap in the process." As she spoke, she smiled, revealing her bright white teeth, radiating warmth like the sunshine. Zhao Heping took a couple of steps back, politely declining. "No need, sister-in-law, I can wash them myself." With that, he clutched his dirty clothes and turned to head home. Although he recognized Zhu Chunmei's good intentions, he was aware that troubles often arose in the presence of widows, and thus he could not accept such kindness. For the well-being of both, he needed to maintain a respectful distance. Upon entering the house, he found Su Xiaoying weeping as she held a plaque honoring the families of martyrs. Noticing her son's arrival, she quickly wiped away her tears. "Look at me. Just last night I told you I wouldn't cry anymore, and here I am. In tears again. Peace, please hang this sign above our front door. Your father spent his entire life in the military, never contributing much to this family. Now that he has sacrificed himself, let this sign serve as a tribute to him, guarding our home and providing him with solace." Zhao Heping readily complied, fetching nails and a hammer. He then took the plaque commemorating the honorable martyr and affixed it above the entrance to the main hall. After hanging the sign, he tidied up the house and opened the windows for ventilation. It was only when he saw Zhu Chunmei returning home after washing clothes that he took his own soiled garments and stepped out to wash them. Zhu Chunmei naturally noticed his actions, but refrained from comment. As a widow, she was accustomed to the duality of attention. Some sought to take advantage of her, while others kept their distance to maintain boundaries. Zhao Heping, being a young man with a partner, maintaining a respectful distance was entirely reasonable. Hence, after completing her tasks at home, she did not visit the Zhao family again. Su Xiaoying remained at home, perusing the certificate of sacrifice and the compensation documents. "Heping, this is all that your father secured with his life. He has sacrificed himself, and the country has compensated us handsomely. However, I ponder, since he rarely had the chance to return home, now that he has passed, he should at least be laid to rest here. Shunti, please make another trip to the street office and inquire with the authorities if they can assist in bringing your father's remains back, even if the body cannot be returned." Receiving his ashes would suffice. That way, you could pay your respects regularly, ensuring he does not wander as a lost soul. Her voice quivered with emotion. Chapter 24. Where's the body? In his previous life, Zhao Heping had undertaken this very task. At that time, war had erupted at the border. Within a month, our forces had completely annihilated 3 enemy brigades, resulting in the deaths of 885 enemy soldiers, including those below the rank of Brigadier General Singh, and the capture of 968 soldiers under Brigadier General Darwi. Our own casualties amounted to 722 killed and 697 wounded. Zhao Heping's father, Zhao Guoxing, heroically sacrificed himself while deep within enemy territory, striving to save a comrade during an aerial bombardment. The comrade, Chun Falin, was also injured. To protect Zhao Guoxing's body from desecration, Chun Falin, despite his injuries, dragged the corpse into a crater created by the bomb and performed a rudimentary burial. However, due to his severe wounds, he lost consciousness. Fortunately, he was later discovered and rescued by the main forces. Yet, Zhao Guoxing's remains were left behind in hostile territory. Chun Falin sustained significant injuries and, without timely medical attention, fell into a state of dementia. In his previous life, Zhao Heping made numerous attempts to find the body, but due to Chun Falin's ongoing treatment, he could not locate him. 5 years later, an elderly traditional Chinese physician cured Chun Falin's ailments through acupuncture, allowing him to gradually recall the events of that day. The military, filled with valor, declared that the remains of a martyr should not rest on foreign soil and dispatched a special operations team, led by Chun Falin, to locate and retrieve the remains. Unfortunately, by that time, Su Xiaoying had already succumbed to grief, leaving behind a profound sense of regret. In this renewed existence, Zhao Heping possesses an innate understanding of everything and knows precisely how to proceed. All right, mother. I shall visit the street office again tomorrow and request Director Wang to apply to the authorities. As long as we can provide timely medical attention for Chun Falin, his father's remains should soon be returned to us. Indeed, Su Xiaoying nodded, unwilling for her son to witness her tears of concern. She swiftly changed the subject. Heping, you must have run out of the rice you purchased yesterday, haven't you? Please check the courtyard and see if you can borrow some grain tickets from someone. Take some money with you and buy a bit of rice and flour. Just let them know that you will repay them as soon as you receive your ration tickets at work. Upon returning home yesterday, Zhao Heping discovered that their money and food supplies had been completely stolen. He himself had little money or grain tickets, barely managing to stretch what little rice he had to make thin porridge to survive until today. It was likely that all was already gone. In these times, purchasing anything necessitates tickets, and grain tickets are the most indispensable of all. Although the street had disbursed compensation funds, their household lacked even a single grain ticket. Thus borrowing became their only option. However, Zhao Heping disagreed. Mother, every household carefully calculates their grain tickets. Borrowing from others, without a clear promise of repayment, not only puts others in a difficult position, but also makes it unlikely for them to lend. Therefore, I shall seek an alternative solution. Su Xiaoying pondered this and felt troubled. What other solution could you possibly conceive? The only remaining option is to venture to the pigeon market, but if caught, it would be deemed a crime of speculation. Heping, I do not want you to take that risk. The pigeon market, as she referred to it, was an underground market that emerged during the early hours, a response to the limitations of the planned economy era, which resulted in many people facing shortages of various necessities. In pursuit of solving these practical issues, the populace devised a system of barter or trade, gradually evolving into a market where transactions occurred clandestinely before dawn. The authorities were aware of this, often turning a blind eye, but should anyone be discovered profiting illicitly, they would face immediate consequences. In his previous life, Zhao Heping would have undoubtedly chosen to go to the pigeon market. However, having been reborn, he resolved to avoid such places, as attracting the attention of the authorities would ultimately lead to trouble. Mother, I shall not take any risks, nor will I go to the pigeon market. Do you not remember? During my school days, I had several close friends, particularly Yuan Xiaowen, whose family consists of dual-income earners. I am certain I can borrow grain tickets from him. As he spoke, he took out 20 yuan and added, I will go find him now and also purchase some rice and flour. This suggestion reassured Su Xiaoying. Very well. It has been quite some time since you last saw your classmates. Take your time and enjoy your visit. There is no need to rush back. Yet, she hesitated further. Given that it has been so long since your last meeting, it would be courteous to bring a small gift. However, With no tickets at home, going empty-handed feels somewhat impolite. There is no way around it. During this period, the nation faced severe shortages of supplies. Due to the scarcity of goods and the overwhelming demand, a rationing system was implemented, necessitating tickets for all purchases. Merely possessing money was insufficient. Zhao Heping smiled and reassured his mother, "Mother, Yuan Xiaowen and I are good classmates and close friends. Bringing items would only seem awkward. You need not worry. I have it all figured out." Seeing her son's unwavering confidence, Su Xiuying nodded in agreement. As Zhao Heping exited his home, he noticed Zhu Chunmei, a young widow cradling her 3-year-old son at the entrance, turn and retreat into the house upon his arrival. This left Zhao Heping feeling somewhat helpless. In a more tolerant society, people would not cast judgment on a young widow for engaging in conversation with a man. However, times were different now. Public displays of affection, such as couples holding hands, were deemed inappropriate. Moreover, being associated closely with a young widow like Zhu Chunmei would undoubtedly invite unfounded rumors, causing harm to both of them. Thus, to avert potential gossip, he was compelled to maintain a respectful distance. Upon leaving the courtyard, Zhao Heping did not seek out his so-called classmates. That was merely an excuse. Having been reborn, he was aware of where the ticket vendor Zheng Dingfu resided and could directly procure tickets from him. This approach would ensure safety without the watchful eyes of others. Zheng Dingfu lived at the end of an alley in a disorganized courtyard, a place with narrow passages. Zhao Heping, familiar with the route, soon arrived at Zheng Dingfu's home, and following the signal he remembered from his past life, he knocked 3 long and 1 short rap. Before long, a voice called out from within, "Who is it?" Zhao Heping chuckled. The voice belonged to Zheng Dingfu, nicknamed Black Rabbit. The moniker stemmed from his dark complexion at birth and the notable resemblance of his prominent front teeth to those of a rabbit in his youth. In his previous life, Zheng Dingfu had been Zhao Heping's trusted ally, and their partnership had flourished since the late 1980s, marked by mutual trust and camaraderie. Hearing his voice again in this new life brought Zhao Heping a profound sense of warmth. "It's me, Black Rabbit," Zhao Heping replied, only to realize the impropriety of his statement. In this rebirth, they were still strangers. Claiming familiarity would surely perplex Zheng Dingfu. As anticipated, when Zheng Dingfu opened the door and saw an unfamiliar face, he grew wary, squinting his eyes and asking, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" His role as a small-time ticket vendor in the market made him cautious of unknown individuals. However, recognizing that this person knew his home, the secret knock, and even his nickname, Zheng Dingfu did not immediately turn hostile. To alleviate Zheng Dingfu's suspicions, Zhao Heping fabricated a story, saying, "How could I not be recognized? I visited the market a year ago to buy tickets from you several times. At that time, you told me that in the future, if I needed tickets, I should come here to find you. The secret knock and mentioning your nickname would suffice. However, I later went to the countryside as an educated youth and was not in the city. How is it that after more than a year apart, I have lost weight and gotten injured, and you no longer recognize me?" Now, he leads a double life, speaking falsehoods with a steady heart and unflushed face. It sounds more credible than the truth itself. This effectively startled Zheng Dingfu. He then scrutinized Zhao Heping, awkwardly clicking his tongue. "Perhaps you've changed so much that I truly didn't recognize you. Brother, what brings you to seek me this time?" The fact that the other party could mention the secret knock and his nickname, everything aligned, and he was too lazy to ponder further. Zhao Heping nodded, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and leaned in to whisper, "I've just returned to the city after being an educated youth, and my home has been burglarized, so I need various ration tickets. Please let me know what tickets you have on hand, and gather as many grain tickets as possible. Additionally, I need some meat tickets, cooking oil tickets, daily necessities purchase coupons, and secondary food purchase coupons. The secondary food purchase coupons are not merely for delectable items, but are also required when buying condiments." Upon hearing this, Zheng Dingfu realized he had a significant customer and thus allowed him into the room. Zhao Heping had visited a few times previously to procure tickets, and upon re-entering, a familiar atmosphere enveloped him. The space remained as cramped as ever, a dim and low room housing both Zheng Dingfu and his grandmother. His grandmother, originally a recipient of the 5 guarantees, had lost all her sons on the battlefield. During the 3 years of natural disasters, Zheng Dingfu's parents starved to death, and he, fleeing the famine, found refuge in the city with his kind-hearted grandmother, thus surviving. Since then, this pair, bound not by blood, had relied on each other for survival. The meager funds from his grandmother's 5 guarantees were insufficient for their sustenance, prompting Zheng Dingfu to seek this line of work. Please have a seat. I will fetch the tickets. Zheng Dingfu offered Zhao Heping a stool before turning to enter another room. Zhao Heping understood that Zheng Dingfu was taking precautions. In the other room, there was a back door. Should anything go awry, Zheng Dingfu could swiftly escape with the evidence through it, like a rabbit. This large courtyard resembled a maze. However, Zhao Heping had come solely to purchase tickets and understood that as long as he did not act suspiciously, Zheng Dingfu would not flee. Indeed, after a considerable wait, Zheng Dingfu finally emerged with an iron box. These are all my tickets. Feel free to choose how many you need. As he spoke, Zheng Dingfu opened the box's lid. Inside were various types of tickets. Zhao Heping perused them, selecting several grain tickets, one meat ticket, and a few others. Zheng Dingfu possessed 2 types of grain tickets. One was the national grain ticket, colloquially known as everywhere, meaning it could be used anywhere. The other was the local grain ticket, specifically for Beijing, humorously referred to as local food. Prices varied according to their classifications. National grain tickets were priced at 50 cents per jean, while local grain tickets were 35 cents per jean. Zhao Heping chose to dine at home, opting for local cuisine that was also more economical. After selecting all his tickets, he spent just over 7 yuan in total. Primarily, Zheng Dingfu did not offer many tickets. He was a cautious individual, wary of leaving behind any incriminating evidence. Fortunately, Zhao Heping was indifferent, stating that it was sufficient for now and that he would return to purchase more once these were exhausted. He proceeded to settle the payment with Zheng Dingfu, who, seeing everything go smoothly, relaxed his expression, nodded with a smile, and remarked that Zhao Heping could feel free to seek him out in the future if needed. However, he cautioned that discussing this matter would be detrimental to both parties, so he urged Zhao Heping to keep it confidential. Zhao Heping nodded in agreement. Despite Zheng Dingfu's prudence, he was eventually apprehended by the authorities. Due to the substantial amount involved, he received a 15-year sentence, and his grandmother, unable to bear the shock, passed away. It was only after his release from prison that Zheng Dingfu learned of this tragic news. Subsequently, feeling unencumbered by attachments and driven by a desire for retribution, he returned to illicit dealings. During this period, he came into contact with Zhao Heping, and the two gradually began to collaborate in business. However, the memory of his grandmother's death, a consequence of his previous arrest, remained a haunting burden for Zheng Dingfu. Now, with Zhao Heping reborn, he was determined to alter the course of history. In his previous life, Zheng Dingfu would often lament his past while intoxicated, allowing Zhao Heping to remember the dates distinctly. Calculating the time, he noted that there was still over a year until Zheng Dingfu's arrest, which alleviated his urgency. After leaving Zheng Dingfu's residence, Zhao Heping went to purchase rice and flour, carrying them back to the courtyard. Upon entering the backyard of the compound, he noticed a group of elderly women gathered, seemingly engaged in serious discussion. Upon seeing Zhao Heping return with his purchases, they greeted him. "Heping, have you been out to buy rice and flour? How wonderful. It's clear you've brought back white flour. Once you start working, earning a salary, it will be you two sharing expenses, and with your mother by your side, you may enjoy a better life." Indeed, one added, Heping is a high school graduate, our compound's very own college student. The factory leaders are fond of promoting individuals like him. A prosperous future awaits him. The elderly women expressed their envy. Previously, Zhao Guoxing had sent only a small portion of his military allowance home, diverting the rest to assist his comrades in need, which left the family in a precarious financial situation. The residents of the courtyard had once said that unless Zhao Heping succeeded, he and his mother would endure a lifetime of hardship. Little did they know, the circumstances had drastically transformed. With Zhao Guoxing's sacrifice, Zhao Heping not only received a substantial amount of compensation, but was also offered a position at a state-owned factory. Life had taken a remarkable turn for the better, evoking admiration from those around him. In response, Zhao Heping merely smiled and redirected the conversation, inquiring, "What were you discussing just now? I noticed your expressions were rather serious. Has something occurred?" At this, the elderly women collectively sighed. Madame Lu whispered, "Ma Xiangdong's mother and sisters have been released." They wept for quite some time before finally calming down. Another elderly woman continued, "Indeed, the crying was so heart-wrenching. We initially thought to go in and offer some comfort. However, once we stepped inside and inquired, the wailing intensified. We realized it was futile and decided to retreat." Aunt Lu further remarked, It is likely due to the incident involving Ma Xiangdong and his father, Ma Yongshou. Today, they were apprehended, and someone followed them to the factory. Upon inquiry, it seemed to be a case of theft, and quite a serious one at that. The Ma family's fortunes appear to have crumbled. Stealing from a state-owned factory equates to stealing national assets. A prison sentence is undoubtedly on the horizon. In these times, being a convict carries not only shame for the individual, but also brings disgrace upon the family, making it difficult for them to hold their heads high. Their reputation would be tarnished throughout the neighborhood and the streets. Family members would face repercussions in job searches and marriage prospects. In his previous life, when Ma Xiangdong was arrested and this matter came to light, it was revealed that the father and son had been stealing for many years. The amount substantial and the circumstances severe, with the entire family aware of it. Faced with a crackdown, they all bore the brunt of the consequences. In this life, Zhao Heping's report may have inadvertently saved this family from a dire fate. He preferred not to engage in such discussions, so he informed the elderly women and took the rice and flour back home. Su Xiaoying, accustomed to hardship, saw that Zhao Heping had purchased only white flour and could not help but express her concern, saying, "Heping, consuming only white flour is quite extravagant. You should buy some cornmeal to mix in." In the past, their household always relied on corn buns, with white flour never gracing their table. Zhao Heping nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal, but replied, "Mother, I will go out shortly to buy some meat, vegetables, eggs, as well as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. I will prepare a nourishing meal for you tonight." In his previous life, during times of solitude, he had always cooked for himself. Although his meals were modest, his culinary skills had certainly improved. Previously, his father had allocated most of their finances to assist comrades facing hardships, resulting in a life of constant struggle. This had led to his mother suffering from long-term malnutrition. Now that he possessed the means, he vowed never to let his mother endure such hardships again. Upon hearing about the meat and eggs, Su Xiaoying had initially felt a pang of concern, but upon glancing at her son's frail form, her worries dissipated. And she said, "Buy more. Meat and eggs are essential. Let us hold off on the cornmeal for now. You'll soon start working at the factory. And being too weak will make you undesirable. Besides, didn't you mention that your partner is returning to the city soon? You should eat well to look presentable when visiting her family. But when is your partner actually coming back? Do you have any reliable information?" Speaking of this, Zhao Heping was reminded of Shun Qingru, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. "Mother, don't concern yourself with this matter. I'll find a way to inquire tomorrow." He was scheduled to report to the steel mill the day after. So he planned to visit the street office to discuss his father's remains tomorrow, and then seek out Secretary Song to inquire if any efforts to assist had commenced. If no actions had been taken, he could not afford to squander time waiting and must devise alternative solutions. He absolutely could not escape only to leave Shin Qingru in despair. Resolutely determined, Zhao Heping conversed with his mother for a while before taking the money and ration tickets to purchase vegetables, meat, and eggs. Upon his return to the courtyard, all the workers had already finished their shifts and returned home. The incident involving Ma Yongshou and his son, Ma Xiangdong, had been a topic of much discussion among the townsfolk. Upon noticing the meat and eggs in Zhao Heping's possession, their eyes widened in astonishment. In these times, everyone was struggling financially, and even with money, it was nearly impossible to procure meat without the necessary ration tickets. Some individuals, having gone months without meat, could hardly contain their longing. People typically tightened their belts to make ends meet, and it was quite common for a worker to support a family of 6 or 7. Given these circumstances, every penny was cherished, and few could afford to splurge on meat. Thus, when they saw Zhao Heping carrying meat, they could not help but swallow hard. "Heping, that pork must have cost quite a bit, right? Are you planning to prepare something delicious tonight? I suppose you're making dumplings? With meat and vegetables for filling, it could last several meals." "Indeed, Heping, if your mother wishes to make dumplings, do call on me. I would be glad to assist with the chopping and preparation." Yes. Remember, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Just let us know if you need help." They all chimed in eagerly. Zhao Heping expressed his gratitude and returned home with his purchases. However, as he departed, those who had initially offered to help with the dumplings could not resist muttering enviously, "With money, he's forgotten his own surname. That money was earned at the cost of his father's life, yet he squanders it so freely. What a wasteful fellow." Another, who had previously mentioned the value of neighborly support, added, "Exactly, with both meat and eggs, he truly doesn't understand the value of frugality." Let us see what he does when his funds run dry. These comments reached the ears of old Master Wu, who immediately scowled and admonished them. Enough. Be silent. Sun Baochai's mother-in-law from the front courtyard was detained for half a month due to her insults towards martyrs and their families. This man has neither stolen nor robbed. He is merely living his life. Why are you envious? Those who cannot keep their mouths shut should be wary of facing similar consequences. His words effectively silenced the group, who suddenly recalled that Zhao Heping had, on his very first day back, dealt with Sun Baochai's mother-in-law and had her sent away for her misdeeds. The young man was no longer to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to Zhao Heping, these thoughts swirled among the crowd. He returned home and began preparing various dishes, while also inquiring of his mother about those who had aided their family during his absence as a sent-down youth. I believe, now that I am back, it would be remiss to take others' kindness for granted. Therefore, I intend to cook several dishes tonight and invite those who have helped our family to a dinner. What do you think, mother? It is essential to express gratitude. Su Xiaoying nodded in agreement, fully supporting her son's notion. Heping, I believe you are right. When the news of your father's sacrifice reached me, I fell ill. Had it not been for the care of those in the courtyard, I may not have lived to see your return. Since my illness, many have visited. But it was truly your Aunt Wang from the back courtyard, Sister Chunmei, Old Master Ma from the middle courtyard, Aunt Lu, and Aunt Shin from the front courtyard who genuinely took care of me. Although she was languid from illness and unaware of who had stolen the rice, flour, and money from her home, she was still cognizant of those who cared for her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heping realized that these were individuals who had maintained a good relationship with his family in the past, indicating that nothing had changed. He resolved to gradually repay these individuals, beginning with a meal today as a gesture of gratitude. Chapter 27. The well-dressed young widow. All right, mother, I understand. I have already washed and prepared the ingredients for the dishes. I will go greet everyone and invite them to come for dinner shortly, Zhao Heping announced, placing the prepped and blanched meat onto a plate for later use. In truth, as long as the ingredients were ready, cooking would be a swift endeavor. Very well. Su Xiaoying nodded, observing her son's return from being a youth worker, noting how much more mature and composed he had become, while she felt sorrow for her husband. She also took comfort in her son's transformation. Upon leaving home, Zhao Heping's first stop was to inform the nearby Zhu Chunmei. If it were not for others, he would have hesitated to invite Zhu Chunmei alone, for in these times, rumors could indeed be deadly. When he arrived at her doorstep and found the door tightly closed, he knocked gently. Who is it? Zhu Chunmei's voice, laced with caution, came from within. It's me, sister-in-law. It's Heping, he replied. Her tone immediately relaxed. Oh, it's Heping. Just a moment, I'll open the door for you. There was a rustling sound, and then she came to unlock the door. Upon entering, Zhao Heping noticed her damp hair and the remnants of water on her neck, unsure if she had been bathing or washing her hair at home. However, this was not his concern. He directly stated, Sister-in-law, please don't cook tonight. I've bought some meat and vegetables to prepare a few dishes. I would like to invite you to my home to sample my culinary skills and to express my gratitude for the care you've shown my mother during my absence. Zhu Chunmei smiled upon hearing this. Sure. If you're cooking, I will definitely come over. She was not one to be coy and readily agreed. Zhao Heping needed to inform everyone before returning home to cook. Then, sister-in-law, please come over in half an hour, and don't forget, he reminded her, watching as she nodded before he turned to leave. Once Zhao Heping was gone, Zhu Chunmei promptly closed the door, clasped her hands around her two plush toys, and murmured, I wonder if he noticed anything. Her 3-year-old son, Zhuangzhu, approached her with a wooden toy gun, tugging at her pants and saying in a sweet voice, Mom, I'm hungry. Zhu Chunmei immediately knelt down to lift her son into her arms. Oh, you're hungry, are you? We'll go to Uncle Heping's house for some delicious food soon. She then planted a hearty kiss on his little cheek. After setting him down, she began to assess her clothing. Heping is inviting me to dinner. I cannot possibly wear these tattered clothes. No, I must change into something newer. Then she recalled that she had not finished her bath. In a flurry, she quickly undressed and finished washing herself, then began selecting her finest attire, trying on each piece in front of the mirror. It took her half an hour to choose her outfit, spending 20 minutes on the selection and another 10 minutes styling her hair and applying lotion. In this day and age, hairstyles have lost their significance. Young women predominantly sport braids, while married women opt for a practical bob, with hair trimmed to the earlobes and devoid of embellishments. Such styles have become the norm, dictated by trends and fashion. Once she had tidied everything up, Zhu Chunmei gazed into the mirror and, cradling her son, made her way to Zhao Heping's home. Zhao Heping had already prepared several dishes, and the braised pork was nearly ready. As Zhu Chunmei entered, the fragrant aroma enveloped her. It was her first time witnessing Zhao Heping in the kitchen. Holding her son, she stood nearby to watch. Their 3-year-old, Xuanzhu, caught the scent of the meat and chimed in, reaching out his tiny hand and exclaiming his hunger. Busy at work, Zhao Heping finally noticed Zhu Chunmei beside him and greeted her with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you've arrived. Please take the child to the back room. The smell is quite overwhelming here. Auntie Lu, Auntie Shun, and Aunt Wong have all come. You can sit and chat while I finish preparing the dishes. Once fifth master arrives, we can commence the meal." Zhu Chunmei, who had maintained a gentle smile, felt her expression falter upon hearing Zhao Heping's words. "Heping, how many people have you invited?" Zhao Heping, oblivious to her sudden change in demeanor, replied cheerfully, "Not many. Including you, there are 5 in total. All individuals who helped care for my mother during my absence." He continued his tasks, completely unaware of the flicker of disappointment that crossed Zhu Chunmei's face. However, she said nothing and took her child to the back room. In the inner room, aside from Su Xiaoying, Auntie Shun, Auntie Lu, and Aunt Wong had already gathered and were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Zhu Chunmei, they all greeted her warmly. Aunt Wong's eyes lit up as she remarked, "Chunmei, you usually dress so simply. Today you've made quite an effort. It's truly different from your usual appearance." Auntie Shin chimed in, "Indeed. Seeing you today reminds me of how you looked when you first married. You were renowned in the neighborhood as a beautiful young bride." Auntie Lu added, "Who could deny it? Back then, so many young men were captivated, exclaiming that they wished to marry someone like Chunmei." Zhu Chunmei, holding her son, felt a blush of embarrassment as she replied, "Aunts, please don't tease me. Today, Heping invited us for a meal, and I couldn't possibly show up in my usual tattered attire. So, I simply changed my clothes and tidied my hair. It hardly counts as dressing up." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Xiaoying, attempting to shift the topic. "Aunt, how is your health these days?" Su Xiaoying quickly responded, "I'm fine now, Chunmei. Thank you for your concern. Please, have a seat." She reached out and guided Zhu Chunmei to sit beside her. Yet, Aunt Wong's gaze remained fixed on Zhu Chunmei. Now that she was seated, she ventured to ask, "Chunmei, it has been 3 years since Jiaming left, leaving you with a child and departing without a word. You've raised the child alone for 3 years. Life has not been easy for you. However, as the saying goes, life must move forward. The compensation money will eventually run out. What will you do then, for you and your child? In my opinion, it would be wise for you to take a bold step forward while you are still young. Seek a kind-hearted partner and marry, thus securing a reliable support. What do you think?" This sentiment had been expressed to Zhu Chunmei previously, and today it is being revisited. Embracing her child, Zhu Chunmei resolutely shook her head, responding, "No. Aunt Wong, for the sake of Zhuangzhu, I have decided not to seek a partner for now, to spare him any discomfort from a stepfather. Matters of marriage can be discussed at a later time." Her declaration was firm, imbued with unwavering determination. Upon hearing such an unequivocal response, Aunt Wong sighed, contemplating further persuasion. At that moment, Zhao Heping called from the main room, "Ladies, the 5th master has arrived. You may come out for dinner." This announcement caused Aunt Wong to swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She could only grasp Zhu Chunmei's hand and say, "Chunmei, after dinner, I will visit your home. There is something I wish to discuss." Zhu Chunmei inferred the subject matter but found it difficult to decline, so she consented. Chapter 28. The matter of the corpse cannot be rushed in the main room. Zhao Heping had already set the table with an array of dishes, each emanating an enticing aroma. In this era, everything was rationed, including cooking oil. With lives often tight, individuals were reluctant to use much oil in their dishes, resulting in meals that lacked any hint of meat. Zhao Heping, however, had developed a habit of cooking generously, ensuring that his dishes were both flavorful and plentiful. Those present were visibly tempted, their appetites stirred. Zhao Heping's culinary skills were on par with those of Master Huang, a renowned chef in the area. Indeed, I dare say Master Huang's cooking may not surpass that of Heping's. "We are fortunate today," they remarked. Not only was Zhao Heping handsome, but he was also a high school graduate, soon to begin work at a state-owned enterprise, and most significantly, he possessed remarkable culinary talents. Such attributes would surely attract many a young woman eager for his hand in marriage. Alas, he is already taken. If not, I would certainly find him the finest match. They jested. The master Huang they referred to was a celebrated cook in the vicinity, often hired for various occasions. Zhao Heping smiled. The topic of partners bringing to mind Shen Qingru. He wondered how she was faring. Taozuan was indeed a harsh place, and his concern for her well-being weighed heavily on his heart. Zhu Chunmei caught Zhao Heping's glance and teased, "It seems Heping is lost in thoughts of his beloved. I am most curious about the young lady who has captured his heart. When you return to the city, Heping, you must bring her to the Sihiyuan so we can all meet her." The other women echoed her sentiments. Zhao Heping chuckled and assured them, "Certainly. I will bring her to the Sihiyuan. Perhaps by then, it would be the occasion when he and Shen Qingru would discuss wedding plans." Their bond had already deepened, and as long as Shen Qingru did not express any desire to retract her commitment, he would assume his responsibilities. However, discussing such topics only intensified Zhao Heping's worries for Shen Qingru, and an ominous feeling surged within him. Thus, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Everyone has yet to taste the dishes. Let us not praise my cooking prematurely. Hasten to enjoy the meal while it is still warm. And see if my cooking suits everyone's taste," he urged, inviting all to partake. Familiarity reigned among the guests, who felt no need for formality, as they readily picked up their chopsticks to eat. Zhao Heping's generous use of ingredients resulted in dishes rich in flavor, leaving everyone savoring each bite with satisfaction, showering praises as they feasted. The meal extended for quite some time, during which Zhao Heping personally expressed his gratitude to a few individuals for caring for his mother in his absence. As neighbors, such thanks seemed unnecessary. Indeed, it was merely lending a hand, and no gratitude was required. Undoubtedly, offering assistance was expected, and should any matter arise in the future, they were welcome to speak up. The camaraderie among these individuals, who shared a close bond with Zhao Heping's family, made mutual assistance a natural affair. Zhao Heping's additional thanks only heightened their joy. The gathering concluded with everyone departing contentedly. As Su Xiuying had yet to fully recover, Zhao Heping advised her to rest while he took it upon himself to wash the dishes. However, as he carried the water outside to dispose of it, he unexpectedly encountered Aunt Wang emerging from Zhu Chunmei's home. Aunt Wang's countenance was dark, reflecting evident displeasure. "Hello, Auntie," Zhao Heping greeted. Only then did Aunt Wang acknowledge him, managing a strained smile as she replied, "Oh, it's you, Heping. You carry on, I must head home." And with that, she hurried away. Zhao Heping found her behavior peculiar. What could have transpired at Zhu Chunmei's that left her so discontented? Nonetheless, he resolved to mind his own business and completed his tasks before retiring for the night. The following morning, preoccupied with thoughts, Zhao Heping rose early and visited the street office to formally request the return of his father's remains. He was aware that only his father's comrade, Chen Fulin, was privy to the whereabouts of his remains. At this juncture, he could only adhere to the official procedures, refraining from divulging any details prematurely. He needed to await feedback from the military before proceeding to the next steps. Upon hearing Zhao Heping's request, Director Wang readily agreed. "Very well, Heping. I shall relay your request to the higher authorities within the Civil Affairs Department. They will likely consult with the military. I will inform you as soon as there is news." Such matters, involving the remains of martyrs and the wishes of their families, demanded the utmost care and consideration. "Thank you, Director Wang." Zhao Heping expressed his gratitude. He anticipated that he would have to make several more visits to the street office regarding his father's remains, inevitably burdening Director Wang with the task. Director Wang promptly reassured him, "This is our duty at the street office. Comrade Zhao Guoxing sacrificed himself for the defense of our nation, deserving of our utmost respect. Our work in these matters is indeed our responsibility. Heping, should you or any of the bereaved families encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the street office. We will certainly find ways to help you." "Understood," Zhao Heping responded affirmatively, thanking Director Wang once more before departing from the street office. The matter of his father's remains could not be rushed. It required patience and careful navigation through the necessary processes. The situation surrounding Shen Qingru has left Zhao Heping deeply troubled. The events in Taojia village, marked by a lack of humanity, have previously witnessed horrifying acts where young female intellectuals were victimized and subsequently consumed. Each additional minute Shen Qingru spends in that village heightens the peril she faces. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Zhao Heping quickened his pace, making his way towards the first steel mill. The distance was considerable, and despite his hurried strides, he found himself walking for over half an hour. Without a bicycle, Traveling any significant distance proved to be quite inconvenient. Zhao Heping resolved that once he started working, he would save diligently to purchase one. For the time being, however, he refrained from extravagantly spending the pension his father had earned through sacrifice, aside from essential living expenses. Upon arriving at the first steel mill, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the security personnel recognized him. "Ah, it's you, young man. Are you here to see Secretary Song?" Their familiarity with Secretary Song ensured a warm reception. Zhao Heping nodded. "Yes, brothers, is Secretary Song in?" The security staff smiled and replied, "Yes, he should have just finished a meeting with the leaders. Come with me, I'll take you to his office." This certainly saved time, eliminating the need for formal notifications and waiting. Following the security personnel, Zhao Heping soon found himself in the office where he met Secretary Song in person. "You? What brings you here this time?" Secretary Song, having retained a strong impression of Zhao Heping, instantly recognized him. Zhao Heping wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Secretary Song, I am here to inquire if you have begun the efforts to rescue Shin Qingru." Chapter 29. The shift in Secretary Song's attitude upon hearing that Zhao Heping had specifically come to ask about this matter. Secretary Song scrutinized him from head to toe before inquiring. "Comrade Zhao, your concern for Qingru is evident. Could you share with me the nature of your relationship with her?" He was intrigued, as typically, a casual acquaintance would suffice to deliver a message, completing the task at hand. What could have prompted him to return in less than a day to press for answers? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Heping resolved to speak truthfully. The depth of their relationship warranted his concern for the situation. "Secretary Song, Qingru and I have made a pact that upon our return to the city, we shall marry." "What?" Secretary Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he appraised Zhao Heping once more. Finally, in a tone laden with incredulity, he pressed, "Comrade Zhao, are you saying that you will marry Shin Qingru? She is willing to marry you?" Zhao Heping nodded solemnly. "Yes, Secretary Song. That is why I am so anxious. I fear for Qingru's safety in Taojia village. Can you tell me what measures you are employing to rescue her?" He needed clarity. If Secretary Song was not reliable, he would have to resort to the memories of his past life and employ extraordinary means to find someone to save Shin Qingru. Secretary Song gazed intently at Zhao Heping for a long moment before shaking his head and responding. "It is not yet my responsibility to devise a plan for Shun Qingru's rescue. Do not inquire further. This matter is beyond your purview." These words caused Zhao Heping's heart to plummet. What did Secretary Song mean by that? He refrained from rescuing anyone, pondering the concerns of certain individuals. Wasn't that merely a waste of 2 precious days? With this thought, Zhao Heping turned to leave. Secretary Song, somewhat taken aback, quickly rose and inquired, "Comrade Zhao, where are you going?" He had not anticipated that Zhao Heping would depart so abruptly. There were still matters he wished to discuss, and he could not simply let him go. Zhao Heping, anxious about Shun Qingru's safety, replied coldly, "I am going to rescue Qingru." Qingru had written to seek help from Secretary Song, yet he was unwilling to act. Thus, it fell upon me to rescue her. I cannot allow Qingru to be lost to that village. As he spoke, he made to leave, but Secretary Song swiftly approached and detained him. In an unusual display, a smile graced Secretary Song's face for the first time in Zhao Heping's presence. "Xiao Zhao, a young person must learn to maintain composure. Who says I will not rescue her? It is simply that I lack the authority to do so. The letter from Qingru was a request for me to notify her family. Rest assured, I have already contacted her family, and they will undoubtedly retrieve her swiftly and safely, as she is their only daughter. Come, sit down. I have questions for you. Have you and Shin Qingru truly progressed to discussions of marriage?" It was then that Zhao Heping realized he had misjudged Secretary Song. From his words, it was clear that Shun Qingru's rescue was assured. In this era, a household with a telephone was certainly not of ordinary means. With this thought, Zhao Heping felt a weight lift from his heart. The greater Shun Qingru's family background, the higher the likelihood of her being saved. He sighed in relief and complied with Secretary Song's invitation to sit on the office sofa. He intended to inquire about the method of rescue, but unexpectedly, Secretary Song was more interested in the details of his relationship with Shin Qingru. How could he articulate that? What transpired between him and Shin Qingru was a matter of their own intimacy, a secret unspoken. Consequently, neither divulged anything of substance to the other. Eventually, both men conceded defeat. Secretary Song, resigned, remarked, "Very well, Xiao Zhao. If you choose not to share, then so be it. When Qingru returns, I hope you both will come to visit me often. You are always welcome." Zhao Heping nodded in agreement. Secretary Song, please do inform me if Qingru is rescued. I will begin work at the third steel rolling mill tomorrow. If there is news, I would appreciate it if you could call the mill and let me know. His concern for her safety rendered him restless. Of course, Secretary Song readily agreed. Xiao, how about this? Since you have not officially started your job yet, why not come to the third steel rolling mill? I can arrange a position for you in the security department. What do you think? As for the distance, I will lend you my bicycle so you can commute conveniently. Secretary Song approached Zhao Heping with the warmth of a close elder, eager to provide him with the best possible arrangements. From the polite distance of their last encounter to the warmth and intimacy of this meeting, the shift in attitude was stark. Zhao Heping was acutely aware that this transformation was undoubtedly due to Shen Qingru. After all, it was only after hearing of his impending marriage to Shen Qingru that Secretary Song's demeanor had so dramatically altered. Nonetheless, it was precisely for this reason that he had no intention of accepting Secretary Song's kind offer regarding employment. No need, Secretary Song. I have already confirmed my position at the third steel plant, he stated. If you receive any news about Shen Qingru's rescue, I would be immensely grateful if you could inform me. Hearing Zhao Heping's insistence on this point, Secretary Song became more convinced of Zhao Heping's intentions to marry Shen Qingru, laughing heartily as he replied, Very well, I shall remember that. Rest assured, I will notify you as soon as I have any information. Just then, a leader approached to report on work matters. I shall not intrude any longer, Secretary Song. I will take my leave. Zhao Heping seized the opportunity to bid farewell. All right, Heping, return and await my news with peace of mind. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Secretary Song's address of Zhao Heping had become even more familiar. He asked the person reporting to wait, personally escorting Zhao Heping out of the office. This scene left many onlookers astonished, wondering who Zhao Heping was that warranted such personal attention from Secretary Song. Consequently, they all greeted Zhao Heping with friendly smiles. Exiting the first steel plant, Zhao Heping let out a sigh of relief. Although he had not received any news concerning Shen Qingru, it was now clear that her family background was quite profound, and that rescuing her would be a simple matter. That was sufficient for him. All that remained was to wait. Wait for Shen Qingru to be brought back, and then consider her attitude afterwards. If she still wished to marry, he would gladly accept. If she had a change of heart, he would not press her. As long as Shen Qingru was rescued, he would respect her wishes regarding marriage. In this rebirth, he desired nothing that did not wholly belong to him. Moreover, although he lacked the fantastical advantages of space or systems found in novels, he possessed an intimate understanding of the trajectory of future developments. As long as he positioned himself accurately at the crest of opportunity, he would not fall behind anyone. Thus, regardless of Shen Qingru's family background, he felt no pressure. Chapter 30. The Projectionist. The following day, Zhao Heping arrived early at the third steel plant, seeking out Director Han. A veteran, Director Han had an innate affinity for military personnel, and knowing that Zhao Heping was a martyr's descendant only deepened this bond. Heping, as a high school graduate and a martyr's descendant, our plant offers you exceptional privileges. Tell me, what type of work do you prefer? Office, warehouse, technical department, projection room, or broadcasting room? The opportunity for Zhao Heping to choose his position was indeed a rare privilege. In his previous life, he had opted to work in a chemical plant as a laborer, drawn by the attractive salary and benefits. Moreover, laborers held a noble status. As their technical skills improved, so too would their wages. However, the ceiling for a laborer's lifetime earnings was all too evident. Once again, Zhao Heping yearned for a different choice. Director, I wish to become a projectionist. In this era, there are 8 highly coveted professions, collectively known as the 8 great occupations: salespersons, drivers, postal workers, caretakers, barbers, projectionists, cooks, and cultural troupe members. The position of projectionist, being a state-sanctioned role, offers a relatively favorable salary, with monthly wages generally higher than average. Furthermore, projectionists often venture into rural areas to screen films, where they are warmly welcomed and provided with excellent meals. During these visits, the locals often present small gifts. What Zhao Heping valued most was the freedom that came with being a projectionist, the opportunity to travel to various locales, gaining first-hand insights. And when the time came to engage in commerce, he would possess a deeper understanding of the market than anyone else. Upon hearing Zhao Heping's decision, Director Han nodded in approval. Very well, since you have made your choice, proceed to the projection room and learn from Feng Baoliang the art of film projection. I wish you success in mastering splicing, threading, repairing, and adjusting films, so that you may complete the film projection training course and obtain your certification. Only then will you be considered a qualified projectionist. For the duration of your training, your salary will be set at 28 yuan, and once you enter your internship, it will be adjusted to 38. If your performance during the internship is commendable, I shall raise it to 45. There will be further increments as you progress. Work diligently. Presently, the average salary for ordinary workers hovers around 30 yuan per month. In contrast, temporary projectionists can earn over 40 yuan, and as a state employee like Zhao Heping, his compensation is naturally higher. Moreover, projectionists within the system enjoy various benefits and allowances. This is a profession many citizens yearn for. After relaying this information, Director Han personally escorted Zhao Heping to the projection room. The room housed only 3 individuals, Feng Baoyang and Wang Lasen, the younger son of Aunt Wang from the backyard of the Sihiyuan, whose name was said to be derived from his birth in the 12th lunar month. After introducing Zhao Heping to Feng Baoyang, Director Han took his leave. Once the director departed, Wang Lasen cheerfully approached. Heping, I never expected you to join the projection room as well. This is splendid. We can commute together from now on. Should you encounter anything you're unsure of, feel free to ask me. All right, Zhao Heping replied. In his previous life, Wang Lasen was a projectionist while Zhao Heping worked in a chemical factory, and they had little interaction. This lifetime, however, they found themselves as colleagues in the same office. Following Director Han's instructions, Feng Baoyang did not make things difficult for Zhao Heping, but instead taught him with care. As a first-generation projectionist, Feng Baoyang possessed ample experience and skill, enabling Zhao Heping to progress swiftly under his guidance. Meanwhile, Wang Lasen, with no projection tasks at hand, leisurely sat in the office sipping tea and reading the newspaper. When the workday concluded, Feng Baoyang was the first to leave, and Wang Lasen eagerly called out to Zhao Heping. Heping, let us go. I'll ride my bicycle to take you home. His bicycle was provided by the factory for projectionists to facilitate their film screening duties. However, it was designated for use within the projection room, not for personal commutes. Riding it home without a task was strictly prohibited. Wang Lashen's elder brother, Wang Chunsheng, serves as the director of the logistics office, and thus, he brazenly claims the bicycles that are unassigned during work hours as his own. Zhao Heping acknowledged this with a simple reply, gathered his belongings, and accompanied Wang Lasen as they exited the office at the end of the day. The third steel rolling mill employs around 5,000 to 6,000 workers, and at quitting time, the area is bustling with activity. As the projectionist at the mill, Wang Lasen is quite a prominent figure, exchanging greetings with several attractive female workers along the way. Noticing the suggestive undertones in Wang's remarks, Zhao Heping could not resist inquiring. Lasen, are you considering choosing one of them as your future wife? At 25, Wang Lasen had indeed reached the age where marriage was expected. Hearing Zhao's teasing, he raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin and replied in a hushed tone, Heping, please do not underestimate me. As a projectionist earning 48 yuan a month, my salary will only increase in the future. How could I possibly marry any of these women who work in the workshop? They approach me merely because of my position. My true affection lies with the announcer Chase Shuqin from the broadcasting room. Not only is she beautiful, but her father also holds a leadership position in our district. She is the one I aspire to marry. He spoke with unmistakable pride on his face. However, Zhao Heping felt a twinge of confusion. He recalled that in his previous life, Wang Lasen had wed a factory worker named Lu Xiuzhen. In this lifetime, Wang's disdain for female workers seemed to suggest some unforeseen change. Noticing Zhao's silence, Wang Lasen leaned in closer and whispered, Heping, now that you are also a projectionist, I heard from my mother that you've been seeing a young female intellectual from the countryside. In my opinion, she likely lacks any significant background. Otherwise, she would not have gone to the countryside. Given your current circumstances, perhaps you should reconsider. He continued, my cousin from my aunt's side is around your age, quite attractive. And my uncle is a leader at the rubber factory. They have no sons, so the family assets will eventually belong to the 2 daughters. If you marry my cousin, I guarantee you a prosperous future. His flippant tone in weighing the pros and cons irked Zhao Heping somewhat. Nevertheless, out of respect for Wang's mother, he smiled and replied, it's best to let well enough alone. Once an engagement is set, one should not change their mind, or else I might be branded as a chinshimi. Upon hearing his refusal, Wang Lasen shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. The two of them exited the factory area and rode their bicycles back to the courtyard. Once they arrived at the back courtyard, Zhao Heping thanked Wang Lassen and turned to head home, while Wang Lassen pushed his bicycle to the porch and entered his house. Upon his return, Wang's mother, intrigued, asked, "Lassen, I just heard you speaking with Heping. Didn't he go to the factory today? Did he come back with you?" Wang Lassen nodded, plopping down onto a chair, and replied, "Yes, I brought him back on my bicycle." That lad caught the factory director's eye and was surprisingly assigned to our projection room as a projectionist. What sheer luck. Oh, and I suggested he marry my cousin Xiaoyan. But he claimed he did not wish to be like Chen Shimi. I think he is merely pretending to be serious. Chapter 31. The sweet-tongued and deceitful Wang lashing. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin'er immediately interjected, "Do not speak foolishly. I have already informed you that He Ping has a partner. You, as a grown man, should focus on significant matters and not indulge in matchmaking nonsense." Wang Lashing nodded, casting a glance around the room, and inquired, "Where is my elder brother? Why isn't he at home? Has he gone out?" This question elicited a sigh from Wang Xin'er. "Gone out. He is lying in bed. I went to visit Widow Zhu last night, discussing the prospect of her marrying your brother, yet she remains obstinate. Consequently, your brother has been lying there ever since. This boy is inflexible, still clinging to such thoughts after all this time." Wang Lasheng, upon hearing this, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "How dare she refuse? What right does she have to disagree? A widow with a child, and she is fortunate to find anyone willing to take her. Moreover, our family is well off. Although my brother may have a slight disability, it does not impede a life together. How can she possibly refuse? This is simply a lack of respect for our family. What can we do if she disagrees?" Wang Xin'er sighed once more. For her greatest concern in life had been her eldest son. With the residual effects of polio, his temperament had always been peculiar. In an effort to help him find a partner, the family had spread the word that any girl willing to marry would not only receive a complete set of household goods, but also a bride price of 100 yuan. Such favorable conditions had indeed attracted suitors, yet her son remained uninterested, fixated solely on marrying Zhu Chunmei, who had previously been married to Zhang Qingshan. That prospect had been utterly impossible while he was alive. After Zhu Chunmei became a widow, she had visited several times to propose a match, yet not once had she received a favorable response. "Then we must resort to some means," Wang Lashing declared fiercely. "What means?" Wang Xin'er asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Wang Lashing leaned closer to his mother's ear and whispered his plan. With each word, Wang Xin'er's unease grew. Will this truly work? If others catch wind of it, it could be deemed scandalous. If Widow Zhu makes a fuss, your brother might face legal consequences. Fear gripped her. Wang Lashing scoffed, "Mother, one must take risks to achieve great things. If my brother is so determined, then let us proceed. As for Widow Zhu, she is but a woman with a child. She will not dare to escalate matters. If she does, not only will her reputation suffer, but her son will also be unable to hold his head high when he grows up. For the sake of her child, she will undoubtedly remain silent. I refuse to believe that a woman without support would dare to act boldly. Furthermore, in the courtyard, our family's influence is the strongest. My father works as a custodian at the steel mill, my second brother is the logistics office director there, and I am a certified film projectionist. With 3 members of the family employed, we possess both power and wealth. Only a madwoman would dare to create a scandal." Wang Xin'er remained hesitant. "Let us postpone this matter for a couple of days. It fills me with dread." Wang Lashing dismissed her concerns. "Mother, your overly compassionate nature will prevent you from achieving anything significant. Just wait. Do not bring up my brother's childlessness again, for I am weary of hearing it. You child." Wang Xin'er gently nudged her son. He asked, "Did you just say that He Ping went to your factory and caught the attention of your director? Well, you should cultivate a good relationship with him. It could be mutually beneficial." Wang Lassen coldly replied, "Mom, do I really need to rely on Zhao Yiping? What could he possibly do for me? Having him on my side would merely enhance my influence. Eventually, I will find an opportunity to collaborate with him to oust old Feng and secure the position of leader in the projection room. That is what truly matters." He had already mapped out his plans, whether regarding his career or his future spouse. He was determined to achieve his goals. Hearing her son speak this way, Wang's mother felt these were significant matters beyond her influence, so she remained silent. The news of Zhao Yiping becoming a film projectionist rapidly spread throughout the courtyard. Such a profession in this era indeed evoked envy. Zhao Yiping had become a projectionist? This meant, just like Wang Lassen, he would enjoy a higher salary and better benefits, as well as perks from screening films. This was the beginning of a prosperous life indeed. Who could argue otherwise? It was said that even Director Han had personally arranged it. To earn the favor of Director Han, He Ping had certainly proven himself to be capable among the residents of the courtyard. Indeed, he is handsome, a high school graduate, and now a projectionist. It's a pity he already has someone. Otherwise, we would have to arrange a match. The crowd chattered animatedly. Even Su Xiaoying felt a tremendous weight lifted from her heart. Zhao Heping, however, felt little of this excitement. It was still 1963. All he could focus on was his work, ensuring a stable livelihood to navigate through this challenging period. He aimed to save money and bide his time. Thus, there was no urgency. In the following days, Zhao Heping diligently commuted to work, learning the art of projection from Feng Baoyang. The lessons were not extensive, making it quite manageable for him. Nonetheless, Zhao Heping remained restless, his mind constantly occupied with concern for Shun Qingru's safety. After all, that was the perilous Tao family village. Who knew what misfortunes might befall Shun Qingru if she remained there? Especially since he recalled seeing someone behind the Tao family's house on the day he fled. If that person had noticed him, what awaited Shun Qingru after his escape would be catastrophic. Thus, although Zhao Heping's work was easy, he was plagued with anxiety. Days passed, and the phone call from Secretary Song was still absent. After 3 or 4 days of waiting, Zhao Heping could no longer contain himself. So one midday, he spoke briefly to Feng Baoyang and Wang Lasen, skipped lunch, and rode the projection room's bicycle straight to the first steel rolling factory. The security personnel on duty in the reception area had changed shifts and did not recognize Zhao Heping. After scrutinizing him for a while, seeing that he had arrived on a bicycle and possessed an outstanding demeanor, they inquired further. Upon learning he was a projectionist from the third steel rolling factory and had an official position, their attitude softened slightly, and they agreed to announce his arrival. Please wait here. Secretary Song should be having lunch in the canteen now. I will go inform him, the security officer said before turning to enter the factory. After a considerable wait, he returned at a leisurely pace. Secretary Song mentioned that he was unable to meet with you due to certain matters. He asked me to convey a message, assuring you that safety is guaranteed and everything is now fine. It is evident that Secretary Song is aware of Zhao Heping's intentions. Thus he instructed the security personnel to relay this brief message. Zhao Heping felt reassured, as the implication of everything being fine suggested that the situation had indeed been resolved. Nevertheless, he proceeded to take out paper and pen, jotting down his home address, workplace address, and the factory's telephone number. He then handed this note to the security staff, requesting, "Comrade, could you kindly deliver this to Secretary Song, so he may pass it along to Comrade Shun Qingru?" The security personnel, unfamiliar with Shun Qingru, nonetheless recognized Zhao Heping's acquaintance with Secretary Song and willingly agreed to assist. Gratefully accepting the note, he assured, "Certainly, I will deliver this to Secretary Song." Chapter 32. A midnight thief having completed his tasks, Zhao Heping mounted his bicycle and hastily returned to work. The security personnel, clutching the note, made another trip to the small cafeteria to assert their presence before Secretary Song. Holding the note, Secretary Song glanced at the addresses and phone number Zhao Heping had inscribed, contemplating whether to make a call. "Hello, esteemed lady. This is Wayman from the first steel mill." Zhao Heping visited again, though I did not see him. I merely relayed that Qingru is safe. Before he departed, he wrote down his home address, workplace address, and phone number, requesting that I pass it on to Qingru. It seems he remains somewhat concerned. Do you think I should deliver this note with the addresses and phone number to Qingru? As the matter involved Shun Qingru, he felt he could not decide unilaterally and thus sought guidance. The elderly lady's voice on the other end was calm. "There is no need. Qingru has just returned, having endured considerable hardship, and is preoccupied with arranging the rescue of someone from Taojia village. We should refrain from adding further burdens at this time. Moreover, the nature of her feelings for Zhao Heping, whether it stems from reliance during their youth or genuine affection, remains uncertain. Now that she has returned to the city, it would be prudent to refrain from contact and observe their reactions. Simultaneously, we must ascertain Zhao Heping's true background. Should he prove trustworthy and Qingru genuinely cares for him, we shall allow things to unfold naturally. If he is unreliable, then there is no necessity for further communication. Wayman, please refrain from disclosing any information regarding Qingru to Zhao Heping. Ultimately, we must ascertain the true intentions of anyone approaching her granddaughter. After all, the family's reputation is at stake, and there may be those with ulterior motives." "I understand," Secretary Song replied, fully grasping the elderly lady's sentiments. This was no ordinary family. They approached every decision with utmost caution. After concluding the call, Secretary Song specifically instructed the security personnel to inform Zhao Heping that he was unavailable should he return, to avoid any awkwardness regarding their meeting or lack thereof. Unbeknownst to Zhao Heping, these developments transpired. Unable to reach Shun Qingru directly, he had no choice but to rely on Secretary Song to deliver his note. Consequently, he waited for 3 more days, yet still received no news. This caused Zhao Heping to feel an inevitable sense of worry. Su Xiaoying, concerned about her son's marriage, could not help but inquire, "Heping, when you returned from being a sent-down youth, did you not mention that the person you were seeing would also return to the city in a few days? Why has it been over a week with no word?" Indeed, it had been more than a week, and if Shun Qingru were to return, regardless of her willingness to marry him, she ought to provide him with some definitive news. The absence of any communication only heightened his anxiety. "Mother, the return of sent-down youths requires examination and approval. It cannot happen so swiftly. Do not worry. I will be the first to inform you once I receive any news." Zhao Heping reassured his mother, though he himself found little solace in that reasoning. It seemed necessary to consult Secretary Song to ascertain the safety of the other party at the very least. Lost in thought, Zhao Heping recalled the night of the wedding chamber. He was at the age of 18 or 19, filled with youthful fervor. That evening, images played in his mind, rendering him unable to sleep. Tossing and turning in bed, he found himself restless and rose to the window for fresh air. Peering through the glass, he discerned a shadow stealthily moving along the base of the wall under the dim moonlight. Is there a thief? Zhao Heping's senses sharpened at this realization. He hastily returned to his bedside to dress, then went back to the window, fixating on the shadow in the yard. The figure lurked in the darkness, and had it not been for its slow movement, Zhao Heping might not have noticed it at all. The shadow moved cautiously but was evidently headed towards Zhu Chunmei's home. This further confirmed Zhao Heping's suspicion that this was indeed a thief, one who had likely scouted the area and knew that Zhu Chunmei was a widow with a child. Even if discovered, the mother and son would likely not dare to resist for their safety. Such audacity was brazen. After contemplating, Zhao Heping grabbed a rolling pin, ready to apprehend the intruder at the moment of action. After a while, the thief reached the entrance of Zhu Chunmei's house and crouched by the door, presumably attempting to pry open the latch inside. Zhao Heping had initially planned to wait for the thief to unlock the door and then catch him unawares. However, he reconsidered. Zhu Chunmei and her child, a woman and a boy, could be harmed if the intruder were to enter in a fit of desperation. Thus, he resolved to act without delay. With this thought, Zhao Heping tightened his grip on the rolling pin, approached the door, flung it open, and shouted, "Thief! Catch the thief!" As he yelled, he charged toward the shadow, swinging the rolling pin down upon it. The shadow let out a muffled grunt, staggered, and collapsed onto the ground, clearly struck hard enough that it could not retaliate. Zhao Heping's cry echoed through the quiet night like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the courtyard. "What thief? Where?" Aunt Wang from the same courtyard flung open her door, and Wang Lasen darted out from his home. Without pausing to explain, Zhao Heping, wielding the rolling pin, struck the shadow on the ground twice more. As a result, Wang Lasen approached without any hesitation and delivered a kick to Zhao Heping. He then lunged forward, swiftly knocking Zhao Heping to the ground. Caught completely off guard, Zhao Heping never anticipated that Wang Lasen would resort to violence against him, and in an instant, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Wang Lasen immediately sat atop him, cursing vehemently. "How dare you come to our courtyard to steal? You've got some audacity, haven't you? Just watch as I beat the essence of a thief out of you." With that, he rained down 2 punches upon Zhao Heping. "Wang Lasen, why are you hitting me? I am not the thief. The real culprit is still at large." Zhao Heping shouted in indignation, using his arm to shield himself. At such a critical moment, instead of assisting him in apprehending the thief, someone had mistakenly taken him for the criminal. "Is it you, Heping?" Wang Lasen paused, momentarily ceasing his assault. "Yes, it's me. Why are you still sitting on me? Hurry and catch the thief," Zhao Heping retorted with exasperation. After a brief moment of confusion, Wang Lasen seemed to regain his senses. Oh, he exclaimed, hurriedly scrambling to his feet and helping Zhao Heping up from the ground. However, in the aftermath of the commotion, the shadowy figure on the ground had vanished. Where did the thief go? Zhao Heping's brow furrowed in concern. "Is it an illusion?" Wang Lasen queried, equally perplexed. "No, I saw it clearly. It was indeed a thief. I even managed to strike him twice. He must have escaped during the chaos, Zhao Heping replied, his frustration palpable. In just a short while, the thief had completely disappeared. Indeed, he was quite the adept fugitive. Within the courtyard, lights began to flicker on, and Zhu Chunmei also emerged. However, fearing that opening the door might expose her son to danger, she hesitated and called from behind the door, "Heping, what happened?" "Sister-in-law, I just discovered a thief, but unfortunately, I couldn't apprehend him, and he got away," Zhao Heping responded, harboring some dissatisfaction towards Wang Lasen. If he hadn't attacked him in the first place, the thief might not have escaped. Nevertheless, it was because he had been unable to sleep that he had noticed the intruder and donned his clothes to confront the thief. But what of Wang Lasen? It was late, and everyone in the courtyard should have been asleep. How had he managed to dress so quickly and rush out at the very moment Zhao Heping called out? Moreover, why had he immediately struck him without discerning who he was? Contemplating this, Zhao Heping cast a glance at Wang Lasen, who was still scanning the area, muttering, "Is there really no thief? I only saw a shadow when I arrived." "Heping, are you sure you're not seeing things?" At that moment, more residents of the courtyard emerged, having donned their clothing. Elder Ma Wuye from the central yard also arrived. After inquiring about the incident, he instructed everyone to conduct a thorough search of the courtyard. However, in the end, no trace of the thief was found. Was there truly a thief? Or was it merely a figment of their imagination? It was unfortunate to have caused such a stir in the dead of night over what may have been nothing at all. Earlier, La Xing mentioned that he heard Zhao Heping shout and rushed out to see a shadow, initially believing it to be a thief. He engaged in a struggle, only to realize it was Zhao Heping. He had not seen a second person. This implies that no thief was present, merely a case of Zhao Heping mistaking the situation. Many were disturbed from their slumber, voicing their grievances, particularly Wang Lasheng's elder brother, Wang Chunsheng, the logistics office director at the steel mill. The others, naturally, echoed Wang Lasheng's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Master Wu expressed his displeasure. "Why do you have so much to say? If Heping could spot a thief and raise the alarm, it might very well have spared some of your families from losses. What is this? The ones chasing the thief are unfazed, yet you complain about merely stepping out to take a look?" Noting Wu's irritation, the group fell silent. Yet, one voice timidly muttered, "We still don't know if there was truly a thief." Wu shot a glare, ready to reprimand, when suddenly, the door of Zhu Chunmei's home swung open. With a sense of courage, Zhu Chunmei emerged, cradling her child who appeared to be asleep against her shoulder. "Master Wu, an esteemed gentleman," she began. "I can attest that Heping spoke the truth. There was indeed a thief at my doorstep. However, I refrained from opening the door, fearing for my child's safety. I saw clearly that La Sheng mistook the person he fought with for the thief, allowing the real thief to escape." Upon her declaration, Wang Lasheng immediately questioned, "Did you see him? Where did the thief go?" All eyes turned to Zhu Chunmei, who shook her head and replied, "I only caught a glimpse of a shadow darting by, as the figure was moving along the wall, and I could not ascertain where he fled. Moreover, my child was crying quite loudly, so I went to soothe him first. By the time I returned to the window, the figure was gone." Her words seemed to ease Wang Lasheng's tension, prompting a cold laugh from him. "How can we be sure of your truthfulness? You chose this moment to speak up, just when everyone was saying that Zhao Heping was seeing things. Who knows if you're merely trying to defend him?" His insinuation was palpable, especially since Zhu Chunmei was a young widow. Blushing furiously, Zhu Chunmei retorted, "What do you mean, Wang Lasheng? Every word I speak is the truth. If I am lying, may I suffer a terrible fate. The thief who came to my door should meet the same end." Cursing herself proved easier than self-justification, and it had the effect of silencing the others. Wang Lasheng snorted in discontent, refusing to speak further. Meanwhile, Zhao Heping, observing Wang Lasheng, narrowed his eyes, harboring suspicions that the thief might be connected to him, perhaps even someone from his household. Given the shamelessness of the accusations, he felt compelled to voice his own observations. "Master Wu, I observed the thief for a brief moment from my home. He approached along the wall and in our courtyard. We generally conduct ourselves openly, not skulking along the edges. Even if there were, it was merely a child's play. There is soil at the base of the wall, and ordinarily no one treads upon it. There should be footprints, which we can illuminate with a lantern. If there are adult footprints, it would suffice to prove he was not lying. Furthermore, it could assist Zhu Chunmei in substantiating her claims. It makes sense. We have a lantern at home, and I shall retrieve it." With a cheerful affirmation, Fifth Grandpa swiftly turned and departed. The others remained motionless, awaiting the outcome with bated breath. Soon, Fifth Grandpa returned with the lantern, a portable oil lamp that is resilient against wind and rain, allowing for uninterrupted use outdoors. Following Fifth Grandpa, they arrived at the base of Zhu Chuanmei's wall for a meticulous inspection. Indeed, upon tracing the wall's foundation, several large footprints became discernible. He-ping was right. A thief had indeed infiltrated our courtyard. Without He-ping's keen observation, who knows which household might have faced misfortune? Indeed, everyone must remain vigilant in the coming days. When sleeping at night, one should not sleep too soundly and ensure the door is securely locked from within. Absolutely. It is often said that a thief does not leave empty-handed. If they failed this time, who knows when they might return? The crowd now felt a sense of unease. For it is not the theft that worries one, but the mere thought of being targeted. Who can predict whose home might be approached under the cover of darkness next time? It is said that thieves are merciless. Once marked, can one expect any good fortune? At that moment, the crowd felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Wang Lasen. Had it not been for his meddling, perhaps Zhao Heping would have captured the thief. However, due to Wang Lashen's elder brother, Wang Chunsheng, being the director at the steel factory, the group dared not voice their grievances. Fifth Grandpa led the group in thorough examination for a considerable time, but aside from the footprints at the wall's base, no other clues were found. After the search, Fifth Grandpa raised the lantern and instructed everyone. All right, since the thief has been driven away by He-ping, let us all return home and rest. Remain vigilant. If anything feels amiss, promptly alert the others. The crowd acknowledged with a chorus and dispersed towards their homes. Wang Lasen also hastened homeward. Zhao Heping intended to return home as well, but was called to a halt by Zhu Chunmei. Thank you, He-ping. Zhu Chunmei expressed her gratitude. Though her words were few, each laden with significance. Had it not been for Zhao Heping, she could scarcely fathom what might have transpired that night. Sister-in-law, we are neighbors. It is only natural to assist one another. There's no need for such formalities, he replied. Take your child home, and ensure to lock the door from the inside for added security. Zhao Heping offered this piece of advice. The attempt to catch the thief had ultimately been in vain. However, from the subtle hints, Zhao Heping had already surmised certain matters, yet without evidence. He felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Yes, all right, Zhu Chunmei softly acquiesced, as if fearing to awaken the child cradled in her arms. After her agreement, she hesitated, appearing to have more to say, but ultimately remained silent, turning to close the door behind her. Zhao Heping cast a glance towards Wang Auntie's home before returning to his own, shutting the door and securing the bolt. He-ping, are you unhurt? Su Xiaoying was aware that her son had rushed out to confront a thief, and with concern, she approached him to inquire. Zhao Heping reassured her, Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry. I have secured the door, so you should rest and sleep. His mother, still recovering from her ailment and in a fragile state, needed to recuperate slowly. After inspecting her son and confirming he was indeed unharmed, she returned to her rest. Zhao Heping also extinguished the light and retired to bed. After the flurry of events, he found he was no longer plagued by insomnia and soon fell into a deep slumber. By the next morning, the residents of the courtyard were abuzz with discussions about the previous night's burglary. I heard Heping chase the thief away. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. The thief was indeed driven off by Zhao Heping. It is unfortunate, though, he could have been apprehended. Yes, what a pity, had he been caught. He would face several years in prison, relieving us of this lingering anxiety. But why wasn't he caught? Someone inquired, and an immediate hush fell over the group. The matter involved Wang Lasheng, and no one dared to speak ill of him. After all, every household in the courtyard had workers from the steel mill, and Wang Lasheng's brother, Wang Chunsheng, held a leadership position there. Who would want to offend his family? At that moment, someone in the gathering called out, Everyone, quiet down. Lasheng is coming. Sure enough, Wang Lasheng approached from the back courtyard, and, noticing several individuals huddled together, joined them. You were discussing last night's events, are you not? It is all my fault. Had I not mistaken Zhao Heping for the thief and engaged him in a scuffle, the burglar would not have escaped. Yet, I pondered all night and cannot fathom how Zhao Heping noticed the intruder when everyone else in the courtyard was asleep, especially right in front of Widow Zhu's door. It does not bode well to be awake at such an hour, lurking around a widow's home. He chuckled sheepishly, adding, Forgive my ramblings. You may disregard my thoughts and continue your discussion. With that, he hastily exited to queue for the restroom. However, His words left the others exchanging glances, silently questioning each other. What did Lashing mean by that? I'm not sure. It seems he insinuates that Heping is interested in widow Zhu. Nonsense. Zhao Heping's family is a war martyrs, with a stable home, finances, and employment. He has received numerous introductions since returning, all of which he declined. Why would he have any thoughts about a widow? Indeed, with his prospects, he could attract any number of young women. Why would he set his sights on widow Zhu? True, she is striking, but Zhao Heping is a spirited young man. It is normal to have thoughts. However, where widows are concerned, gossip thrives. Discussions surrounding widows often lead to salacious rumors. Nonetheless, the residents were cautious, whispering their conversations quietly, wary of the implications. It is important to note that Wang Lashing's brother is a leader at the steel mill, a figure not to be trifled with. And Zhao Heping's family bears the weight of martyrdom, making them equally formidable. Did you not witness how Sun Baochai's mother-in-law was detained by the police simply for rebuking Zhao Heping? Zhao Heping, though he overheard some discussions among the crowd, paid little attention to their content. He continued to wait in line for the restroom, then proceeded with his daily routine of washing up and having a meal. Following the events of the previous night, when he confronted a thief, Zhao Heping assumed that Wang Lashing would not invite him to ride along on his bicycle. To his surprise, at the appointed time, Wang Lashing appeared, pushing his bicycle and calling out to Zhao Heping. "Come on," Zhao Heping replied, shouldering his military green canvas bag as he stepped out of his home. He walked alongside Wang Lashing as they made their way outside. Wang Lashing chuckled. "Heping, I was startled by your shout last night. I was so groggy that I accidentally knocked you down and let the thief escape. I truly apologize for that. When we take a break, allow me to treat you to a meal as a way of making amends." His demeanor was so casual, as if the previous night's incident had been merely a result of his foggy consciousness. Wang Lashing's behavior reminded Zhao Heping of Hua Xianyang from his past life. Having interacted with him a few times, he recognized the same superficial charm. This realization made Zhao Heping wary. No, this individual is too perilous. He must be approached with caution from now on. "Lashing, please don't feel burdened. You mentioned it was an accident, so there is no need for apologies. Let us go. I'll ride the bicycle and take you along. As for the screening, I am still a novice and have much to learn from you." Wang Lashing grinned. "Of course. Let us proceed." The two maintained an appearance of harmony as they cycled together to the steel mill. Upon reaching the screening room, Feng Baoyang once again devoted half an hour to instructing Zhao Heping before allowing him to study independently. Finally, when noon arrived, Zhao Heping mounted his bicycle and made his way back to the first steel mill. The security personnel, having already received instructions from Secretary Song, immediately inquired, "Are you looking for Secretary Song? He is not in the plant." Zhao Heping was taken aback by the wasted trip and quickly asked, "Where has Secretary Song gone? Do you know when he will return? If he comes back soon, I will wait here." To his dismay, the security personnel shook their heads. "We are the security department and have no authority to inquire about Secretary Song's whereabouts. We cannot know where he is or when he will return." Their responses were frustratingly vague. However, they were correct. Secretary Song indeed need not report his whereabouts to the security department. "Very well, when Secretary Song returns, please convey a message to him. My name is Zhao Heping, and I am here regarding Shun Qingru's matter. I will return tomorrow at noon." Chapter 35, The Factory Flower. Car and musical instrument. Zhao Heping had to return to work, so he could only leave a message. "All right, I will inform Secretary Song upon his return," the security personnel assured him. Once Zhao Heping left, the security staff promptly went to the office to report this matter to Secretary Song. "He has already left, hasn't he?" Secretary Song inquired. His attitude towards Zhao Heping is contingent upon the Shun family's disposition towards him. Until the relationship becomes clearer, he cannot divulge anything to Zhao Heping. Thus he must remain elusive. The security personnel nodded. "He has left, but he mentioned he would return tomorrow at noon." "Secretary Song, how should I address him then? Should I say you are unavailable, or invite him in?" This matter involves Secretary Song. He cannot make decisions unilaterally and must seek real-time guidance. Secretary Song promptly replied, "Proceed as we did today. Inform him I am not here, but maintain a cordial demeanor to avoid any displeasure. We shall await the Shun family's confirmation before proceeding." Understood. The security personnel comprehended the instructions. Zhao Heping returned to the screening room, simply consuming steamed buns with hot water. Lacking any means to contact Shun Qingru, he could only turn to Secretary Song. However, this attempt yielded no results, so he would have to make another visit tomorrow at noon. As he was eating, Wang Lasen entered the screening room with a vivacious young lady. Upon seeing Zhao Heping with his hot water and steamed buns, Wang Lasen raised an eyebrow. Heping, you might as well go to the cafeteria for a proper meal. It hardly costs anything. As a bereaved family member, with your compensation amounting to several hundred, there's no need to live so frugally. Zhao Heping merely acknowledged with a sound, displaying no embarrassment as Wang Lasen had anticipated. Calmly, he stated, I had to go out during lunch and didn't have time to visit the cafeteria, so I'm making do. He then finished his bun with composure under their watchful gaze. Wang Lasen, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, Heping, I have a screening task this afternoon and will return late. You can head home by yourself after work. Please also inform my mother. Oh, by the way, this is our factory's flower and my girlfriend, Comrade Che Shuqin from the broadcasting room. This afternoon, she will accompany me to the community screening. He concluded with a proud tilt of his chin. Unexpectedly, Che Shuqin promptly retorted, Stop your nonsense. When have I been your girlfriend? I'm merely accompanying you to watch a film. If you continue to jest, you need not seek me out again. Her expression turned serious. Wang Lasen quickly interjected, I was just trying to lighten the mood. No need to be upset. After all, I didn't want Heping to feel awkward witnessing this. He then turned to Zhao Heping, flashing a smile. Right, Heping? Zhao Heping simply smiled and remained silent. Concerned that Che Shuqin might still be upset, Wang Lasen hastily shifted the topic. Look at me. I've only introduced Shuqin and not Heping. Come, Shuqin. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is Zhao Heping, who recently joined our screening room and is from the same courtyard as I am. Now you are all acquainted. Zhao Heping smiled and nodded at Che Shuqin in greeting. She responded with a smile, her bright eyes and radiant teeth captivating. Which is no surprise she is regarded as the factory flower. At that moment, Feng Baoyang entered, glanced at Wang Lasen, and said, Lasen, when you head to the screening this afternoon, remember to bring Heping along so he can familiarize himself in advance. Got it, Wang Lasen replied absent-mindedly. His previously elevated spirits now dampened. He cast a glance at Zhao Heping but remained silent. After a while, he seized an opportunity to call Zhao Heping to the corridor outside. Ensuring that no one was around, he whispered, Heping, you must help me this time. I have exerted tremendous effort to persuade Che Shuqin to accompany me to the film screening. This is a rare occasion for us to deepen our bond. With only one bicycle, I can take her, but I cannot take you as well. Can you think of a way to make your own way there? Zhao Heping pondered for a moment before agreeing. Though his time since Rebirth had not been long, he had gained far more insight into Wang Lasen than in his previous life. He was undoubtedly a man who spoke sweetly but harbored malice. It was best to avoid provoking such a person whenever possible. However, given the incident of catching the thief last night, it was likely that Wang would harbor resentment. Therefore, it was essential to keep him steady for now and to find a weakness in him, allowing for a swift response when he attempted to retaliate. Upon hearing Zhao Heping's consent, a smile immediately graced Wang Lasen's face. Good brother, once my plan succeeds, I promise to treat you to some wedding candy. With that, he joyfully turned and returned to the screening room. He was determined to win over Che Shuqin. Their outing to the film screening today was a crucial step. In the afternoon, personnel from the district came to transport the equipment, and the projectionist merely needed to ride a bicycle there, so there was no need to rush. Thus, for most of the afternoon, the screening room was filled with the laughter and banter of Wang Lasen and Che Shuqin, which displeased Feng Baoyang. However, given that one was the brother of the logistics office director and the other the daughter of a district leader, he dared not offend either. So, while sipping tea and perusing the newspaper, he would cast furtive glances at the two, expressing his discontent, yet fearing their resentment. He only dared to do so in secret. Zhao Heping, witnessing this, could not help but shake his head. By 3 in the afternoon, the district's equipment transport personnel arrived. Wang Lasen took Che Shuqin with him. Zhao Heping first went to the workshop to deliver a message to his mother via someone from the courtyard. Then he left the factory, choosing not to head directly to the district, but instead sought out the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pack of cigarettes before heading to the first steel rolling factory, hoping that Secretary Song might have returned. However, the security personnel informed him that Secretary Song had not yet returned and politely declined the cigarettes he offered. With no other option, Zhao Heping asked them to relay a message to Secretary Song that he would return the following noon. After concluding this matter, he proceeded to the venue for the film screening in the district. In this era, entertainment activities were scarce, and movies were the sole means of recreation for people. So the screening venue would draw large crowds. As he surveyed the scene, it was densely packed with people, and describing it as a sea of humanity would not be an exaggeration. Fortunately, Zhao Heping did not need to jostle with the crowd. He instinctively made his way to the area where the projection equipment was located. To his surprise, he found Wang Lasen sitting there, dejected and forlorn. Lasen, why are you here alone? Where is Che Shuqin, who came with you? Zhao Heping inquired. Wang Lasen was taken aback. Upon looking up and seeing him, he stood up and leaned closer, whispering, "Let us not discuss this. On the way, I insisted on going home to inform my parents, but once I got home, I couldn't come back out. Had I known this would happen, I would have prevented her from returning home. The daughter of a leader is indeed under strict supervision." Zhao Heping smirked inwardly. Such strictness was warranted, as she was, after all, a leader's family member, and one ought to exercise caution. If a naive girl were to fall victim to deceit, it would be a regret she would carry for a lifetime. Chapter 36. Sweet talk. Take your time. There's no rush. Zhao Heping offered a comforting remark. However, Wang Lasen shook his head, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. You focus on the equipment and ensure that no mischievous children tamper with it." The equipment had long been installed and calibrated, merely awaiting the screening. Zhao Heping walked over, but noticed nothing amiss. Thus he resolved to wait until the film concluded to address any matters. The movie being screened was titled The Guests on the Iceberg. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhao Heping found himself engrossed in it, while Wang Lasen, having seen it multiple times, displayed no interest. Instead, he was engaged in lively conversation with a young girl sitting nearby. She was merely 17 or 18, and as she spoke with Wang Lasen, her face radiated an unmistakable admiration and fondness. As the film came to an end and the crowd surged to leave, the girl lingered beside Wang Lasen. He directed the crew to load the equipment onto the vehicle while saying, "Heping, I must meet a friend shortly for some urgent matters, so I might be late returning. I can't ride back with you. Perhaps you should head home first. I truly apologize for this. I'll treat you to dinner another day." His expression remained serious, revealing no hint of any issue. Zhao Heping cast a glance at the girl, and a suspicion crossed his mind. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied, "All right. If Wang Ani is still awake when I return, I'll let her know. Thank you for your kindness." Wang Lasen cheerfully patted Zhao Heping on the shoulder. Zhao Heping smiled in return and turned to leave. However, he hadn't walked far when he noticed no one was paying attention to him. He quickly veered around a corner and concealed himself, quietly observing the unfolding scene with Wang Lasen. As the equipment was being loaded, the audience had already departed, leaving only Wang Lasen and the girl behind. "Let us go, it's getting late. I'll walk you home," Wang Lasen said, gently tugging at the girl's hand. She shyly lowered her gaze, but did not withdraw her hand. The two did not ride bicycles. Instead, they strolled hand in hand. Zhao Heping followed at a discreet distance. Wang Lasen conversed with the girl as they navigated through winding paths, eventually turning into a narrow alley. As Zhao Heping reached the alley's entrance, he hesitated on whether to follow when suddenly, he heard the girl's voice, tinged with panic. "Lasen, please don't do this." Following that was Wang Lasen's coaxing tone. "Good Kaixia, I'm yearning for you so much it aches. Just help me out. After all, you are destined to marry me. You will be mine sooner or later. Why not give it to me earlier? What harm is there in our relationship growing closer? Besides, I adore you, and you care for me too, so you wouldn't want to see me in distress, would you?" His voice was soft, almost a whisper, imbued with an alluring quality that seemed to drip with temptation. The girl named Kaixia trembled slightly, her breath quickening as she replied, "But my mother has said that I cannot lose my virtue before marriage. If others find out, I would never be able to hold my head high again." Clearly frightened and hesitant, she spoke as if on the verge of tears. Wang Lasen continued to persuade her, "Trust me, if you don't tell anyone. And I don't either, no one will ever know. We will get married, after all. I like you too, which is why I can't help myself. Kaixia, just give in to me, and I promise to treat you well from now on." As he spoke, he seemed to make an advance, prompting Kaixia to anxiously murmur, "Please don't. Lasen, why don't you ask a matchmaker to come to my home tomorrow to propose? Let us settle this sooner rather than later, and marry as soon as possible. After we are wed, I will give you anything you desire." Wang Lasen was evidently taken aback by her suggestion. He fell silent for a moment, then, with a hint of displeasure, responded, "Kaixia, is this truly how you express your affection for me? I desire you now, to the point of anguish, yet you remain unwilling. It seems your feelings for me are not as profound as you claim. His words, cold and accusatory, clearly pressured the young woman. Seeing his discontent, Kai Xia grew anxious and quickly reassured him. Lawson, I truly like you. I really do. But my mother has insisted that I cannot engage in such acts before marriage, not even in death. Fear gripped her, especially regarding the prospect of losing her virtue before marriage, as it would lead to a life unworthy of living. Upon hearing her steadfastness, Wang Loshen promptly shifted his approach. Kai Xia, I understand everything. We want to engage in such activities. I can wait outside and relieve myself, all right? This way, you won't lose your virtue. And I won't suffer. I promise I won't go that far. Zhao Heping, lurking outside the alley, squinted. Such a promise was nothing more than a deceitful ploy. Wang Loshen was truly the epitome of a scoundrel. If he succeeded, one could only imagine the dire consequences for the girl's future. With these thoughts in mind, he glanced around under the dim moonlight and noticed several stones of varying sizes at the base of the wall. Zhao Heping reached down, picking up a stone roughly the size of his palm. In the narrow alley, Wang Loshen continued his coaxing. Kai Xia, consider it a favor for me. We will marry eventually, so a little intimacy beforehand is nothing to fret about. Besides, as I mentioned, just waiting outside will suffice, won't it? He relentlessly sought to lower her defenses with his words, pressing for her compliance. Finally, her heart softened. You truly won't go that far? You promise? I promise. Wang Lashen's voice was instantly filled with elation. Kai Xia, you are truly wonderful. Zhao Heping understood that the young lady had been deceived by the sweet words of the man, and the inevitable outcome would be that she would be seduced and ultimately betrayed, with no prospect of marriage. Contemplating this, he cautiously peeked around the alley. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned that it was a dead end. Wang Lashen was embracing the young woman, leaning against a concrete post of a utility pole, his actions already beyond the pale. Zhao Heping seized a stone and hurled it at Wang Lashing. After casting the stone, he immediately turned and fled. Ouch! Wang Lashing cried out in agony as the stone struck him squarely on the back. The shock caused him to stumble and, in a frantic effort, he and the young woman, Kai Xia, both lost their balance and fell to the ground. Lashing, what happened? Kai Xia exclaimed, startled, her voice trembling. However, Wang Lashing was too preoccupied to heed her concern. He was in the midst of a clandestine rendezvous. Should he be caught, it would spell disaster. With this thought, he scrambled to his feet, hastily adjusted his trousers, disregarding Kai Xia entirely, and pushed his bicycle out of the alley in a rush. Chapter 37. Do you think I am beautiful? In this era, holding hands in public was already seen as lewd behavior. Engaging in intimate acts in a dead end without marriage was unequivocally a crime, punishable by imprisonment or, in severe cases, execution. Wang Lashing's singular thought was to escape swiftly. If he could evade capture, he could later deny any wrongdoing. Thus, upon bursting out of the alley, he barely had time to check for onlookers, let alone mount his bicycle. He ran wildly, darting into alleys and turning at intersections, completely oblivious to his surroundings. It was only when he could run no more, utterly exhausted, that he collapsed onto the ground. Damn it, who was that? As he regained his composure, Wang Lashing sensed something amiss. He had bolted from the dead end without encountering anyone pursuing him. Could it be Kai Xia's family? Perhaps they feared that a scandal would tarnish their daughter's reputation, prompting them to scare him away. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, regardless of the possibility, he dared not return to investigate. The fate of the abandoned Kai Xia was of no concern to him. After resting for a moment, Wang Lashing finally oriented himself and rode his bicycle home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 10:30. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness. Everyone had retired for the night. Even Zhao Heping's household was shrouded in shadow. Wang Lashing glanced briefly but thought little of it. It was normal for Zhao Heping to have gone to bed early. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Heping was at home, concealed behind the curtains, peering through the gap to observe Wang Lashing's return. He wondered whether the young lady had been rescued after Wang had thrown the stone and fled without a trace. However, it seemed improbable that Wang Lashing, emboldened as he was, would dare to continue his mischief that night. Thus, the young woman should be safe. Yet, safety this time did not guarantee that she would remain so easily deceived in the future. Some lessons, once learned, linger on. However, certain misfortunes can shatter a young woman's life forever. Zhao Heping encountered such a situation. He could provide temporary assistance, yet he could not save the girl for a lifetime. Thus, Her future ultimately rested in her own hands. Zhao Heping recalled Shen Qingru. Having engaged with her under extraordinary circumstances, he felt a sense of responsibility towards her. Should she refuse his accountability, he felt compelled to seek confirmation directly. Therefore, he resolved to visit the first steel plant the following day. Intending to locate the only person familiar with Shen Qingru's situation, Secretary Song. Having made this decision, Zhao Heping finally retired to bed. The next morning, as he commuted to work alongside Wang Lasan, he noticed the latter's weary visage, adorned with dark circles beneath his eyes. "Lasan, did you not sleep at all last night?" Zhao Heping inquired casually. He surmised that the young man had likely spent the night in distress, considering the fright of being caught in a compromising situation. Wang Lasan yawned and replied lethargically, "I did sleep, but it was merely a night filled with dreams. Waking up felt no different from being awake all along." It appeared that today's film screening would have to be entrusted to Old Foam, for he lacked the stamina to manage it. After uttering this, he relinquished his bicycle to Zhao Heping, opting to rest against the latter as they rode. This arrangement vexed Zhao Heping internally. Upon reaching the screening room, he continued his studies under Feng Baoyang's guidance, while Wang Lasan sneaked off to the infirmary to rest. To Zhao Heping's surprise, by the time he completed his studies, Wang Lasan had yet to return. Instead, the broadcaster Che Shuqin entered the room. "Where's Wang Lasan?" she inquired upon her arrival. Not addressing anyone specifically, she found that Feng Baoyang, engrossed in his newspaper and sipping tea, chose to ignore her. Zhao Heping also opted not to respond, which irked Che Shuqin. Accustomed to being the center of attention, she had never experienced such treatment before. Thus, she approached Zhao Heping's desk, tapping it gently and asserting, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Where's Wang Lasan?" Zhao Heping glanced at her and retorted, "Che Shuqin, do you always speak to everyone without using their names? Just hey, hey, hey? What difference does it make?" She replied dismissively, "As long as you know I'm calling you, it suffices. Where's Wang Lasan? Why isn't he here?" Feeling disinclined to engage further, Zhao Heping stated plainly, "He has gone to the infirmary. If you wish to find him, that's where you should look." Upon hearing his response, Che Shuqin chose not to leave and instead seated herself at Wang Lasan's desk across from Zhao Heping. "I remember your name. You are Zhao Heping, correct? You accompanied the screening yesterday. What film was shown?" She had originally intended to attend the screening, but had returned home only to face her family's disapproval, preventing her from attending. Intrigued by the film screened the previous day, she sought Zhao Heping's insights upon completing her broadcasting duties. With nothing to conceal, Zhao Heping recounted the film and its essential plot. "You mean to say there was romance in this film?" Che Shuqin's eyes sparkled with interest. Iceberg's Visitor is a new film that she has yet to see. Moreover, Zhao Heping mentioned that there is a segment of romance within the movie, which piqued her interest significantly. What girl is not prone to daydreaming? Especially when it is a love story that has been adapted into a film. Her heart longs for it even more. Yesterday, Zhao Heping finished watching the entire film and expressed his profound impressions with a nod, stating that while there is indeed love, it is merely one aspect of what makes this film worthy of viewing. There are 3 additional points to consider. First, the music is exquisite. The song "Why Are the Flowers So Red" appears 3 times throughout the film, each repetition presenting a different meaning, leaving a lasting impression. This song is likely to become popular very soon. Second, the plot is filled with suspense, embodying characteristics typical of anti-espionage films while also showcasing distinct national traits and regional colors. Beyond the themes of investigation and counter-investigation, it leaves a deep impression of the snow lotus of love cultivated atop the iceberg. Third, it reflects the life of the Tajik ethnic group in Xinjiang, particularly through the portrayal of a minority actress, whose beauty presents a different kind of exquisite charm compared to the Han girls. Che Shuqin listened intently, and by the end, she blurted out, "Am I beautiful?" Upon hearing Zhao Heping praise an actress's beauty, she inadvertently posed this question. After all, she is known as the beauty of the factory among the thousands of workers. Zhao Heping glanced at her and replied calmly, "Beauty cannot be compared. Each individual has their own preferences, hence their aesthetic appreciation varies." Che Shuqin was not satisfied with this answer and pressed on, "So, within your aesthetic vision, do you find me beautiful?" Not wanting to continue this topic, Zhao Heping nodded and replied, "Yes, beautiful." Instantly, Che Shuqin beamed, her face radiant with joy. At that moment, Wang Lasan happened to return. Upon entering, he found Che Shuqin laughing like a blossoming flower. He paused for a moment and then became alert. "Shuqin, When did you arrive? What are you laughing about? He had been pursuing her for a year and had never seen her smile at any man in such a manner. What merit does Zhao Heping possess? With this thought, Wang Lashen's heart filled with resentment towards Zhao Heping. Seeing Wang Lashen enter with a stern expression, Che Shuqin's mood soured. She casually replied, "Nothing much. I just came to ask what movie was screened yesterday. Zhao Heping told me about it, and I found it quite interesting." "Is that so?" Wang Lashen's eyes brightened. "I have a screening task today. Why don't you join me? I can show it to you." If he could take her out, it would be the first step toward success. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming with an aggressive intensity, which made Che Shuqin feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, she shook her head and said, "Let's talk about it later. My mother doesn't allow me to watch movies outside. She says there are too many people, and it's unsafe for a girl. If I go out with you, my mother will definitely be upset. She will tell my father, and you would be the first to face the consequences." This remark startled Wang Lashen, extinguishing the flicker of hope within him. His determination to win over Che Shuqin remained steadfast, yet he wished to avoid offending her parents with any misstep. Che Shuqin, somewhat disinterested, inquired, "Wang Lashen, where are you headed for the screening task today? Although I cannot attend, I would like to have friends nearby to catch a glimpse." Wang Lashen, having had a restless night and failing to recuperate even with a brief nap in the infirmary, replied, "We are going to the rubber factory for the employees' welfare event. However, I will not be going. I am feeling unwell today. Let old Feng take my place for the screening." He turned to Feng Baoyang and asked, "Is that all right? Old Feng, you can also bring Zhao Heping along and teach him on site." Wang Lashen's modesty masked his desire for ease, but Feng Baoyang, having known him for a considerable time, was aware of this intent. Nevertheless, with Wang Lashen's brother being a leader at the factory, Feng Baoyang had little choice but to agree. "Sure, just remember to leave the bicycle behind. I needed to take Heping to the rubber factory for the screening. It's essential." "Understood," Wang Lashen responded casually. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of interest flickered in Che Shuqin's eyes at the mention of the rubber factory, accompanied by a fleeting glance towards Zhao Heping. Zhao Heping, engrossed in rehearsing the film projection techniques imparted by Feng Baoyang, remained oblivious. Mastery of this craft was imperative to avoid any criticism, and he was determined to ensure absolute precision. Soon, noon arrived. Che Shuqin lingered in the projection room, much to Wang Lashen's delight, prompting him to engage her in conversation. As lunchtime approached, he seized the moment to exhibit his intentions. "Shuqin, it's time for lunch. Shall we head to the cafeteria?" "My treat." Che Shuqin glanced at Zhao Heping and feigned nonchalance. "There's another person in the projection room. When you say treat, do you mean just for me, or should he be included as well?" Wang Lashen, oblivious to any underlying implications, assumed Che Shuqin was merely jesting. Yet, feeling the need to maintain his pride, he invited Zhao Heping. "Heping, come along. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch." However, he refrained from mentioning the treat, merely suggesting they go together. Zhao Heping, pressed for time, stood up and replied, "No, I have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead." He hurriedly exited, leaving the projection room in a brisk pace. Che Shuqin observed Zhao Heping's retreating figure and wrinkled her nose, commenting, "It's odd. He seems to never eat in the cafeteria. Yesterday, I saw him drinking hot water and nibbling on a steamed bun. His family can't be facing severe financial difficulties, can they? The cafeteria's large pot of stew costs merely 4 cents, with a bit of minced meat doubling it to 8. Surely, they can afford that unless they are truly impoverished." Wang Lashen chuckled and replied him. In the past, he indeed came from a particularly struggling family. However, since his father sacrificed himself and became a martyr, his family has received compensation and is no longer lacking in funds. His frugality might simply be a reflection of a petty mindset. He concluded with a scoff. In his eyes, Zhao Heping's family, even after receiving the compensation and being recognized as martyrs' relatives, could never be compared to his own. Thus, he held Zhao Heping in disdain. Che Shuqin's interest was piqued. "Is that so? What exactly is the situation with his family? Share the details with me during our meal." "All right," Wang Lashen replied, delighted at the prospect of dining with Che Shuqin. Consequently, he overlooked her sudden curiosity. Walking to the cafeteria with a factory beauty by his side filled Wang Lashen with pride. Once they arrived, he willingly shared everything she inquired about. After the meal, he even believed that his relationship with Che Shuqin had progressed. "Lashen, you mentioned Zhao Heping has a partner. Have you seen her? Is she attractive? Or perhaps more so than I?" Che Shuqin did not return to the broadcast room, but instead followed Wang Lasen back to the screening room, which inflated his ego even further. Upon hearing her words, he scoffed and replied, I haven't seen his partner, so I can't say whether she's beautiful or not. But she certainly can't compare to you. Besides, it's uncertain if Zhao Heping even has a partner. The fact that she didn't accompany him back to the city speaks volumes. Che Shuqin began to grasp certain implications. At that moment, Zhao Heping returned, having come back empty-handed. The security personnel informed him that Secretary Song was not present and had left no message, which left Zhao Heping's heart in a state of unrest. The uncertainty weighed heavily on him, preventing him from feeling at ease. Che Shuqin noticed Zhao Heping entering the room, his expression serious. She intended to inquire about what had transpired but hesitated, remembering the presence of two others, and opted for silence. Wang Lasen, misinterpreting her sudden reticence as disdain for Zhao Heping, chuckled softly, dismissing it. Shuqin, if you don't wish to watch the outdoor movie, I could find a time to take you to the cinema instead. Just tell me what films you enjoy, and I'll check the screening times to buy tickets in advance. Wang Lasen was relentless in pursuing Che Shuqin. However, she discreetly glanced at Zhao Heping, who was preoccupied with his own affairs, feeling disinterested. Perhaps another time. Chapter 39. The film screening. Che Shuqin surprisingly attended. Wang Lasen had long grown accustomed to Che Shuqin's sudden coldness towards him. After all, she was the factory's flower and the daughter of a district leader. Such aloofness was to be expected. Thus, he redoubled his efforts to please her. Yet, excessive flattery often backfired. Che Shuqin, familiar with the attentions of admirers, instinctively felt annoyance towards those who fawned over her. In contrast, the quiet Zhao Heping appeared increasingly appealing in her eyes, especially as he spoke to her about the film, stirring a unique feeling within her. However, considering he had a partner, she maintained her own reservations. Wang Lasen, undeterred in his pursuit of affection, conceived another approach and remarked, Shuqin, during my recent visit to the countryside for a screening, I learned a bit about palmistry from an elderly gentleman. Would you allow me the pleasure of reading your palm? As he reached for Cheshikin's hand, she, having grown weary of his incessant chatter, could no longer contain her irritation. She swiftly withdrew her hand and coldly replied, No need. I have matters to attend to and must return to the broadcasting room. With that, she turned and walked away, realizing he had once again provoked this delicate rose. Wang Lasen hurriedly followed, wearing a forced smile. Allow me to accompany you. Upon reaching the entrance, Cheshikin suddenly halted and turned back. Wang Lasen narrowly avoided colliding with her and quickly sidestepped. What is it, Shuqin? He inquired. Cheshikin ignored him, instead directing her attention to the office. Zhao Heping, what film are you screening at the rubber factory today? My cousin works there, but she hasn't been to work these past few days. If it's a film she hasn't seen, I'll encourage her to attend the evening show. No one anticipated her sudden engagement with Zhao Heping. Feng Baoyang glanced up from his newspaper, curious about Cheshikin's unexpected inquiry. Zhao Heping, intrigued yet cautious, answered truthfully. Today's screening at the rubber factory is still the visitors from the iceberg. Very well, Cheshikin acknowledged with a nod before turning to leave. Wang Lasen, regaining his composure, quickly pursued her. Shuqin, I am well aware of these matters. Zhao Heping is merely a newcomer. If you wish to know anything, feel free to ask me. He may not have all the answers. Cheshikin remained silent, as though she did not hear him, continuing on her path without looking back. This incited a burning anger in Wang Lasen. However, he concealed his emotions. Upon returning to the screening room, he exhibited no signs of his frustration, even inquiring about Zhao Heping's activities during lunch. Nothing much, just inquiring about a few matters, Zhao Heping replied, instinctively guarded against Wang Lasen's probing. Naturally, he would not divulge the truth to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Lasen thumped his chest and declared, Heping, should you wish to inquire about anything, come to me. I travel far and wide for screenings and know many people. I can assure you, I'll provide you with clear answers. Zhao Heping, unconvinced, merely smiled. No need. I've already gathered the information. Very well, Wang Lasen responded, not genuinely wishing to assist, but merely attempting to curry favor with Zhao Heping. His aspirations to lead the screening department necessitated Zhao Heping's support. At 3:30 in the afternoon, individuals from the rubber factory arrived to collect the screening equipment, including the screen, loudspeakers, film projector, generator, gasoline barrels, and sound equipment. All these items were cumbersome and required careful handling. As this outing was organized by Feng Baoyong and Zhao Heping, the two busied themselves with the preparations. By the time everything was loaded onto the vehicle, it was already 4 o'clock. Feng Baoyong rode his bicycle with Zhao Heping, and together they set off for the rubber factory, renowned for its production of rubber shoes and bicycle tires. In this era, working in such a factory brings a sense of pride. However, many years later, it became apparent that employment at the rubber factory could result in workers suffering from benzene poisoning, a substance linked to leukemia. By the time Zhao Heping learned of this news, it was already 2002. Yet, at present, this reality remains unknown to the masses. Naturally, it is of little concern to anyone. With severe industrial pollution, people prioritize their immediate need for sustenance, overlooking other crucial issues. At the screening venue, despite the early hour, numerous individuals had already claimed their spots with stools. The air was thick with a pungent odor of rubber, which was quite overwhelming. Zhao Heping furrowed his brow, observing the surrounding crowd, who appeared entirely accustomed to the discomfort, showing no signs of concern. The workers from the rubber factory assisted in unloading equipment, setting up the screen, and arranging the machinery, completing the task swiftly. Once everything was in place, Feng Baoyong began to outline essential precautions to Zhao Heping. As a projectionist, there are several potential pitfalls when screening an outdoor film. Any oversight could lead to minor repercussions, but serious mistakes would certainly incur penalties. One type of error is technical, such as a blank screen, absence of sound, or power outages. Another form of negligence pertains to the promotional aspect. For instance, when screening in urban areas, audiences are generally well informed, having access to newspapers and commentary from those around them, allowing for a smoother experience as long as technical errors are avoided. However, when venturing into rural areas, adequate promotion becomes imperative. For example, if we were to screen the 5 heroes of Wolf Tooth Mountain without proper advertising, some viewers might misinterpret the scene where the 5 heroes, out of ammunition, leap from the cliffs, lamenting the fate of our soldiers being overwhelmed by the enemy. Such reactions starkly contrast with our intended message of the soldiers' bravery and sacrifice, their valor in the face of overwhelming odds to safeguard the masses and facilitate the strategic withdrawal of main forces, thereby delivering a more powerful blow to the enemy. Consequences like these are profoundly detrimental, representing a failure on the part of the projectionists. These are critical mistakes that must be avoided by film projectionists. Feng Baoyong, one of the first projectionists, generously imparted his wisdom to Zhao Heping. Had it been Wang Lasan, he would have never shared even a single word on this subject with Zhao. The cinema attracted not only the workers from the rubber factory, but also individuals from the surrounding areas and even beyond. By the time Zhao Heping and his colleagues finished setting up the equipment, the screening area could be described as teeming with people. As dusk settled, the film was finally about to commence. The opening melody, Song of the Plateau, resonated, silencing the previously loud conversations. All eyes were fixed on the humble screen. Zhao Heping had watched the film the previous night, but still felt a lingering curiosity, eager to experience it anew. Just then, he heard someone beside him inquire, "Zhao Heping, my cousin and I arrived late and found no seats. May we sit next to you?" Zhao Heping turned his head and was surprised to see Che Shuqin approaching, accompanied by a short-haired young woman who regarded him with curious eyes. Chapter 40, Aiding and Rescue. Being colleagues from the same factory, Zhao Heping did not refuse their company. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you," Che Shuqin replied cheerfully, as she and her cousin settled down. The two women then began to whisper to each other, engaged in a conversation that Zhao Heping could not decipher. Feng Baoyong glanced over, his gaze lingering briefly on Zhao Heping's face. But he said nothing and turned back to the film. The Visitor on the Iceberg was a new film that captivated everyone's attention. As the nearly 2-hour movie drew to a close with the final credits rolling, many were left wanting more. Che Shuqin nudged Zhao Heping and whispered, "Zhao Heping, you mentioned 4 points about this film, but I believe the most significant among them is love." Zhao Heping offered no rebuttal. Each person has their own perspective. Che Shuqin's emphasis on love might suggest that she herself was quite the romantic. Noticing Zhao Heping's silence, she became somewhat irritated and stood up, pulling her cousin along. "Sister, the movie has ended. Let us go." Her temper flared swiftly. Zhao Heping was utterly perplexed by her sudden mood. However, Che Shuqin's cousin smiled at Zhao Heping, thanked him, and prepared to rise. Yet, upon standing, she swayed and unexpectedly fell back onto the ground. "Sister, are you all right? Don't scare me." Che Shuqin panicked, rushing to assist her. However, Her strength was insufficient to lift her cousin. Observing this, Zhao Heping hurried over and helped her cousin back onto the bench. Che Shuqin, overwhelmed with worry, began to cry. It's my fault, all my fault. My sister was clearly still unwell, and I insisted on dragging her to see this movie. What will my brother-in-law say? He will surely be furious with me. As she spoke, she wiped her tears. Zhao Heping noticed Che Shuqin's cousin cradling her head, appearing to be in considerable distress. Without hesitation, he declared, "This is serious. We must take her to the hospital. How far is the nearest one?" Che Shuqin quickly responded, "Not far, it's only about 20 minutes by bike." Zhao Heping was unconcerned with that detail. Given the current urgency, riding a bike was not an option. He turned to the gathering workers from the rubber factory and asked, "Could I trouble you all to find a cart or something similar? We need to get her to the hospital." The rubber factory workers, familiar with Che Shuqin's cousin, immediately replied, "Yes, yes. She is our technician, Song. We'll get a vehicle right away." With a collective effort, someone from the factory's transport team stepped forward, saying, "I'll drive. Please help carry her to the entrance to save time." Without a moment's thought, Zhao Heping picked up Che Shuqin's cousin, only then recalling the work he had left behind. He turned to Feng Baoyang and said, "Master Feng, could you please take care of the equipment? I'll take her to the hospital first. Don't wait for me. I'll make my own way home later." His urgency to assist overshadowed his thoughts of work. Feng Baoyang hastily replied, "All right, I understand. Leave the equipment to me. And you should hurry." Thus, Zhao Heping, carrying a person on his back, dashed towards the factory gate under the guidance of the crowd. At that moment, Che Shuqin's cousin also regained some composure. "Comrade Zhao Heping, I am fine now. There is no need to go to the hospital. It was merely a minor cold, causing some dizziness and a headache, which startled you all. Now that I feel better, I just need to take some medicine and rest at home." She insisted on not going to the hospital, and Zhao Heping, feeling helpless, had to let her go, observing her sway slightly before being steadied by Che Shuqin. However, he sensed that her condition was not quite right and cautioned, "Are you certain you're all right? Perhaps it would be better to go to the hospital for a checkup." He feared that Che Shuqin's cousin, who worked at the rubber factory, might be suffering from benzene poisoning. After all, years later, news investigations would reveal alarming issues. Despite her apparent discomfort, she maintained, "There's no need. I have already been examined at the factory clinic. It's just a minor cold. It seems excessive to go to the hospital for this, and it would cause unnecessary turmoil at home. I will be fine after a good night's sleep. Thank you. Shuqin, please help me home." She persisted, and Zhao Heping felt it unnecessary to press further. Meanwhile, Che Shuqin, with tears in her eyes, looked to Zhao Heping for assistance, saying, "Zhao Heping, would you accompany me to take my sister home? I'm a bit frightened if she feels unwell again on the way. I want to be able to manage alone." Zhao Heping considered this and nodded in agreement. Che Shuqin's cousin lived not far from the rubber factory. It was merely a matter of crossing 2 streets and navigating through 3 or 4 alleys. However, as they approached, Zhao Heping could already detect the odor of rubber. Less pungent than that in the factory, but still quite unpleasant. "Zhao Heping, my cousin's house is just ahead. You can head back now. Thank you for today," Che Shuqin said, visibly relieved upon spotting the place. Had she not insisted on bringing her cousin to the movies, none of this would have happened. When she witnessed her cousin collapse, she felt an overwhelming weakness. Fortunately, Zhao Heping had stepped up, providing her with a sense of support. Thus, her gratitude was heartfelt. "No need to thank me." Zhao Heping, still unsettled by the rubber scent, did not leave immediately. If Che Shuqin's cousin was suffering from benzene poisoning, departing now would equate to abandoning her. As Che Shuqin helped her cousin towards a courtyard, Zhao Heping called out, "Wait a moment." Approaching the 2 sisters, who looked at him in confusion, he stated directly, "Che Shuqin, your cousin's symptoms do not resemble those of a cold. They appear more akin to benzene poisoning. This is an occupational illness. If detected early, the poisoning can be mild, and with treatment, recovery is possible. However, if left untreated for too long, it could escalate to severe poisoning, which would be much more difficult to remedy." He was not being alarmist. In a previous life, while perusing a newspaper, he encountered an alarming report about benzene poisoning, which ultimately led many individuals to develop aplastic anemia or leukemia. The severity of the consequences left a profound impression on him. "Is it truly that serious?" Che Shuqin gasped in shock, promptly entrusting her cousin to Zhao Heping. "I must find my brother-in-law immediately. We need to head to the hospital at once." With that, she dashed through the courtyard gate, observing her cousin's retreating figure. Her elder sister smiled and shook her head. This girl has been frightened by your words. In truth, I am well aware of my own health, and there is nothing to worry about. She dismissed the concern, believing that Zhao Heping was overreacting. Zhao Heping did not dispute her, since they were going to the hospital. Whether there was an issue or not would be determined through examination. Chapter 41. Checking for poisoning soon. Che Shuqin found her brother-in-law, accompanied by 2 or 3 others, presumably family members of her elder sister. These individuals took the matter seriously and wasted no time in asking questions, directly transporting her to the hospital. They even summoned several doctors. Once the physicians arrived, Che Shuqin and Zhao Heping stepped aside. Clearly familiar with these professionals, Che Shuqin introduced them to Zhao Heping. The one leading the group is the head of the emergency department. Next to him is the deputy chief of neurology. And behind them is the director of the outpatient department. My sister is apprehensive about this, which is why she was reluctant to come to the hospital. If it were merely a mild cold, it would indeed be excessive for these doctors to interrupt their evening to return. However, given Zhao Heping's assertion of poisoning and its severe implications, such urgency is entirely warranted. Upon hearing their titles, Zhao Heping recognized the privileges that ordinary individuals could never access. Privileges that have persisted through the past, present, and future. How did you come to know about benzene poisoning? Che Shuqin inquired curiously. As she had never even heard the term before, Zhao Heping contemplated for a moment before replying. I have an affinity for reading, books, newspapers, and various materials. Your elder sister works in a rubber factory, and her symptoms closely resemble the early signs of benzene poisoning, particularly acute benzene poisoning. In such cases, one must vacate the contaminated area and seek timely treatment. You mentioned your sister has been resting these past few days, which likely means she has distanced herself from the source of poisoning, thus preventing any escalation to severe symptoms. It is merely a mild case, which is why she did not take it seriously. This is my hypothesis. We shall await the final examination results from the doctors to confirm. Che Shuqin nodded, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she cast a glance at Zhao Heping and whispered, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. Whether it pertained to cinematic insights or her elder sister's ailment, Zhao Heping's demeanor distinctly set him apart from all those who sought her affection. At that moment, Che Shuqin's brother-in-law approached. Shuqin, your sister requires extensive testing, and obtaining results will take considerable time. You and Comrade Zhao should return home for now. Turning to Zhao Heping, he expressed, Comrade Zhao, thank you for your assistance today. I need to stay with my wife during her examinations, but I will certainly visit to express my gratitude when I have the opportunity. If it is indeed poisoning, you will have saved her life, and that warrants a heartfelt thank you. Even if it were not so, it was a gesture of goodwill, which should be acknowledged. There is no need for thanks. I merely observed the situation and felt compelled to offer a reminder. Zhao Heping's intention stemmed from a sense of moral obligation to assist those in peril. As for the gratitude expressed by others, it had not crossed his mind. After the other party expressed their thanks a couple more times, they hurried off to undergo the next examination. Zhao Heping and Che Shuqin, left behind, realized they could not be of any assistance, and thus exited the hospital. It's quite late. Could you escort me home? I feel a bit frightened alone, Che Shuqin confessed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never before asked a man to accompany her home. He was the first. However, the hour was indeed late, and Zhao Heping could not in good conscience allow a young woman to traverse the dark streets alone. All right, I shall take you home, he consented. Fortunately, Che Shuqin's residence was not too far, a mere 20-minute walk. Throughout the journey, an unusual silence enveloped the two. Che Shuqin felt exceedingly awkward, her heart racing as she walked alongside Zhao Heping on the quiet night road, leaving her in a daze. Meanwhile, Zhao Heping's thoughts drifted to the distant Taojia village and all that had transpired there. It was the place where his fate had irrevocably changed. After severing ties with Tao Huili, his destiny diverged completely from that of his past life, leaving him uncertain about the future of Shen Qingru. The only connection to Shun Qingru, Secretary Song, seemed to be evading him, which heightened Zhao Heping's concern for her safety. Thus, in this atmosphere of silence, they traversed the 20 minutes together. Zhao Heping, I have arrived home. Thank you for accompanying me. You should head back now, Che Shuqin managed to utter, feeling parched and at a loss for words. She finally mustered the courage to lift her gaze to Zhao Heping beneath the dim light of the street lamp at her doorstep. All right, Zhao Heping replied, entirely unaware of Che Shuqin's unease. He glanced up at the Che residence before turning to depart. It was late, and he imagined his mother must be worried at home, prompting him to quicken his pace. Che Shuqin was taken aback. Not only did Zhao Heping refrain from initiating conversation during the walk, but he also seemed to hurry as if she were a source of dread. What a peculiar person, she thought, stamping her foot in frustration before turning to enter her home. Upon returning, Zhao Heping found that Su Xiaoying was still awake. Hearing her son's arrival, she sighed with relief. Heping, wash up and get some rest. You need to rise early for work tomorrow. All right, he replied, hastily tending to his nightly routine before collapsing into bed. The following morning, as he prepared to leave, Su Xiaoying called out to him, sharing a piece of news. Last night, your sister-in-law Chun Mei visited and mentioned something. She believes she has identified the thief you scared off that night. She warned that the family holds grudges, so you must exercise caution. She also assured me that as a widow, she would inform me of any matters when you are not around, ensuring that no one tarnishes your reputation because of her. Zhao Heping, fully aware of Zhu Chunmei's words, pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. Su Xiaoying pressed on, inquiring, Peace, who is the thief you and your sister-in-law Chunmei spoke of? Mom, please don't ask. Just pretend you know nothing. I will handle it properly. Zhao Heping wished to spare his mother from worry, thus he opted to remain silent. Su Xiaoying was eager to uncover the truth. Yet with her son unwilling to divulge, she found herself at a standstill. With a sigh, she remarked, You and your sister-in-law have both insisted on keeping it from me, claiming it's for my own good. Indeed, Zhao Heping nodded in agreement. Chunmei is right. Mother, this matter should not be mentioned to anyone. We shall speak of it later. Discussing baseless allegations will only provoke certain individuals. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to withhold any information for the time being, preparing himself for whatever may come. All right, Su Xiaoying conceded, recognizing that her son had his own plans. After breakfast, Zhao Heping and Wang Lasen walked to the factory. Upon arriving at the screening room, Feng Baoyang casually asked, Peace, how did it go yesterday when you assisted Che Shuqin in taking her cousin to the hospital? Before Zhao Heping could respond, Wang Lashen's expression darkened. What? You helped Shuqin take her cousin to the hospital? What happened? Chapter 42. Arranging for Zheng Dingfu to go to the countryside. Wang Lashen's eyes glinted ominously, resembling a dog guarding its food. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Heping, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Feng Baoyang, unaware of the storm he had stirred, quickly clarified, last night during the film screening, Che Shuqin and her cousin were present. Later, her cousin fell ill, and it was Peace who assisted in taking her to the hospital. Zhao Heping nodded, affirming, Yes. I was right there, so I offered my help. Realizing his overreaction, Wang Lasen reined in his emotions and inquired, Is her cousin all right? I'm not sure. The hospital needed to conduct various tests, so I went straight home. Zhao Heping replied honestly, being unaware of the situation. Wang Lasen pressed on, Peace. Is the cousin you saved the one who works as a technician at the rubber factory? Feng Baoyang interjected, Yes, I know her, technician song from the rubber factory. However, Peace wouldn't recognize her since it was his first time. Wang Lashen's jealousy morphed his expression into one of pure disdain. Che Shuqin's cousin, Song Peiji, hailed from a prominent family. Her father held a leadership position in a certain department. Her grandfather was a lieutenant general, and her husband was the deputy factory director, a promising individual. To save someone of such standing meant Zhao Heping had unwittingly secured a favor from her family. With such goodwill, what could he not achieve? Wang Lasen seethed with anger. The screening duty yesterday was unequivocally his, yet due to his absence, all the fortunate circumstances had fallen to Zhao Heping. The thought of what he had missed caused him a pang of anguish. I'll ask Shuqin about this, he declared abruptly, turning on his heel to leave. Feng Baoyang raised an eyebrow and turned to Zhao Heping, saying, Peace, ignore him. Let us continue our studies. His mood seemed buoyant, his voice elevated by a couple of octaves. Zhao Heping observed this shift and suddenly perceived that Feng Baoyang, the seemingly honest man, harbored a more complex nature than he had initially thought. He intentionally brought up last night's events as soon as he arrived, aiming to provoke Wang Lashing and relish the sight of his agitation. Such behavior, subtle yet insidious, begs the question of his honesty. Feng Baoyang, with a countenance of innocence, cheerfully began instructing Zhao Heping on the intricacies of projection. Meanwhile, Wang Lashing hurried to the broadcasting room, pushed open the door, and immediately inquired about the film from the previous evening. Shuqin, didn't you say you weren't going to the movies? That's why I didn't go to the screening. Yet. Just now, Lao Feng mentioned that you went with your cousin. Why didn't you inform me? His jealousy, ignited by Zhao Heping's involvement with Song Shualan, prompted a barrage of questions directed at Che Shuqin. This incessant questioning irked Che Shuqin the most. Her displeasure was palpable as she retorted, Wang lashing. I can go wherever I please without needing to inform you. Why should you care? You're being unreasonable, so don't hinder my work. Her daily responsibilities entailed activating the electronic amplifier in the broadcasting room for a warm-up. She would first relay the national news broadcast, followed by internal announcements. Now that the morning news had concluded, she was poised to present the factory news. After reprimanding Wang lashing, she suddenly recalled that the microphone was still on. Oh no. She hurriedly switched it off, yet this lapse constituted a professional error that would likely draw criticism and necessitate a written apology. However, it was too late. Wang Lashing's inquiries and her own admonitions had already echoed throughout the factory. Infuriated, Che Shuqin stood up and vented her frustrations on Wang Lashing. Get out. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to approach me. Otherwise, I shall inform the factory director of your harassment of female colleagues with dubious intentions. With that, she forcibly pushed him out and closed the door of the broadcasting room. At that moment, some individuals in the corridor peeked in. But upon meeting Wang Lashing's glare, they promptly retreated. Damn it, just wait until we're married. Let us see if you dare treat me like this. Wang Lashing muttered under his breath as he left in a huff. Upon returning to the screening room, he found Feng Baoyang instructing Zhao Heping on projection techniques. He squinted, fixating on them for a considerable time. Both Zhao Heping and Feng Baoyang sensed his scrutiny, but chose to feign ignorance. During lunch, Zhao Heping made another trip to the first steel plant, but he still could not catch a glimpse of Secretary Song. After days of fruitless attempts and not even a word exchanged, he realized that Secretary Song was deliberately avoiding him and would provide no information regarding Shin Qingru. Consequently, after work, Zhao Heping sought out the ticket scalper Zheng Dingfu, asking him to make a trip to the higher-level Tupo town in Taojia village to inquire about a local vendor and discreetly gather information on a young, educated woman named Shin Qingru. I understand your concern for your grandmother, but I also know you have your younger brother to watch over her for a few days. You can take this trip. I will cover your travel expenses in advance and offer you an additional 15 yuan as a reward. Black Rabbit, while your grain ticket dealings could land you in trouble, this task will not. Upon your return, you will have some funds in hand, enabling you to purchase medication for your grandmother. Zhao Heping articulated the pros and cons, all in an effort to persuade Zheng Dingfu. Understanding Zheng Dingfu's character, he knew that once he made a promise, he would undoubtedly fulfill it. Hence, when he could not glean any news about Shin Qingru from Secretary Song, he was left to devise his own means. Only by confirming Shin Qingru's safety could he find peace of mind. Zheng Dingfu remained silent. This was their second meeting, and under normal circumstances, trust would be unwarranted. Yet, Zhao Heping struck a chord with him by mentioning the necessity of buying medicine for his grandmother. Currently, Zheng Dingfu was merely scraping by through reselling various tickets at Pigeon Market, barely managing to stave off hunger, with no surplus to acquire medication. After a lengthy contemplation, Zheng Dingfu finally resolved, very well, I shall agree. However, apart from the travel expenses, I require half of the reward up front to purchase medicine for my grandmother. This was his firm stance. No problem, Zhao Heping readily acquiesced. He then began to outline the route and the points of caution to Zheng Dingfu, calculating the potential travel expenses and providing an additional 10 yuan for a round trip. Of this amount, 5 yuan was designated for the vendor, ensuring he could make the journey to gather information, while the remaining 5 yuan was set aside for any unforeseen needs. This 10 yuan is your reward, Zhao Heping stated, producing another 10 yuan from his pocket. Upon your return, I will provide you with the remaining 5. He was equally concerned about Zheng Dingfu's safety, thus striving to make adequate arrangements. Chapter 43. The envy of Wang Lasen. Zheng Dingfu felt a surge of excitement at holding so much money. And he looked at Zhao Heping, questioning, aren't you afraid I might take the money and not fulfill my end of the bargain? Do you truly trust me this much to hand over such a sum? Zhao Heping, having dealt with Zheng Dingfu for much of his previous life, had complete faith in him. He patted Zheng Dingfu on the shoulder and replied, trust is paramount. If you do not trust, you cannot engage. Black Rabbit, I intend to be your friend for a lifetime. This statement left Zheng Dingfu profoundly moved. However, he said nothing further, merely affirming, all right. After finalizing the arrangements, Zhao Heping felt a sense of relief. He had not yet encountered Secretary Song nor gleaned any news about Shin Qingru. Thus, he resorted to this method to ascertain her safety. If she had already been rescued, he could finally cast aside his worries. Once all details were confirmed with Zheng Dingfu, Zhao Heping returned home. At the entrance of the courtyard, a small car was parked, drawing a crowd of onlookers, among them residents of the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhao Heping return, Aunt Shin approached him eagerly, exclaiming, "Heping, you're finally back. A guest has come to your home, and they arrived in a car. They said they are here for you. You should hurry back." The mention of a visitor arriving by car immediately conjured thoughts of Shun Qingru in Zhao Heping's mind. If it was indeed her, then Zheng Dingfu's journey would be unnecessary. With this thought, he quickened his pace and headed straight home. Upon arriving home and pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of his mother, Aunt Wang, and Wang Lashing, who were engaged in conversation with a man. "Has he Ping returned? Where have you been after work?" "Deputy Factory Director Chow has been waiting," Wang Lashing remarked with a smile, appearing quite familiar with Zhao Yiping. However, after speaking, he unconsciously bit his teeth. The man also stood and turned around. Zhao Yiping recognized him as the husband of Che Shuqin's cousin. "Yiping, I am Chow Yuhai, Che Shuqin's cousin-in-law. I have come today to express my gratitude. The results of Shuqin's examination have been released, and it has been confirmed that she is suffering from benzene poisoning. Fortunately, it is mild, and with a series of treatments, she can recover well. If it weren't for your timely reminder, the consequences would have been unimaginable," Chow Yuhai said, stepping forward to warmly shake Zhao Yiping's hand. This was akin to a life-saving grace, and his gratitude was palpable. "You are too kind. It was my duty," Zhao Yiping replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment upon realizing it was not Shin Qingru. After their handshake, they sat down for casual conversation. Chow Yuhai shared some examination results along with the medications and methods used by the doctors. Then he stated, "This incident has served as a wake-up call for me. While production is indeed crucial, ensuring the safety of workers' lives is paramount. I have decided to use this lesson as a starting point to conduct regular health checks for the factory employees. This will allow us to identify issues promptly and prevent tragedies, which is a responsibility I must uphold as Deputy Factory Director." Zhao Yiping nodded, recognizing that such measures could save more lives, marking it as a positive initiative. "Deputy Factory Director, I believe health checks are one aspect. It is also essential to meticulously document each individual's health records. This way, diagnosing conditions can be expedited and targeted treatments can be administered swiftly. Furthermore, it is vital to educate the workforce on the importance of industrial hygiene and the threats posed by occupational hazards to human health, particularly the dreadful consequences of chronic exposure. Only through such understanding can they take preventive measures. Additionally, modifications to equipment, processes, and the production environment should be implemented to reduce exposure pathways. Only with thorough attention to detail can we diminish the likelihood of workers developing occupational diseases." His vivid recollection of alarming news reports from his past, coupled with enhanced memory from his rebirth, prompted him to articulate these points. Chow Yuhai listened intently, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Yiping, your suggestions are invaluable. Shuqin was right. You possess remarkable talent and unique insights." Upon hearing this, Wang Lashing nearly ground his teeth in disbelief. How could he sense that there was something unknown between Zhao Yiping and Che Shuqin? Zhao Yiping was talented and had unique insights? Was this truly what Che Shuqin had said? When had the girl ever praised someone so? Chow Yuhai then stood up. "Yiping, I came today primarily to express my gratitude. Shuqin is still in the hospital and requires care, so I must take my leave. Once she is discharged, I will invite you to my home for a more in-depth discussion." He found Zhao Heping's earlier remarks to be profoundly enlightening. "Very well," Zhao Heping acquiesced. Thus, Chow Yuhai rose to take his leave. His arrival had been rather hurried, preventing him from purchasing a gift. He had initially intended to simply present money and tickets upon his visit. However, after conversing with Zhao Heping, he abandoned this notion. Chow Yuhai departed, leaving in a small automobile. Yet, the impact of that vehicle lingered in the hearts of the inhabitants of the courtyard. It seemed that Zhao Heping's fortunes had undergone a significant transformation, as even his visitors arrived in cars. And it appeared that one such guest held a considerable position of authority. Indeed, I had just inquired with the driver, who confirmed that the passenger was the deputy director of the rubber factory. Is that so? The rubber factory is indeed a substantial establishment. That deputy director holds a comparable status to our factory's deputy director Chun. Zhao Heping's standing has evidently risen. Truly, it is no surprise that someone who had once been a sent-down youth has displayed such remarkable progress. The chatter among the crowd was incessant. Merely through Zhao Heping's acquaintance with the deputy director of the rubber factory, everyone sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. After all, in these times, finding employment is a daunting task. Who doesn't have relatives waiting at home? Many are left idle without work. What if Zhao Heping's connections could be of use? Thus, the warmth of the crowd's regard for Zhao Heping intensified. This development incensed Wang Lashen considerably. Upon returning home, he shut the door and immediately feigned indifference. That scoundrel Zhao Heping appears intent on thwarting my endeavors. Particularly concerning was Che Shuqin, the woman he was determined to marry. There could be no room for unforeseen complications. Recalling how he had been pushed out of the broadcast room by Che Shuqin that very day, along with her scathing words that had reverberated throughout the factory, Wang Lashen's countenance darkened. This will not do. I must consult my elder brother. I cannot allow Zhao Heping to bask in his triumph. He must face misfortune. With that, he pushed the door open and strode into the front courtyard. Wang Lashen's elder brother, Wang Chunsheng, having recently assumed the role of director, had managed to acquire a residence in the front courtyard, relocating there with his wife and children. Elder brother, I wish to deal with Zhao Heping. You must assist me, Wang Lashen declared as he entered his brother's home, getting straight to the point. Chapter 44. A martyr turned defector? Wang Chunsheng, who had been listening to the radio, turned it off upon his brother's interruption and, with an air of nonchalance, asked, What has Zhao Heping done to offend you? Wang Lashen pulled up a chair and seated himself beside his brother, recounting in detail Che Shuqin's unusual reactions, as well as Zhao Heping's intervention on behalf of Che Shuqin's cousin. Elder brother, Che Shuqin is the woman I intend to marry. Whoever dares to contest her will face dire consequences. This Zhao Heping, who was once a spineless individual, has unexpectedly returned from being a sent-down youth and has become a figure of significance. Earlier, Deputy Director Chow from the rubber factory visited, and Zhao Heping conversed with him with remarkable eloquence. Furthermore, Deputy Director Chow himself praised Zhao Heping for his talents and unique insights. Given these circumstances, if I do not act now, I risk losing everything. His interest in Che Shuqin was not solely based on her beauty, but on much more. More importantly, Che Shuqin's father holds a leadership position in the district. Once such connections are established, the Wang family can truly soar. Thus, he cannot permit anyone to jeopardize his advantageous situation. Wang Chunsheng squinted, nodding in agreement. Lashing, you are indeed correct. Zhao Heping poses a genuine threat to you. However, it would be more convenient for you to handle him personally. Moreover, it should not be done at this moment. We must wait until he is assigned a task for screening. He beckoned Wang Lashing to come closer and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Wang Lashing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded repeatedly. All right, second brother, your strategy is indeed clever, subtle, and unseen. Very well. I shall endure for a few more days. This is truly a masterstroke that allows one to strike without shedding blood. At that time, we shall see how Zhao Heping manages to turn the tables. With a newfound resolve to deal with Zhao Heping, Wang Lashing felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Zhao Heping would require more than half a month of training to independently screen films and obtain the necessary certification for deployment. Thus, Wang Lashing knew he needed to exercise patience for another fortnight. Before confronting Zhao Heping, he must not expose any vulnerabilities that might alert his adversary. Consequently, in the days that followed, he adopted a friendlier demeanor towards Zhao Heping. Nonetheless, Zhao Heping had always been cautious of Wang Lashing, and the latter's sudden amiability only heightened Zhao Heping's vigilance. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Zhao Heping visited the first steel plant daily. Yet he had not encountered Secretary Song. Therefore, he was quite certain that Secretary Song was deliberately avoiding him. Fortunately, he had enlisted Zheng Dingfu to gather information, and he believed that in a few days, he would return with reliable news. Zhao Heping, please come to the director's office. The factory's office director, Kong Qing, appeared at the screening room door with a serious expression. Such a grave demeanor and tone clearly indicated that something was amiss. Understood, Zhao Heping replied. And following the astonished gazes of Feng Baoyong and Wang Lashing, he walked behind Kong Qing. Driven by curiosity, Wang Lashing decided to follow at a distance. Zhao Heping and Kong Qing proceeded directly to Director Han's office without turning back. After introducing Zhao Heping to Director Han, Kong Qing returned to his own office. leaving just the two of them in the director's office. Director Han glanced at Zhao Heping and, before speaking, let out a heavy sigh. This sigh filled Zhao Heping with a sense of foreboding. "Director, is there something wrong?" Zhao Heping pondered, unable to fathom what could have transpired. Director Han sighed again and nodded. "Indeed, something has occurred. Heping, I received a call from superiors regarding your father. There are new developments. According to the military investigation, at that time your father, Zhao Guoxing, along with his comrade Chen Fulin, mistakenly entered enemy territory. By the time the main force arrived, only the severely injured Chen Fulin was found, while your father was missing. Initially, the military concluded that your father had perished in an explosion, leaving no remains. However, after a period of investigation, the military concluded that it was implausible for your father to have perished without a trace. The absence of his body led to only one possibility: defection. Moreover, it was suggested that he had defected after wounding his comrade, Chen Fulin. What? Zhao Heping was taken aback by such news, for nothing of the sort had transpired in his previous life. What could have caused this? Could it be that his rebirth had altered everything? Director Han, did the higher-ups provide any reasons for concluding defection? Zhao Heping inquired urgently. This situation was exceedingly perplexing. How could they have declared him a casualty only to subsequently reverse that judgment? There must be some basis for deeming it a defection, right? Director Han furrowed his brow. Replying, the higher authorities did not elaborate. However, it was clear from their statements that they investigated all personnel present at that time, leading to this conclusion. At that moment, everyone only found the severely injured and unconscious Chen Fulin, yet no trace of your father's remains could be discovered. This is highly illogical. Hence, after questioning everyone, they arrived at the conclusion of your father's defection. A living person cannot simply vanish without reason. Director Han also felt that, in comparison to sacrifice, the likelihood of defection seemed more substantial. Otherwise, a soldier would never abandon a comrade in a trench while they were gravely injured and unconscious. Zhao Heping fell silent. This determination was far too hasty. He knew his father had not defected, and he was aware that his father's remains were buried where Chen Fulin had been found. If the larger unit had not been so hurried in their retreat and had taken the time to investigate, they would have discovered the burial site. However, he could not voice these thoughts, for they stemmed from his memories of a past life. Speaking them would only invite trouble, and no one would believe him. The crux of the matter was to ensure that Chen Fulin regained consciousness, soon to reveal the truth. Director Han observed Zhao Heping's grim visage and continued, "Heping, the higher authorities have decided that since your father is now deemed a defector, all benefits previously granted to him as a martyr will be revoked. This includes your employment, any compensation received, as well as certificates and accolades. In essence, everything previously awarded will be rescinded. The state cannot bestow the privileges of a martyr's family upon the relatives of a defector." Zhao Heping understood this all too well. Until Chen Fulin awoke, he had no choice but to accept the higher-up's decision. "Director Han, I understand. I will retrieve my belongings and leave the factory immediately." Given the circumstances, it was likely that news had already spread through the streets. He needed to return home quickly to prevent his mother from suffering undue distress. "All right," Director Han nodded, saying no more. Chapter 45. Everything must be reclaimed. Zhao Heping turned and opened the door to the director's office, only to encounter the silhouette of Wang Lasen. It appeared this scoundrel had been eavesdropping outside all along. Zhao Heping narrowed his eyes and strode back to the screening room. Outside, the factory's loudspeaker continued to broadcast tales of heroism for which he had been celebrated during the rescue. "Heping, is what Director Han said true? Did your father really defect abroad?" Wang Lashing appeared utterly astonished, exclaiming loudly, his demeanor suggesting a desire for chaos. His intentions were deliberate. He aimed to ensure that everyone was aware of the situation. The matter of military defection warranted zero tolerance from all. Should others become aware, it would not take an hour for the news to spread throughout the factory. By the end of the workday, half the city would be informed. Consequently, as the family member of a defector, Zhao Heping would become a pariah, universally condemned. Regarding the flattering remarks made by Che Shuqin about Zhao Heping, it was evident that once spoken, they could not be retracted. Zhao Heping squinted at Wang Lashing. He had no desire to squander time at that moment. Yet Wang Lashing's actions were utterly reprehensible. Thus, he leaned in and whispered, "Wang Lashing, if you wish to prevent your misdeeds from reaching the ears of young women, you ought to remain silent." Indeed, Wang Lashing promptly complied, his eyes wide with shock. How had Zhao Heping uncovered his clandestine actions? If Director Han were to learn of this and launch a thorough investigation, what if any trace were discovered? His fate would be sealed. Consequently, he immediately fell silent, like a clam shut tight. With nothing to lose, Zhao Heping was already in a precarious position. Many would revel in his downfall, and he had no intention of leading the charge. Wang Lashing reconsidered his approach and quickly adjusted his strategy, saying, "Heping, I am genuinely concerned for you. Enough with the jokes. Let me assist you in packing your belongings." He moved closer, helping Zhao Heping gather his personal effects. Having only been at work for a few days, Zhao Heping's possessions consisted of merely a lunchbox and some study notes. A swift collection ensued, all neatly placed into his army green canvas backpack. "Master Feng, Lasheng, I am leaving. When I return, we shall continue our discussions on film knowledge," Zhao Heping announced, hoisting the heavy backpack onto his shoulders. "We will await your return," Feng Baoyang replied, with Wang Lashing nodding in agreement. Anxious to return home, Zhao Heping wasted no time and exited the projection room with his pack. Both Feng Baoyang and Wang Lashing accompanied him to the door. Observing Zhao Heping's retreating figure, Wang Lashing scoffed, "Return? Huh. The family of a defector will be fortunate if they are not dragged into the streets for public denouncement, let alone expect to return to work. What a delusion." Feng Baoyang, with a simple demeanor, remained silent. After Wang Lashing's remark, he suddenly heard Che Shuqin's voice over the loudspeaker, announcing, "We now continue with the broadcast of good deeds, featuring Comrade Zhao Heping from our factory's projection room, who during an off-site screening." Wang Lashing's expression darkened instantly. He strode directly to the broadcasting room without knocking, interrupting Che Shuqin, who was about to play the segment for the third time. Che Shuqin was visibly displeased, having remembered to turn off the amplifier first. "Wang Lashing, did I not previously instruct you that without my permission, you were not to approach me? You have chosen to disregard my words, have you not? Very well. I shall inform Director Han and have him deal with you," she declared, moving towards the door, only for Wang Lashing to hastily block her path. "Shuqin, I rushed over here for your sake. Do you know? Zhao Heping has encountered a grave situation. His father has defected on the battlefield, and the factory director has just dismissed him. To continue broadcasting his commendable deeds under these circumstances is a gross error, is it not?" Her words caused Che Shuqin's eyes to widen in disbelief. What? Zhao Heping's father defected on the battlefield? She was genuinely taken aback. From a martyr to a traitor? How could this possibly be true? Yet, if the factory director has made the decision to expel Zhao Heping, it signifies that the matter has been confirmed. Transitioning from the family of a martyr to that of a defector is akin to plummeting from paradise to hell. No, I must confront Zhao Heping. After the initial shock, Che Shuqin found it unfathomable and resolved to seek out Zhao Heping to inquire directly. Her reaction ignited a flame of fury within Wang Lasheng. He had long pursued Che Shuqin. When had she ever shown such concern for him? What right did Zhao Heping have to elicit such attention? "Shuqin, you cannot go." Wang Lasheng once again obstructed her path. Noticing her rising frustration, he hastily added, "Heping has been expelled by the factory director. He left to gather his belongings and has likely already exited the factory grounds. You will not find him." Upon hearing that he had already departed, Che Shuqin regained her composure. She realized her reaction had been excessively hasty and caring, and she awkwardly replied, "All right then, I want to go. It's just that Zhao Heping saved my sister. My brother-in-law has been insistent that the factory publicizes his good deeds." Wang Lasheng nodded vigorously. "I am aware of that. But your brother-in-law has already visited his home to express gratitude. The family of a defector is doomed to misfortune. It is best to keep your distance from Zhao Heping at this time to avoid any suspicion regarding your own stance. I am doing this for your own good." Che Shuqin fell silent. In name, she truly had no connection with Zhao Heping. With the state suspecting Zhao Heping's father of defection, the family of a defector would undoubtedly face interrogation or even surveillance. At this juncture, she indeed should not entangle herself with Zhao Heping. However, as she recalled Zhao Heping discussing films with her and saving her cousin, an inexplicable impulse surged within her heart. "All right, I understand." Ultimately, Che Shuqin chose to take no action, turning back toward the broadcasting room and inadvertently locking Wang Lasheng outside. He, however, was unconcerned, as he felt a sense of triumph. Zhao Heping had nearly outshone him, but how did it end? Before he could even act, misfortune befell him. Serves him right. Wang Lasheng spat disdainfully and leisurely returned to the screening room. Meanwhile, Zhao Heping had arrived back at the courtyard. Upon entering, he found the street office director, Wang, had indeed come, accompanied by comrades from the armed forces. They were conducting a search of Zhao Heping's home and scrutinizing various correspondence. Upon seeing Zhao Heping's return, Director Wang promptly stated, "Zhao Heping, you should have heard from Factory Director Han by now, shouldn't you? Your father has defected, and consequently, all previous martyr certificates, bereaved family insignias, and associated welfare benefits must be reclaimed by our community. I have already retrieved most of these, including a compensation of 450 yuan. Your mother has contributed some, claiming that the remainder is in your possession. Hand it over, please." Chapter 46. Only widows actively lend money. All these arrangements were made by the community office, and thus, it is imperative to recover everything diligently. However, Zhao Heping has spent some of that money on purchasing tickets, rice, flour, and other necessities. Additionally, he dispatched Zheng Dingfu to Taojia village to gather news about Shin Qingru, which further depleted his funds. Now, merely 380 yuan remains. Zhao Heping entrusted his mother with 300, keeping a little over 80 for emergencies. At this juncture, Director Wang arrived to collect the funds, and he promptly produced the money. Upon receiving it, Director Wang counted it with a serious expression, stating, "Not enough. There is still a shortfall of over 60 yuan. This compensation is a state expenditure, and it must be reclaimed in full." Zhao Heping quickly replied, "Yes, Director Wang. The shortfall was spent on firewood, rice, oil, and salt. I will borrow money to make up for this deficiency." As these words left his mouth, the onlookers who had gathered at his doorstep swiftly dispersed, with only a few remaining, murmuring, "In these times, it is a struggle for every household to merely fill their stomachs. Surviving day by day leaves no room for lending money. Indeed, 3 years of new and old, patching and mending for another 3. Every household faces difficulties. Every penny is cherished and must be stretched. The impoverished should not burden one another. How true it is. My family has not touched meat for over half a year. The child has cried for it multiple times, but what can be done? Life must go on. We endure. You still crave meat? My family cannot even afford soy sauce, let alone spare money for a sieve." In summary, Zhao Heping seeking to borrow money from them? No way. Especially since Zhao Guoxing has transformed from a martyr into a defector, borrowing money now is even more out of the question. Should they lend money to Zhao Heping? Wouldn't rumors spread, tarnishing their reputation? Zhao Heping scanned the crowd at the door. Those in the courtyard who had a strained relationship with his family would naturally not lend him anything. Among those close to him were Aunt Shin from the front courtyard, Uncle Wu from the middle courtyard, Aunt Lu, Aunt Wang from the back courtyard, and Zhu Chunmei. Both Aunt Shin and Aunt Lu had left as soon as the topic of borrowing money arose. Uncle Wu had yet to finish work. Although Aunt Wang's family was affluent, they were particularly wary of others taking advantage of them, especially considering how her family members had once charmed their way to Zhu Chunmei's doorstep under false pretenses. Zhao Heping was reluctant to become entangled with such character. Thus, only Zhu Chunmei remained. Yet, as a widow raising a child, she too faced hardship, with her sole reliance being the compensation received upon her husband's death. Asking to borrow over 60 yuan felt somewhat daunting to Zhao Heping. Noticing his evident discomfort, Zhu Chunmei stepped forward and said, "Heping, neighbors should support one another. Just tell me how much more you need. I will lend it to you." The words elicited surprise among those nearby, all eyes turning toward Zhu Chunmei. However, she displayed no signs of hesitation, awaiting Zhao Heping's response. Director Wang, unable to contain himself, stepped from the room to the doorway and interjected, "We still require 63 yuan and 75 fun." It was a rare occasion to encounter someone willing to lend money, and she could not afford to be negligent. Otherwise, should Zhao Heping be dismissed, left without employment or income, reclaiming that compensation would prove exceedingly difficult. "Very well. I shall return home to retrieve it," Zhu Chunmei affirmed, promptly turning to fetch the funds. The total amounted to 63 yuan and 75 fun, a mix of coins and notes. As Zhao Heping observed the money in her hands, he silently resolved to repay this act of kindness manifold in the future. Zhu Chunmei presented the money to Director Wang, inquiring, "Please, could you verify if the amount is correct?" Naturally, Director Wang counted it, doing so 3 times in front of everyone present, ultimately confirming, "Yes, not a single fun more, not a single fun less." At this point, the certificates of sacrifice, the compensation certificates, and the honorary plaques for the martyrs had all been retrieved, thereby fulfilling her duty. Director Wang sighed in relief. At that moment, The comrades from the armed forces had completed their search and approached, stating, "Comrade Zhao Heping, we have a few more questions for you. Please, come inside." Zhao Heping understood that in matters pertaining to defection, the leniency displayed by not detaining family members for questioning was already considerable. Upon entering the room, the door was promptly closed behind him, ensuring that the ensuing interrogation and inquiries remained unheard by anyone, even Director Wang, who was left outside. "Comrade Zhao Heping, were you aware in advance of your father Zhao Guoxing's defection?" "No," he replied. "What is your opinion regarding your father's defection?" Typically, individuals would express unwavering loyalty to the state on such matters. However, Zhao Heping was no ordinary person. Having been reborn, he knew that his father was a fallen hero. Thus, he faced the comrades from the armed forces without trepidation. "I believe the military's conclusion regarding my father's defection is exceedingly hasty. Firstly, there is no evidence. All that exists are superficial assumptions, a mere conjecture stemming from the inability to locate my father's remains. To assert that my father defected based on such uncertain grounds is utterly incomprehensible to me. Furthermore, my father was a seasoned soldier. His conduct in the military and on the battlefield is well documented. It is entirely accurate to say he bore no shame in his uniform. For such a person to suddenly defect under mysterious circumstances on the battlefield seems implausible. Therefore, I assert that my father did not defect. I request that the organization relay my sentiments to the military and initiate a new investigation. The circumstances surrounding this defection are suspicious and, in my previous life, never occurred. If Zhao Heping wished to lead a peaceful life, he must first unveil the truth behind this matter. Otherwise, the stigma of being a defector's family member would suffice to mire him in insurmountable disgrace." The two comrades from the armed forces exchanged glances, aware that they indeed had some knowledge regarding Zhao Guoxing. There is no other explanation. The individual in question is indeed a seasoned veteran, having faced life and death on the battlefield, valiantly protecting his comrades, and routinely sending his allowances to injured comrades. Each instance serves as a testament to his unwavering spirit. Furthermore, upon their investigation and meticulous review of the correspondence, they discovered that Zhao Guoxing possessed an even greater capacity for compassion than they had initially perceived. He consistently expressed concern for others, insisting on providing assistance to help alleviate their burdens. Could such a person, after enduring countless trials and warfare, suddenly choose to defect? The military's determination of defection, made in the absence of evidence, is rather hasty. Very well, we will convey your concerns to the higher authorities. As family members, should you recall anything that seems amiss, it is imperative that you inform us promptly, without any concealment. Chapter 47. Your husband will bring misfortune, Zhao Heping acquiesced. However, he did not harbor any illusions that the military would genuinely reopen the investigation. If they truly valued the matter, they would not have arrived at such a rash conclusion. Thus, everything must rely on his own efforts. For now, he must stabilize his situation before seeking out Chen Feline. He is aware of the old Chinese physician who once healed Chen Feline in his previous life and knows where to find him. If he can locate the physician and provide the necessary treatment for Chen Feline, the truth will be revealed. With the personnel from the armed forces and Director Wang of the neighborhood committee having departed, the individuals lingering at Zhao Heping's doorstep felt emboldened. Particularly, Song Guoqin from the front courtyard, whose mother, Yu Tsuhua, had been arrested due to Zhao Heping's report to the authorities, had yet to return. Now that the war hero's family had been transformed into that of a defector, she felt a surge of vindication. Retribution, indeed, was at hand. What had been said about the insult to the families of martyrs had culminated in her mother's arrest by the police. And now, having a father branded as a defector was a source of shame. How disgraceful. Song Guoqin, in her agitation, spat words vehemently. Zhao Heping regarded her with a disapproving shake of his head. Song Guoqin, I see the marks of misfortune on your visage. It would do you well to cultivate some virtue. Otherwise, within half a month, I fear you may invite calamity upon Baokai. His warning was not mere hyperbole. He recalled that shortly after returning from Taojia village to the courtyard, Sun Baokai had met with misfortune, losing 2 fingers in an accident. Incensed, Song Guoqin retorted, Zhao Heping, do you dare curse me? Just watch as I tear your mouth apart. With that, she lunged forward, clutching her son, attempting to grasp Zhao Heping. Her lack of hygiene was evident, with dirt embedded beneath her fingernails, and Zhao Heping, fearing tetanus, swiftly evaded her grasp. I did not curse you, Song Guoqin. You are aware that I spent over a year in the countryside as a youth, learning various things, including fortune-telling. Remember my words today. You would do well to accumulate virtue. Otherwise, my predictions will soon come to pass. His conviction resonated, leaving the onlookers exchanging glances. Zhao Heping had been known to them since childhood, a man of integrity who had never been known to lie. Could there be truth to his words? In this day and age, while everyone publicly denounced superstitions, their hearts were often more credulous than they cared to admit, especially during festive occasions. People purchase paper money and discreetly find a place to burn it. When it comes to matters of metaphysics, there is a prevailing sense of reverence. Thus, at such times, the populace tends to believe in it to some extent. Song Guiqin, hindered by her child and apprehensive about causing any harm, chased after Zhao Heping for a brief moment before reluctantly halting. Pointing at Zhao Heping with disdain, she declared, "Fine, just you wait. Once Baokai returns, I will ensure he comes to deliver you a beating. How dare you spout such nonsense, you traitor's son." Her anger was palpable. Not only had she failed to regain face, but she also felt utterly humiliated. Although she did not believe a single word Zhao Heping uttered, such curse-like statements were irksome to anyone who heard them. Clutching her son, Song Guiqin returned home to await son Baocai's return from work, eager to lodge her complaint. As she departed, the remaining individuals noticeably subdued, refraining from any derisive remarks. Zhao Heping, however, paid them no mind. Recognizing that the inhabitants of the courtyard were akin to reeds swaying in the wind, easily influenced by the prevailing breeze, he intended to find Chun Fulin and awaken him to reveal the truth. At that point, the community would undoubtedly alter their perceptions of his family. Human nature being what it is, he would not dwell on any perceived injustices. Sister Chunmei, I am immensely grateful to you this time. I shall repay your kindness twofold in the future, Zhao Heping earnestly expressed to Zhu Chunmei. He held her assistance in high regard, akin to a timely gift amid hardship. Very well, Zhu Chunmei replied. Zhao Heping remained concerned about his mother's health. After such a considerable shock, he feared that the personnel from the armed forces and the street office might leave, causing her to falter. Thus, after expressing his gratitude to Zhu Chunmei, he hastily retreated indoors. However, those lingering at the door did not disperse. Instead, they leaned closer to Zhu Chunmei and whispered, "Chunmei, you are still too young. How could you lend money to Zhao Heping? He has become the relative of a defector, uncertain of his own ability to provide for himself. How could he repay you? Indeed, lending him money would be akin to drawing water with a basket," they lamented. "Your funds were earned at the cost of Jiaming's life. It would be a tragedy to see them wasted. I feel for you." Who could disagree? Chunmei, you must keep a close eye on Zhao Heping. Do not let him sell off anything. Otherwise, you will never see a penny returned, they opined, believing themselves to be well-meaning, feigning concern for Zhu Chunmei. In truth, they simply did not lend money, and now they awaited Zhu Chunmei's regret for her generosity. Zhu Chunmei smiled faintly and replied, "It is all right. I trust Heping. Moreover, since marrying into this family, Aunt Sue has always treated me kindly. I wish to assist such a neighbor. It was her money, and she alone would decide how to use it." She had previously stated that if Zhao Heping's family required help, she would certainly offer her assistance. Her words were steadfast. The women advising her exchanged glances, realizing that it seemed unlikely Zhu Chunmei would regret her decision now. They could only wait to see how she would feel when Zhao Heping was unable to repay her. After saying a few more words, Zhu Chunmei returned home. The remaining few walked a little farther away and then whispered, "Why do you think Widow Zhu is willing to lend Zhao Heping so much money? That's over 60 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of our family's wages." Indeed, I was also surprised that this young widow did not wait for Zhao Heping to ask for it. She stepped forward and offered the money herself. "Absolutely. I find it rather peculiar as well. Do you recall what Wang Lasen said that morning? Is it true?" "Yes, it struck me too." Wang Lasen seemed to imply that there is something inappropriate between Zhao Heping and Widow Zhu, where there's smoke, there's fire. Everyone is keeping an eye on them to prevent any scandal that could tarnish the reputation of our courtyard. This group of people often engages in gossip, eagerly spreading rumors. Now that Zhao Heping's family is facing misfortune and the widow boldly lends him money, they can't help but embellish the story. Zhao Heping, however, remains oblivious to all this. His mother had previously been severely distressed and is still recovering, now overwhelmed again by the accusations against her husband. Yet, this time it is angering. How could they be so callous to accuse his father of desertion when they cannot even find his remains? "Heping, you must believe me. Your father would never desert. We must file a complaint. We must seek justice for your father. She could not allow her husband to bear such a disgraceful accusation. A man who had sworn to protect his country should not be subjected to such slander. Chapter 48. Song Guichin files a complaint. Zhao Heping certainly believed that his father would not desert. Mom, I believe you. Please don't get too upset. My father is a war hero. He would never desert. He vowed to uncover the truth and vindicate his father. Having returned to life, he knew precisely what steps to take. Yet, his mother's health weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, he decided to stay home for 10 days or half a month to help her recuperate before embarking on his journey. Su Xiuying lay in bed, tears streaming down her face. Heping, your father cannot unjustly carry the label of desertion. We absolutely must not accept this. You should go find your third uncle tomorrow. His father-in-law is a high-ranking official whose words may carry weight. Although she had never considered reaching out to that relative, the gravity of the desertion accusation necessitated seeking someone influential. After all, he was not an outsider but her husband's younger brother. Find my third uncle? Zhao Heping frowned. This uncle, having become a son-in-law to a prominent family for his career, had entirely severed ties with their side of the family. In his previous life, even when he earned money, this uncle had looked down upon them. Now that his father was labeled a deserter, it would be surprising if the uncle were willing to assist. Nevertheless, to comfort his ailing mother, Zhao Heping agreed. All right, I will go find my third uncle tomorrow. Su Xiuying felt a slight sense of relief. Observing his mother still shedding tears, Zhao Heping contemplated sharing his plans. Mother, there is no need for excessive worry. Even if Uncle San is unable to assist, I possess a method to prove that my father did not defect. You have heard from the comrades at the Armed Forces Department that my father was on a mission alongside a comrade named Chen Feline. Now, with my father's fate unknown and Chen Feline injured and in a coma, I believe Chen Feline must know my father's whereabouts. Therefore, I plan to seek out Chen Feline as soon as your health improves. Once he awakens, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed. Furthermore, he is aware of the esteemed traditional Chinese physician capable of treating him. Thus, if I proceed, success is assured. Upon hearing this, Su Xiuying felt a flicker of hope. Yes, indeed, your father's comrade must have knowledge of his condition. No, Ping, do not seek out Uncle San tomorrow. Instead, trust your instinct to find this Chen Feline. An individual in such a severe state of unconsciousness will eventually awaken, will he not? Inquire with the doctor about when he might regain consciousness, if necessary. Remain by his side to ensure he receives proper care, which will hasten his recovery. This is currently the only viable solution. Su Xiuying was filled with excitement. She could not bear the thought of her husband being tarnished with the label of defection. Zhao Heping, noticing her agitation, quickly interjected, Mother, please do not be alarmed. Listen to what I have to say. Regardless of where we go, we must first obtain a letter of introduction from the neighborhood office. Given our current predicament, they are unlikely to issue it promptly. Moreover, with Chen Feline still unconscious, my premature arrival would be futile. If I wait until he awakens, that would be far more advantageous. Thus, we must not rush. The letter of introduction is paramount. Without it, I cannot proceed to search for Chen Feline across provinces. However, considering my father's accusations of defection, acquiring this letter will be challenging. Su Xiuying pondered this for a moment before responding. Then let us seek out your Uncle San. Even if he cannot persuade his father-in-law to advocate for us, he should be able to secure a letter of introduction for you. After all, blood is thicker than water. He cannot neglect such a minor matter. All right, Zhao Heping acquiesced, fetching a warm towel to assist his mother in refreshing her face, and poured her a glass of water with a touch of sugar. It is said that consuming sugar can uplift one's spirits, enhance brain metabolism, and stimulate dopamine production. Zhao Heping felt fortunate that when purchasing tickets, he had requested a sugar voucher and subsequently acquired the sugar. In this critical moment, it proved to be quite useful. With her son's comforting analysis, Su Xiuying felt a semblance of relief. She reclined to rest, while Zhao Heping commenced tidying the disarray caused by the Armed Forces Department's search. Soon, the workers returned home, and everyone had heard the news of the day's events. The Armed Forces Department's search and the neighborhood office's revocation of all benefits granted to families of martyrs. The Zhao family, now branded with the label of a defector's family, seemed destined never to recover. In the front courtyard, Song Guichin, upon seeing her husband's son Baochai return, immediately began to complain. Baochai, you must not let that rascal Zhao Heping off the hook this time. He reported to the police, sending my mother away. And today he even cursed you, claiming you would encounter a calamity within a fortnight. How absurd. The son of a traitor dares to utter such superstitious curses. I would not hesitate to deal him a fatal blow. Take that stick I found outside and break his legs. Let us see who truly faces misfortune. Sun Baochai, honest and unassuming, is over 40 years old and has long lost the impetuousness of youth. Upon entering the house, he was met with his wife's barrage of complaints. With a resigned sigh, he embraced their son, then stated, I shall not go. I have long advised you to maintain good neighborly relations in this courtyard. When my parents passed away, Zhao Ping often lent a helping hand, and now you expect me to kick someone when they're down. I cannot do such a thing. Furthermore, since your mother arrived at the courtyard, she has been embroiled in quarrels and has offended many with her unscrupulous behavior. A few days in detention might serve as a lesson for her. He cared for his wife, yet witnessing her and his mother-in-law provoke conflict troubled him greatly. Thus, he secretly longed for an opportunity to temper their ways. Regrettably, his monk-like disposition, paired with his excessive indulgence of his 20-something wife, had fostered a sense of entitlement within Song Guiqin. Now, without any support for her grievances, she began to berate Sun Baochai, pointing an accusatory finger at him. How dare you turn against your own? If it were not for me bearing you a son, your family would have been extinct. In times of trouble, you side with outsiders. What are your true intentions? I ask you, if Zhao Ping bullies me, will you not seek vengeance on my behalf? Sun Baochai was not heartless. Zhao Ping's family was currently in dire straits, and he could not bring himself to further harm them. Chapter 49. The one truly concerned for the widow seeing her husband remain silent and seemingly indifferent to her plight, Song Guiqin erupted into tears and tantrums at home. Sun Baochai held their son, silent and allowing her to vent her frustrations. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers from the courtyard, curious about the disturbance. What could Song Guiqin be lamenting now? Perhaps she was demanding Baochai confront Zhao Ping? After all, Zhao Ping had accused her of being a harbinger of misfortune, claiming that Sun Baochai would meet with calamity within a fortnight. It would be surprising if Song Guiqin were to let such a curse go unchallenged. Indeed, she was not one to suffer in silence. Only days ago she refrained from causing a scene out of respect for Zhao Ping's status. Now that he was no longer a figure of authority, it was unlikely she would hold her tongue. But was Zhao Ping's assertion true? Could Song Guiqin truly bring misfortune upon her husband? Who could say? Perhaps he made the claim out of fear of her sharp tongue. Zhao Ping's fate seemed grim. Having provoked Song Guiqin, he would likely face turbulent days ahead. Everyone knew that Song Guiqin and her mother were not to be trifled with, and people generally steered clear of them. As Zhao Ping's family found themselves in unfortunate circumstances, it was hard to believe that Song Guiqin would allow them any peace. The onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, although those who maintained good relations with Zhao Ping had wisely remained indoors, avoiding involvement. Aunt Wang was at home, recounting to her husband and son the events concerning Zhao Heping's family that had transpired that day. I had already been aware of this matter while at the factory. Wang Lasen felt no sense of peculiarity about it. Zhao Heping, who had merely spent a year as a sent-down youth in the countryside before returning to work in the factory, foolishly sought to overshadow me. He deserved his misfortune. To be honest, I had already been preparing to deal with him, and this development conveniently simplified things. Upon hearing this, his father, Wang Baojiang, furrowed his brow and admonished him sternly, "Silence! What utter nonsense are you spouting? I have long told you that there are no secrets that remain hidden. If you aspire to achieve great things, you must learn to be patient and keep your mouth shut. What good can come from spreading such words? You are no longer a child. Why have you not learned your elder brother's composure?" This reprimand left Wang Lasen speechless, unable to retort. Among the three brothers, the eldest had a disability, reportedly due to their parents' neglect in the past, which resulted in them having no expectations of him. The second brother was the pride of the family. Thus the youngest, Wang Lasen, found himself perpetually compared to his exemplary sibling. This fueled a determination within him to marry Che Shuqin and surpass his brother. Aunt Wang, feeling a pang of sympathy for her son, quickly intervened, saying, "Enough already. Chunsheng is promising, and Lasen is not lacking either. Lasen is now a film projectionist, earning a decent salary with good benefits. How many around can match his status? And you dare to criticize him?" Wang Baojiang merely snorted in response, declaring, "I am his father. I critique him for his own good. If I do not take the time to ensure that Chunsheng and Lasen are capable, who will care for Yushan when I am no longer around?" At the mention of their eldest son, both parents cast a glance toward his room. It was a small partitioned space without a door. Even in broad daylight, the curtains were drawn, casting the interior in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. Wang Baojiang could not help but let out a sigh. Aunt Wang, feeling a twinge of discomfort, hastily shifted the topic, saying, "Today, when the incident at Zhao Heping's house occurred, I stayed indoors. I heard that Director Wang of the street office retrieved the compensation funds. Zhao Heping had no money, and it was Zhu Chunmei who provided the funds. Don't you think that little widow is overly generous with Zhao Heping's family? 60-odd yuan, and she readily offered it. In these times, let alone 60 yuan. Even 6 yuan is enough for a family's monthly expenses. How can a widow with a child, without a job, afford to part with her late husband's compensation? With Zhao Heping and his mother branded as the family of a deserter, and having lost their jobs, who would lend them money without it being a lost cause? How does Zhu Chunmei dare to do so?" Wang Lasen interjected, "It's not surprising. That night when my brother was beaten, the widow surely witnessed it. She harbors no fondness for my brother, naturally feeling grateful towards Zhao Heping. Lending money is merely a trivial matter for her. Perhaps the little widow has developed feelings for him?" Upon uttering this, a lewd grin spread across his face. Yet, mere moments later, a sharp slap resounded upon his head. Wang Yushan, the eldest son of the Wang family, stood behind his younger brother, his face darkened with displeasure. Moreover, with his head bound in bandages and a sinister expression etched upon his face, he appeared exceedingly fearsome. Wang Lasen dared to utter another word, "And I shall strike you down." This menacing proclamation was articulated through gritted teeth by Wang Yushan, leaving no room for doubt regarding his intent. Upon realizing that it was his elder brother addressing him, Wang Lasen quickly retorted, "Brother, I was merely jesting." "This is no jest," Wang Yushan replied, his countenance still darkened. "Let me make myself abundantly clear. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Chunmei, I will not hesitate to eliminate them, even if that person happens to be my own brother. Should you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me." With that, he turned away, limping back into his small, dimly lit room. Having received an undeserved reprimand, Wang Lasen could only cast a glance at his parents. Wang Baojiang let out a cold snort. "Well done. I had warned you earlier that misfortune arises from careless words, yet you refused to heed my counsel. Now, you've learned your lesson, albeit the hard way." Aunt Wang added, "Indeed, Lasen, you are well aware of your brother's affection for Zhu Chunmei. Refrain from such foolish talk in the future. I have heard you claim that Zhu Chunmei's relationship with Zhao Heping is improper. Such remarks must not be repeated. Who knows? Perhaps Zhu Chunmei could become your sister-in-law one day. Therefore, guard your tongue, lest you tarnish her reputation." After enduring punishment and parental scolding, Wang Lasen, with no other choice, complied. "All right, I understand." However, internally, he remained rather disdainful. Is she merely a widow? Damaging her reputation would provide leverage. Otherwise, how could such a charming young widow possibly consider marrying my elder brother? Yet, his brother's peculiar disposition and their parents' protective nature left Wang Lasen with little room to voice his thoughts. Ultimately, whether or not he could marry her was of no concern to him. Presently, Zhao Heping's misfortune ensured he would no longer appear before Che Shuqin, thus eliminating any threat. Consequently, as long as he remained persistent, a girl like Che Shuqin would eventually be won over by his charms. With this thought, he began to scheme. Unbeknownst to him, while he was preoccupied with thoughts of Che Shuqin, she was fervently imploring her father to devise a means to assist Zhao Heping. In Che Shuqin's eyes, Zhao Heping was a good person, and such a person should not be deprived of his livelihood due to the transgressions of his family. Chapter 50. Has something truly gone awry? A good person? What of it? Her father admonished, "A soldier who defects on the battlefield is a traitor to the nation. It is fortunate that your family has not been apprehended, yet you wish for me to preserve his employment?" Che Yuman gazed at his daughter with exasperation. A defector is an irredeemable sinner. Not only should he be condemned, but even associating with him could lead to dire consequences. Does my daughter lack discernment? However, Che Shuqin felt unjustly treated and sought to express her thoughts, only to be interrupted by Che Yuman. "There are no buts. A mere few days of employment at your factory does not warrant your concern. Furthermore, even if he saved your cousin, gratitude should come from her family, not you. Do not take it upon yourself to create trouble for our family." He certainly did not wish to be implicated because of a stranger. Che Shuqin fell silent. Since her father was being unreasonable, She resolved to visit her cousin in the hospital the following day. Zhao Heping was her cousin's savior, and she could not simply disregard him. Having made up her mind, Che Shuqin ignored her father, returned to her room, closed the door, and began to write in her diary. Keeping a diary had always been her habit. On days when nothing significant occurred, she would jot down notes about the weather and work. Recently, her entries had been extensively devoted to Zhao Heping. For instance, there was the conversation they had about the film The Visitor on the Icy Mountain, and that night when he rescued her cousin. Engaging in a lively discussion with her cousin's husband at the hospital, Che Shuqin gazed at her diary, lost in thought for a considerable time. Outside, her mother, concerned that her daughter might be upset, peeked in and later expressed her worries to her husband. Yuman, I can't shake the feeling that Shuqin seems a bit out of sorts. Could it be that she has developed feelings for that young man, Zhao Heping? If that is the case, it could lead to complications. However, Che Yuman felt his wife was overreacting. Do not speak foolishly. You know well how discerning our daughter is. What kind of young man has pursued her? Look at whom she has ever fancied. Zhao Heping has only been at the steel factory for a short while. I cannot believe our daughter would take a liking to him. Perhaps she is simply grateful to him for saving Peiji, and she wishes to show her appreciation. He is an insignificant fellow, not worth concerning ourselves over. Very well, replied Che's mother, though she still felt a twinge of unease. Who says one cannot fall for someone after only a few encounters? What if it were love at first sight? However, as her daughter had not disclosed anything, she refrained from jumping to conclusions and chose to harbor her doubts silently. The next day, upon arriving at work, Che Shuqin first broadcasted the news and newspaper summaries from the Central People's Broadcasting Station. After completing these tasks, she made her way to the screening room, which now only housed Feng Baoyang and Wang Lashen. Upon seeing Che Shuqin, Wang Lashen was pleasantly surprised. Shuqin, are you here to see me? With Zhao Heping dismissed, he concluded that she must be seeking him. Wang Lashen felt he had finally glimpsed the light after the clouds dispersed. Che Shuqin merely acknowledged him with a sound, standing at the doorway without entering the screening room, and waved her hand. Wang Lashen, step outside for a moment. With a sense of urgency, Wang Lashen hurried out, grinning as he said, What can I do for you, leader? Che Shuqin regarded his frivolous demeanor with disdain, feeling a surge of annoyance, and adopted a serious expression. Be serious. I have a question for you. You and Zhao Heping live in the same courtyard. How is he faring now? At the mention of Zhao Heping, Wang Lashen's expression darkened immediately. Zhao Heping had been dismissed. Why was Che Shuqin still so concerned about him? Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for that young man? Observing Wang Lashen's sullen face, Che Shuqin poked him and pressed on. I am asking you a question. How is Zhao Heping doing? Is anyone giving him a hard time? Her inquiries incensed Wang Lashen to the point of physical discomfort. However, before he could confront Che Shuqin, he dared not express his anger towards her. He managed to force a smile and said, Why is no one making things difficult? Shuqin, Zhao Heping is now the family of a defector, and no one respects him. Moreover, yesterday, the armed forces and the street office visited Zhao Heping's home. They searched and interrogated him. It was fortunate that he was not taken away. Do you know? When the martyr's compensation was reclaimed from Zhao Heping, he had no money and had to rely on a widow, who was on friendly terms with him, to cover it. Now, Zhao Heping has a tarnished reputation in our courtyard. Just yesterday, he quarreled with Sun Baochai's wife in the front yard, cursing her with a face that brings misfortune to husbands, claiming that Sun Baochai would suffer a calamity within half a month. You see, with such curses steeped in superstition, if this spreads, he might be taken away by the authorities. He has slandered Zhao Heping in every conceivable way. Hearing this, Che Shuqin became increasingly anxious. Just as she was about to inquire further, she saw Zhang Shirxiu, the workshop director from the 9th workshop, running down the corridor. Zhang rushed into the factory director's office, breathlessly exclaiming, Director, something has happened. Something has happened. The steel plate in the rolling mill was unbalanced and collapsed, injuring Sun Baochai, who had 2 of his fingers crushed. He has already been sent to the medical room. Moreover, Guojingye was also struck and is bleeding from the head. No one dares to move him. You must go and take a look. This is a production accident, and potentially a fatal one, which will lead to accountability. He could not handle it himself and had to seek out Director Han personally. Upon hearing this, Director Han immediately sprang to his feet and dashed out of the office. While running, he instructed, Quickly, let the medical staff see Guojingye first. Do not waste time. They should accompany him and take him straight to the hospital. Also, Send Sun Baochai along and dispatch the factory's transport vehicle, quickly. At this moment, every second counted, otherwise, it might cost a life. Zhang Shixiu hurried to execute the orders. In the corridor of the office, many people emerged upon hearing the commotion. Wang Lashing and Che Shuqin, however, stood in a state of shock. They had just been discussing Zhao Heping's prediction that Sun Baochai would face a calamity. And now, immediately following that conversation, Sun Baochai had indeed encountered trouble. It felt too uncanny. Wang Lashing, do you think Zhao Heping truly possesses the ability to read faces? She asked, already convinced to a degree. There aren't so many coincidences in the world. Furthermore, she inherently believed in the mysterious ties of fate, and thus had a measure of faith in the esoteric arts. Additionally, she had confidence in Zhao Heping, whom she had known for only a few days. At that moment, Wang Lashing felt a sense of unease as well. Zhao Heping had gone to become a youth cadre in a rather remote area, and it was said that the more secluded the place, the more likely one might encounter some sinister practices, such as spirit possession. If Zhao Heping had indeed learned some malevolent skills, and his curses could come true, then offending him would pose a constant threat. Chapter 51. The accident seems to be man-made. Wang Lashing recalled her father's words. Calamity comes from the mouth. If one wishes to deal with someone, it is best to devise methods in private, and certainly not to offend anyone openly. As he was lost in thought, Che Shuqin nudged him, startling Wang Lasheng into a shiver. Che Shuqin looked at Wang Lasheng with surprise and inquired, "What is wrong with you? Why does your face look so ghastly? I asked you earlier if Zhao Heping truly has the ability to read faces, and you haven't answered me yet." At that moment, Wang Lasheng had neither the inclination nor the composure to respond. He quickly replied, "Shuqin, you should return to the broadcasting room. I'll head to the workshop to see if there is anything I can assist with." With that, he left Che Shuqin behind and hurriedly dashed out of the office. He was determined to clarify the circumstances surrounding Sun Baochai's injury, to ascertain how Sun felt about it, and whether he experienced any sense of loss of control or an eerie sensation. If that were the case, he would have to exercise utmost caution around Zhao Heping in the future. The factory had encountered a production accident, a matter of grave significance, especially with Deputy Factory Director Yu, who aspired to replace Director Han, seizing the opportunity to personally compose a statement that Che Shuqin broadcast 3 times. Ostensibly, it emphasized safety in production, yet in reality, it subtly insinuated that Director Han had failed in his duties. The news spread throughout the factory, creating quite a stir. Other workers, upon hearing the reports, were filled with fear and apprehension. How did another production accident occur? Is this the 3rd time since the new year? They pondered. What on earth are the leaders thinking? Can't they implement adequate preventive measures? There were whispers that Guo Jingye had suffered a head injury from a falling steel plate and had lost a significant amount of blood. Moreover, Sun Baochai had sustained injuries to his fingers, which were severely crushed, and it seemed unlikely that they could be salvaged. As discussions ensued, no one noticed that the workers residing in the same courtyard as Zhao Heping were all visibly stunned, rendered speechless. Just yesterday, Zhao Heping had remarked on Song Guiqin's ill fortune, suggesting that her lack of virtue would lead to calamity, and now, Sun Baochai had encountered misfortune. Could this merely be coincidence? A chill ran down their spines. They had previously debated the incident at Zhao Heping's home, advocating for the capture and execution of defectors or the severe interrogation of their relatives. Detached from the matter at hand, each had proclaimed their moral superiority. Yet now, they pondered the possibility that Zhao Heping might indeed possess some mystical powers. What if their previous words reached his ears? Doubts and suspicions filled the air, and everyone busied themselves with their tasks in silence. By afternoon, those who had gone to the hospital returned with 2 pieces of news. First, despite efforts to save him, Guo Jingye had succumbed to his injuries. Second, although Sun Baochai had managed to avoid extensive injuries, 2 of his fingers had been crushed, and the damaged portions had already begun to necrotize, necessitating amputation. Neither piece of news was favorable. Most of the workers, who toiled in the workshop, felt a deep sense of sorrow upon hearing of the accidents. At the end of the day, the workers from the courtyard hurried home, recounting the day's events to their families. Upon hearing the news, Song Guiqin wept profusely and hurried to the hospital with her child in tow. The courtyard erupted in chaos. Could Zhao Heping's words from yesterday truly be accurate? Did Song Guiqin genuinely bring misfortune upon her husband? Who could say if it was indeed her doing, or if it was a curse cast by Zhao Heping? I have heard that in certain places, Some individuals engage in the practice of voodoo and fortune-telling, capable of inflicting harm without anyone being the wiser. Hush, please lower your voice. Be cautious not to be labeled as superstitious, and beware of drawing Zhao Heping's attention. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly fell silent. Whether it be the fear of superstition or incurring Zhao Heping's wrath, both are rather daunting. Consequently, the discussion regarding the families of defectors ceased, and parents were more vigilant, forbidding their children from speaking recklessly in the backyard, thus granting Su Xiaoying a measure of peace. However, concerning the unfortunate fate of Sun Baochai, Su Xiaoying had indeed heard about it and inquired of her son, Heping, how did you know that Sun Baochai was destined for misfortune? Could it be that you possess some sort of prophetic ability? She harbored doubts, for such coincidences seemed implausible. Could it be that her son had acquired some hidden skill elsewhere? Zhao Heping hastily clarified, Mother, there is nothing to it. I merely spoke offhandedly to encourage Song Guiqin to cultivate some decency, never anticipating it would manifest so soon. This occurrence was purely coincidental. He too was astonished by the timing, having just mentioned it yesterday, and today's Sun Baochai faced calamity. After all, he could only recall a general time frame concerning Sun Baochai's misfortune, lacking specifics. Yet, he distinctly remembered that in approximately a month and a half, an accident would occur at the factory, and it would be a significant one. He recalled the reasons and dates vividly. As in his previous life, Director Han had orchestrated safety training for all factory workers following that incident. This news had spread through the courtyard, generating considerable discontent among its residents. Hence it remained etched in his memory. However, it was ultimately futile, for the so-called safety incident was orchestrated. In his past life, it took many years before the deputy director was apprehended and these matters came to light. Moreover, Director Han was ousted due to the recurrent safety issues, and had it not been for his influential connections, he likely would have faced accountability. Contemplating these events, Zhao Heping was filled with uncertainty regarding Sun Baochai's calamity. Who could ascertain whether it too was a product of human intent? Yet, the incident had transpired, and as a family of a defector, he felt powerless. His immediate concern was ensuring his mother regained her health, after which he would endeavor to revive Chen Feline and locate his father's remains, restoring their lives to normalcy, which was paramount. Regrettably, their financial situation was dire. Today's meal consisted of yesterday's leftovers, with a scant amount of pickled vegetables, and though they had a few buns left, they could only last a couple more days. But what of tomorrow? His mother's health was fragile. They could not persist on pickled vegetables indefinitely. Zhao Heping patted his pocket, which was emptier than his own face. To settle the compensation, their household had been rendered penniless. At this moment, determining how to sustain themselves became the foremost priority. As for borrowing money, the entire courtyard had concluded that his family was tainted by defection and would never recover. Thus, it was utterly impossible for him to secure a loan. As for Zhu Chunmei, he felt too embarrassed to approach her for assistance again. After all, she was a young widow, and getting too close would not bode well for anyone. Zhao Heping pondered this matter, unable to conceive of any particularly brilliant ideas. In this era, it was not like the 1980s or 1990s, where reselling scarce items could ensure a life free from want. Nowadays, speculation and hoarding were severely cracked down upon, making any thoughts of trade utterly futile. Should one be apprehended, the consequences were no trifling matter. Suddenly, he recalled something. A piece of information that Zheng Dingfu had shared with him from his past life, which seemed to pertain to events unfolding tomorrow. Chapter 52. Past events in a previous existence. After Zheng Dingfu had established a deep camaraderie with him, he had recounted many memorable incidents to Zhao Heping. Among these tales, one particularly resonated with Zheng Dingfu, as he had repeated it several times, even remembering the date with clarity. It concerned a skilled worker at a pharmaceutical machinery factory, who had been a riveter for over 5 years. Due to the physically demanding nature of the job, the workers were allotted a relatively generous ration of grain, accumulating quite a few grain tickets over time. He intended to sell these tickets to purchase a bicycle for his younger brother, who was about to marry. During that era, the clandestine trade of grain tickets was quite common, and his first thought was to head to Pigeon Market. However, this individual was shrewd and reluctant to sell to ticket traders like Zheng Dingfu, opting instead to sell the tickets himself daily in hopes of fetching a higher price. He only brought 20 jin of tickets each day, a quantity small enough that, even if caught, he would face minimal repercussions, merely confiscation rather than severe punishment. Everything proceeded smoothly until he unwittingly attracted the attention of the authorities due to his daily visits to Pigeon Market. On that fateful day, the officials apprehended him while he was selling his grain tickets. Ultimately, he was charged with speculation, lost his job, and received a black mark against his name, leading to public humiliation and a sentence of labor re-education. The impending marriage of his younger brother was dashed, leaving the family with their heads held low for many years. When the time of reform arrived, this incident resurfaced in discussions. Unable to bear the weight of his shame, the riveter took his own life by jumping into a river one bitter winter. The water was shallow, and his head became lodged in the silt. When he was recovered, his eyes were wide open, forever unclosed in death. Each time Zheng Dingfu recounted this tale, it was with profound sorrow. Heping, do you know? He was just 3 days away from having enough money to buy that bicycle. But when the authorities intervened, his entire family was ruined, and he ultimately lost his life. He lamented the injustice of it all. Why was he not permitted to sell his own possessions? How could selling his own goods be deemed a crime worthy of persecution? Even though he had already begun to earn money alongside Zhao Heping, reflecting on those bygone days left him bewildered. Zhao Heping distinctly remembered Zheng Dingfu's mention of the 3 days and casually inquired about the date, confirming it was indeed tomorrow. With this realization, Zhao Heping felt a sense of purpose. He would go to rescue that riveter tomorrow. Surely, lending him a bit of money in gratitude would not be unreasonable. As for whether he would recognize the individual, Zhao Heping harbored no concerns. Zheng Dingfu had previously mentioned that the man had never engaged in such activities, and thus exhibited a demeanor of guilt when selling grain tickets. Each time, he adhered to a strict schedule and donned his work uniform, carefully circling Pigeon Market 3 times. On the surface, it appeared to be a mere search for a red-sleeved garment. However, it had become the most conspicuous presence. The red sleeve was initially overlooked, yet it soon became a focal point due to an individual who frequented the area daily, circling 3 times as if to provoke. Ultimately, the red sleeve apprehended him. The man's furtive demeanor, clad in work attire and making his rounds, drew attention. These elements combined made it easy for Zhao Heping to recognize him. Nevertheless, he needed to arrive early, ahead of this individual. The market began at 3 in the morning and concluded before 5, necessitating Zhao Heping to rise early to ensure he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Resolute in his decision, he felt a sense of calm. Everything would hinge on the following day. Should he fail, he would have no choice but to fish in the river. That evening, Zhao Heping heated a modest meal, allowing his mother to consume the scant vegetables available while he settled for half a steamed bun. Noticing this situation, Su Xiaoying immediately understood. Heping, if we are short on money, perhaps you should borrow some from your third uncle. Once we have funds, we will surely repay him. The Zhao family, having lost their parents early, consisted of 3 brothers, with the eldest dying on the battlefield at 17. This left Zhao Guoxing, the second brother, and his younger sibling relying on one another. Thus, Zhao Laosan had been raised by Zhao Guoxing, making it seem reasonable to borrow a bit of money now. However, Zhao Heping harbored no trust for his third uncle, who had become an ungrateful wretch, severing ties with the family after gaining power through his father-in-law. He feared that asking for money would yield neither funds nor dignity, only humiliation. Yet, he refrained from sharing these sentiments with his mother. Instead, he spoke lightly. Mom, you need not worry about money. Do you recall my classmate Yuan Xiaowen? He is sending something to his sister tomorrow and has asked me to help him. I can borrow some money from him. His family has dual incomes, and we share a good rapport. He will certainly lend it to me. This was the second occasion he had invoked Yuan Xiaowen's name since his rebirth. Su Xiaoying believed him without doubt. Very well, then you may borrow from your classmate. However, be sure to clarify that it is a loan to be repaid. Do not let him feel as though you are demanding something in return for your assistance. That would surely discomfort him. Understood, Zhao Heping affirmed. After finishing dinner, he retired to bed early, yet his mind was troubled, preventing him from finding rest. As autumn had arrived, the nights had turned somewhat chilly. Tossing and turning, he managed to warm himself up, though he was uncertain how long he lay awake until he was suddenly jolted from his slumber. As he groggily opened his eyes, still not fully alert, he caught sight of a shadow illuminated by the hazy moonlight, moving toward his window. Who? Zhao Heping instinctively called out, startling the figure, which swiftly vanished. By the time he dressed and stepped outside to investigate, no one remained. Heping, what happened? Su Xiaoying, awakened by the commotion, inquired anxiously. It's nothing, Mom. I was just half asleep, Zhao Heping reassured her. However, He was certain he had not misperceived. It was indeed a shadowy figure, perhaps even approaching him. With this thought, he turned to glance at Aunt Wang's residence. At present, she was the most suspicious individual, recalling the thief he had confronted previously. Zhu Chunmei had also been roused from her slumber, not turning on any lights. Upon seeing Zhao Heping through the window, she quietly inquired, "Heping, what has happened?" Zhao Heping, unable to provide a detailed explanation, could only whisper, "It's nothing, sister-in-law. You should return to sleep. Please remember to securely close the doors and windows from the inside. If you hear any unusual noises, do not come out. Just call from within." If that night's intruder had indeed originated from Aunt Wang's home, it was likely that under the cover of darkness, they approached the widow's door with ill intentions. He suspected that after being thwarted, the intruder would not relent and might harbor resentment towards him. Thus, he resolved to exercise caution, as did Zhu Chunmei. He aimed to capture the culprit next time, thus eliminating any future threats. Chapter 53. The transactions in Pigeon Market. As he uttered these words, Zhao Heping had turned to face Zhu Chunmei. It was then that she noticed, under the dim moonlight, that his shirt was completely unbuttoned, revealing his bare chest. In his haste to exit, he had thrown on his trousers and hurriedly donned his shirt, neglecting to fasten the buttons. Zhu Chunmei's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "I will heed your advice. You should return home and rest as well." Fearing Zhao Heping might discern her embarrassment, she did not wait for his response and swiftly returned home to shut the door. Zhao Heping, oblivious to her unease, glanced once more at Aunt Wang's house before turning back to close his own door. Lying in bed, he pondered the identity of the visitor from that night. The silhouette cast upon his window had unmistakably seemed directed towards him. He feared not the thief's theft, but rather the thief's obsession. Zhao Heping felt that once he resolved the current predicament, he ought to devise a strategy to ensnare the intruder. With these thoughts, he drifted back to sleep. When he awoke again, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The journey from the courtyard to Pigeon Market at 2:30 was not particularly late. However, anxious not to oversleep, Zhao Heping arose and splashed his face with cold water to rouse himself. He then wrapped himself snugly, even retrieving a winter scarf, leaving only his eyes visible, and quietly stepped outside, heading straight towards Pigeon Market under the cloak of night. During this era of scarcity, where resources were limited, a planned economy was in effect. Thus, in every facet of life, from food to daily necessities, various tickets were indispensable. Beyond the commonly utilized grain and meat tickets, there were also cotton tickets, undershirt tickets, vest tickets, cloth shoe tickets, and cotton quilt tickets, among others. A plethora of peculiar tickets existed as well, such as menstrual pad tickets, rag tickets, and toilet paper tickets. In such circumstances, the distributed tickets often included those that were not urgently required or were in short supply. To survive, people sought ways to exchange or purchase tickets, giving rise to Pigeon Market. The authorities were aware of the populace's bartering, choosing to turn a blind eye. While there were regulations in place, they typically refrained from interference unless genuine speculation was involved. The unfortunate riveter, in his quest to purchase a bicycle for his younger brother, diligently sold grain tickets at Pigeon Market every day, only to find himself under scrutiny. Under the shroud of twilight, Zhao Heping made his way to the vicinity of Pigeon Market. At this hour, it was still early, and there was hardly anyone around. He had visited Pigeon Market numerous times in his previous life, making him quite familiar with the area. However, one must never be complacent. If he were to be apprehended alongside the riveter, he might be implicated as an accomplice. Given that his father had been falsely accused of defecting, compounded by charges of speculation, incarceration seemed inevitable. With this thought, Zhao Heping meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He recalled whether the alley adjacent to Pigeon Market still existed, as it served as a primary escape route for ticket scalpers. The narrow lane twisted and turned like a labyrinth, featuring a dilapidated courtyard that had long been abandoned. The larger scalpers had tidied it up and created a back entrance leading to another alley. This location was utilized by major scalpers to transact with their smaller counterparts. If anything seemed amiss, they could swiftly escape through the back door. Zhao Heping was well acquainted with the route, having traversed it with Zheng Dingfu in the past. After ensuring the area was secure, he emerged, only to find that Pigeon Market had begun to attract a crowd. People arrived carrying grains, while some from the suburbs cradled their home-raised chickens, and others displayed fish of modest size, typically around palm-sized, kept in enamel basins filled with water. After wandering through the market, Zhao Heping did not spot anyone resembling the riveter. Consequently, he sought refuge in a concealed spot near the entrance. Soon, the number of people at Pigeon Market increased. There was an unspoken understanding among them. Conversations were hushed, resembling whispers. Occasionally, flashlight beams flickered, discreetly verifying the items in question before being extinguished. Zhao Heping remained patient. Finally, a man clad in work attire entered his line of sight. While others donned the most inconspicuous clothing possible upon arriving at Pigeon Market, this individual chose to wear his work uniform. Upon entering, he glanced around before beginning to meander through the market. Zhao Heping surmised that this was the person he had been seeking, yet he refrained from making his presence known, opting to observe from the shadows. As anticipated, in accordance with Zheng Dingfu's previous insights, the riveter completed a circuit of the market before returning, lingering at the entrance for a moment before embarking on a second exploration. However, before he could return for the second time, two individuals approached the entrance, a tall man in his 30s and a stocky man in his 40s. The pair lingered for a moment, and upon spotting the riveter approaching, exchanged a knowing glance before entering Pigeon Market. Zhao Heping, observing the situation, recognized these two as the red armbands. In a classic case of catching the thief in the act, it was evident that they intended to employ entrapment. With this realization, Zhao Heping emerged from his hiding place, covered his mouth and nose, and followed closely behind the two, making his way into Pigeon Market. At that moment, the two red armbands were already confronting the riveter. The shorter individual continued onward, intent on severing the path of the riveter. The taller one glanced at the riveter and leaned in to whisper, "Do you have any grain coupons?" When he posed the question, he wore an expression of anxiety, reminiscent of a novice visiting the Pigeon Market for the first time. The riveter regarded him for a moment, hesitating before responding, "Yes, but only the Flying Sky coupons." These Flying Sky coupons, being of a higher value than local ones, could be used nationwide. However, ordinary households preferred the cheaper local coupons to save money. The taller individual pondered for a moment and inquired, "How much is the Flying Sky worth? How many pounds do you have? My family is hosting a celebration and will need quite a bit. You can't charge me too much. If it's too expensive, I simply can't afford it." The riveter had accumulated these coupons over the years to buy a bicycle for his brother's wedding. Upon hearing about the celebration, he felt an involuntary sense of camaraderie and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, these are my own coupons, not the ones bought from others. I'll give you a better price." While others sold Flying Sky at 52 cents per pound and local coupons at 40 cents, he offered to sell them to the taller individual for 50 cents per pound. The taller man hesitated and replied, "I need a substantial amount. Your price is still high. If it were 48 cents, I would take whatever you have." Typically, the riveter sold no more than 10 to 20 pounds of coupons to a single buyer, but today, hearing of the celebration, he felt generous. "All right, 48 cents it is. This concession can be considered a gift for your family's celebration. I will sell you 50 pounds. That should suffice for your needs." 50 pounds. The taller man seemed taken aback by the quantity, remaining silent for a few seconds before responding, "Really? Then show me the coupons. I need to verify." As he spoke, he turned on his flashlight. The beam illuminated the riveter's hands. The riveter found nothing unusual in this. It was customary at the Pigeon Market to use flashlights for clarity. He then reached into his pocket to retrieve the coupons, displaying them as he inquired, "See? Are they all Flying Sky coupons? Where's the money?" "Money? You dare to engage in speculation and expect me to pay you?" The taller man, realizing he was cornered, directed the flashlight into the riveter's eyes, momentarily blinding him. This was a common tactic used to apprehend individuals. When a person's eyes have adjusted to the darkness, the sudden glare from a flashlight leaves them disoriented, rendering them defenseless. The riveter was indeed stunned, his mind a blank slate. The only thought echoing was that it was over, utterly over. Zhao Heping, who had been observing the scene from behind, recognized that it was time to intervene. He rushed forward, shoving the taller man from behind and swiftly seizing the flashlight, shining it repeatedly in the face of the approaching shorter individual. He exerted tremendous force, toppling the tall man to the ground. "Everyone run. The red sleeves are capturing people," Zhao Heping shouted, hurling the flashlight onto the tall man's body. He then seized the arm of the riveter and hurriedly dashed toward the outskirts of Dove City. Upon hearing the alarm of the red sleeves, the inhabitants of Dove City erupted into chaos, akin to cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. Each person clutched their belongings, fleeing in all directions. The tall man sat on the ground, having been trampled a couple of times. Under such circumstances, The red sleeves had no chance of apprehending their intended targets. By the time the short man arrived to help the tall man to his feet, most of the crowd had already dispersed. The tall man was on the verge of losing his temper. Damn it, this fellow has accomplices? I hope I never cross paths with him again. He will regret it. Not only had he failed to capture anyone, but he had also endured several kicks. Anyone in his position would be incensed. The short man, however, remained composed, remarking, "It seems unlikely we will encounter him again after today's events. Do you think he dares to return?" No one would. The tall man cursed his misfortune. Yet, not capturing anyone was a reality they had to face. Meanwhile, Zhao Heping had successfully guided the riveter through a labyrinth of narrow alleys to the dilapidated little house. At that moment, a large group of smugglers, having sensed the danger, had already slipped out the back door, leaving the house devoid of occupants. Zhao Heping and the riveter exited through the rear, navigating through the twists and turns of the alley until they emerged onto a main road, finally stopping in another narrow lane. The riveter was still in a daze. After a moment of heavy breathing, he finally grasped the situation. "You saved me?" Zhao Heping nodded. "Yes, we all face hardships. We come to Dove City in search of sustenance for our families. If the Red Sleeves had caught you, your life would have been ruined. Thus, I believed it better to take the risk and lend you a hand." This was no exaggeration. Speculation and profiteering could lead to a labor education sentence. And for someone like the riveter, who had previously traded over 200 pounds of food stamps, a mishap could cost him even the best of jobs. He would be publicly shamed, paraded with a placard, and although he would not face execution, he could be sent to a labor camp. His reputation would be tarnished, ruining not only his life, but also affecting his family. In such times, any household with a convict would suffer immensely. Contemplating these dire consequences, the riveter suddenly knelt down. "You have saved my entire family. Thank you. Thank you." He was not naturally bold, and in this moment of fear and realization of the consequences, he broke out in a cold sweat. His gratitude towards Zhao Heping, the one who had extended a helping hand, was profound. Zhao Heping, unaccustomed to being knelt before, fearing it might shorten his life, quickly stepped back and helped the riveter to his feet, contemplating how to broach the subject of receiving some compensation in the form of money or food stamps. However, before Zhao Heping could speak, the riveter, not forgetting to clutch his remaining food stamps as he fled, thrust them into Zhao Heping's hands. "This is 57 pounds and 2 ounces of food stamps. All for you." This is all the ration tickets left from his sales. He initially intended to sell them within 3 days, but nearly got apprehended. Therefore, he decided against further sales and handed them all over to Zhao Heping. After giving the ration tickets, the machinist reached into his coat pocket and produced some money. Even in the moonlight, the prominent 10 yuan note was unmistakable. This amounted to 18 yuan and 93 fun, 10 yuan of which was set aside for purchasing suitable items at the pigeon market, while the remaining 8 yuan and 93 fun comprised change prepared for transactions involving the ration tickets. Among the money, there were also a few meat tickets, exchanged yesterday using the ration tickets, intended for purchasing meat for his brother's wedding, which he also offered to Zhao. Unaware of the events that transpired today, he hoped Zhao wouldn't find the sum insufficient. Additionally, he left his name and factory address, requesting Zhao to provide his name and residence, promising to express his gratitude with a gift in the future. Without Zhao Heping's intervention, he would have faced dire consequences today. Thus, any form of gratitude would be justified. Zhao Heping did not refuse, but accepted both the money and tickets, acknowledging the risks taken to acquire what he desired, feeling no remorse. "I shall accept this money and tickets," he replied, "but there is no need to exchange names or addresses. I will not inquire about your identity. As for today's incident with the red-sleeved officer, consider it as if it never occurred. Do not breathe a word to anyone. From this day forth, we shall remain strangers. This is the safest course for both of us." He had aided the machinist, but had also taken a stand against the red-sleeved officer. If any whispers of this reached the officer, a thorough investigation would ensue. The machinist, in his work attire and having frequently appeared at the pigeon market, might be recognized by someone. If he were to be reported and his identity uncovered, leaving behind a name and address could lead to dire consequences. Having been reborn, Zhao Heping was exceedingly cautious, unwilling to make even the slightest misstep. The machinist instantly understood Zhao's implication but felt somewhat guilty. "However, you effectively saved my entire family today. This token of gratitude seems insufficient. If you feel unsafe, I can send my brother here tomorrow at the same time to deliver a proper thank you. Rest assured, I will never return to the pigeon market again, and no one will trace me. When you come to collect the reward tomorrow, no one will know who you are or where you live. To put it bluntly, even if I were to be investigated, it would not lead back to you. You would be entirely safe. A life-saving grace should be repaid in kind. I cannot let this go unacknowledged. Chapter 55. Misunderstood by the widow, Zhao Heping was not greedy. He had ventured out today out of necessity, but it had ultimately proved successful. He was uncertain what dangers might arise if he ventured out again tomorrow. He resolutely refused to engage in anything perilous. Furthermore, with sufficient money and ration tickets now in hand to address his immediate living concerns, attending to serious matters took precedence. Thus, Zhao Heping directly declined the offer. No need. I understand your sentiments, but the gratitude you have shown me today is already ample. Focus on your work, and refrain from returning to the pigeon market unless absolutely necessary. While I'm off, you should hurry home as well, Zhao Heping remarked, not waiting for a response before turning to leave. He was bundled up tightly, with only his eyes visible, so he had no concern that the riveter would recognize him. Upon seeing him depart, the riveter pursued him a few steps, but refrained from calling out to avoid attracting attention from others. Familiar with the terrain, Zhao Heping deftly navigated the twists and turns, swiftly evading his pursuer. The riveter, unable to catch up and too wary to shout, reluctantly gave up and returned to his post. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Zhao Heping entered quietly, ensuring he did not disturb anyone. However, as he stepped inside, Su Xiuying awoke to the sound. "Heping, is that you back?" she whispered. Having heard her son leave, she had been anxious and could not sleep. Zhao Heping responded softly. "Yes, Mom, it's me. It's still dark. I'll close the door so you can continue resting." "All right," Su Xiuying replied, feeling reassured by her son's presence. Zhao Heping removed the scarf from his head, washed his face, and prepared to take a brief rest. Unbeknownst to him, the sound of his entrance had roused Zhu Chunmei across the way. How peculiar. What could Heping be doing out at such an hour? She pondered, peering through the curtain at the closed door of Zhao Heping's home, lost in thought. As the sun rose higher, Zhao Heping finally awoke from his nap. He reheated the leftover food from the previous day, and the mother and son sat together to eat. "Heping, did you really go help your classmate last night?" Su Xiuying asked, her heart uneasy, unable to resist questioning him before they began their meal. Zhao Heping nodded earnestly. "Mom, I truly did. You know I never lie." In his past life, he indeed had been honest and straightforward, which is why he had fallen prey to Tao Huili, becoming a pawn in her game. However, having returned to life, he was no longer that naive youth who never told a lie. With the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, he understood that failing to learn from past mistakes would render his experiences futile. Thus, he could convey some well-intentioned falsehoods with utmost sincerity. Su Xiuying sensed her son's sincerity and nodded in satisfaction. "Heping, your classmate has been quite helpful to you. In this day and age, someone willing to lend you money does not see you as a stranger. Such friendships must be nurtured, especially when your family has experienced a defector. Those who extend a helping hand are truly rare." "Understood," Zhao Heping replied casually, then added, "Mom, I've borrowed both money and ration tickets. I'll head to the market shortly to buy some meat and vegetables to nourish you." He had checked the meat tickets, and they were substantial, amounting to 7 or 8 jin. During the years of scarcity, particularly from 1960 to 1962, especially between June 1961 and February 1962, the rationing of meat had reached a severe level. Fortunately, things had improved since then, and pork was no longer in such short supply. His mother had been lacking in nutrition, which had taken a toll on her health during difficult times. Thus, it was imperative to ensure she regained her strength with proper nourishment. However, upon hearing that her son intended to purchase meat, Su Xiuying quickly declined, saying, "Ping, my health is fine. Just bring back some vegetables. There's no need for meat. Everyone knows our family is short on money now. If you buy meat and others see it, they might start gossiping behind our backs, especially since they say your father is a defector. At this time, buying meat would only invite trouble." Zhao Ping was aware of this. "Don't worry, Mom, I understand." He recognized the benefits of discretion, and besides, he wouldn't buy too much meat at once. After all, his mother's constitution wasn't suited for rich nourishment, so it needed to be introduced gradually. He planned to buy a little, concealing it among the vegetables he would bring home, making it entirely unnoticeable. After dinner, Zhao Ping took a net bag and stepped outside. Fresh vegetables were his priority, so he didn't intend to purchase much. 2 net bags would suffice. As he stepped out, he spotted Zhu Chunmei's son, Zhuangzhu, playing in the yard, with Zhu Chunmei watching from the doorway. Sister-in-law, Zhao Ping greeted as he intended to pass by. Ping, wait a moment, Zhu Chunmei called, approaching him and standing directly in front of him. She glanced at the net bag in his hand and inquired, "Are you going out to buy something?" "Yes. Just heading to the market for some vegetables," Zhao Ping replied with a smile, thinking she was merely asking out of curiosity. However, Zhu Chunmei's brow furrowed upon hearing this. She glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention and whispered, "Ping, if you're short on money, I can lend you some. But you mustn't make a wrong decision during difficult times. Otherwise, one mistake leads to another, and if people find out, your life could be ruined." Her expression was serious, and though her voice was soft, every word bore significant weight. Zhao Ping was bewildered. What? He genuinely did not comprehend the gravity of her words. How could buying vegetables be so severe? Zhu Chunmei's expression remained stern as she pressed her lips together and continued, "I saw you going out and coming back at night. If your family is truly in need, I would certainly lend you money, but please, do not go out and make a wrong decision. Going out at night for money raises suspicions about its source. Those thieves, they steal under the cover of darkness, don't they?" If Zhao Ping were to resort to thievery for money, once discovered, his life would indeed be over. At this moment, Zhao Ping realized that Zhu Chunmei had misunderstood his intentions when she saw him leave at night. "Sister-in-law, it's not what you think. I was just borrowing some money and tickets from a friend. He had to leave early today, so I needed to go over sooner. Rest assured, I'm not at the end of my rope. I would never choose such a path." How could he abandon a good life to become a thief? He understood that once a person strays from the right path, their fate could be irrevocably altered. Having lived 2 lives, he was fully aware of what actions were appropriate and which were not. He resolutely refrained from crossing any red lines. Chapter 56. A piece of candy from Mother Zhu Chunmei felt a wave of relief upon witnessing Zhao Heping's calm response, and she shyly smiled at her own exaggerated concerns. "That is good," she remarked, and without waiting for Zhao Heping's reply, she returned to her doorstep, watching her son draw on the ground with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, Zhao Heping understood that Zhu Chunmei's call to him was born of goodwill, prompting him to smile as he carried his net bag away. As he ventured out, he made a point to visit the local grocery store, eagerly approaching those emerging from within and shamelessly inquiring about their purchases. At long last, he encountered someone who had bought a buy-2 candy. After much persuasion, he managed to acquire 2 pieces for a mere 20 cents, appealing to the seller by mentioning his child's tearful longing at home. However, even with a tenfold markup, others remained reluctant to sell. In those times of planned economy, the production of buy-2 milk candy in Shanghai faced significant shortages, let alone in other regions. Moreover, due to its scarcity, it was not available to the general populace. It was not enough to simply possess money and candy tickets. One also needed a special permit. Each element was indispensable. The fact that Zhao Heping could procure 2 pieces today was indeed a stroke of fortune. The milk candies were intended for Zhu Chunmei's son, Xuanzhu, as a gesture of gratitude for her kindness. After purchasing the candies, he proceeded to the market to buy vegetables and meat, cleverly concealing the meat within the vegetables to avoid drawing attention. With this careful arrangement, he returned to the courtyard. Upon his arrival, many people distanced themselves, first out of fear of being associated with the family of a defector, and secondly, due to the unsettling aura surrounding Sun Baochai's incident, which had left an indelible chill in their hearts. Despite their avoidance, Zhao Heping could still sense the lingering gazes upon him. Upon returning to the backyard, he found that Zhu Chunmei and little Xuanzhu were no longer there. Zhao Heping had initially intended to call Xuanzhu out to give him the buy-2, but reconsidered, fearing that it might attract unwelcome attention and gossip. He decided it best to leave the task to his mother, allowing her to find an opportune moment to present it to Xuanzhu. With these thoughts in mind, he carried the net bag and pushed open the door to his home. "Mother, I'm back," he announced as he entered, only to discover that Zhu Chunmei was also present, likely engaged in conversation with his mother. Little Xuanzhu lay asleep on his mother's lap, undisturbed by the commotion. "You're back?" Zhu Chunmei looked up and greeted Zhao Heping with a smile. He nodded, placing the net bag on the table. Then, he retrieved a piece of buy-2 from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Chunmei. "Sister-in-law, I went out to buy groceries and happened to bump into a classmate whose relatives from Shanghai brought some buy-2 Tuesday. He gave me a piece. Please let Xuanzhu have it. Children adore milk candies. Although he had originally intended to give both pieces to Xuanzhu, he changed his mind upon returning home, considering that his mother might not have had the chance to taste such a rare treat. While he firmly believed that nothing would remain scarce in the future, for now, he wished to share this experience with his mother. Thus, he reached into his pocket and only took out one piece. Nevertheless, it was already a delicacy that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Zhu Chunmei was taken aback when Zhao Heping returned not only with groceries, but also presented her with a large white rabbit milk candy. She quickly declined, saying, "Heping, there's no need for that. You can give the candy to Andy. I still have some sweets for Zhuangzhu at home." Su Xiaoying immediately interjected. "The candies at your house belong to you, but this is from Heping for Zhuangzhu. As a mother, you cannot refuse what your child desires. Just take it." As she spoke, she reached out to take the white rabbit candy, and, fearing that Zhu Chunmei might feel embarrassed, directly placed it into Zhuangzhu's hand. Zhuangzhu, still drowsy, blinked at the mention of candy and sleepily murmured, "Mom, I want to eat candy." At that moment, Zhu Chunmei had no excuses left. She gently patted her son's bottom and said, "All right, you can have the candy. But remember, it's from your uncle Heping. You should thank him." She pointed to Zhao Heping. Zhuangzhu fully awakened, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Zhao Heping, who he did not recognize. The last time Zhao Heping had left, Zhuangzhu was barely over a year old and had no memory of him. During these days, Zhao Heping had returned. But they had not formally met, so after a considerable pause, he softly said, "Thank you, uncle." "Good boy," Zhao Heping replied, ruffling the little one's hair before moving to retrieve the vegetables from the net bag, preparing to cook. In truth, using a net bag for groceries was not ideal. The sun was harsh during the day, and the wind carried dust, making it less than sanitary. Although there was a vegetable basket at home, he couldn't locate it in time, and thus resorted to the net bag. The autumn harvest was plentiful, and he had bought spinach, eggplant, and tomatoes. Nestled among the vegetables was a piece of pork belly. In his coat pocket, he had placed an egg in each. Zhao Heping planned to make a soup with the spinach and eggs, while the eggplant would be cooked with the pork, ensuring that the eggplant absorbed the savory flavors and the pork remained fragrant yet not greasy, delicious and satisfying. However, in front of Zhu Chunmei and Zhuangzhu, Zhao Heping refrained from revealing the meat and eggs. It wasn't due to a fear of inciting envy. Rather, he still owed them a significant sum of money and felt it inappropriate to flaunt meat and eggs in front of them, worrying it might cause discomfort. Moreover, he was concerned that Zhu Chunmei might share this information with others. After all, in their courtyard, there were many who would resent those who enjoyed meat while they did not, secretly harboring bitterness. While it was fine for others to eat meat, he feared someone would take the opportunity to undermine him. Zhao Heping had no desire to complicate matters at this juncture. After Zhu Chunmei chatted with Su Xiaoying for a while longer, she excused herself to cook and took her son home. Once they departed, Zhao Heping revealed the meat and eggs. He then approached his mother, offering her a piece of the white rabbit candy. "Mom, this is especially for you. Give it a try." Su Xiaoying was pleasantly surprised that her son had saved her a white rabbit candy, and her emotions surged with excitement. "Heping, you eat it. I don't really like candy." Once again, she offered this excuse. Zhao Heping found it utterly unbelievable. In his previous life, every time he indulged in delectable food, particularly fish, his mother would remark, "Heping, you eat the fish, and I love to savor the fish bones. The flavor is exquisite. Heping, you consume the meat. I have no desire for it. Heping, you enjoy shrimp. I am not fond of such things." No matter how delightful the dish, his mother would claim disinterest. And he believed her words without question. It was only later, upon maturing, that he comprehended the truth. Her aversion was merely a fade, concealing a profound and weighty maternal love. Out of love for him, she selflessly reserved all the best for her son. During the days when his father was absent, the few cherished memories of enjoying fine food were all due to her professed dislike, which found its way into his own belly. Chapter 57. Without worries. Let us depart immediately, however. In this life, Zhao Heping, having lived 2 lives, naturally did not trust his mother's current assertions. Thus, he seized a big white rabbit candy, unwrapped the sugar paper, and while she spoke, he cheekily placed the creamy confection into her mouth. "You rascal!" Xiaoying exclaimed, the rich, authentic aroma of milk immediately enveloping her palate. She had never tasted such delightful candy before. All the hardships she had endured, her husband's prolonged absence, and the trials of single-handedly raising a child, seemed momentarily worthwhile in this instant. Zhao Heping busied himself with cooking. In his previous life, he had sometimes indulged in nostalgia by perusing vintage literature online. He observed protagonists returning to the 1960s, flaunting their affluence by purchasing vast quantities of meat or poultry, parading through the streets. Wasn't that sheer folly? In the reality of that era, common folk dared not exhibit such ostentation. Even the slightest show of wealth could incite hostility from others. Firstly, all purchases required ration tickets, and everyone had limits. Many had wept with desire, having gone too long without meat, especially after enduring the 3 years of natural disasters, when everyone's eyes were filled with envy. How could one flaunt a substantial amount of pork, chicken, duck, or fish without drawing ire? Returning to the 1960s to engage in such pretentiousness was not merely foolish. It was a recipe for being reported. Ration tickets were strictly regulated. Buying an excessive amount would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Where did those extra ration tickets come from? If one were to buy beyond their quota, had they perhaps engaged in speculation? In short, if one did not face a thorough investigation, it would be a miracle. Zhao Heping had no intention of engaging in such reckless behavior. Now reborn, he aimed to tread carefully and live his life well. Having lived 2 lives, his culinary skills had truly flourished, enabling him to prepare a meal that even the modest-eating Xiaoying found satisfying. My Heping has truly grown up, she mused, savoring her son's cooking. After more than a year apart, upon his return, she recognized that he had matured significantly, becoming more composed and methodical, adeptly managing any situation and caring for her with meticulous attention. He had become a young man capable of standing on his own. Zhao Heping echoed her sentiment. Indeed, I have grown. Having endured so much, is it possible not to grow up? However, Su Xiaoying did not grasp the profound implications of her son's words. Instead, she swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, Indeed, you have matured and should establish a family. Did you not mention that during your time as a sent-down youth, you had a romantic interest? It has been several days since then. Has she not returned to the city? The sudden mention of marriage caught Zhao Heping off guard. After a brief pause, he explained, Mother, we must not rush. My return is due to my father's situation, which is exceptional. She must undergo a process of application and approval on her end, which is quite cumbersome. I cannot simply state that since my return, I have lost contact with Xinqingru, can I? If I were to say that, you would undoubtedly worry, so I naturally told a little fib. Su Xiaoying, however, did not suspect her son. Firstly, he was honest and had never lied. Secondly, his reasoning was sound. Returning to the city and navigating the requisite procedures was indeed no simple task. Alas, I am merely concerned that upon hearing about your father's alleged defection, she might lose interest in pursuing a relationship with you. Su Xiaoying sighed, reflecting on the worries that accompany parenthood. She believed her husband had not defected. Yet the truth remained elusive. If the young woman were to end her relationship with their son because of this, it would be understandable, which caused Su Xiaoying considerable anxiety. One cannot afford to lose their job, their finances, and their romantic partner all at once, she lamented. Zhao Heping reassured her, Mother, have no fear. We have weathered hardships together. She is not a superficial girl. Furthermore, if she were to abandon me due to our current circumstances, then so be it. I will surely uncover the truth regarding my father's situation. It will not be long before the facts come to light, and then we can reassess. He did not wish to force matters of the heart. Su Xiaoying nodded and urged, Then do not delay any longer. Heping, you must investigate your father's affairs promptly. The sooner we clarify this, the better. Otherwise, my heart is in turmoil, and I cannot find peace. After all, the accusation of defection is a grave insult to your father, and it has significant repercussions on you as well. We must strive to resolve this matter swiftly. A good life is one lived in stability, and no family can withstand the burden of such an accusation. Zhao Heping also desired to investigate immediately. However, he felt uneasy about leaving his mother alone at home, particularly with Sun Baochai's mother-in-law, whom he had sent for detention, on the verge of returning. The charge of insulting a soldier's widow was no longer valid. Upon her return, she would undoubtedly cause trouble. If he were not home, his mother would bear the brunt of it. After much contemplation, Zhao Heping concluded that he should remain at home for a few more days. Mother, I understand your concerns, but your health remains fragile, and I cannot bear to leave you. Let us wait a few more days. Take the time to nourish yourself, regain your strength, and then I shall depart. For now, I cannot shake my unease. Su Xiaoying understood her son's intentions and immediately replied, "No need, Ping. I know you worry about me being alone. While you were out shopping for groceries, I discussed it with Sister Chunmei. Once you left, I went to live with her in Chuanju. This way, I will have someone to look after me, and you can feel at ease. It is crucial to uncover the truth about your father's situation. That is the most important matter at hand." In the courtyard, the only reliable person at critical moments was indeed Zhu Chunmei, and she was dependable. "Mother, did Sister Chunmei agree?" Zhao Heping inquired further. "Isn't she afraid of being implicated by living with the family of a defector?" Su Xiaoying solemnly nodded. "Yes," she agreed. "And my staying with her will be beneficial for her as well." "Beneficial? What benefits?" Zhao Heping asked, somewhat puzzled. However, Su Xiaoying was reluctant to elaborate. "That is not something you need to concern yourself with. In any case, with Sister Chunmei looking after me, you can focus on investigating your father's situation. This is of utmost priority." "All right," Zhao Heping acquiesced. If his mother had someone to care for her, then the urgency of the matter regarding his father could not be overstated. After all, as long as the label of defection hung over them, he could not lead a normal life. Without a job or income, survival itself became a challenge, let alone being able to care for those he wished to support. In this era, a mere classification or accusation could suffocate an individual or an entire family. "Then I shall visit Director Wang at the neighborhood office this afternoon. As long as I can obtain an introduction letter, I will set off immediately." Chapter 58. Seeking someone who can issue an introduction letter in this day and age. The significance of an introduction letter surpassed the imagination of many in later generations. Those who had not lived through such times could hardly fathom that traveling without an introduction letter would render one nearly immobile. For instance, farmers required an introduction letter to enter the city to purchase fertilizers, to obtain a marriage certificate, and even for buying furniture or a thermos. Furthermore, acquiring books published internally by the Xinhua bookstore also necessitated an introduction letter. For an extended period, even a perm required an introduction letter, and only those recognized as cultural workers or individuals traveling abroad could obtain one from formal institutions. Otherwise, hair salons would refuse service to ordinary people seeking such letters. The necessity of an introduction letter for travel was even more pronounced. Therefore, for Zhao Heping to reach the city where Chun Feline was being treated, securing an introduction letter was the crucial first step. Su Xiaoying recognized this and nodded in agreement. "Good. When you go, be sure to speak kindly to Director Wang. She has been the neighborhood office director for several years and is actually quite nice." "Understood, Mother," Zhao Heping replied, though a sense of apprehension lingered in his heart. He worried that obtaining such an introduction letter might not be as straightforward as hoped. Nevertheless, he resolved to find a way to overcome the challenges. After finishing his meal and tidying up briefly, he made his way directly to the neighborhood office. Upon finding Director Wang and explaining his purpose, she immediately shook her head upon hearing that Zhao Heping intended to leave. "Ping, you know that your father is currently labeled a defector. If there were any direct evidence, you and your mother would likely have already been taken into custody. At this moment, while they are not apprehending you, it is certain that you will not be allowed to roam freely. Therefore, I am unable to provide you with this letter of introduction. The military is undoubtedly devising ways to ascertain Zhao Guoxing's whereabouts. Should his defection be confirmed, the relevant authorities will certainly detain Zhao Heping and his mother to extract information from them. Thus, until Zhao Guoxing's precise location is definitively established, she, as the director of the community office, cannot allow Zhao Heping to leave. The responsibility is too great for her to bear." Regarding Zhao Heping's mention of someone named Chun Fulian, Director Wang deems this connection unreliable. Firstly, it is true that Chun Fulian is Zhao Guoxing's comrade. They undertook missions together, and only one has returned. Naturally, the one who came back is fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the other. This reasoning is sound. But can the state not consider what the average person might think? It is said that Chun Fulian is gravely injured and remains in a coma, and the prospects for his recovery appear dim. If the state cannot save him, what hope does a mere youth like Zhao Heping have? Furthermore, Chun Fulian is currently a high-priority protection subject. How could a defector's family member be permitted to visit him? Consequently, Director Wang believes that Zhao Heping is still too young and overly naive. Upon observing Director Wang's firm refusal, Zhao Heping grasped the gravity of the situation. Without the letter of introduction, should he not seek out Chun Fulian, the latter would remain in a coma for 5 more years, and during that time, the survival of both himself and his mother would be uncertain. 5 years is too long. Zhao Heping cannot afford to wait, so he pressed on. Director Wang, what do you think of my father's service in the military over these years? Setting aside the fact that he has given most of his allowances to his comrades, he has never shown cowardice on the battlefield. We still have several commendations hanging on our wall. Do you truly believe my father would defect? I do not, and neither does my mother. Therefore, the whole truth lies with Chun Fuyan, and I must undertake this journey to witness his awakening and clear my father's name. Only with that letter of introduction can I seek out the old physician who might revive Chun Fuyan. Otherwise, 5 years is a burden he cannot bear. Director Wang, having served as the community office director for several years, is well aware that Zhao Heping speaks the truth. However, knowing is one matter. Executing one's duties is quite another. Heping, my refusal to assist you is a decision made after careful consideration. Do not act impulsively. Trust in your superiors and in the state. In summary, the letter of introduction cannot be issued. Zhao Heping understood that, in the face of Director Wang, further words would be futile, and he could only leave in disappointment. On his way back, he walked slowly, contemplating ways to obtain the letter of introduction. Currently, aside from Director Wang, the only individuals he knows who could potentially issue such a letter are Factory Director Han and Secretary Song. However, Secretary Song has not even shown his face, making it futile to approach him. Director Han is not closely acquainted with Zhao Heping, unless there is something he could offer in return. Yet, after a moment's thought, Zhao Heping realized that there is still a month and a half until the next safety incident occurs at the factory, a span of time too lengthy to wait. The other party does not owe him anything. Therefore, to approach so recklessly for a letter of introduction, no one is willing to bear the risk of issuing it. Zhao Heping had walked a considerable distance and was nearing the courtyard when a sudden thought struck him. How could he have forgotten about Che Shuqin's cousin? After all, he had saved her. The deputy director of the rubber factory, Chow Yuhai, had even come to express his gratitude. It was said that his family background was quite substantial, and obtaining a letter of introduction should not pose much of a problem. With a newfound direction, Zhao Heping decided against returning home. Instead, he went directly to the market. After observing for some time, he finally found a seemingly suitable elderly lady and exchanged a portion of his grain coupons for some food stamps. He then purchased 2 pounds of seasonal fruit and a packet of snacks, and headed straight to the hospital. Initially, he had assisted in bringing her there, so he was well acquainted with the layout and quickly located Che Shuqin's cousin, Song Peiji's, hospital room. The room was a single-occupancy one. Zhao Heping peered through the glass on the door and noticed that besides Song Peiji, there was also a middle-aged woman present. They were conversing softly, and it appeared that Song Peiji's condition had improved significantly. Zhao Heping knocked on the door of the room. "Come in," a voice responded from within. He opened the door and entered. Both women turned to look at him. Song Peiji had a vivid memory of Zhao Heping, primarily due to that night when she accompanied Che Shuqin to watch a movie. While watching, Che Shuqin had shared Zhao Heping's insights about the film, with an unmistakable admiration evident in her tone. As a result, she had glanced at Zhao Heping several times, and now she instantly recognized him. "It's you. You are Shuqin's colleague, the one who saved me that night. I remember you. You are Zhao Heping." As she spoke, she turned to the middle-aged woman beside her mom. "This is the young man I told you about, the one who showed the movie. He is the one who saved me. If it weren't for his constant reminders, I wouldn't have realized the gravity of the situation. If I had delayed any longer, I might not have survived." Upon hearing that her daughter's life was saved by this young man, Song's mother hurried over to shake Zhao Heping's hand warmly. "Young man, thank you so much. If Peiji weren't still hospitalized, we would have visited you to express our gratitude by now." Zhao Heping did not beat around the bush. He stated directly, "Annie, there is no need for such formalities. In fact, I came here today to ask for your assistance with something." Chapter 59. Has this girl's heart started to flutter? Zhao Heping chose not to be overly polite or vague. Why bother? No amount of flattery would compel someone unwilling to help. It was far better to be direct and see their response. "You seek our assistance?" Song Peiji and her mother were momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a serious expression. Song Peiji looked at Zhao Heping and said, "Xiao Zhao, please tell us what you need. Rest assured, if it is within our means, we will certainly help." She had already gleaned some understanding of the situation from her cousin, Che Shuqin. Zhao Heping did not hold back. He recounted the entire episode and mentioned how the street office had refused to issue a letter of introduction that day. "So that is the case," Song Peiji said in understanding. In other words, Zhao Heping seeks to exonerate his father from the charge of defection. However, the sole comrade privy to the truth has fallen into a coma, due to severe injuries. Xiao Zhao, I believe the street director has a point. Your presence there will not alter the course of events. The state has already made efforts to transfer your father's comrade to Xi'an, undoubtedly striving to save him. Under these circumstances, it would be prudent for you to remain at home, trusting that he may awaken before long. Your rash decision to rush there could prove counterproductive. Don't you think? A rational person would share this sentiment, which is why Song Peiji advised you accordingly. Yet, Zhao Heping is far from ordinary, having been reborn. He possesses knowledge of matters that render waiting a mere waste of time. One must realize that waiting could span 5 long years, during which he would be unemployed. And he and his mother would bear the stigma of being associated with a defector. He questions whether his mother's health can withstand such a burden. The consequences of inaction are intolerable for Zhao Heping. Thus, he must seize every fleeting moment. I still intend to go. Only by witnessing the situation of my father's comrade firsthand can I inquire about the relevant physicians and seek their assistance in treating him. Just as Technician Song indicated. When one is clearly poisoned, the medical staff mistakenly diagnose it as a cold. Therefore, accurate treatment is crucial. Moreover, this matter pertains to my father's honor. I cannot allow him to carry the label of a defector while remaining idle at home. Hence, I implore you to consider providing me with a letter of introduction. I would be immensely grateful. His heartfelt plea touched both Song Peiji and her mother. Very well, please wait a moment. Yuhai should be arriving shortly. I am not well versed in matters of introduction letters. You can consult him on the appropriate steps to take. Rest assured, Xiao Zhao, we will certainly assist you in any way we can, Song Peiji reiterated earnestly. Her previous rational counsel did not stem from a desire to withhold help. She wished to avoid any misunderstanding with her benefactor. I understand, Zhao Heping nodded, appreciating their sincerity, especially since they did not distance themselves upon hearing the term defection. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, Chow Yuhai arrived, carrying several gifts that appeared to be imported. Upon entering, he was delighted to see Zhao Heping. Heping, I was just about to say that once your sister-in-law is discharged in a few days, I will take her to visit your home. I didn't expect you to come and show your concern first. He approached Zhao Heping and shook his hand. During his last visit to Zhao Heping's home, after their conversation, he returned to the factory and implemented a series of measures addressing occupational illnesses. Notably, he arranged for regular health checkups for all workers. The first round had already uncovered several individuals with health issues. Fortunately, they were detected early, averting potentially dire consequences. This initiative significantly elevated his standing among the workers, and as a result, the higher authorities commended him for his meticulous and diligent approach, deeming him a commendable leader. The myriad benefits derived cannot be purchased with mere currency. Zhao Heping extended his hand to Chow Yuhai, directly articulating his purpose. Director Chow, I have come to seek your assistance. I am planning a trip to Xi'an and would like to request a letter of introduction from you. He then recounted the situation in detail. After listening, Chow Yuhai nodded thoughtfully and replied, this matter is not overly complicated, yet it poses certain challenges. Heping, you are currently unemployed due to your dismissal, which means you lack a work unit. For travel, you must obtain a letter of introduction from the street office. If I were to issue one on behalf of the rubber factory, it would be problematic since you are not an employee here. Should the street office investigate, you might find yourself in serious trouble. A letter of introduction cannot be issued lightly. It must clearly state your destination and purpose. Moreover, there are records kept. So if questioned, both the bearer and the issuer of the letter could face repercussions. Given your sensitive status, it would be quite challenging to bypass the street office for such a letter. If they are unwilling to cooperate, your journey will be hindered. Zhao Heping comprehended that the key to his travel lay not merely in the letter, but in the people involved. Chow Yuhai patted his shoulder, smiling. Do not worry. I will call Director Wang at the street office to see if she can make an exception for you. Should she agree to issue the letter, you will be able to proceed to Xi'an. For other matters, I will certainly assist you as much as I can. However, this letter truly cannot circumvent the street office. Zhao Heping nodded. Thank you, Director Chow. It seems I will need to visit the street office in the coming days to persuade Director Wang. He felt that any troubles were merely trifles. Chow Yuhai chuckled and was about to say more when the hospital door opened, and Che Shuqin entered with some food. Upon seeing Zhao Heping, she paused in surprise, her expression shifting to one of delight. Zhao Heping, are you here to visit my sister? Since Zhao Heping left the factory, she had lost all contact with him and felt too shy to inquire with Wang Lasen, harboring her worries in silence. Today, after work, she unexpectedly found him standing before her, and her pent-up concerns spilled forth. How are things at home? Don't worry about work. Once this period passes, I will find a way for you to return to your film duties. Rest assured, I am persistently urging my father. Once he agrees, you will be able to resume your position. She hurried to reassure Zhao Heping, oblivious to the knowing glances exchanged among the others in the room. Chow Yuhai exchanged a glance with his wife, both surprised by Che Shuqin's unusual attentiveness towards another man. Was it possible that she was developing feelings? In Chapter 60, a reunion with Tao Huili, Zhao Heping was equally astonished by Che Shuqin's willingness to go to such lengths for him. Thank you. But there is no immediate urgency regarding work. Once my father's situation is resolved, the job matter will follow suit. If the root issue remains unresolved, even if one reluctantly returns to work, it would not endure for long, as there will always be envious eyes. Only by being legitimate can one possess with integrity. Song Peiji, noticing her cousin's unwavering gaze fixed upon Zhao Heping, quickly called out, Shuqin, what have you brought me to eat today? Let me have a look. Her words startled Che Shuqin back to reality. She had unconsciously dedicated her attention to Zhao Heping. Oh, I'll bring it over right away. Che Shuqin dared not glance at Zhao Heping again and hastily approached her cousin with her belongings, her face lowered, flushed with a deep crimson hue that extended to her ears and neck. The relatives in the ward, astute as they were, observed this scene and became even more convinced of their suspicions. Zhao Heping had come to request a letter of introduction. Now that he understood the crux lay with the street office, he decided not to linger. He took his leave, saying, Technician Song, I will return in a couple of days to see you. For now, I must take my leave. Chow Yuhai could no longer contain himself and chuckled. Heping, there's no need for us to be so formal. From now on, just call me Brother Chow and sister-in-law. If that's too much, you can follow Shuqin's lead and call her sister and brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Che Shuqin felt a rush of heat wash over her. Naturally, Zhao Heping would not address them as sister and brother-in-law. Well then, Brother Chow, sister-in-law, I shall come back in a couple of days. My mother isn't well, and I feel uneasy leaving her alone at home. Regarding the introduction letter from the street office, I would appreciate your assistance, Brother Chow. All right, no problem. Chow Yuhai readily agreed. A few of them accompanied Zhao Heping out of the ward. As they watched his departing figure, Chow Yuhai, Song Peiji, and Song Mu all turned their gazes toward Che Shuqin. Initially focused on Zhao Heping's silhouette, Che Shuqin felt her face flush when her relatives scrutinized her. What is wrong with you all? Why are you staring at me like that? Song Peiji pulled her sister into the room and closed the ward door with a serious demeanor, asking, Shuqin, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Zhao Heping? What? Che Shuqin blushed and fidgeted. I just think he saved you and knows quite a bit. He is entirely different from those superficial men who chase after me. So, I thought I could lend him a hand. After all, even if Zhao Heping's father did defect, it has nothing to do with him. He is innocent. Such words prompted the other three to exchange knowing glances. This was no longer merely a matter of affection. It seemed she was becoming somewhat entangled. Che Shuqin was the cherished daughter of Che Yuman, who would never permit his daughter to marry someone of ordinary background, especially considering Zhao Heping's father was currently burdened with the stigma of defection. Thus, it was clear that this relationship was doomed. Shuqin, you need to cease your involvement with Zhao Heping, Chow Yuhai stated bluntly. Why? Che Shuqin asked, surprised, lifting her head. Chow Yuhai replied calmly. Zhao Heping has his own plans and aspirations. Should he seek my assistance, I will help him. However, your efforts to assist him may not align with his desires and could potentially disrupt his plans. Song Peiji remarked, Indeed, Shuqin, focus on your work. If Zhao Heping truly requires assistance, your brother-in-law will certainly lend a hand. In any case, it is best to minimize their encounters. Otherwise, unforeseen troubles may arise. Che Shuqin felt a twinge of discontent in her heart, yet she was uncertain about Zhao Heping's current needs. To avoid complicating matters further, she reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall refrain from intervening. Chow Yuhai and Song Peiji breathed a sigh of relief. When it comes to matters of the heart, if one is aware from the outset that the outcome is bleak, it is best not to embark on such a journey. Unbeknownst to Zhao Heping, he exited the hospital and hastily made his way home. The hour had grown late, and he feared his mother might be anxiously awaiting his return. However, the distance from the hospital to the courtyard was considerable, and by the time he arrived at the alley leading to his home, the sky had enveloped itself in darkness. The streetlights had flickered to life, yet their glow was scarcely brighter than that of fireflies. As Zhao Heping approached the entrance of the courtyard, poised to enter, he heard a voice call out from behind, "Zhao Heping." The sound struck him like a thunderclap, overwhelming his senses and flooding his mind with a rush of blood. In both this life and the next, he could never forget that voice. Tao Huili. Turning around, he indeed saw Tao Huili emerging from the shadows, clutching 2 bundles. The dim light obscured her presence, which explained why he had not noticed her earlier. "Tao Huili, is it truly you?" he exclaimed, incredulity washing over him. "How dare this woman seek him out? It is I, Zhao Heping. I have long harbored feelings for you, even back in Taojia village. I spoke to my father, insisting that I must come to the city to be with you. Look, I persuaded him. He provided me with a substantial amount of money and food stamps." As she spoke, she revealed the contents of her bundles, which indeed appeared plentiful. Yet, Zhao Heping believed not a single word she uttered. Tao Huili continued, "Zhao Heping, my affection for you was so profound that I once contemplated sharing a room with you, hoping to keep you in Taojia village. It was that scoundrel Tao Honggang who acted rashly and harmed you. My father has dealt with him severely. Rest assured, I have not come to coax you back. I understand your fondness for the city, and I will reside here with you. After having shared a room together, I am determined to marry no one but you." Zhao Heping grasped the implication. Tao Huili had come to find him in hopes of making him her fallback option. To his astonishment, even after his escape from Taojia village, this woman still harbored such intentions. "Tao Huili, has Hua Xianyang sent you?" Zhao Heping inquired suddenly. This was a reasonable deduction. The Hua family was entrenched in the bureaucratic sphere, and Hua Xianyang had sought to embellish his reputation by volunteering as an educated youth. Returning to the city with any blemish was absolutely out of the question. Marrying a village girl, especially one who was pregnant before marriage, was utterly unacceptable. Thus, he had to placate Tao Huili into seeking a suitable partner. In their previous life, they had conspired against him, and now, in this life, they aimed to deceive him once more. Did they truly perceive him as a gullible fool, easily manipulated? The mention of Hua Xianyang left Tao Huili momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, she remarked, "What does this have to do with Hua Xianyang? Zhao Heping, when we were in the countryside, you were kind to me. But now that you've returned to the city, do you intend to simply walk away without acknowledging our connection? Let me be clear. Either you marry me and we build a life together, or I will report you for assault and claim you took advantage of me." Then swiftly returned to the city. The situation escalated, revealing her desperation. Chapter 61. The true puppet master casting aspersions was a tactic that Tao Huili had mastered in both her past and present lives. Now, having failed to deceive, she reverted to her true nature in a fit of rage. Zhao Heping chuckled. "Tao Huili, such foolish words are best left unspoken. I am not afraid of any unfounded accusations. Should this situation escalate, it is Hua Xianyang who will suffer the most. If you truly wish to make a scene, then by all means, make it loud and see who ultimately backs down. Especially considering that you carry Hua Xianyang's child, which is an undeniable truth. Do you really want to escalate this? No, Hua Xianyang dares not, and he certainly wouldn't want his family to find out. Thus, it amounts to mere bluster." Indeed, Tao Huili refrained from causing a commotion. She had waited for Zhao Heping to arrive, hesitant to enter the courtyard for fear of unforeseen complications. Securing Zhao Heping was paramount. After all, she desired to move to the city, to obtain urban residency, and to find a father for the child she was expecting, making Zhao Heping, who had once visited Taojia village, the most suitable choice. Therefore, convincing him to marry her was crucial. "Zhao Heping, you are quite cunning. However, Xianyang has a message for you. Listen carefully before deciding whether to marry me." Tao Huili regained her imposing demeanor, speaking to Zhao Heping from a position of superiority. "What message?" Zhao Heping inquired, his mind racing with alarm. He sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions, that cunning Hua Xianyang, intent on coercing him into accepting Tao Huili, would undoubtedly employ unscrupulous methods. The Hua family was powerful and adept in their underhanded tactics, posing a formidable challenge. Tao Huili continued, "Xianyang said that if you marry me, he will ensure your path is unobstructed. Your father's reputation and your job can all be restored." Zhao Heping's body trembled as realization struck him. So, my father was falsely accused of being a defector. Was it Hua Xianyang's doing? Everything suddenly made sense. Why, in my previous life, a noble martyr was suddenly branded a defector upon my rebirth. It was Hua Xianyang's machinations all along. Only his family possessed the power to manipulate events so drastically. This was indeed a treacherous maneuver, plunging Zhao Heping into a quagmire with no chance of escape. Moreover, his mother's health was deteriorating. In a moment of desperation, he would grasp at even the sharpest thorn. Thus, Tao Huili approached him, initially with deceit. When that failed, she resorted to coercion, laying bare the stark realities of their situation. Everything fell into place. What a cunning strategy! Hua Xiangyang truly deserved his fate. Zhao Heping's hatred for this duplicitous couple intensified. In his mind, he began formulating a plan to expose the sordid relationship between Hua Xiangyang and Tao Huili. However, if this matter were to be exposed now, it would only invite the intervention of the Hua family. In order to preserve their dignity, they would inevitably deal with Tao Huili and might even put him in peril. Therefore, until he possesses sufficient means of self-preservation, he must refrain from rash actions. Moreover, could his father's comrade, Chen Fulin, also be in jeopardy? Chen Fulin is a pivotal figure. Any misfortune befalling him would spell serious trouble. In the blink of an eye, numerous thoughts raced through Zhao Heping's mind. Yet, Tao Huili offered him no opportunity for contemplation and directly inquired, "So, Zhao Heping, will you agree to marry me now?" She tilted her face upward, a triumphant expression adorning her features. Hua Xiangyang had orchestrated everything, and Zhao Heping was now left with nothing. If he wished to avoid a life of ruin, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Glaring at Tao Huili, Zhao Heping felt an overwhelming urge to tear her apart at that very moment. Yet, he knew he could not act on that impulse. He needed to ascertain whether the situation had worsened. At the very least, Chen Fulin must remain unharmed. "I ask you again, will you marry me or not?" Tao Huili pressed impatiently. Zhao Heping raised his gaze to meet hers, remaining silent for a moment before finally responding. "This matter is of great consequence. I need to think it over. I shall give you an answer in 3 days." He suppressed his murderous intent, refraining from outright rejection. This was a tactical delay. He intended to use those 3 days to ensure Chen Fulin's safety and find someone capable of protecting him. Simultaneously, he would need to procure the necessary introduction letter for his departure. Fortunately, Hua Xiangyang had yet to dare reveal this matter within the Hua family. The forces he employed against him were likely those of the Hua family's subordinates, which would not result in catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing that Zhao Heping had not acquiesced, Tao Huili immediately grew displeased. "You need 3 days to consider? Zhao Heping, don't overestimate yourself. Without Xiangyang's assistance, you and your widow mother will struggle to find food." Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow flashed before her, and with a sharp slap, she was struck across the face. Zhao Heping, gripping Tao Huili's collar, glared at her with eyes as piercing as a poisoned blade, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "Tao Huili, if you dare utter even a single word of insult towards my mother, I will ensure your demise." He had reached his breaking point. Should Tao Huili continue to provoke him, he would not hesitate to fulfill her tragic fate. His grip was so strong that Tao Huili struggled to breathe, and as she sensed his ferocity, fear began to creep into her heart. Just then, someone shouted, "Zhao Heping, stop!" A figure emerged like a specter from the shadows of a concrete pillar, stepping forward to confront Zhao Heping. It was, unmistakably, Hua Xiangyang, who had evidently arrived alongside Tao Huili. Hua Xiangyang positioned himself before Zhao Heping, glanced at his hand, and ordered, "I promise to grant you 3 days to consider. Now, release her." Upon seeing Hua Xiangyang, the architect of his turmoil, Zhao Heping regained his composure. He released Tao Huili, who stumbled slightly as Hua Xiangyang rushed to support her. "Zhao Heping, how dare you push me?" After Tao Huili steadied herself, she became furious and pulled on Hua Xiangyang, saying, "Xiangyang, you must give him a beating, otherwise, I shall inform my father that you have failed to protect me." Hua Xiangyang felt overwhelmed and quickly whispered a few words in her ear. Only then did Tao Huili quiet down, though she continued to glare fiercely at Zhao Heping. Hua Xiangyang had initially hoped that if he could successfully placate her, he would not need to reveal himself. Unfortunately, that plan faltered, leaving him with no choice but to exert his influence to compel Zhao Heping to comply. "Zhao Heping, let us speak candidly. Your escape from Taojia village indicates you possess a modicum of ability. However, in the eyes of Hua Xiangyang, amidst the power dynamics of the Fourth Ninth City, that ability counts for little. You have 3 days, just 3 days. Your response after this period will determine your future fate. So be sure to deliberate carefully." With that, he took Tao Huili by the hand and walked towards the alley entrance. In the distance, the flicker of headlights suggested a car was parked nearby. Chapter 62. How to break the impasse watching Hua Xiangyang and Tao Huili depart. Zhao Heping clenched his teeth in frustration. He recognized his own weakness in comparison to the formidable family influence backing Hua Xiangyang. He found himself ensnared and utterly unaware of the machinations at play. The prospect of a counterattack from his adversary loomed ominously. He needed to contemplate how to navigate this predicament. After collecting his thoughts, Zhao Heping turned and entered the courtyard. At this hour, most of the residents were home, leaving the yard empty. Concerned for his mother, he hurried to the back. Zhu Chunmei was at home with Xie Xiuying, conversing while tending to the child. Upon seeing Zhao Heping return, she exclaimed joyfully, "Auntie, Heping is back." Xie Xiuying, indeed worried about her son, quickly approached him, scrutinizing him closely. Once assured of his safety, she sighed in relief. "Heping, where have you been? I've been anxiously waiting for you to return. Your sister-in-law noticed my distress and even went to the street office. Director Wang mentioned you had left long ago, but no one knew where you went. You truly had me worried." Her concern was palpable. Zhao Heping promptly reassured her, "Mother, I am fine. After leaving the street office, I bought a few things and visited the wife of Factory Chief Chow at the hospital. I thought it would be remiss not to check in, given that Chief Chow has visited our home. I also spoke to him about the letter of introduction. He said he would discuss it with the street office to see if it could be arranged." Not wishing to escalate matters, Hua Xiangyang aimed to keep things subdued, as did Zhao Heping. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiuying felt entirely relieved. "Yes, indeed, you should have gone to visit. It would have been inappropriate not to, especially after they brought gifts to express their gratitude. With Chief Chow's influence, they should certainly facilitate the letter of introduction, shouldn't they? The rubber factory is a state-owned enterprise, and the words of a deputy factory chief carry significant weight." She believed the letter would pose no problem. However, Zhao Heping did not share her optimism. If the street office refused to release him, even the deputy factory chief's words might not prove effective. However, these matters must remain unknown to his mother. He nodded slightly, refraining from a direct response. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Mother, you continue your chat with Sister Chunmei. I will go prepare dinner." With that, he moved to warm the steamed buns and the leftover dishes from lunch. Su Xiuying felt a sense of relief as she and Zhu Chunmei watched their industrious son, and she chuckled, saying, "Chunmei, don't you think that since He Ping returned this time, he resembles a man capable of supporting a family? He now knows how to care for others, to cook, and to tidy up the home. It's high time he settled down. I just wonder if his partner, having returned from the countryside, will reconsider upon hearing about our current situation. That is my greatest concern." Upon Zhao Heping's return, he had declined the matchmaking proposals, claiming he had a young woman from the countryside in mind, and she had been eagerly awaiting him. However, the anticipated visit never materialized, and instead, her husband's sacrifice had devolved into a sense of betrayal. Such upheaval had caused the residents of the courtyard to distance themselves from their family, let alone the unmarried girls. She wished to shield her son from heartache, as he was deeply sentimental. Zhu Chunmei observed Zhao Heping's diligent figure and resolutely stated, "If anyone were to back out, it would simply be their loss. Auntie, rest assured, Heping is not lacking in admirers. If his partner were to withdraw due to uncle's situation, it would only prove she is unworthy of him." Su Xiuying nodded, recognizing that the outcome of events remained uncertain and would depend on how things unfolded. Upon Zhao Heping's return, Zhu Chunmei felt it inappropriate to linger and bid farewell to Su Xiuying before heading home. As a widow, her presence was acceptable while Zhao Heping was absent. But if he were home and she stayed for an extended period, rumors would surely arise. Su Xiuying understood this, so she did not insist, escorting her to the door and watching her return home before re-entering. At that moment, Zhao Heping had finished warming the dishes. "Mother, has Sister Chunmei left?" Su Xiuying nodded. "Yes, she has. I am grateful for her company today. Without her to comfort me, I might have become anxious and unwell. Rest assured, Mother, when the time comes, I shall not forget the kindness Sister Chunmei has shown our family." Zhao Heping promised, and even without his mother's reminder, he would keep it in mind. The two shared dinner. After Zhao Heping cleared the table, he engaged his mother in conversation about the details of their upcoming hospital visit, which helped to ease her worries. Once Su Xiuying retired for the night, he tidied up, secured the doors, and lay in bed, allowing his mind to ponder the events that transpired at the courtyard entrance. Hua Xiangyang had come to seek him out, with an undisguised intent to have him take responsibility for Tao Huili. As the eldest son of the Hua family in the capital, Hua Xianyang could not permit Tao Huili's presence to obstruct his career. Thus, he promised her certain benefits, coaxing her into marrying him, the former young intellectual from Tao village, successfully ensuring her presence in the capital under his watchful eye, thereby perfectly resolving the situation. In their previous life, while they were still in Tao village, he had already schemed behind the scenes, binding her to him for eternity. In this lifetime, he fled from Taojia village and returned to the city, disrupting the schemes of Hua Xianyang and others, which naturally caused Hua Xianyang to become anxious. Upon his return to the capital, he undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation into his family, and then, leveraging the connections of the Hua family, he maliciously tarnished Zhao Guoxing, who was originally designated as a martyr, branding him as a defector. The intention was to force him into a corner, compelling him to yield. Thus, the adversary believed that he was now at a dead end, which is why they appeared before him. Such a cunning plan indeed. Zhao Heping contemplated the current predicament carefully, to exonerate his father from the slanderous accusations. The most crucial step was to awaken Chen Fulin. Therefore, he first needed to ascertain Chen Fulin's current condition. Next was the matter of the introduction letter for his outing. If Chen Fulin was safe, he must be able to rush there immediately. After pondering for quite some time, Zhao Heping suddenly recalled that his father had several close comrades from the army. While others might be unreliable, these comrades were undoubtedly trustworthy. Over a year ago, while he was still at home, several of his father's comrades from the capital had come to visit him, bringing gifts. They were all veterans assigned to work, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they shared a bond of life and death with Zhao Guoxing. In his previous life, these comrades had also extended considerable care towards him. Thus, he was well aware of their circumstances without needing to investigate. By reaching out to them, they would surely be able to clarify Chen Fulin's current situation. Zhao Heping decided to seek out Yu Shuilin, the factory director at the thermos factory, the next day. This factory had only been established last year, yet it had expanded rapidly. By the 1980s, its thermoses had once become a national favorite. As the director of a factory, Yu Shuilin should possess the means to confirm Chen Fulin's status. Once confirmed, he would return to the street office to inquire about the introduction letter. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Heping finally drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 63. The appearance of Shun Qingru upon rising early the next day. Zhao Heping hurried to the market to purchase vegetables and eggs. He then prepared a simple, yet nourishing egg and dough soup. The combination of eggs and dough not only enhanced the texture, but also, when paired with green vegetables, rendered it quite delectable. In this era, dough soup was a staple among the impoverished, being both simple and nutritious while conserving grain. Hence it was frequently consumed by the common folk. Mother, I will be busy with the introduction letter today and may be out for the entire day. Please do not worry at home, Zhao Heping cautioned his mother. Su Xiuying was aware that their family was now burdened with the stigma of being associated with a defector, making matters complicated. She nodded in understanding. I know, Heping. When you go out, be sure to avoid conflicts. If you encounter any verbal disputes, just bear with it. Do not let your temper flare up and engage in fights. Remember that? She feared her son, in his youthful exuberance, might react impulsively if someone accused his father of defection, ultimately leading to unfavorable consequences. Mother, rest assured, I understand. Zhao Heping replied earnestly. After ensuring his mother had finished her meal and tidied up the dishes, he went to find Zhu Chunmei, asking her to keep an eye on his mother while he was out. Zhu Chunmei immediately agreed. Peace, you can rest assured to handle your matters. I will take good care of Aunt. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Heping expressed his gratitude, feeling fortunate to have such a sincere neighbor in the courtyard. Why are you being so polite? Zhu Chunmei chided playfully, casting a glance at Zhao Heping. He smiled, knowing that with Zhu Chunmei looking after his mother, he could venture out with ease. As he turned to leave, he suddenly froze. Behind the glass of Wang Ant's window, half a face was concealed by the curtain, peering at him. Upon meeting his gaze, the ghastly visage vanished completely behind the curtain. Was it him? Zhao Heping recognized it as Wang Lashan's elder brother, Wang Yushan, who seldom ventured out due to a disability. What was he doing? Secretly observing from behind the curtain. Was it mere boredom, or was he watching Zhao Heping? Or perhaps he was keeping an eye on Zhu Chunmei. Zhao Heping recalled the thief he encountered that night at Zhu Chunmei's door and the shadow that loomed over his window on the day he visited the pigeon market. If it was indeed the same person, it must be Wang Yushan. Yet, what was this elusive individual up to? Peace. Why are you in a daze? Zhu Chunmei nudged him gently. Zhao Heping snapped back to reality. It's nothing, sister-in-law. I'll be on my way now. With so much on his mind, he decided to bury his doubts for the time being. Go on, I'll keep Aunt company. You focus on your business, Zhu Chunmei assured him. Zhao Heping left the courtyard, intending to head to the bus station, as the thermos factory was too far for a walk. Just as he stepped out, he noticed someone riding a bicycle from the alley. Spotting Zhao Heping, the person waved, Zhao Heping, hold on, I was just looking for you. As the figure drew closer, he recognized the security officer he had met a few times during his visit to the first steel rolling mill. Comrade Liao, is it Secretary Song looking for me? Zhao Heping asked eagerly, his first thought being that there might be news about Shen Qingru. Secretary Song had been avoiding him for days, and he had sent Zheng Dingfu to inquire in Taejiakan, but he had yet to return. Consequently, Zhao Heping remained in the dark about Shen Qingru's situation. Officer Liao rode up to Zhao Heping, turning his bicycle around. Yes, Secretary Song asked me to find you. Come with me. All right, Zhao Heping replied, hopping onto the back of the bicycle. If there were favorable news regarding Shen Qingru, he would feel considerably relieved. Soon, Officer Liao pedaled through the first steel rolling mill, directly to the office. Here we are, Comrade Zhao. I'll take you to the office. Secretary Song must be waiting for you, Liao said while leading the way. Zhao Heping had been there before, so he could navigate easily without assistance. Upon entering the office, he finally encountered Song Weiman, who had been avoiding him previously. Secretary Song, is there news about Shen Qingru? Zhao Heping inquired impatiently. Secretary Song's face instantly brightened upon seeing Zhao Heping. Ah, Heping has arrived? There must be news, otherwise I wouldn't have summoned you here, he remarked. Come, I shall introduce you to someone. Once you meet her, all will be revealed. With that, he rose and escorted Zhao Heping out of his office, proceeding down the corridor until they reached the end, where he rapped lightly on a door. Please come in. A voice responded from within. This voice struck Zhao Heping like a bolt from the blue. Step inside, Secretary Song cheerfully instructed, opening the door and gently pushing Zhao Heping through before closing it behind them. The room was a modest conference space, occupied by a solitary figure. Zhao Heping immediately recognized her as Shen Qingru, the one he had been most concerned about since escaping from Taojia village. Are you all right? Zhao Heping inquired. Shen Qingru rose to meet his gaze. I am fine, thanks to you, who delivered my letter to Secretary Song in a timely manner. He was able to notify my family and rescue me. However, Tao Shan was unable to survive. He has passed away. At this, a heavy silence enveloped them. Without Tao Shan, they would undoubtedly have perished in Taojia village, perhaps even suffering a fate worse than death. It was Tao Shan who had saved them both. After I was brought back to the city, I sought out a renowned doctor and made my way back to Taojia village, hoping to treat Tao Shan. Yet, his mother steadfastly believed in that so-called Nine Granny and forbade any outsiders from touching her son. When Tao Shan lay dying, he told me to leave and never return to Taojia village. It was not a place meant for me. Thus, after witnessing his burial and burning a bit of paper money, I returned. But what is this about your father's defection? Having completed all her tasks, Shen Qingru returned only to be met with such news. Zhao Heping did not conceal the truth, recounting how Hua Xianyang had forced Tao Huili to confront him the previous evening. Hua Xianyang, having provoked Tao Huili, found himself reluctant to sever ties, fearing the uproar it would cause among the villagers, which could jeopardize his career. Thus, he turned his schemes against Zhao Heping, intending to compel him to marry Tao Huili, thereby tarnishing his father's reputation and driving him to a dead end, all to ensure compliance with his plans. He claimed that if I acquiesced to his arrangements, he would restore my job and my father's honor. Isn't that utterly ridiculous? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingru's brows furrowed in indignation. So it was Hua Xianyang behind this. I am certain that his motives are largely aimed at me. Chapter 64. United Front. Having finished her explanation, Shen Qingru noticed Zhao Heping's confusion and proceeded to elucidate further. The Shen family had the backing of Shen Longyi, her grandfather. Hua Xianyang's grandfather, Hua Yongjun, had once been a subordinate of Shen Longyi. Knowing of Shen Longyi's affection for his granddaughter, he often schemed to intertwine their families through marriage. As the eldest grandson, Hua Xianyang was naturally held to high expectations. However, Shen Qingru had been shielded by her family, leaving Hua Xianyang unable to approach her. Eventually, Shen Qingru, inspired by the fervor of newspaper publicity, defied her family's objections and resolutely became a sent-down youth. Upon learning the news, Hua Xianyang promptly applied to become a sent-down youth. choosing the same location as Xinqingru. He perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. In a locale teeming with rustic folk, they would be the only two city dwellers. After spending some time together, feelings would naturally blossom. Thus, becoming a sent-down youth would not only grant him a distinguished record, but also potentially lead him to win the heart of a fair maiden, an opportunity that promised to kill two birds with one stone. Fortunately, Hua Xiangyang was a person of little usefulness, unable to lift a finger, yet still expecting to be well-fed without contributing labor, which incited the ire of the villagers of Taojia. Daily work would often culminate in disputes, resulting in beatings. The village of Taojia was beyond the reach of the Hua family's influence, rendering their name ineffectual there. To continue enjoying his comfortable lifestyle, Hua Xiangyang cunningly seduced the village chief's daughter, Tao Huili. She was infatuated with him, and thus I narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had he maintained his ruse longer, I might have fallen prey to his deceit. Xinqingru chuckled self-deprecatingly. No soul could exist in such an environment without yearning for affection. She had genuinely been swayed by Hua Xiangyang's sweet talk. However, fortunately, he had become entangled with Tao Huili, declaring it a temporary measure, which utterly disgusted her and cleared her mind. When I was rescued, I had informed my family that once the affairs in Taojia were settled, I would return to the city and marry you. Hua Xiangyang had long desired to wed me, and he must have learned of this, which is why he falsely accused your father of defection. He knew that my family would never permit me to marry the son of a defector. Zhao Heping listened intently. Suddenly, everything made sense. After Xinqingru finished speaking, she turned to Zhao Heping and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Heping replied resolutely, "First, restore my father's reputation and return our lives to normalcy." Xinqingru, having done her homework prior to arriving, shook her head and remarked, "That may be quite challenging. At that time, your father and his comrades had fallen behind and ventured deep into enemy territory. Consequently, your father's comrade was gravely injured and remained unconscious, while your father vanished without a trace. Under such circumstances, the original military leadership, based on their long-standing knowledge of your father, concluded that he had perished. The Hua family exploited this point to assert that your father had actually injured his comrade and defected to the enemy. They clung to the fact of your father's disappearance, having not returned to the unit. Where else could he have gone? To establish proof, one must first locate your father, but how is that feasible? No one knows where he is now. Proving this point is akin to scaling the heavens." Zhao Ping shook his head. "No, there is one person who knows my father's whereabouts, his comrade Chen Feline. Once Chen Feline awakens, the truth will be revealed." Xinqingru was well aware of who Chen Feline was. Upon her return to the city, her grandfather had specifically sought her out to discuss all the details surrounding Zhao Guoxing's alleged defection. Presently, Zhao Guoxing's comrades firmly believe that he would never defect. The Hua family adamantly insists otherwise. The sole individual privy to the truth is Chen Feline. This fact is known to all. However, Chen Feline remains gravely injured and unconscious, and the doctors have stated that if he remains in a coma for too long, the likelihood of him awakening is severely diminished. Can one truly rely on a person who is incapable of awakening? Xinqingru felt that Zhao Heping currently regarded Chen Feline as his last lifeline. However, this lifeline could not even save itself. "No, he would undoubtedly awaken. I know how to rescue him," Zhao Heping declared with unwavering certainty. "My greatest fear at this moment is that Hua Xiangyang might take action against Chen Feline, which would result in an irretrievable loss. Hua Xiangyang possesses no moral compass and is indeed capable of any deed." Xinqingru gazed at Zhao Heping and said, "You need not worry about that. I can promptly contact my grandfather in Secretary Song's office to ensure Chen Feline's protection. However, are you certain you can revive him? Is there anything further you require my assistance with?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Heping felt a surge of hope. If we can secure Chen Feline's safety, it would be even better if I could obtain a letter of introduction to visit him. I am aware that there is a skilled physician who can undoubtedly awaken Chen Feline. Once he regains consciousness, the truth will emerge. These two matters are of utmost urgency for him: ensuring Chen Feline's safety and obtaining a travel authorization letter. Xinqingru nodded. "Very well. Wait for me here while I make a call. I will enlist my grandfather's help, and he will certainly handle it well. Of course, he will manage it proficiently. After all, that is Shun Longyi, a talent praised even by the Eastern general. With his stature, safeguarding Chen Feline and issuing a travel letter are trivial matters." Xinqingru did not allow Zhao Heping to accompany her. She proceeded alone to Secretary Song's office, while Zhao Heping waited in a small meeting room. The encounter with Shun Qingru felt surreal, akin to a dream. She, who had been absent for so long, suddenly appeared before him and shared so much. Their relationship now felt peculiar, both familiar and foreign. Neither mentioned matters of marriage during their meeting. After a while, Secretary Song knocked on the door. Heping, come to the office to take a call. Old Shin wishes to speak with you. Shin Longi is looking for him? Zhao Heping quickly stood up and followed Secretary Song to the office. Upon his arrival, Shin Qingru handed the receiver to Zhao Heping. Hello, Old Shin. Zhao Heping greeted as he took the receiver. An authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Young man, if your request pertains to anything else, I would not entertain it. However, since you seek to exonerate your father from the charge of defection, I wholeheartedly support you. I too do not believe that a veteran who has served in the Korean War and fought against bandits would, without cause, injure his own comrades and defect during a minor skirmish. You need not worry about Chin Feline. He is absolutely safe. If you wish to see him, simply mention my name. As for the letter of introduction, you may collect it from your local district office shortly. Young man, if you can indeed prove that your father is wrongfully accused, I will not oppose your union with Qingru. This resounding exchange effectively resolved the challenges currently confronting Zhao Heping. If he were to verify Chan Feline's situation on his own, it would consume an excessive amount of time. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, my father's honor shall not be tarnished by the hands of petty individuals. Zhao Heping now brimmed with confidence. Very well, let it be so. On Shin Longi's end, he abruptly ended the call. Zhao Heping turned to Shin Qingru. She inquired, now that the matter is resolved, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to go to Xi'an to rescue Chin Feline, Zhao Heping replied candidly, without withholding any information. It was rather peculiar, aside from their relationship. The two were quite unfamiliar with each other, having only spent a few days in each other's company. Yet, in this moment of crisis, they spoke with a sincerity that felt as though they had shared many years of life together. Shin Qingru nodded and said, I wish you every success on your journey. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call Secretary Song. He will relay the message to me. I will surely find a way to assist you. Zhao Heping nodded in return, adding, thank you. Shin Qingru's expression turned slightly cold. No need for thanks. Secretary Song immediately lowered his head, focusing intently on his own thoughts. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. By the way, I still need to go to the neighborhood office. Shin Qingru, would you care to accompany me? Zhao Heping asked. The sudden invitation caused a blush to flicker across Shin Qingru's cheeks. Nevertheless, she shook her head and replied, no, let's discuss it after you finish your business. I should return home. I promised my grandfather that if he helped you with this matter, I would stay obediently at home. She had sneaked out this time. Ever since her parents learned of Zhao Guoxing's defection, they forbade her from mentioning marriage to Zhao Heping. Yet, recalling their vow from the wedding night, she decided to come and seek clarity face to face. It was only then that she discovered the machinations of Hua Xianyang lurking in the background. The thought of Hua Xianyang sharpened Shin Qingru's gaze. She now suspected that her involvement with the Tao family for a good fortune was also orchestrated by Hua Xianyang behind the scenes. She was determined to uncover the truth about this matter. As for Zhao Heping, his father's situation was indeed complicated. If Zhao Heping could exonerate his father's name, there remained a possibility for them. If not, even her grandfather would never allow her to marry the son of a defector. Understood, Zhao Heping replied. Bidding farewell to Shin Qingru. Exiting the steel mill, he headed straight to the neighborhood office. Upon seeing Zhao Heping, Director Wang promptly presented the already prepared letter of introduction. Heping, here is your introduction letter. I never expected to receive 3 calls this morning requesting me to issue you one. Your connections are quite extensive. Director Wang's teasing tone belied a hint of probing. 3 calls. Who were they from? Zhao Heping pondered, recalling Chao Yuhai, Shin Longi, and wondered who the third could be. Director Wang nodded. Indeed, 3 calls. One was from Deputy Director Chao Yuhai of the rubber factory, another from our district's Deputy Secretary Che Yuman, and the last from Deputy Minister Shen Xianru of the General Equipment Department, each more influential than the last. I truly did not anticipate that you would enlist so many prominent figures for a mere letter of introduction, especially Shen Xianru, who could make a phone call to a neighborhood office to arrange a letter of introduction for such a trivial matter, truly astonished her. Zhao Heping now understood the identities of the 3 callers. Chao Yuhai had promised him the day before, so that accounted for one. Che Yuman was likely the father of Che Shuqin. It was unexpected that the girl would also consider his situation. As for Shin Xianru, it was evident he belonged to the Shin family, probably sent by Shun Longi to intervene. With these three individuals involved, it was no wonder the director of the neighborhood office was taken aback. Nevertheless, the letter of introduction had finally been secured. Zhao Heping glanced at the letter to verify its accuracy before bidding farewell to Director Wang and hastily returning to the courtyard. The most pressing matter now was to exonerate his father from the charge of defection. Only then could he contemplate how to deal with Hua Xiangyang. Otherwise, leading a normal life would become a formidable challenge. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Zhu Chunmei engaged in conversation with Su Xiaoying, both surprised by his swift return. Heping, didn't you say you would be out for the whole day? Why are you back so soon? Su Xiaoying, fearing there might be more trouble, expressed her concern. Zhu Chunmei, with her large, glistening eyes, gazed at Zhao Heping with worry. Mom, everything has been taken care of. I have the letter of introduction in hand. Zhao Heping replied, waving the document. With this letter, I intend to gather my belongings and head to Xi'an immediately. His foremost concern was for his mother, whose health had deteriorated significantly. He could not allow her to face any further mishap at this time. Upon hearing her son's intention to travel to Xi'an, Su Xiaoying immediately offered her support. Good, I fully support your journey. Your father has served in the military for so many years. He shouldn't bear the stigma of defection. Go ahead, I have already discussed it with your Aunt Chunmei, and once you leave, I will stay with her for a while. Zhu Chunmei quickly echoed, yes, Heping, your aunt will be here for you. Just focus on your matters. Having confirmed this arrangement, Zhao Heping promptly took out his money and tickets, keeping only his travel expenses while handing the remainder to Zhu Chunmei. Sister-in-law, please hold on to this money and these tickets. Do not skimp on your meals. I promise to repay you double once I have resolved my affairs. He understood that if he were to leave, he should ensure he left behind sufficient funds and tickets to avoid burdening Zhu Chunmei. After all, relying on others for assistance while consuming their resources was inappropriate. Zhu Chunmei, however, refused, saying, Heping, what are you doing? A poor family should not hinder your journey. You will need money out there, so do not give this to me. Am I to suffer a lack of food because of your generosity? Just keep the money and tickets for yourself. As she spoke, she grasped the money and tickets from Zhao Heping's hands and stuffed them back into his pockets. Zhao Heping protested, assuring her he had set aside enough for his travel expenses, yet Zhu Chunmei remained steadfast in her refusal. After several attempts to persuade her, Zhao Heping, seeing her resolute demeanor, reluctantly secured the money and tickets closely to him. He then quickly gathered a few articles of clothing, fashioned a bundle, and slung it over his shoulder. Mom, sister-in-law, I'm leaving. Take good care of yourselves at home, especially at night. Lock the door from the inside. Zhao Heping cautioned with concern. He always felt uneasy about that shadowy figure. However, if his mother was staying with Zhu Chunmei, it should not pose much of a problem. Be safe on the road. Return early, he added. Chapter 66. The call received by Shun Qingru, Zhao Heping departed, carrying a few garments. Having purchased a ticket from the 49 city to Xi'an, after Qin Feline was rescued, he remained in a deep coma. Initially, he received rudimentary treatment at a local hospital, but his condition deteriorated, prompting a covert transfer to Xi'an under the cover of night. The longer one remains unconscious, the greater the danger. Ultimately, even if one survives, they may be left in a vegetative state or devoid of memory. Qin Feline's condition was particularly grave. Zhao Heping first visited Qin Feline, guarded by soldiers from the army, namely Zhao Guoxing and his comrade, Zhao Xinghong. Upon hearing Zhao Heping mention he was Zhao Guoxing's son, tears welled in the eyes of the 7-foot-tall man. I know you. I have heard Brother Guoxing speak of you. In our unit, we all know that Brother Guoxing could never defect. Yet, inexplicably, the higher-ups, who had previously concluded he was deceased, suddenly dispatched personnel for investigation, claiming the earlier determination was inconsistent with the facts. After the inquiry, they reported that he was neither seen alive nor found dead, leaving behind a severely injured and unconscious Qin Feline in enemy territory, leading to the high probability of defection. Is this not absurd? If they claim Brother Guoxing defected, then they ought to provide evidence. Rest assured, Heping, our unit is still investigating and advocating with the higher-ups for a thorough re-examination. We will not allow Brother Guoxing to bear the shame of defection. The camaraderie among soldiers is profoundly pure, rooted in life and death bonds. Uncle Chao, if I can find a doctor to awaken Uncle Chun, will that not reveal the truth? Zhao Heping knew that Chao Zhenghong was one of his father's most trusted comrades. Hence, he candidly expressed his intentions. Awaken Chun Feline, the doctor you seek? Chao Jinghong replied skeptically. Chun Feline's condition is precarious. The doctors have indicated that despite treatment, they have observed no reaction. There is a significant likelihood he may never awaken and could remain in a vegetative state. How can you claim to find a doctor who can revive him? Zhao Heping nodded earnestly. Yes, Uncle Chao. I am aware of an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine doctor whose acupuncture could undoubtedly revive Uncle Chun. I will locate him, and with his intervention, we should see results within half a month. In his past life, when this old doctor appeared, 5 years had already been wasted. Yet he managed to awaken someone within half a month. Now, having shortened that time frame, it should be feasible. Chao Jinghong hesitated. He was tasked with monitoring Chun Feline, and allowing Zhao Heping to bring in a doctor was a decision beyond his authority. Heping, I can only relay your request to the higher-ups and see if they consent. He finally replied to Zhao Heping. Zhao Heping was aware and inquired. When applying, can I directly approach Commander Shin? I prefer that my treatment remains confidential, particularly from Hua Xiangyang. The matter of treatment must not be compromised by anyone. Chao Jinghong found himself in a difficult position, responding, I can only contact my superior. As for Commander Shun, his rank is too high for me to reach. Commander Shun was revered as a warrior deity among soldiers. It was improbable for an ordinary soldier to establish communication. Zhao Heping comprehended the situation. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to resolve this matter. Until I have done so, Uncle Chao, please refrain from reporting my arrival to anyone. This is my sole request. Understood, Chao Jinghong replied without hesitation. Zhao Heping then informed Chao Jinghong of his departure from the hospital. He ventured to several locations until he finally discovered a shop with a public telephone. In this era, finding a public phone was quite a challenge, and dialing through was often cumbersome. Zhao Heping called Secretary Song, and upon recognizing his voice, Secretary Song promptly replied, Please hold. Within moments, a gentle voice emerged on the line. Hello, Zhao Heping. What a coincidence, Shin Qingru. I was just about to reach out to you. Zhao Heping was taken aback to hear Shin Qingru on the other end. She continued, It's not entirely coincidental. I came specifically to await your call. Considering the time, you should have arrived in Xi'an by now. Zhao Heping, did you send someone to Taojia village to inquire about my whereabouts? Zheng Dingfu? Zhao Heping immediately recalled that he had instructed Zheng Dingfu to gather information from Taojia village, astonished that Shin Qingru was aware of it. Yes. Since Secretary Song was unavailable to meet me, I was concerned about your safety, not knowing if you had been rescued. My mother is unwell and unable to travel, so I had to send someone to ascertain your status. He is still owed a balance by me. After a brief silence, Shin Qingru expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It was nothing, Zhao Heping replied succinctly. In truth, he had contemplated returning to check on his mother, but first, her frail condition required his utmost care, preventing him from leaving. Secondly, he feared that the residents of Taojia village would be searching for him, and reappearing might lead him directly into danger. Thus, sending a stranger like Zheng Dingfu seemed a safer option. Shin Qingru continued, There is another piece of news. The incident involving you and Tao Huili, and me with Tao Shan, being caught in the bridal chamber was orchestrated by Hua Xiangyang. His intent was to ruin a woman he could not possess, ensuring that I remained confined in Taojia village, thereby preventing the Jingqing Shin family from discovering the disgraceful actions Hua Xiangyang had committed. Additionally, he sought to ensnare a man who was to take responsibility, maneuvering for you to marry Tao Huili, allowing Hua Xiangyang to return to Jingsheng as the glorified and ostensibly honorable eldest son of the Hua family, a key figure for cultivation. For his selfish gains, Hua Xiangyang has resorted to unscrupulous means. One day, I shall ensure that he faces the consequences he deserves. Zhao Heping clenched his teeth in determination. Shin Qingru harbored a profound animosity towards Hua Xiangyang, declaring over the phone, Rest assured, those who commit unjust acts will inevitably meet their demise. He cannot escape his fate. Did you encounter any difficulties that prompted your call? Zhao Heping then recounted his need to seek medical assistance for Chun Feline, which required approval from the military superiors. I prefer not to report this to the military, as it may alert Hua Xiangyang and lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, I propose that your grandfather issue a confidential order allowing me to bring an esteemed traditional physician to provide treatment. Shin Qingru did not inquire further, promptly responding, Very well. I shall discuss this matter with my grandfather. He is quite incensed over the situation in Taojia village. Should Hua Xiangyang dare to interfere, My grandfather would not hesitate to take action against him. We need not fear Hua Xiangyang making a mistake. Rather, we should fear his restraint. For it is through errors that opportunities arise. The Shun family indeed cherished her, not merely in words. Chapter 67. The Search for the Divine Physician. After concluding the call, Zhao Heping paid $1 for the phone call. In this era, phone calls were indeed costly. A few moments could easily consume a laborer's daily wage. Nevertheless, the issue was resolved. With Shun Longyi intervening, it would likely be difficult for Hua Xiangyang to meddle further. The next step was to summon the esteemed physician. Instead of returning directly to the hospital, Zhao Heping sought out information, wandering for half a day, and deliberately ventured into crowded alleys, inquiring about the renowned healer Huang Yuanting. In his previous life, he had merely heard of Huang Yuanting's general residence, known for his eccentric nature and his avoidance of cases he deemed unworthy. His decision to treat Chen Feline had stemmed from the Chun family's intention to give up hope. It was hard to believe that a man who had been unresponsive for 5 years could awaken, let alone regain full consciousness. Upon learning of the situation, Huang Yuanting had personally visited, employing his acupuncture skills to restore Chen Feline's awareness within a fortnight, allowing him to move as any ordinary person would. Chen Feline, grateful, wished to apprentice under Huang Yuanting, who, however, dismissed him, citing his lack of aptitude for such mastery. Zhao Heping held a lasting impression of this miraculous physician. After much inquiry, the elderly residents of the alleys, upon detecting his foreign accent, shook their heads in cautious denial, leaving Zhao Heping empty-handed. Ultimately, he altered his approach, offering 2 cents to any group of children who might know the whereabouts of Huang Yuanting. A reward of 20 cents would be granted to anyone willing to guide him. Under the lure of such bounty, especially to young children, one scruffy boy hesitated before stepping forward, asking, "Will you truly give 20 cents? Of course," Zhao Heping replied with a smile, recognizing the worth of securing a guide for such a modest sum. The boy then added, "I would prefer a food coupon instead. 1 pound of grain." His request, tinged with nervousness, revealed his apprehension. Zhao Heping scrutinized the boy, noting his gaunt frame, the tattered shoes exposing his toes, and clothing in such disrepair that it was beyond mending. It was evident that he hailed from a family facing dire economic hardships, likely accustomed to the pangs of hunger. Zhao Heping felt a surge of compassion and nodded, saying, "Very well, as long as you guide me, I shall grant you a ration ticket." He possessed an ample supply of these tickets, all of which were of a national variety, and the market price in the Pigeon City hovered around 5 dimes per pound. In the black market, a premium was typically added, averaging about 3 dimes. Upon hearing Zhao Heping's agreement, the young lad hesitated momentarily and said, "But you must indeed disclose that I led you here. Otherwise, my mother will surely be furious upon my return." He shivered slightly at the thought. "Rest assured, I shall maintain your secret," Zhao Heping reassured him with a smile. Thus, the lad led Zhao Heping through a labyrinthine route, twisting and turning until they arrived at an old alleyway. They halted before a dilapidated courtyard. "This is the place. I brought someone here last time," he stated, without elaborating on the previous encounter, instead extending his hand to request the ration ticket. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Heping retrieved a ticket and handed it to the lad, who promptly dashed away with it. The alley was steeped in history, its age palpable. The entrance to the derelict courtyard stood ajar. Zhao Heping knocked on the door, but no one responded. Gathering his courage, he pushed the door open and discovered a hidden world within the courtyard, cluttered with makeshift structures. It resembled the chaotic courtyards of the capital, but was even more overcrowded. How was he to navigate this maze? Just then, a woman emerged from a nearby house. "Excuse me, madam, could you tell me if the renowned healer Huang Yuanting resides here?" Zhao Heping inquired. The woman assessed him from head to toe, seemingly convinced he posed no threat, and replied, "Is someone in your family unwell? Old Huang has quite the peculiar temperament. He only attends to serious and enigmatic ailments." This served as a gentle warning, ensuring Zhao Heping understood the unspoken rules. Realizing he had found the right place, Zhao Heping quickly explained, "It is indeed a grave condition, transferred from another hospital, and I have heard that only the esteemed healer can provide assistance." "Very well, follow me," the kind woman responded, leading Zhao Heping to the true main house. The intricately carved wooden windows and exquisite engravings attested to its elegance. She knocked on the door and called out, "Old Huang, there is someone here seeking treatment." A voice from within replied, "Come in." Turning to Zhao Heping, the woman said, "You may enter now." Grateful, Zhao Heping pushed the door open and stepped inside, greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Against the wall stood an entire cabinet filled with traditional Chinese medicine. An elderly man reclined in a finely crafted armchair, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Heping as he entered. The chair appeared to be of redwood, a luxury not commonly afforded by most. "Mr. Huang, I have come to." Zhao Heping began to explain his purpose, but Huang Yuanting interrupted him with a raised hand. "Come here, let me take your pulse," he instructed, gesturing to a nearby chair for Zhao Heping to sit. Assuming this was a special protocol of the esteemed elder, Zhao Heping complied and took his seat, extending his hand for the examination. The elder closed his eyes and felt the pulse for a while, then fixed his gaze on Zhao Heping for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. His spirit, energy, and essence were all exceptional, and his soul, mind, and will were remarkably different from the ordinary. Intrigued, Zhao Heping felt a stir within him upon hearing the elder's words regarding his extraordinary spirit and essence. Could it be that after his rebirth, there was some change in his body? Otherwise, why would the elder scrutinize him the moment he entered, and even appear so pleased after taking his pulse? "Elder, are you suggesting there is a problem with my health?" Zhao Heping cautiously inquired. The elder shook his head. "Not at all. Your health is not only sound, but even superior to that of the average person." As he spoke, the smile on his face vanished in an instant, as if Zhao Heping had only piqued his curiosity momentarily before losing his interest. "Now, tell me, for whom do you seek my medical assistance? And what ailment do they suffer from?" The swift change in demeanor was rather striking. Zhao Heping quickly provided a detailed account of Chun Felin's condition. "Elder, my Uncle Chin's injuries are quite severe, and they were discovered rather late, missing the prime time for rescue. He has been in a coma for a long time now, and the doctors say it is highly likely he may never wake up. As such, I had no choice but to seek your help." The elder listened impassively, then glanced at Zhao Heping and asked, "A soldier?" "Yes, a soldier, injured on the battlefield. He is gravely wounded and in a coma," Zhao Heping replied with a serious expression. Upon receiving confirmation, the elder rose from his armchair and retrieved his medical kit from a nearby table. "Let us go. I shall accompany you." Throughout the journey, the elder did not mention any consultation fees. After leaving, Zhao Heping found himself unfamiliar with the route, relying on the elder to guide him. They traversed bustling streets and winding alleys, eventually arriving at the hospital. Upon entering the ward, the way Chao Zhenghong looked at Zhao Heping had changed entirely. "Heping, how do you know General Shun? He is considered a deity in their eyes," he exclaimed. Realizing that Shun Longyi had already informed him, Zhao Heping replied, "I will explain later. This is the esteemed Elder Huang I have invited to treat Uncle Chun." Chao Zhenghong, upon hearing this, promptly led the elder to the bedside. All of Chun Felin's external injuries had been treated, and his dressings were changed regularly. Anti-inflammatory injections were administered daily. "Elder, do you believe my Uncle Chun can be saved?" Zhao Heping asked, looking at the elder. The elder, with an expressionless demeanor, took a stool, sat down, and began to feel Chun Felin's pulse. After completing the examination, he nodded and remarked, "A minor issue. With a few sessions of acupuncture, he would likely awaken. However, given his extensive injuries, acupuncture will have to be set aside. I will prescribe a remedy that can calm the heart and spirit, invigorate blood flow, dispel stagnation, and clear phlegm to open the orifices. It is indicated for cases of brain concussion, deep coma, and critical conditions or prolonged unconsciousness. He will surely awaken within 5 days." Zhao Heping quickly prepared pen and paper, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I have already concocted the elixir. You may retrieve it from me and dissolve it in water for him to take at prescribed intervals." Upon hearing this, Zhao Heping was astounded that the elder possessed the extraordinary skill of alchemy, truly a miraculous physician. Two individuals embarked on yet another journey. Upon arriving at the residence of the elderly Huang, they procured the medicine. Zhao Heping inquired about the consultation and medication fees. Old Huang chuckled, "I have 2 pricing standards. You may choose whichever you prefer. The first option consists of the consultation and medication fee, totaling 300 yuan. To save a life, such a sum is not excessive." "Is it?" Indeed, compared to the value of life, 300 yuan seemed modest. However, Zhao Heping found himself unable to afford it. Observing Zhao Heping's predicament, Old Huang extended 2 fingers. "The second option is for you to serve as my apprentice for half a month, allowing me to study your spirit and essence. What do you think?" Clearly, he was quite intrigued by Zhao Heping's soul, hence the unusual request. Zhao Heping felt even more troubled. What if the old man discovered something about him or manipulated him through his studies? Sir, my family resides in the capital. I have come here solely regarding Uncle Chun's matter and cannot linger for long. Would it be possible to grant me a few extra days to borrow some money? However, the old man shook his head. Firstly, we are not well acquainted, so I cannot extend any leniency. Secondly, while the patient is in a coma, he is not beyond the point of revival. Thus, my medicine is optional. Young man, you must think this through. This is a singular opportunity. Zhao Heping discerned that the other party's curiosity about his spirit was the reason behind such a proposition, though it was framed as an opportunity. He found himself devoid of choices. Very well, I shall become your apprentice for half a month. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Zhao Heping opted for the latter. Fortunately, it was only half a month. The duration was not overly burdensome. Upon hearing Zhao Heping's agreement, Old Huang smiled. Excellent. Rest assured, you shall not suffer under my tutelage. He then instructed Zhao Heping to deliver the medicine to the hospital before settling back into his armchair, reclining and closing his eyes in contemplation. He offered no words of admonition regarding Zhao Heping's return or the timing thereof. Indeed, his temperament was somewhat peculiar. With the medicine in hand, Zhao Heping returned to the hospital. His first action was to dissolve the elixir in water, assisting Chun Feline into a semi-reclined position, gradually administering the concoction to him. Fortunately, although the man lay unconscious, the liquid was successfully ingested. Uncle Chow, I leave Uncle Chun in your capable hands. I have promised the old doctor to apprentice under him for half a month in lieu of the medical fees. I can only impose upon you. Zhao Heping tucked the medicine into his pocket, refraining from handing it over to Chao Zhenghong. At this point, Chao Zhenghong was inclined to agree with whatever Zhao Heping said. Very well, this is indeed my duty. Peace, do share how you came to know Commander Shun. He expressed his curiosity regarding this matter. Zhao Heping's brief excursion had evidently led to Shun Longyi personally authorizing treatment for Chen Feline, a revelation that utterly astonished Chao Zhenghong. He had never heard Zhao Guoxing mention that his son possessed such capabilities. Zhao Heping hesitated momentarily, struggling to find the right words to explain Commander Shun to Chao Zhenghong. Uncle Chao, the situation is rather intricate. Let us wait a while, and you shall understand in due time. At present, the nature of his relationship with Shun Qingru remained ambiguous and shrouded in mystery, difficult to articulate or clarify. Chao Zhenghong could only suppress his curiosity and nodded, saying, Very well, we shall discuss it later. Zhao Heping exchanged a few more words with Chao Zhenghong before they departed from the hospital and returned to the old man's residence. Upon seeing Zhao Heping return, the old man nodded with satisfaction and handed him several books, instructing, Memorize these thoroughly and remember to prepare the meal before nightfall. And do bear in mind, cooking must be done in the courtyard to avoid contaminating my medicines. After saying this, he settled back into his chair. Zhao Heping took the books and glanced through them. They contained knowledge about herbal medicine, diagrams of human meridians, acupoint interactions, contraindications, and some pharmacological information. To his astonishment, he found that he could recall all the contents without the need for rote memorization. Remarkably, since his rebirth, he had acquired the ability of photographic memory. Was this an advantage bestowed upon him by his extraordinary spirit? With a hint of confusion, Zhao Heping began to leaf through the pages rapidly. His speed of reading caught the old man's attention. Observing him skim through the pages, the old man felt a twinge of displeasure but chose to remain silent. Flipping through books was indeed much quicker than reading them. In less than an hour, Zhao Heping had perused several volumes. Old sir, I have memorized them all. Should I prepare the meal now? He inquired. The old man, upon hearing this, grew even more displeased. You claim to have memorized several volumes already? Come here. I shall assess your knowledge. He found it hard to believe that one could remember everything after a mere glance, pondering the countless hours he himself had spent memorizing and transcribing. However, due to his age, he rarely lost his temper. Thus, he intended to teach Zhao Heping a lesson through direct examination. Zhao Heping indeed remembered everything, experiencing a fascinating sensation. He stood before the old man, ready to undergo his scrutiny. On this paper, draw the diagram of human meridians, the old man commanded, bypassing any questions and assigning a significant task instead. The meridian diagram? Zhao Heping took the paper and pencil, envisioning the diagram in his mind. As he recalled it, the image became vividly clear. Following the precise memory in his mind, Zhao Heping skillfully rendered the diagram of human meridians. One page, 2 pages, 3 pages. His speed was commendable. The old man examined each page attentively. He was well acquainted with these diagrams and knew they could not be misrepresented, yet Zhao Heping's drawings were entirely accurate. Once Zhao Heping completed his task, the old man's astonishment had subsided. He calmly posed further queries regarding pharmacology, names of medicinal herbs, their characteristics and effects, to which Zhao Heping responded correctly as well. This revelation excited the old man, who rummaged through a drawer and produced a box of books, saying, "Do not rush to prepare the meal. Instead, memorize these as well. I will handle the cooking when the hour arrives." Zhao Heping glanced into the wooden box, discovering an array of antique books, including titles such as Pulse Classic, Essentials of Diagnosis, Threefold Meditative Diagnosis, Correct Insight into Diagnosis, Pulse Spirit Chapter, and 4 categories of Zhou's Pulse Studies. "Master, I have only been an apprentice for half a month. Is it really necessary to memorize so many books?" "Indeed, it is essential. For these 2 weeks, you must heed my guidance. Moreover, once you have committed this knowledge to memory, you will be better equipped to ensure your family's health." Zhao Heping pondered this and found it reasonable. His mother's health was severely compromised, potentially leading to lasting repercussions. Having lost her in his past life, he was determined to safeguard her well-being and ensure her happiness in this life. With this resolve, he picked up the book and began to peruse it swiftly. By the time old Huang called him for dinner, night had already fallen. It was best to eat promptly and retire early, so he could continue his studies the next day. Old Huang was quite amiable, even cheerfully serving Zhao Heping dishes. "Master, may I discuss a matter with you?" Zhao Heping found it difficult to set aside his concerns regarding Chen Fulin. He wished to return and ascertain the situation. "I would like to spend my nights at the hospital, keeping vigil, and administer his medication twice daily. The rest of the time, I will return here to serve as your apprentice." Old Huang contemplated for a moment before consenting. That evening, Zhao Heping washed the dishes and returned to the hospital. He engaged in extensive conversation with Chao Zhenghong, hearing many tales of his father's experiences on the battlefield. In the middle of the night, a doctor entered the ward to check on Chen Fulin's condition. Both Chao Zhenghong and Zhao Heping promptly rose to verify the doctor's identity before allowing him near Chen Fulin. They were both on high alert. Chao Zhenghong, having served in the military, was tasked with ensuring Chen Fulin's safety, especially in these times when enemies and spies were prevalent. Zhao Heping, on the other hand, worried that Hua Xiangyang might resort to underhanded tactics, as that individual was known for his unscrupulousness. Precaution was necessary. The medications and other items used by Chen Fulin required thorough inspection before administration. Caution, they say, is the mother of safety. However, the following 3 days passed without incident. Zhao Heping diligently traveled between the hospital and Old Huang's residence, nearly memorizing all the books Old Huang had secretly stashed away. Old Huang allowed him to do nothing but study, even calling him for meals. By the 4th day, Zhao Heping had completely committed Old Huang's collection to memory. "Remarkable. Is this the extraordinary gift you possess?" Old Huang, upon verifying Zhao Heping's progress, was taken aback. He scrutinized Zhao Heping as if seeing him for the first time. His eyes filled with wonder. Zhao Heping himself was unaware that, after his rebirth, he had developed an extraordinary memory. For those few days, Old Huang had solely focused on his studies and had not probed further into Zhao Heping's unique abilities, allowing him to relax. "Master, it has now been 4 days. And Uncle Chun has yet to awaken. Would you accompany me to check on him?" Given Chen Fulin's significant condition, it would be more reassuring for Old Huang to accompany him. Old Huang considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Zhao Heping felt a surge of joy, eagerly taking up the medicine box, locking the door behind them, and leading Old Huang to the hospital. Upon arrival, they found Chao Zhenghong engaged in conversation with a doctor at the ward's entrance. "Chao uncle, what is the matter?" Zhao Heping inquired hastily. Chao Zhenghong hurriedly approached Zhao Heping and whispered, "Peace. The doctor has informed me that orders have been issued to transfer your Uncle Chun to the capital. The necessary procedures are currently being processed, and soon a dedicated team will arrive to take over, preventing me from accompanying you. This means that once the transfer is completed, my duty will come to an end." The mention of a transfer startled Zhao Heping. His first thought was that the Hua family had undoubtedly intervened. Here, under the command of Shun Longyi, and with the vigilant cooperation of Chao Zhenghong and Zhao Heping, the opposing party had been unable to intervene, leading them to resort to a blatant and overt method to extricate the individual. Clearly, They were apprehensive that Chen Fulin might awaken and absolve Zhao Guoxing of guilt. Thus, they employed a strategy aimed at undermining the very foundation of his situation. No, Uncle Chen cannot be moved, Zhao Heping resolutely declared, determined to prevent Chen Fulin from falling into the hands of Hua Xianyang. Uncle Chao, keep an eye on this area while I contact Commander Shen. At present, only Shen Longyi can thwart their efforts to take him away. However, Chao Zhenghong shook his head. There is no time. I discreetly inquired with the doctor, and he informed me that the orders were issued directly and the procedures are proceeding swiftly. I must comply with the orders. If you attempt to call out now, it is likely that before your call even goes through, Chen Fulin will have already been taken away. Zhao Heping recognized the truth in his words. Hua Xianyang intended to act with lightning speed to seize the individual. Once the transfer was complete and the patient was in their possession, Chen Fulin would never awaken again. Infuriating, Zhao Heping's mind raced. Could he truly stand by and watch as Chen Fulin was taken away? Suddenly, he caught sight of the elderly Huang. Elder, please go inside and check on my Uncle Chen. See if you can awaken him now. A surge of hope filled Zhao Heping's heart. Elder Huang was a true medical sage, trained by a genuine royal physician, and the prescriptions he would later develop would create a legendary pharmaceutical enterprise. Was it possible for his skills to rouse Chen Fulin from his stupor? If only he could awaken now, the transfer would become impossible. Thus, Elder Huang became the sole beacon of hope. If Chen Fulin could awaken, the truth would be laid bare. Hua Xianyang would find it exceedingly difficult to harm him further. How could I, as a healer, allow a patient to slip from my grasp to another's care? Elder Huang declared with pride as he stepped into the ward. Zhao Heping and Chao Zhenghong swiftly followed behind him. Inside the ward, Chen Fulin lay motionless upon the bed, showing no signs of awakening. Elder, the situation is far too intricate for me to explain clearly at this moment. However, you must do everything in your power to rouse Uncle Chen. Otherwise, after the transfer, he may never awaken again. Zhao Heping placed all his faith in Elder Huang. Elder Huang nodded, preparing to assess Chen Fulin's condition. Just then, several soldiers entered the ward, and the leader, with a stern expression, barked, "Don't move. This is our patient, and all unauthorized personnel must leave immediately." Chapter 70. Awakening Chen Fulin as the man spoke. He waved his hand, and all the soldiers, their submachine guns aimed directly at Chao Zhenghong, Old Huang, and Zhao Heping, appeared ready to fire at a moment's notice. Chao Zhenghong's expression darkened immediately, and he rebuked, "I am the one responsible for the close protection of the patient. Who are you?" The newcomer glanced at Chao Zhenghong, responding coldly, "We are from the capital, tasked with transferring the patient. Your duty is complete. You may leave." He gestured dismissively. Zhao Heping fixed his gaze on the intruder. Since their arrival, he had demanded the transfer of Chen Fulin without presenting any relevant documents. Zhao Heping promptly inquired, "You claim to be here to facilitate the patient's transfer. Have the transfer procedures been completed? Where is the documentation?" The man shot him a cold look before replying, "The procedures are being processed and will be finalized shortly." "Without documentation, what gives you the right to barge in here? Are you intending to harm the patient?" Zhao Heping admonished immediately. He then turned to Chao Zhenghong, saying, "Uncle Chao, these individuals have intruded into the ward without cause, posing a threat to Uncle Chen's safety. What should be done according to protocol?" Chao Zhenghong, angered by the guns pointed at him, asserted, "According to the protection regulations, if there is a security threat to the protected individual, I am authorized to eliminate the threat to ensure the safety of the one being protected." With that, he drew his handgun, aiming it directly at the leader of the intruders. Zhao Heping was now seeking to buy time rather than pressuring the adversaries. He barked, "Leave. You have no documentation, and your presence constitutes an unlawful intrusion. As the protector, Uncle Chao has every right to shoot you. Depart immediately, or I will command him to fire." Chao Zhenghong cooperated fully, his eyes glinting with menace as he pointed his weapon at the leader's head. The leader's demeanor changed, realizing that without the necessary paperwork, any death would be in vain. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at the unresponsive Chen Fulin before uttering, "Retreat." Several soldiers, fearing that Chao Zhenghong might pull the trigger, trained their weapons on him as they backed out of the ward. "Thank you, old sir." Zhao Heping could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Old Huang, feeling the pressure of the guns, was quite displeased. He huffed, "Young man, rest assured, he has taken the medicine for 4 days now. He is no longer in grave danger. All he needs now is a means to awaken." He gestured, "Open your medical kit." Zhao Heping hurriedly set down the kit, and opened it, revealing a variety of items within. Old Huang unwrapped a packet of silver needles, concentrating deeply. When he opened his eyes again, they were solely focused on the silver needles in his hands. He swiftly manipulated the needles with remarkable precision, each movement seeming to draw upon immense mental energy, his brow glistening with beads of sweat. It was autumn, and the indoor temperature was already chilly in just a light garment. It was evident that the art of acupuncture was no easy task for Old Huang. As he skillfully manipulated the needle, his lips moved softly, as though murmuring incantations. Soon, the needling came to an end. The elderly practitioner, Old Huang, carefully stowed away the silver needles, his entire being appearing extraordinarily fatigued, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Wiping the sweat from the tip of his nose, he cast a glance at Zhao Heping and remarked, "The fee for this treatment will require a separate accounting." Observing his condition, Zhao Heping understood the effort exerted and stepped forward to assist him, offering a chair for him to sit. Only then did he respond, "Very well. I shall heed your counsel, esteemed elder." Old Huang nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Fulin, lying on the bed, suddenly emitted a muffled groan, followed by a sound from his throat akin to a wolf's low growl. "Fulin, you have awakened." Chao Zhenghong rushed over in haste, with Zhao Heping quickly following suit. Chen Fulin's voice transformed into a lament, his body trembling, as if his consciousness remained ensnared in a perilous realm, unable to fully awaken. What has happened to him? Chao Zhenghong noted Chen Fulin's clenched jaw, bulging veins on his forehead, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, indicating he had not truly awakened. He urgently inquired. Zhao Heping swiftly turned to Old Huang for guidance. Old Huang scoffed, "Pathetic. Why do you look to me? Have you crammed your mind with so much knowledge that it has gone to waste? Go, administer a venous bloodletting." Knowing the procedure, Zhao Heping hurriedly retrieved a needle from the medicinal box, adhering to the methods recorded in the texts. This marked his inaugural attempt at needling. His mind was filled with the techniques he had studied. In the face of urgency, he had no time to ponder the outcome. His thoughts were consumed with the knowledge acquired, while his hands maintained a focused precision. Before long, Chen Fulin fell silent. After the bloodletting, his body relaxed, and he opened his eyes. "Fulin, you have awakened?" Chao Zhenghong's eyes widened in astonishment. For days, he had been closely guarding Chen Fulin, and the hospital doctors had long declared that the chances of Chen Fulin regaining consciousness were minimal. Moreover, he had seen no signs of awakening during those days. Zhao Heping had been tasked with administering medication, first due to Shun Longyi's orders, and second, to preserve Zhao Heping's hopes. Yet, who would have anticipated that in this critical moment, following the elder's needling and Zhao Heping's bloodletting, Chen Fulin would indeed open his eyes. He even doubted the clarity of his vision. Chen Fulin's gaze, initially vacant, lingered momentarily on Chao Zhenghong before becoming animated. Grasping Chao Zhenghong's hand, he hoarsely exclaimed, "Guoxing, Guoxing, elder brother." His excitement was palpable, his voice raspy, as if a mute were striving to articulate feelings. Chao Zhenghong bent down, eager to discern Chen Fulin's words. However, after such an extended period of unconsciousness, the newly awakened Chen Fulin struggled to convey his thoughts coherently. Zhao Heping quickly leaned in to offer reassurance. "Uncle Chen, please do not be overly agitated. Uncle Chao, you must report immediately. Uncle Chen has awakened." At this juncture, Chen Fulin's awakening constituted an unexpected event, necessitating an urgent escalation to halt the transfer to another facility. Completely attuned to Zhao Heping's directives, Chao Zhenghong promptly turned and rushed out. The soldiers stationed at the entrance were taken aback upon learning that Chen Fulin had regained consciousness, and they promptly entered the ward. Soon, numerous doctors arrived, all military physicians who had received directives from their superiors to provide treatment for Chen Fulin, eager to revive this battlefield hero. However, after administering treatment with little effect, hope began to wane. To everyone's astonishment, today it was announced that he had awakened. The multitude of doctors promptly expelled the soldiers who were to take over the case, as they were deemed mere bystanders until the handover. Chapter 71. No consultation fees. Only apprentices. The hospital conducted comprehensive examinations on Chen Fulin and confirmed that he was indeed fully awake. With a period of rest, his body would completely recover. Under these circumstances, the transfer to another hospital was deemed unnecessary, and thus it was cancelled. Chen Fulin would remain in his current facility. Once all the examinations were completed, Chen Fulin eagerly recounted to Chao Zhenghong everything that had transpired on the battlefield. At that time, separated from the main force. Zhao Guoxing and Chun Fulin had taken a wrong turn and inadvertently entered enemy territory. Along the way, they engaged in combat with the enemy, managing to retreat while eliminating several foes. However, this infuriated the adversaries, who subsequently deployed aircraft to pursue and bomb them. It was Zhao Guoxing who, when the bombs were dropped, threw himself on top of me. When I finally came to, disoriented, I found that Zhao Guoxing had been reduced to a mangled mess. With wide eyes, Chun Fulin's tears cascaded down like pearls from the corners of his eyes. Xiao Chao, can you fathom the turmoil I felt at that moment? It should have been me who perished. Why did it have to be Zhao Guoxing? He sacrificed himself to save me, and it was my failure to recognize the danger. Without me, Zhao Guoxing would have lived on. Chao Zhenghong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he empathized with the bond shared among comrades in arms. Zhao Heping, noticing Chun Fulin's intense agitation, stepped forward and said, "Uncle Chun, please do not be overly distressed. My father saved you because he wished for your survival." Chun Fulin turned to Zhao Heping, and Chao Zhenghong hastily introduced Zhao Heping's relation. Upon learning that he was Zhao Guoxing's son, Chun Fulin's emotions surged once more. Subsequently, Chao Zhenghong recounted how Zhao Heping had come to find the doctor and the events surrounding his awakening. He then added, "Fulin, Brother Guoxing bravely sacrificed himself. A true hero of the battlefield. Yet, because only you were found and Brother Guoxing's whereabouts remained unknown, the higher-ups mistakenly classified him as a defector. They rescinded the compensation that had been granted and dismissed Heping from his position, leaving both him and his sister-in-law in dire straits. Now that you have awakened, it is time to clarify the truth and restore the honor and innocence that Brother Guoxing rightfully deserves." Upon hearing that Zhao Guoxing had been labeled a defector, Chun Fulin erupted in fury, shouting that he must report this to the higher authorities immediately. "Do not rush," Chao Zhenghong interjected. "I have already reported it. The hospital has contacted Commander Shin directly. He will send someone over to inquire. All you need to do is provide a clear account." Chao Zhenghong now sensed the sinister undertones that lingered beneath the surface. How could a predetermined sacrifice suddenly prompt a renewed investigation, leading to speculation of defection based on mere disappearance? Moreover, at the hospital, no one had ever applied for a transfer. Yet the higher-ups issued an abrupt order to relocate the patient, without any prior indication. However, now that Chun Fulin has regained consciousness, the truth will soon be revealed to all. In the afternoon, the military investigation team dispatched by Shun Longyi arrived. Chun Fulin was formally handed over to them, and Chao Zhenghong reported back to the commanding officer, having completed his mission before returning to the unit. Zhao Heping was also prohibited from further contact with Chun Fulin. Consequently, he made his way to Old Huang's residence. "Young man, I have heard that your father died on the battlefield while trying to save others?" Old Huang casually inquired from his armchair. Zhao Heping nodded. "Yes, my father sacrificed himself." Old Huang then asked, "So, you came here to awaken this soldier, Chun Fulin, in hopes that he might reveal the truth?" Zhao Heping, uncertain of the implications behind Old Huang's question, hesitated briefly before affirmatively responding, "Yes." Old Huang nodded and then looked directly at Zhao Heping. "How did you come to know that I could help this soldier?" Having traveled all the way from the capital to Xi'an, he waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Do not claim that you heard it from someone else. Long ago, I held a modest reputation, but since my son perished on the battlefield, I have dispersed all my wealth, retaining only this meager abode. Since then, I only assist those I am familiar with. Unless it is a dire case, I seldom offer my services, and those who are aware of my capabilities are merely neighbors, who, having benefited from my aid, would never divulge any details about me. So, how did you come to know of me from such a distance?" Zhao Heping found himself at a loss for words. He truly did not know. He had merely come, guided by memories from a past life, aware of the existence of an extraordinary physician, thus arriving with hope. Yet, now that the patient had awakened, and the truth was on the verge of being unveiled, he found himself unable to answer Old Huang's inquiries. Observing Zhao Heping's stunned expression, Old Huang suddenly chuckled. Not pursuing the matter further, he changed the subject, saying, "Since I have successfully treated that individual today, shouldn't we settle the fee for my services?" Upon hearing about the fee, Zhao Heping offered an awkward smile. "Whatever amount you deem appropriate, I will find a way to manage." After a moment of contemplation, Old Huang replied, "Since you have come before me, demonstrating a connection, how about you learn my medical skills? I believe you possess great potential and could certainly grasp 90% of my techniques. perhaps even surpassing me. His enthusiasm grew with each word. Yet, Zhao Heping could not acquiesce to such an unexpected proposal. He had obligations to fulfill. Thus, he quickly responded, "Old sir, I fear I cannot accept. My mother is still at home, and the emotional toll from my father's sacrifice has severely affected her health. I must return to care for her. I assure you I will find someone to borrow money to cover your fee. It is only right to compensate for the healing of the sick and injured. Furthermore, without your assistance, I cannot clear my father's name." The ultimate fate of Chun Feline remains shrouded in uncertainty. This situation is akin to constructing a monumental pagoda. Therefore, regardless of the sacrifices required, the consultation fee must be provided. Unexpectedly, the old man, instead of addressing the fee, remarked, "It's all right. If you choose not to stay, I will accompany you. Within 3 years, given your aptitude, you will undoubtedly achieve mastery. The rest will depend solely on your personal comprehension." As he spoke, he became animated. Rising from his chair to declare, "I shall promptly inform everyone in the courtyard to watch over my home. Once I have imparted all my knowledge to you, I need not fear that this wisdom will be taken to the grave with me. When I meet my master in the afterlife, I will have fulfilled my duty." Without regard for Zhao Heping's response, he strode out the door to relay his plans to the other residents in the courtyard. Many residents had constructed unauthorized structures, and those at home gathered to discuss the old man's decision. He appeared quite pleased, explaining to each of them, "I am not leaving for good. I have taken on a disciple, and once I have taught him all that is necessary, I shall return. I entrust my home to your care. Upon my return, we shall resume our neighborly relations." Chapter 72. The old man takes action. Zhao Heping had no opportunity to refuse, as the old man had orchestrated everything. He even enlisted Zhao Heping's assistance, examining the health of all the neighbors, prescribing medication where needed, and advising those in good health. They labored until the afternoon of the following day, finally completing their rounds. By then, the supplies in the old man's medicine cabinet were nearly depleted. Having arranged everything, he locked the door, obtained a letter of introduction, and then set off with Zhao Heping. "Are you truly leaving with me?" Zhao Heping asked incredulously on the train, glancing at the elderly gentleman beside him. The purpose of this journey had been to seek out the miraculous doctor, to awaken Chun Feline, and to exonerate his father. How had he ended up bringing the doctor home with him? What had the doctor seen in him, after all? The old man, with his eyes closed, feigned sleep and offered no response. Very well, Zhao Heping understood the eccentric nature of the old man and chose to remain silent. Their journey from Xi'an to Beijing involved numerous transitions. 3 days later, they finally arrived in the capital. "Old man, my family's circumstances are modest, so please bear with me." Zhao Heping cautioned the old man in advance. Having come this far, he felt obliged to ensure the old man's comfort. However, due to the limited resources at home, the living conditions were quite austere, incomparable to the 2 rooms the old man had previously occupied. The old man, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Conditions are of no consequence. Let us return home swiftly, so you may perform your apprenticeship rites." He seemed inexplicably fixated on taking Zhao Heping as his disciple. "Very well. Since we are here, we shall settle in," Zhao Heping thought, feeling a sense of gratitude towards the old man, and thus he did not dwell on it, leading him directly to the courtyard. However, upon entering the front yard, he nearly collided with Yu Tsuhua, who came rushing out, prompting him to hastily sidestep. "Oh dear! Zhao Heping, you little rascal, how dare you return? Didn't you report me to the police? If you have the guts, go ahead and do it again. You once accused me of insulting martyrs, how absurd. Now, who doesn't know he defected? I will speak my mind. What can you do about it? You even cursed my daughter, claiming she brings misfortune. You are the true harbinger of disaster. Your father's defection is entirely because of you, a calamity incarnate. I shall speak ill of your father, Zhao Guoxing, the real scoundrel who fathered you. You were born of a mother, yet raised without one. Who would dare marry you in this lifetime? Prepare to remain alone forever." Yu Tsuehua spat furiously, practically wishing to devour Zhao Heping whole. Upon hearing her nonsensical tirade, Zhao Heping stepped forward, ready to teach her a lesson. However, to his surprise, old Huang was quicker. He delivered a swift kick, crushing down hard on Yu Tsuehua's instep. The force was considerable, causing her to hop twice while clutching her foot, ultimately losing her balance and landing unceremoniously on the ground. Old Huang wiped the soles of his shoes on the ground, muttering about his misfortune, lamenting that he hadn't consulted the almanac before entering, only to encounter a calamity. It was not a suitable day for taking on a mentor. He would have to postpone that. Zhao Heping found the sight of Yu Suihua grimacing on the ground rather amusing. He thought to himself, well, old man, since you're here today, I won't hold this against her. Let's head home. You can take a break, and after dinner, I shall take you out for a relaxing bath to ease your weariness. However, Yu Suihua's audacity to speak so brazenly suggested that her father's charges had yet to be resolved. He must visit Secretary Song and inquire about the progress regarding Shin Qingru. Old Huang nodded, completely ignoring Yu Suihua's cries of pain as they made their way to the backyard. Yu Suihua, sitting on the ground, began to wail loudly. Several residents of the courtyard emerged, gathering to whisper amongst themselves. Zhao Heping, accompanied by Old Huang, returned home directly. Upon seeing Zhao Heping's return, Su Xiuying rushed out from Zhu Chunmei's house, eagerly asking, Peace, you're back? How did your father's situation turn out? Over the past few days, her worry had deprived her of rest and peace. Zhao Heping glanced at Aunt Wang, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, and said to his mother, Mom, let's discuss it at home. He then introduced Old Huang, saying, This is Old Master Huang, the one who revived Uncle Chun. With the mention of reviving Uncle Chun, Su Xiuying immediately understood. Chun Feline had awakened, meaning the truth was finally unfolding. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Wonderful, wonderful. Old Master, peace, let us hurry inside and talk. As she spoke, she opened the door, and the group entered the house. Zhao Heping recounted the entire situation from beginning to end. He then added, Uncle Chun has awakened and revealed the truth of the matter. However, my father has suddenly been deemed a defector, and it is evident that powerful individuals are conspiring against him. Resolving this will not be straightforward. We must wait. Nevertheless, I have reported this to Commander Shun, and he will handle it, so it should be fine. Zhao Heping refrained from disclosing every detail, wary of any unforeseen complications that could overwhelm his mother's health. Su Xiuying, overwhelmed with emotions, nodded and said, I always knew your father could not be a defector. He has indeed been wrongfully accused. My heart is finally at ease. Turning to Old Huang, he said, Thank you, sir. Old Huang dismissed the gratitude with a wave. No need for thanks. I will unconditionally assist any soldier on the battlefield. His only son had perished in combat. Thus he felt an innate obligation to aid soldiers he encountered. As for accepting Zhao Heping as a disciple, that was merely incidental. Once the conversation concluded, Zhao Heping rose. Sir, please take a moment to rest while I head to the market to procure some vegetables for dinner. Mother, where is Sister Chunmei? Concerned that if he left, Yu Suihua would cause a ruckus in the backyard, he thought to ask Zhu Chunmei to keep an eye on things. Oh, your sister Chunmei heard that the supply and marketing cooperative received some cotton, so she took her accumulated cotton tickets to buy some for Zhuangzhu's quilt. He insisted on accompanying her, Su Xiuying explained. In these times of scarcity, goods at the cooperative would quickly be snatched up, so one had to act swiftly upon receiving such news. Delay even slightly could result in losing out entirely. Zhao Heping understood this predicament, nodding as he advised. Then I shall take my leave, mother. If the old witch comes causing trouble, please do not let her anger you, and do not confront her. Wait for my return before addressing it. Rest assured, Heping, I am well aware, Su Xiuying replied, her heart now settled knowing her husband had been wronged, rendering her less concerned about any disturbances from Suihua. What of it if she causes a scene? Once the designation for martyrs is displayed at our door, even Yu Suihua will think twice before misbehaving. Zhao Heping wished to offer Old Huang further advice, but Old Huang waved him off. Go on. If anyone dares to create a disturbance, I shall incapacitate them with my silver needle. Have no fear. He held great confidence in his medical skills. Very well. Zhao Heping smiled as he exited his home, only to see Aunt Wang hastily retreating from near his doorway. Had she been eavesdropping all along? Chapter 73. A New Prophecy. Zhao Heping furrowed his brow. The more he interacted with this family, the more they seemed to embody the essence of lowly scoundrels, akin to malevolent spirits. It was best to avoid provoking them. Otherwise, one must strike with lethal precision, lest they become a persistent nuisance, akin to a festering wound. Resolute, Zhao Heping stepped outside. In the front courtyard, Zhu Chunmei had returned, cradling Zhuangzhu. Upon hearing Yu Suihua's loud and vitriolic tirade against Zhao Heping, she could no longer contain her anger and stepped forward. Old witch, is this how you insult people? How have you become so unhinged? You cause chaos daily in this courtyard. If you ventured outside, you'd find everyone laughing at you. Brother Baokai is still injured. Perhaps you should exercise some restraint. Yu Tsuhua was taken aback by Zhu Chuanmei's sudden outburst, and in her fury, she rose from the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You little widow. What does my scolding of Zhao Heping have to do with you? Are you trying to insert yourself where you don't belong? Oh, I see now. Your heart is fluttering for Zhao Heping, isn't it? Widows attract trouble, and the best way to deal with them is to throw mud at them. This remark sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Zhu Chunmei, her eyes wide with indignation, retorted, Yu Tsuhua, have you lost your senses? Your words are nothing but filth. I have taken a liking to your family's fortune. Once he matures, I shall marry him. The young widow is quite audacious, which is rather infuriating. Upon hearing Zhu Chunmei speak of her precious grandson, Yu Tsuehua immediately prepared to scratch the young widow's face. Zhu Chunmei, being youthful and vigorous, swiftly sidestepped. However, Yu Tsuehua was unwilling to relent easily. She brandished her claws, ready to charge forward. Stop! Zhao Heping strode over. Positioning himself directly in front of Yu Tsuehua, his gaze icy and unwavering. The chill in his eyes caused Yu Tsuehua to take 2 steps back in trepidation. If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe the repercussions will not befall your grandson Yofu? He recalled vividly that during the autumn and winter of this year, the pampered son Yofu had fallen gravely ill with a severe cold, due to the application of traditional methods and the delay in seeking medical attention. It had escalated into pneumonia. Although he eventually recovered, he was left with a lingering respiratory ailment. With autumn already upon them, it would not be long before winter set in, and thus, son Yofu was likely to succumb to another cold soon. Upon hearing Zhao Heping's alarming words, the onlookers fell silent, their mouths tightly shut. Though they claimed to reject superstition, a deep-seated reverence for the supernatural lingered in their hearts. Previously, Song Guiqin had incurred Zhao Heping's wrath. He had warned her of calamity, and shortly thereafter, Sun Baokai lost 2 fingers and was still hospitalized. Even Yu Tsuehua took 2 cautious steps back, her confidence wavering. Zhao Heping, cease your foolishness. This matter concerned her grandson, the very root of her and her daughter's stability in the city. Fear crept into her heart, though her tongue dared not utter further curses. Zhao Heping let out a cold snort, stating, whether I speak in vain or not will soon be evident. Within half a month, the consequences of your slander will manifest upon son Yofu. If you amend your ways now, he may only suffer a mild illness. Should you persist in your reckless words, he may not withstand the repercussions. His words rang with conviction, causing unease to stir within the hearts of all present. Yu Tsuehua, wishing to retort, opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Zhu Chunmei, cradling the child behind her, observed Zhao Heping subduing Yu Tsuehua, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Sister-in-law, please keep an eye on the house. I shall fetch some groceries. Zhao Heping instructed Zhu Chunmei as he turned. She nodded, very well, go ahead without worry. Zhao Heping chose not to engage further with Yu Tsuehua and departed with purposeful strides. This Zhao Heping, he thinks I fear his curses upon my Yofu. Yu Tsuehua, her face flushed with humiliation, attempted to salvage her pride with a feeble remark. Yet, this only drew scoffs from several onlookers. If she were truly unafraid, why had she not spoken boldly before Zhao Heping? As Zhu Chunmei left with Zhuangzhu, the courtyard remained abuzz with chatter regarding Zhao Heping's words. Were they a curse, a prophecy, or something else entirely? Opinions varied widely. Unable to sit still, Yu Tsuehua returned home, locked the door, and headed straight for the hospital. Sun Baokai had been hospitalized for several days. Having lost 2 fingers, he was at risk for infection post-surgery, necessitating his stay in the hospital. Song Guiqin cradled son Yofu, accompanying him through his ordeal. The factory compensated for his medical expenses, as well as for caregiving and injury compensation. To her, the prospect of financial gain overshadowed her sorrow. Baokai, once you are discharged tomorrow, go to Zhao Heping's house and demand compensation, for he has cursed you, she urged. Sun Baokai furrowed his brow, patiently attempting to placate her. Guiqin, my injury has nothing to do with Zhao Heping. How can I possibly ask him for money? Besides, I am fortunate to have survived this ordeal. Please, let us not stir up trouble. He felt a sense of helplessness towards his young wife, who, despite her youth, had borne him a son. Thus he often chose to endure or, when necessary, to ignore her outbursts. However, upon hearing his words, Song Guiqin's temper flared. What do you mean by stirring up trouble? Sun Baokai, are you truly my husband? My mother was detained by Zhao Heping for over 10 days. He even cursed you to come to harm. If you do not stand up to him now, will it not allow Zhao Heping to trample over us? I insist. You must demand money from him tomorrow. Otherwise, you will be seen as complicit, and I will be blamed for your misfortunes. Her approach to handling her husband was one of relentless insistence, compelling him to acquiesce. Sun Baokai felt overwhelmed when suddenly his mother-in-law, Yutsuwa, arrived. Upon entering the hospital room, she rushed to Sun Yufu, inspecting him repeatedly before finally feeling reassured. Surprised, Song Guichin asked, "Mother, why are you here? Didn't we agree you would prepare the house and air out the bedding for our return tomorrow?" It was perplexing that she had come unexpectedly. Yutsuehua shot her daughter a disapproving glance. "How could I not come when Zhao Heping bullied me? He let an old man step on my foot and cursed Yofu with illness. I was worried, so I came to check on him." "What?" Song Guichin reacted as if a cat had been stepped on, leaping up and startling the others in the room. "Zhao Heping dares to lay a hand on my mother and curse my son. His father has already fled. He and his mother should know better than to act so brazenly. Baokai, let us discharge Yofu and return home now to confront him." Chapter 74. The prophecy comes to pass. With Song Guichin's temper rising, no one could restrain her. Sun Baokai, feeling helpless, proceeded with the discharge formalities. The family gathered their belongings, taking a considerable amount of time to pack. Yutsuhua held Sun Yofu, recalling Zhao Heping's ominous words about her grandson falling ill. So she bundled him in several extra layers of clothing, wrapping his head snugly. "Mother, it's not that cold outside. He doesn't need to wear so many layers." Sun Baokai interjected. Yet, Yutsuehua dismissed his concern. "What do you know? Children are fragile. It's better to keep them bundled up to protect them from the wind." Realizing further argument would be futile, Sun Baokai remained silent. Once ready, the family returned directly to their courtyard. By the time they reached home, dusk had settled. Sun Yofu, feeling overheated from the excessive layers, immediately shed them upon arrival, opting for a lighter garment, finally at ease. Setting down her belongings, Song Guichin immediately shouted, "Baochai, let us go settle the score with Zhao Heping." A surge of anger bubbled within her. If she did not express it now, she would certainly not relent. However, Sun Baochai was unwilling. "Forget it. It was my mother who first scolded Zhao Heping. We all live in the same courtyard. Let us not make a scene." He understood that Zhao Heping would not have targeted his mother-in-law without reason, and upon inquiring, he confirmed that it was indeed his mother-in-law who had insulted him first. How could he then face Zhao Heping to demand an explanation? Furious, Song Guichin retorted, "Sun Baochai, you spineless coward. Are you going or not?" "I'm not going," he replied, wishing to avoid a confrontation. Unfortunately, his wife was relentless. "Fine, if you want to go, I will. If this family relies on you, we'll be bullied to death." With her mother in tow, Song Guichin stormed out towards the backyard. At that moment, every household was gathered for dinner, including Zhao Heping, who had prepared several dishes and invited Zhu Chunmei over. They were eating together with old Huang. As soon as Song Guichin entered the backyard, she began to shout, "Zhao Heping, come out. Do you think our family is easy to bully? I warn you, if you dare to strike my mother or curse our family, I will not let this go today." She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that nearly everyone in the courtyard could hear. With her daughter backing her, and after seeing her grandson in good health, Yutsuwa felt emboldened. "Zhao Heping, you little scoundrel, do you think that hitting me will let you off the hook? I tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will not leave your home." With that, she sat down in the middle of the yard, creating a scene. "Everyone, come look. The son of a traitor has assaulted me. Moreover," she exclaimed, "and you, Zhu Chunmei, you shameless widow, come out. I know you're after Zhao Heping's pretty face. Trying to have an affair? Ugh, disgraceful." She sought to repay grievances with grievances, leaving no one unscathed, targeting both Zhao Heping and Zhu Chunmei. Such slander, if it spread, would ruin their reputations. "What nonsense!" Zhao Heping shouted as he stepped out of the house, ready to confront the mother and daughter. Just then, someone from Wang Shainer's house suddenly screamed, and the door was flung open with a crash. A figure dashed out, rushing towards Yutsuehua, and began to punch and kick her. "Help! Murder!" Yutsuehua cried out, writhing on the ground. Startled, Song Guichin rushed forward to pull the assailant away, only to realize, upon a closer look, that it was Wang Yushan, the eldest son of the Wang family. "Wang Yushan, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting my mother? Let go!" Wang Yushan grabbed Yutsuehua by the hair, raining blows upon her head with a ferocity that suggested he intended to take her life. Song Guichin tried to intervene, but was met with a punch to the nose that sent blood gushing. "Ah!" she cried, having never experienced such violence before. In pain, She squatted down and began to weep. Wang Lushing followed closely behind, rushing out from the Wang household to hold back his brother, repeatedly urging, "Brother, stop hitting her." Wang Baojiang and Wang Shaner also emerged, managing to restrain their eldest son with great difficulty. Old Huang, Su Xiaoying, and Zhu Chunmei also emerged from the house, standing beside Zhao Heping, gazing curiously at the unexpected scene unfolding before them. Wang Yushan pointed a finger at Zhu Chunmei, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, scanning each person present. "She is mine. Mine," he declared, his gaze then fixating on Zhao Heping, brimming with resentment. Zhao Heping, locking eyes with him, became increasingly certain that it was indeed Wang Yushan who had been peering at him from behind the curtain during their last encounter. Zhu Chunmei appeared frightened of Wang Yushan, swiftly moving behind Su Xiaoying for protection. Hearing his wife's cries, Sun Baochai rushed over from the front yard, cradling Sun Youfu, and squatted down to inquire about his wife's distress. The backyard had descended into chaos. Old Huang shook his head at the scene, muttering, "They are all seriously unwell." Yu Tsuhua lay on the ground, wailing in agony, while Song Guiqing crouched, covering her face and weeping. The Wang family members dragged Wang Yushan back home. Zhao Heping was uncertain whether old Huang's remarks about illness were genuine or merely a commentary on the peculiar behavior of these individuals. Nevertheless, the matter at hand was between the Wang and Sun families, bearing no relevance to him. "Let us go home and enjoy our meal while it is still warm." The farce, in which he had yet to take his leave, had abruptly concluded. Yet, Zhao Heping felt no apprehension concerning the tumult caused by Cuihua and her daughter. They were merely two women adept at causing a ruckus and prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Once the family's revolutionary credentials were established, they would dare not act. As for Wang Yushan, he appeared genuinely unstable. Unpredictable individuals could act in unforeseen ways, thus it was wise to remain cautious. That evening, Zhao Heping fashioned a makeshift bed from a stool and a table. The following morning, after breakfast, he informed old Huang and his mother of his intention to visit the first steel plant to contact Shen Qingru and inquire about the progress regarding his father's defection. "Go ahead, gaining clarity will bring peace of mind," Su Xiaoying remarked, hoping for life to return to normalcy so her son could find work and marry. "All right," Zhao Heping replied, bidding farewell to old Huang as he departed from home. The residents of the courtyard, upon seeing him, instinctively avoided him, fearing the troubles associated with the family of a defector and wary of any peculiar methods Zhao Heping may have learned during his youth. Better to avoid confrontation than to provoke trouble. Passing through the front yard, he unexpectedly encountered Yu Tsuhua, her face bruised and discolored. As she opened the door to step outside, Zhao Heping anticipated she would seek confrontation, ready to hurl insults. Yet to his surprise, Yu Tsuhua merely glanced at him, her expression one of terror, before retreating hastily and slamming the door shut behind her. Has she lost her senses? Zhao Heping mused, though he dismissed the thought and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Yu Tsuehua, trembling, braced herself against the door. If she had felt emboldened to confront the Zhao family the previous day, today she was genuinely afraid. This was due to the fact that her grandson, Sun Youfu, was truly ill. Chapter 75. The experience of Zheng Dingfu. The previous night, Yu Tsuehua had accompanied her daughter, Song Guiqing, to confront Zhao Heping, only to be beaten by Wang Yushan. Sun Baochai had spent considerable time negotiating with the Wang family, ultimately resulting in their compensation of 5 yuan, which brought the matter to a close. However, who could have known that while everyone was engrossed in discussions, Sun Youfu, clad in a thin jacket, was playing in the yard and caught a cold? After a restless night, he awoke to find himself sneezing, with a runny nose and a cough. This brought to mind the words of Zhao Heping from the previous day, who had remarked that if Youfu fell ill, he truly would be unwell. The thought of her son-in-law's missing fingers sent a shiver down Yu Tsuehua's spine. "Mother, weren't you going to borrow the large tobacco husk? Why are you back?" Sun Baochai inquired curiously. He needed to fully recuperate from his finger injuries before returning to work at the factory, thus remaining at home to care for his ailing son. His mother-in-law mentioned that a decoction made from the large tobacco husk could alleviate headaches, colds, and sore throats, hence her intention to borrow some from Aunt Shun. Yet, before she could even set out, she found herself closing the door again. "Oh, I will go right away." Yu Tsuehua snapped back to reality, opened the door, and noticed that Zhao Heping had already departed, prompting her to head over to Aunt Shen's to borrow the tobacco husk. The common folk often place their faith in folk remedies, particularly Yu Tsuhua, who had developed a strong belief in the efficacy of such cures for serious ailments, especially in rural areas. Thus, when her son fell ill with a cold and cough, her first thought was of Aunt Shun's tobacco husk. In the courtyard, there are no secrets. As soon as Yu Tsuehua borrowed the tobacco husk, everyone soon learned of Sun Yofu's illness. Zhao Heping's words had proven true once again. Sun Yofu was genuinely unwell. The last time, Zhao Heping had mentioned Sun Baokai, and the following day, misfortune had befallen him as well. Was it mere coincidence? Surely, one cannot attribute such occurrences to chance twice. Could it be that during his time as a sent-down youth, he had acquired some uncanny ability? The air of unease began to permeate the community. Despite the push to dispel superstitions, many secretly sought divine intervention. Regardless of their hardships, during festive occasions, the elderly would discreetly venture out to burn paper offerings. Why? It was simply a matter of reverence towards the supernatural. If Zhao Heping possessed such abilities, who would willingly provoke him, living in comfort otherwise? In my opinion, Baocai's wife and her mother were being excessively disruptive. Even clay figurines retained some of their earthy essence. What connection did Heping's father have with Heping and his mother that warranted such daily insults? Indeed, they were neighbors, having shared the same space for many years. Heping was known for his honesty. It was only when pushed to the edge that he would engage in conflict. Absolutely, they all resided within the same courtyard. Harmony should be valued, and one should cultivate a reputation for kindness. The sentiment within the courtyard began to shift instantaneously. Unbeknownst to Zhao Heping, who was unaware of Sun Yofu's cold, he had stepped out to visit the first steel mill to seek out Secretary Song, intending to call Shin Qingru to inquire about his father's situation. However, when Secretary Song called, he was unable to reach Shin Qingru. The Shin family informed him that Qingru was out for the day and would not return until noon. As for the nature of her outing, Secretary Song found it inappropriate to inquire and was thus left uninformed. Zhao Heping could not afford to wait the entire morning. Hence he said, "Secretary Song, I came here to ask about the progress regarding my father's exoneration from the charges of defection. Could you kindly call Shin Qingru during lunchtime and ask her to assist me? I have matters to attend to at home and shall take my leave for now." Only Shin Qingru possesses the capability to aid him in this matter. Secretary Song nodded with a smile, affirming, "Very well. I shall certainly make another call at noon to inquire. Once I receive definitive news, I will send someone to the Sihiyuan to inform you, thus allowing you to rest assured." Ever since learning of Shun Longyi's willingness to marry his granddaughter to Zhao Heping, Secretary Song has been profoundly invested in Zhao Heping's affairs. "Thank you, Secretary Song." Zhao Heping expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and then informed Secretary Song that he was heading directly to Zheng Dingfu's residence after leaving the steel mill. Currently, Old Huang is accompanying him, and his mother's health necessitates proper nourishment, hence the essential need for vegetables, meat, and eggs. However, while he still possesses money and grain coupons, he lacks meat and egg coupons. So he intends to seek Zheng Dingfu's assistance in exchanging some grain coupons for meat and egg coupons. As for the outstanding payment owed to Zheng Dingfu, that must be postponed for the time being. Upon arriving at Zheng Dingfu's home, Zheng Dingfu greeted him with evident delight. "Zhao Heping, how did you know I had returned? I must tell you, this journey was the farthest I have ever ventured, having traveled by train, bus, donkey cart, and horse cart. In the future, once I have sufficient funds, I shall explore the country, wandering through scenic landscapes." For Zheng Dingfu, this first trip beyond his familiar surroundings was a remarkably novel experience, one that lingered in his thoughts long after his return. Zhao Heping empathized with his sentiments. Those who have never journeyed beyond their homes, having only seen neighbors and local streets, would naturally feel a surge of emotion upon encountering the diverse array of people and hearing varied tales from distant lands. "How was it? Was the journey smooth?" Zhao Heping casually inquired. Zheng Dingfu chuckled. "Indeed, it was smooth, except for when your friend's acquaintances unexpectedly approached me, which startled me quite a bit." Zhao Heping promptly asked for clarification. Zheng Dingfu recounted the events in detail. "I followed your instructions and spent 2 days in a place called Tupo Town, seeking information about the peddler. Finally, I discovered where he was located. I then sought out the peddler and paid him to inquire about Shin Qingru, as you suggested. To my surprise, upon his return, he brought along 2 soldiers. Those soldiers, armed with rifles, aimed them at me and interrogated me about my inquiries concerning Shin Qingru." As Zheng Dingfu recounted this, a look of fear overtook his eyes, clearly indicating that being threatened at gunpoint had left a lasting impression on him. At that moment, I feared I might be mistaken for a spy. Being executed would have been a grave injustice. Thus, I hastily pleaded with them not to fire and divulged your name. He worried that Zhao Heping might blame him, hastily adding, "Please do not hold this against me." At that moment, I could only speak the truth. Zhao Heping chuckled. "I do not blame you. You acted rightly." What happened next? Zhang Dingfu continued. After I finished speaking, the two soldiers asked me a few more questions and then departed. The following day, they returned to inform me that the person I inquired about was unharmed and had safely returned to Beijing. Allow me to return directly to Beijing. And yet you inquire about the amount you promised me, along with the outstanding balance yet to be settled. Once the details are clarified, I shall receive the complete payment. Subsequently, I returned home just last night, and today you have arrived. Chapter 76, The Widow's Confession. The situation is quite clear. The one who settled the remaining balance for Zhang Dingfu must undoubtedly be Shen Qingru. When the soldier sought information about Shen Qingru from Zhang Dingfu, he followed the leads to find her, uncovering the truth, which he then relayed to Shen Qingru. Shen Qingru arranged for the payment of Zhang Dingfu's outstanding balance and sent him back to Beijing. Shen Qingru. Zhao Heping silently repeated her name in his mind. This young woman has accomplished a great deal behind the scenes, including matters concerning Tao Shan of Taojia village. The moment she escaped her predicament, she urgently sought a doctor to provide aid, but alas, it was in vain. Had Tao Shan survived, with old Huang around, perhaps he could have been saved. Yet, with the multitude of events that transpired, the opportunity to save him ultimately slipped away. Zhao Heping exchanged grain tickets with Zhang Dingfu for meat and egg vouchers before heading to the market to procure vegetables, meat, and eggs. Each egg was carefully stashed in a pocket, and the meat concealed among the greens, ensuring that no hint of a ruse could be discerned from the outside. In this era, eggs were distributed in accordance with the Beijing Residents' Sub-Food Purchase Certificate, with each household receiving £1 per month. Families exceeding 10 members could obtain an additional pound. At other times, if one wished to eat eggs, they were compelled to purchase them with egg tickets, which were only issued to special needs individuals, leaving the ordinary populace without access. Meat was likewise rationed, with each individual receiving one meat ticket per month, providing 3 taels. With such limited supplies, anyone daring to indulge openly would simply await denunciation. Zhao Heping wished to avoid trouble, so even though he procured eggs and meat, he kept them concealed. Upon returning home, he found that old Huang and his mother were not present. "Sister-in-law, where are my mother and old Huang?" Zhao Heping hurriedly inquired of Zhu Chunmei. "Oh, Heping, do not worry." Zhu Chunmei emerged from the house to explain. "Aunt has taken old Huang to the street office to see Director Wang. Director Wang's niece has been afflicted with a rather peculiar illness for over a year, and despite visiting numerous hospitals, she remains untreated." Upon hearing this, old Huang claimed he knew how to remedy it, so Aunt took him along. Zhao Heping understood. Old Huang was drawn by the allure of the mysterious ailment, thus unable to restrain himself. Nonetheless, a stroll outside may do him good. "All right, I understand." Zhao Heping reassured himself. With old Huang present, he knew his mother's health would be secure. He then returned home to prepare a meal. Zhu Chunmei hesitated for a moment before following Zhao Heping into the house. Observing him selecting vegetables while seated on a small stool, she too squatted down to assist. Noticing this, Zhao Heping fetched another small stool for her. Zhu Chunmei silently accepted it, sitting down to focus on the vegetables. Zhao Heping chose to remain silent, concentrating on his task. After a while, Zhu Chunmei hesitantly spoke up. "Heping, have you learned anything about Uncle's situation? Is there any progress?" Zhao Heping paused his vegetable preparation, shaking his head as he replied, "No, my father's matter is entangled with the higher-ups, so resolving it is not a simple endeavor. Once I have some time this afternoon, I will seek out someone to inquire further. Secretary Song has mentioned that once there is definitive news, he will dispatch someone to inform him. However, he cannot simply wait at home. It is indeed better to take a trip." Upon hearing Zhao Heping's words of denial, Zhu Chunmei consoled him, saying, "Do not fret, Heping. Everything will be resolved in due time." Zhao Heping responded affirmatively. Indeed, issues invariably find resolution. Chen Feline has awoken, and the subsequent matters will be personally handled by Shen Longyi. Failing to resolve them would be truly absurd. Zhu Chunmei hesitated for a moment before continuing. "In truth, even if the situation remains unresolved, you need not worry. Life will go on. I am here for you." At this point, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Zhao Heping, not pondering too deeply, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." With a reddened face, Zhu Chunmei replied, "There is no need for such formality between us. Heping, there are some things I have long wished to share with you." Zhao Heping, intrigued, set down the vegetables he was holding and looked up at Zhu Chunmei, sister-in-law. "Please feel free to speak your mind." After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Chunmei began, "Heping, Jiaming has met with an unfortunate fate, leaving me and Xuanzhu to navigate these challenging times. Indeed, as a widow with a child, surviving solely on compensation is quite arduous." Zhao Heping remained silent, merely nodding and listening attentively. Zhu Chunmei continued, "I understand that a widow often attracts gossip, hence I typically avoid interactions with men. Yet I have come to realize my error. Even when I strive to avoid trouble, it seems trouble finds me. Last summer, during your absence from the courtyard as a youth sent to the countryside, I had lulled the child to sleep and was bathing when I discovered someone peering in at me through the window. It was that despicable Wang Yushan." Zhao Heping was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. He recalled the night he had confronted a thief. The shadow cast upon his window now confirmed to be Wang Yushan. It was evident that this was not a mere coincidence. Wang Yushan had long been fixated on Zhu Chunmei. Zhu Chunmei continued, "I feared that if this escalated, my reputation would be tarnished. And I worried for Xuanzhu's safety should he take action. I threw a shoe at him, driving him away without making a fuss. However, little did I know, from that night on, he would return regularly to leer through my window, instilling such fear in me that even on the hottest nights, I dared not open the windows. Eventually, his audacity grew. When he could not see in, he attempted to pry open my window. Can you imagine waking in the dead of night to the sound of movement, only to find a face staring at you through the window?" Zhao Heping could indeed imagine it. Even in broad daylight, the sight of half of Wang Yushan's face hidden behind the curtains had sent shivers down his spine. How much more terrifying would it be at night for a single woman with a child to suddenly encounter such a visage at her window? It would be unnatural not to feel fear. Wang Yushan's behavior is undeniably perverse. "Sister-in-law, what happened next? Did you approach Master Wu or Director Wang from the street to discuss this matter?" Zhao Heping pressed for further details. Such matters, when first discovered, require a sufficient lesson to be imparted to the other party to ensure they are entirely deterred. Merely seeking peace will only embolden them further. Zhu Chunmei shook her head, saying, "I cannot speak out, for I am a widow. If this matter were to spread, rumors would abound. It does not trouble me personally, but I must consider Xuanzhu's future. He still has to attend school, grow up, find a job, and eventually marry. If my reputation suffers, it will tarnish his prospects as well. Hence, I have no choice but to secure the windows and doors from within, living in constant trepidation until you returned as a youth worker. That night, you dashed out, confronting Wang Yushan and even injuring him. Do you know? At that moment, I felt as though someone could finally protect me." Chapter 77. Shun Qingru's anger at this juncture. Tears streamed down Zhu Chunmei's face. Zhao Heping understood that being aided in times of helplessness indeed stirs profound emotions. "Sister-in-law, everything will be fine. If he dares to come again, just call out, and we will all come to your aid. A single lesson will suffice to ensure he does not dare to return." It is no wonder that when he traveled to Xi'an, Zhu Chunmei requested her mother to stay with her. It was to guard against Wang Yushan. However, one cannot remain on guard forever. A decisive action against Wang Yushan is still necessary. Zhu Chunmei, however, did not respond to Zhao Jiaping's words. "I do not wish to escalate things. Heping, Wang Yushan's repeated visits are merely a way of bullying me since I lack protection. I have no one else to rely on but you. Ever since you helped me drive away Wang Yushan, I have developed feelings for you. Heping, if you do not mind that I am a widow with a child, we could build a life together." This declaration startled Zhao Heping, prompting him to spring from his small stool and take a couple of steps back. He had never anticipated that Zhu Chunmei would express such sentiments today. "Sister-in-law, please do not jest in such a manner." He wished for her to retract her words. Yet, Zhu Chunmei had summoned the courage to speak them, and there was no turning back. "Heping, I am not joking. I speak from the heart, sincerely. Do you truly disdain me for being a widow with a child?" Zhu Chunmei stood upright, gazing intently at Zhao Heping, awaiting his response. Zhao Heping sighed. "Sister-in-law, I do not disdain you for being a widow, nor for having a child." However, he was cut off by Zhu Chunmei, who interjected, "Then there is no however. If you do not mind, I will ensure we lead a good life together. Rest assured, Aside from Jiaming's compensation, I have the previous betrothal gifts in my savings, amounting to over 100 yuan. Should we be together, I will also take on odd jobs. Even if you do not work, I can support us. Once Xuanzhu grows up and is able to work, our lives will improve. These sentiments had been bottled up within her for a long time. Initially, she felt unworthy of Zhao Heping. However, following Zhao Guoxing's defection, Zhao Heping was suddenly cast into disarray. This filled Zhu Chunmei with hope. Thus, after enduring until today, she could no longer restrain herself and finally expressed her feelings. Zhao Heping was momentarily taken aback. The conversation seemed utterly nonsensical to him. As he turned to clarify the situation with Zhu Chunmei, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing just outside the slightly ajar door. Could it be Aunt Wang eavesdropping again? He stepped forward, flung the door open, and was instantly left speechless. Standing there, poised and elegant, was Shun Qingru, her expression inscrutable. Qingru, what brings you here? Has Secretary Song called you? After recovering from his surprise, Zhao Heping felt a flicker of joy. Shun Qingru's presence at the courtyard signified a certain stance. It seemed his father's allegations of treachery had been entirely disproven. Yet, Shun Qingru's demeanor remained cool and unresponsive to Zhao Heping's inquiries as she shifted her gaze toward Zhu Chunmei. Zhu Chunmei's complexion paled. She had already surmised Shun Qingru's identity. Realizing that she was the very person Zhao Heping had mentioned as his former love interest from their youth. The arrival of Zhao Heping's former partner, just as she had professed her feelings for him, left Zhu Chunmei feeling acutely embarrassed. Shun Qingru smiled faintly, her gaze returning to Zhao Heping. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Zhao Heping, since you have someone you hold dear, I must consider our agreement in Taejiakan null and void. With that, she turned to leave. Zhao Heping, taken aback by Shun Qingru's misunderstanding, hurried after her, imploring, "No, Shun Qingru, please hear me out. I do not have anyone I care for. This is all a misunderstanding." The courtyard was bustling with onlookers, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Zhao Heping was reluctant to clarify that Zhu Chunmei's affections were unreciprocated, mindful that in a crowd, words could easily morph into rumors. Shun Qingru continued her brisk pace, her expression frosty, ignoring Zhao Heping's pleas. She had taken their prior agreement seriously. Upon returning to the city, she promptly informed her family of her decision, sought out a doctor, and made her way back to Taejiakan to assist Tao Shan. However, when she returned to the city, her family advised her to abandon her intentions, citing Zhao Heping's father's desertion on the battlefield. After much contemplation, she approached Zhao Heping with sincerity. Upon learning the full truth, she immediately contacted her grandfather to offer her unwavering support to him. Even today, upon receiving a call from Secretary Song, she had come to honor their original pact. Yet, Zhao Heping seemed to have entangled himself with another woman, an outcome Shun Qingru found utterly unacceptable. The onlookers in the courtyard whispered amongst themselves as they observed Zhao Heping pursuing a beautiful girl, speculating. Could this girl be the one Zhao Heping was involved with during his youth as a sent-down youth? It seems so. She inquired about his family's whereabouts upon entering, but it appears they have had a falling out. Naturally, no girl would wish to marry the son of a traitor, especially one without a stable job, who would surely face repercussions. Who would want that? They murmured. Fortunately, she isn't married yet. With her looks, she could easily find a suitable match. The chatter of the crowd, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Zhao Heping's ears as he continued his pursuit. However, in the presence of these individuals, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate excessively. He contemplated addressing the matter with Shun Qingru once they exited the courtyard. Shun Qingru wore a cold expression, utterly ignoring Zhao Heping, who trailed behind her. The two of them, one in front of the other, departed from the courtyard. Outside, there was hardly anyone at that hour. Zhao Heping hastily called out, "Shun Qingru, please wait. Let me clarify things." He quickened his pace, intending to intercept her. Shun Qingru, already vexed, held steadfast to her belief in unwavering loyalty in matters of the heart, refusing to settle for anything less. Thus, when Zhao Heping spoke and attempted to obstruct her path, her irritation intensified. She deftly evaded him and quickened her steps down the alley. "Shun Qingru, you've misunderstood. Please stop for a moment so we can have a proper conversation, shall we?" Zhao Heping also accelerated his pace, keen to prevent any misconceptions. Regarding Zhu Chunmei, he had always perceived her merely as a neighbor, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. This was a truth that could be substantiated. Since the agreement made in the bridal chamber of Taojia village, he had consistently affirmed his commitment to someone, his beloved Shin Qingru, and no one else. Don't follow me. Shin Qingru gritted her teeth and uttered. Observing Zhao Heping persistently keeping pace with her, she resorted to a light jog. Chapter 78. Clarifying matters, Shin Qingru. Zhao Heping called out, hastily pursuing her. In response, Shin Qingru quickened her pace even further. The two of them raced out of the alley. On the street beyond, a small sedan was parked, surrounded by onlookers drawn by the spectacle. Shin Qingru maneuvered through the crowd, yanked open the car door, and settled inside. The vehicle roared to life, prompting the spectators to step back. Zhao Heping hurried over. As the car sped away, Shin Qingru turned her head to cast a glance at Zhao Heping through the window, her gaze imbued with coldness and detachment. Zhao Heping remained rooted in place, watching the car disappear from the throng, leaving only dust in its wake. After a considerable pause, he let out a deep sigh. Since his rebirth, he wondered if the alterations to his original fate had inadvertently invited a cascade of troubles. Just as his father's issues had been resolved, another misunderstanding with Shin Qingru arose. It seemed the only recourse was to allow her time to cool off before she could be receptive to his explanations. With no alternative, Zhao Heping returned to the courtyard. Inside, the residents, wary due to Sun Youfu's illness, kept their distance from Zhao Heping. Nonetheless, their gazes held a mixture of pity and schadenfreude. Upon seeing Zhao Heping return, Zhu Chunmei approached with reddened eyes, offering an apology. Heping, I'm truly sorry. Last night, Wang Yushan came to knock on my door in the middle of the night. I was frightened and sought some support. It was wrong of me to say things that upset your partner, and I sincerely apologize. She had harbored feelings for Zhao Heping and, having mustered the courage to express herself, found herself thwarted when his partner overheard. The shame she felt was overwhelming. Zhao Heping shook his head. Sister-in-law, this situation also reflects my shortcomings. Ever since my family encountered difficulties, I have consistently relied on your assistance. Borrowing money and taking care of my mother has undoubtedly caused you considerable trouble. I acknowledge my lack of discretion in this matter. However, since events have unfolded as they have, I would like to take this opportunity to express my thoughts. Throughout, I have regarded you as a sister-in-law, never harboring any other sentiments, nor will I. He is not a man who seeks to take advantage of women. Even in the absence of Shin Qingru, he would not entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards Zhu Chunmei. He intended to convey this earlier, but refrained upon realizing he was being overheard. Now that the matter is clarified, it will prevent similar misunderstandings in the future. In truth, when Zhu Chunmei saw Shin Qingru, she had already come to a realization in her heart. Hearing Zhao Heping's explicit stance only deepened her sense of shame. Very well, I understand. It is I who am unworthy. This remark left Zhao Heping feeling somewhat powerless. That was not his intention, yet he opened his mouth without offering further explanation. With the other party having declared their feelings, maintaining some distance seemed prudent. Thus less communication would be beneficial. Excessive explanations could be construed as consolation, which he wished to avoid. Sister-in-law, I will repay the money I borrowed from you as soon as possible, Zhao Heping stated succinctly. This was an attempt to sever ties. And Zhu Chunmei bit her lip in response. Very well. She then turned and slammed the door upon returning home, clearly displeased. Zhao Heping frowned and returned home, beginning to prepare vegetables for cooking. At noon, Old Huang and Su Xiuying returned, accompanied by Director Wang from the street office, who was pushing a bicycle laden with an old hen, a substantial piece of meat, and 2 bags of pastries. The group laughed and chatted as they entered the courtyard. What was the situation? Why was Director Wang returning with Heping's mother, and seemingly in good spirits? Hadn't Zhao Guoxing defected? Was Director Wang not concerned about appearances? Indeed, it was quite peculiar. Who could fathom what was going on? Someone approached Director Wang to inquire. Oh, I am here to express my gratitude to Master Huang. His medical skills are remarkable. He has cured my niece's ailment. She is recuperating at home, and I have come on her behalf to convey her thanks. Director Wang candidly explained everything without reservation. This revelation left the residents of the courtyard momentarily stunned. They were aware that Wang's niece had suffered from a peculiar illness for quite some time, a condition known to the entire neighborhood. It was astonishing that such an unusual ailment could be treated by the elderly gentleman Zhao Heping had brought back. Consequently, the way the crowd regarded Old Huang shifted, imbued with a newfound respect. Once Director Wang departed, discussions ensued. I recall that Director Wang's niece was often in a state of confusion, unable to awaken and plagued by pain, correct? She visited numerous hospitals, yet no diagnosis was ever made. Indeed, it has been a year or two, they whispered among themselves, suggesting that she had been afflicted by some malevolent spirit. I also know that her family secretly consulted old lady Yu from the previous street. She claimed that there was something wrong with her and that burning paper offerings had proven futile. Who would have imagined that the elderly gentleman brought back by Zhao Heping possessed such extraordinary abilities? They say that this old gentleman was brought back by Zhao Heping, who also seemed to have the uncanny ability to predict the illness of Bao Kai's son. Their connections appear rather mysterious, and the nature of their relationship remains unclear. Regardless of what it may be, it is prudent to avoid provoking them. It feels rather unsettling. Everyone shares a similar sentiment, as no one wishes to invite misfortune upon themselves. Upon hearing the discussions at home, the Sun family exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Could it be that the illness of their son, Youfu, was a result of Zhao Heping's curse? Should they seek the old man for assistance? Holding her sleeping son, Song Guiqin dared not utter any more harsh words. A few days prior, she had scolded Zhao Heping, who had then claimed that she was a harbinger of misfortune and warned her of impending calamity. The very next day, Sun Baokai encountered trouble. Just yesterday, her mother had again criticized Zhao Heping, who ominously stated that retribution would befall Youfu. Subsequently, that night, Youfu indeed fell ill. These occurrences instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Before Sun Baokai could speak, however, his mother-in-law, Yu Tsuhua, expressed her discontent. Absolutely not. Wouldn't that simply provide Zhao Heping with fodder for ridicule? Youfu's illness stemmed from returning home in the cold after wearing only a thin jacket. After taking a folk remedy, he is already on the mend. Once he wakes, he will be perfectly fine. Why seek out Zhao Heping? Our family should focus on enjoying a good life rather than pursuing the family of a defector. Isn't that merely inviting trouble? Upon hearing her mother's words, Song Guiqin dismissed the idea. Sun Baokai observed the dark circles under his mother-in-law's eyes, but refrained from commenting. He gently touched his son's forehead, which still felt warm. Nevertheless, seeing his son sleeping soundly, he felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps all would be well, and he gradually relaxed his vigilance. Outside, the residents of the courtyard continued to speculate about Director Wang's niece, their talk growing increasingly sinister, leading to a collective sense of unease. Chapter 79. Unresolved Anger. Director Wang, meanwhile, carried some items as he followed Old Huang and Su Shouying into the Zhao residence. Upon meeting Zhao Heping, he immediately remarked, "Heping, I heard from your master that during your recent trip to Xi'an, you truly revived your father's comrade. Excellent. The truth has emerged, and all the benefits will undoubtedly be restored to your family. Rest assured, I will ensure that you receive timely updates regarding this matter." He was exceedingly cordial and warm towards Zhao Heping. First, his niece's ailment had been alleviated thanks to the esteemed Old Huang, thus fostering a beneficial connection. Second, the restoration of Zhao Heping's father's reputation was imminent, solidifying his status as a martyr's family member, which would guarantee additional support from the local authorities. Third, Zhao Heping himself was far from ordinary. A single letter of introduction had captured the attention of significant figures like the deputy director of the rubber factory, Chao Yuhai, the deputy secretary of the district committee, Che Yuman, and even a vice minister from the general equipment department, Shen Xianru. For Director Wang to maintain her position of authority over Zhao Heping would indeed be a true farce. Therefore, seizing the opportunity presented by her niece's treatment, she brought gifts to express her goodwill. "Thank you, Director Wang," Zhao Heping responded gratefully. Director Wang did not linger, exchanging a few more words before departing, leaving the gifts, which were meant as a token of appreciation for Old Huang. Old Huang accepted them without hesitation, and Zhao Heping chose not to elaborate further. Once Director Wang departed, Old Huang promptly remarked, "Ping, this afternoon we shall procure some traditional Chinese medicine. In the evening, we will simmer it with a hen to fortify your mother's vitality and blood. After having studied so extensively, you should be aware of which herbs to utilize, correct? From now on, the responsibility for your mother's health restoration rests solely with you. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." On this occasion, he waived his consultation fee, directly articulating his expectations when the other party offered to pay. The primary concern was that Zhao Ping's mother was severely depleted in both vitality and blood, necessitating immediate replenishment to prevent potential chronic ailments. Furthermore, the replenishment of such vital energies must not be undertaken lightly. Under these circumstances, utilizing a hen to prepare the medicinal concoction proved to be the most effective approach. With him supervising, Zhao Ping could enhance his mother's health while honing his medical skills, a commendable dual benefit. All right, I understand, Zhao Ping responded affirmatively. With old Huang's guidance, he felt entirely at ease. After lunch, having tidied up the dishes, Zhao Ping sought out paper and pen to compose a letter. In this correspondence, he meticulously detailed all the events he had experienced upon returning from Tao Village. This letter was addressed to Shen Qingru. Earlier that morning, Shen Qingru had coincidentally overheard Zhu Chuanmei's declaration of affection, leading to a misunderstanding that prompted her to flee. Zhao Ping felt compelled to clarify the situation. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never pursued a woman and lacked the eloquence to charm anyone. The only recourse he could think of was to express his heartfelt honesty. Upon completing the letter, Zhao Ping informed his family and stepped outside, making his way to the first steel rolling mill. However, upon reaching the security checkpoint, he was intercepted by the security personnel. "Comrade Zhao, you are here to see Secretary Song, correct? He is not in the factory at the moment." The security staff recognized Zhao Ping but maintained a stern demeanor, adhering to protocol. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping paused in silence. He was aware that Secretary Song was indeed present but likely reluctant to meet him, hence the dismissive treatment from the security staff. Nevertheless, with no other option, Zhao Ping produced the letter he had prepared and said to the guard, "Comrade, since Secretary Song is unavailable, I shall not enter. Here is a letter for him. Please ensure it reaches him for delivery to Comrade Shen Qingru. Thank you for your assistance." As he handed over the letter, the security personnel accepted it with a nod, affirming, "Very well, I will certainly pass it along to Secretary Song upon his return." "Thank you," Zhao Ping acknowledged, realizing his presence was no longer required, and promptly departed. Once Zhao Ping had left, the security personnel turned and entered the factory office, presenting the letter to Secretary Song. Secretary Song held the letter, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a large envelope from his drawer and placed Zhao Ping's letter inside. He then inscribed on the envelope to Shen Qingru, with Song Weiman, first steel rolling mill, noted below. After sealing it, he dispatched it with someone to the Shun residence. Simultaneously, he placed a call to Shen Qingru, stating, "Qingru, Zhao Ping has sent you a letter. I have arranged for it to be delivered to you. The envelope has been replaced with one of our factory's specially designed envelopes, so please keep an eye out for it." At this moment, Shen Qingru was still seething with anger when she received a call from Secretary Song. With an air of displeasure, she stated, "Uncle Song, I have severed all ties with Zhao Heping. Please do not concern yourself with him any longer, and I do not wish to receive any news regarding him. I will ensure that the letter is returned. Kindly pass it back to Zhao Heping. From now on, do not engage with him." The mere thought of Zhao Heping in the company of another woman, alone in a room, uttering declarations of affection, ignited a fierce rage within her. During her time in Taojia village, when she had mustered the courage to make a commitment with Zhao Heping, she believed their relationship had been firmly established. This bond signified an intimate connection akin to a promise of marriage. With such a relationship in place, how could Zhao Heping possibly pursue other women? Such actions were nothing short of emotional betrayal, which she could not tolerate. Secretary Song recognized Shen Qingru's fury and understood that no matter how he tried to persuade her at that moment, she would not be receptive. Thus, he readily acquiesced. "Very well, I shall not meet him. You need not worry. However," he mentioned, "I have already received that letter and delivered it. Perhaps you could handle it directly, to avoid any further dealings with him." Shen Qingru, considering his words, agreed, "All right." The letter had been personally delivered, and upon glancing at it, Shen Qingru's mother, intrigued by its nature, wondered what could be so pressing that it warranted a letter instead of a phone call. Nevertheless, she did not delve deeper into the matter. She was already pleased that her daughter had firmly expressed her decision not to marry the son of a traitor. Thus, she dismissed any further thoughts about the letter and handed it to her daughter. "Qingru, you have received a letter." Shen Qingru, upon recognizing it was from Zhao Heping, felt a wave of annoyance and casually tossed it into her desk drawer. Her indifferent demeanor reassured her mother. "Qingru, I am delighted that you have come to your senses and will not marry the son of that traitor. You are still young and may not fully grasp how crucial it is for a woman to choose the right partner for marriage. To marry someone is to commit to a lifetime with them. Choosing wisely brings happiness, but a wrong choice can lead to irrevocable regret. However, fret not. If this does not work out, I will find someone suitable for you. I am certain of it. She already had several candidates in mind. Chapter 80. Encountering wild ginseng while seeking traditional medicine. However, at that moment, Shun Qingru was not inclined to seek a partner. Although she wished to cut ties with Zhao Heping decisively, the memories of their past in Taojia village lingered painfully in her mind. The emotional scars were still fresh, making it impossible for her to entertain the idea of accepting another man. Mother, I do not wish to pursue a relationship for the time being. With the new year approaching in a couple of months, I would prefer to take a break and focus on finding a job after the festivities. Matters of romance can wait until I am ready to move past the emotional hurdles I currently face. Otherwise, the thought of dating brings back memories of that dimly lit room in Taojia village and everything that transpired there. That would be unfair to anyone. Moreover, regardless of who became privy to these matters, none would accept her as a wife. Thus, the pursuit of a partner is something she dares not contemplate at present. Shin's mother, indulging her daughter, nodded gently and said, "Very well, let us speak of it another time." Considering that her daughter had recently concluded a relationship, it was indeed prudent not to rush. I shall prepare your favorite dishes. You have lost too much weight during your year as a youth cadre and must nourish your body well. As she spoke, Shin's mother tenderly caressed her daughter's hand before turning to depart. As for her daughter's marital prospects, she was not particularly anxious. After all, her daughter possessed striking beauty and had numerous admirers. As long as he was not the son of that traitor, she would not oppose any suitor. After her mother left, Shin Qingru's mood remained tumultuous. The memories of Taojia village were difficult to bear. The mere thought of it filled her with agitation, and she longed to confront the instigator. Hua Xiangyang. After a moment's hesitation, she could no longer contain herself and picked up the phone to make a call. "Hello, grandfather. You must thoroughly investigate this incident where Hua Xiangyang has instigated others to falsely accuse the martyr of treachery. He has ruined my life, and I demand he pays an absolute price." There was no justification for Hua Xiangyang to harm her and yet live freely. Shen Longyi's authoritative voice immediately responded, "Rest assured. Although this scoundrel will not admit his wrongdoing, I am well acquainted with the temperament of that old coot, Hua Yongjun. This matter need not rely on Hua Xiangyang's confession. Merely expressing my disdain for him and revealing that he has harmed you will compel Hua Yongjun to abandon him. Furthermore, to demonstrate his stance, Hua Yongjun might even escalate the punishment for Hua Xiangyang. That old fellow has many grandchildren. A single punishment will not weigh heavily on his conscience." Strategically astute, he never needed to act overtly. Instead, he could achieve remarkable results simply by guiding the situation. Upon hearing that Hua Xiangyang would face consequences, Shin Qingru felt a slight alleviation in her heart. "Very well, grandfather. Keep a close watch on the Hua family. Should Hua Xiangyang attempt to rise again, ensure he is crushed. Regrettably, murder is illegal, or else she would have truly desired to end Hua Xiangyang's life." The time spent in Taojia village as a youth cadre was soon to conclude. Yet that scoundrel had caused her such distress that Tao Shanchong had fallen gravely ill due to the circumstances. Then, through a twist of fate, she had lost her virtue to Zhao Heping. The thought of Zhao Heping receiving declarations of love from other women once again stirred her agitation. Her words were laced with menace, and Shun Longyi perceived this. With a serious tone, he assured her, "Qingru, rest easy. Hua Xiangyang has wronged you and attempted to frame the father of my granddaughter's fiancé, and I shall undoubtedly not let him escape unscathed. By the way, didn't you call me at noon to mention a visit to Zhao Heping's home? What did his mother say upon seeing you?" At noon, his granddaughter had inquired about the developments in the Zhao Guoxing incident, followed by a request for his opinion. As she had made a commitment to marriage with Zhao Heping and wished to visit, bringing along updates on the Zhao Guoxing matter, it had been on his mind ever since. Now that his granddaughter brought it up again, he sought to inquire further. Upon hearing his words, Shin Qingru's mood plummeted further. "Grandfather, I will not marry Zhao Heping. Henceforth, do not mention him to me. I shall pretend I have never known this individual. My intention to deal with Hua Xiangyang stems solely from this scoundrel's numerous misdeeds, which bear no relation to Zhao Heping." Her words were resolute, leaving Shun Longyi astonished. "What has this brat done to provoke my dear Qingru? Speak to Grandpa, and he will seek justice for you." The old gentleman was trying to console his granddaughter. Yet, Shin Qingru wished to refrain from discussing Zhao Heping any further. "Grandpa, let us not speak of it. Do not forget to punish Hua Xiangyang. I shall hang up now." Without waiting for Shin Longyi to inquire further, she abruptly ended the call. In the base office, Shin Longyi raised an eyebrow as he held the receiver. This girl. She behaves as if someone has stepped on her tail. What has Zhao Heping done to upset her? However, since his granddaughter did not express her grievances, it indicated that Zhao Heping's actions were likely not of a criminal nature. Perhaps it was merely a quarrel among the young. He decided to wait and observe the situation for a few days. Shen Longyi shrugged off the matter, replaced the receiver, and busied himself with other tasks. At this moment, Zhao Heping had returned home, yet his ears burned with an inexplicable sensation. "You're back? What about the Chinese medicine you were supposed to buy?" Old Huang glanced at Zhao Heping as he entered. Zhao Heping, lost in thoughts of Zhu Chunmei and Shen Qingru, snapped back to reality. "The Chinese medicine? Why do you look so dazed?" Old Huang furrowed his brow. This lad seemed to embody the essence of someone heartbroken, exuding a sense of despondency. Only then did Zhao Heping remember that his outing was not merely to deliver a message, but also to procure Chinese medicine. Intending to stew it with a hen for his mother's health. "I was attending to some matters and forgot. I shall go purchase it now." With that, Zhao Heping turned and left the house once more. The letter explaining the situation had been penned. Now, it was up to Shen Qingru to respond. He was also uncertain about the progress of his father's situation. He wished for a swift resolution so he could repay the money borrowed from Zhu Chunmei. Ever since his confession, the borrowed sum had felt burdensome, and he was determined to repay it as soon as possible. With such thoughts in mind, he exited the courtyard and walked a considerable distance to the largest pharmacy. This establishment, founded during the Qing dynasty, was an esteemed old brand. After nationalization, it ceased to be called a pharmacy and was now referred to as a medicinal materials company. Upon entering, Zhao Heping relayed his desired Chinese herbs to the pharmacist based on the dietary prescription he had memorized: angelica, astragalus, and ginseng. Additionally, he needed to procure red dates and ginger from the market and grocery store. Was he preparing to replenish the vitality of his family? There was a wild ginseng root here, weighing nearly half a pound. In the past, 7 taels were considered ginseng, while 8 taels were regarded as a treasure. Before 1959, a pound was 16 taels, meaning 8 taels equated to what is now referred to as half a pound. Thus, this half-pound wild ginseng was indeed a rare gem, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, invigorating energy and nourishing yin, quenching thirst, and promoting blood circulation. It was particularly suitable for those with weak constitutions and insufficient vitality. The pharmacist was quite enthusiastic, embodying the compassionate heart of a healer. Zhao Heping also wished to purchase it, yet he found himself without funds. Chapter 81. A record of first-class merit and the bestowing of the title of combat hero. "Master, the price of wild ginseng must be quite high. I cannot afford it," Zhao Heping admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not even inquired about the price, as the quality of such a fine item suggested it would be steep. At present, the money he possessed was merely sufficient to acquire ordinary ginseng, enough for a single use, while he still needed to reserve a portion for living expenses. The herbalist, understanding his plight, nodded in acknowledgement and offered, "I will prepare some more affordable herbs for you." In these times of scarcity, many people struggled to make ends meet. Not everyone could afford wild ginseng. The elder's recommendation came from a place of genuine kindness. Zhao Heping nodded, resigned to the reality of the situation. If his father's matters were to be prolonged, he would need to devise a new plan, lest he find himself in dire straits. The herbalist swiftly prepared the medicine, costing 3 yuan, which was relatively inexpensive. Zhao Heping handed over the money and took the herbs. "Master, how much is that wild ginseng you mentioned earlier?" He could not help but inquire. Genuine wild ginseng holds considerable medicinal value, and he was eager to buy it. He thought that if the price was too high, he would seek alternative means to earn the money. The elder did not withhold the information. For half a jin, it is indeed not cheap, selling for 120 yuan. This was nearly the cost of a bicycle. In these times, those who could afford a bicycle were a rarity, let alone spending such a sum on ginseng for nourishment. Zhao Heping nodded. Indeed, 120 yuan was not inexpensive, yet for the weight of wild ginseng, it was remarkably reasonable. In his previous life, wild ginseng, when it was not in demand, could sell for as much as 10,000 yuan per jin, and older specimens were often priceless. Thus, being able to acquire half a jin of wild ginseng for 120 yuan was a rare opportunity, one not to be missed. "All right, I understand. Thank you, master," Zhao Heping acknowledged, his mind already racing with thoughts of how he could earn money for the ginseng. He was determined not to let this chance slip away. Exiting the herbal medicine shop, Zhao Heping proceeded to the market, where he purchased red dates and ginger. Counting the remaining money in his possession, he realized it was dwindling. Carrying the package of herbal medicine, he pondered ways to earn money as he strolled back to the courtyard. "Peace, you're back." Aunt Shin from the front yard greeted him warmly, conversing with several other women. Upon seeing Zhao Heping, her demeanor shifted to one of kindness. The other women quickly joined in. "Did you go to fetch medicine? Your mother has been worn out from years of hard work. She will be fine with some rest. Do not worry too much. Yes, it's just exhaustion. If you find yourself overwhelmed in the future, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. We are here to help, so your mother can recuperate properly. Indeed, close neighbors are more reliable than distant relatives. We are all here for you." The women spoke in unison, their friendly tones creating a refreshing contrast to the previous days when they had avoided him like the plague. Upon observing the obsequious demeanor of the women, Zhao Heping surmised that news regarding his father had surfaced. Grateful, he expressed his thanks and decided to return home, feeling no need to inquire further. He would learn everything in due time. He uttered a casual farewell and made his way to the back courtyard. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed a bicycle parked outside, confirming that Director Wong had arrived. Indeed, as he stepped inside, he found Director Wong engaged in conversation with his mother. Upon noticing Zhao Heping, Director Wong rose and greeted him. "Heping, have you been out shopping? I bring you good news. The military has completed its investigation into your father's situation. He is not a defector. Rather, he gallantly sacrificed himself to save his comrades. The Ministry of Defense has issued an order to posthumously award him a first-class merit and acknowledge him as a combat hero, reinstating all honors and benefits befitting a martyr." Her expression was grave, yet her gaze bore an odd quality. Previously, when Zhao Heping had sought her assistance in obtaining a letter of introduction to pursue the truth about his father's comrades in Xi'an, she had dismissed his concerns, deeming him reckless. After all, if the state itself struggled to rescue the wounded, what could he possibly achieve alone? Yet now, it was evident that Zhao Heping had indeed succeeded. Zhao Heping remained composed, lacking the excitement that Director Wong anticipated. "Director Wong, does this mean our family can return to a semblance of normalcy?" he inquired. Director Wong promptly affirmed, "Yes, of course." Zhao Heping shook his head, responding, "Director Wong, when the armed forces came to our home, conducting searches and interrogations, it caused quite a stir throughout the neighborhood. I lost my job, and my father's compensation was rescinded, forcing us to borrow money just to survive. Yet that is not the most difficult part. The hardest truth is that everyone began to cast aspersions upon my family. Just yesterday, Yu Tsuehua, who had previously insulted my father in the front yard, once again pointed her finger at me, hurling accusations. Director Wong, my father is a combat hero, yet despite his sacrifice, he has become a target of public scorn, with his reputation tarnished throughout the streets. Can the damage caused by this truly be undone? Had it not been for his rebirth and the knowledge of someone like Lao Huang, who could awaken Qin Fulin, my mother and I would have been burdened with the stigma of being the family of a defector for at least 5 years, perhaps for a lifetime. The desire to clear our names has indeed left a bitter resentment within me. Were it not for the apprehension that the residents of our courtyard feel towards my prophetic abilities, the situation might have been far worse." Director Wong was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, the plight of a combat hero, wrongfully accused of defection, had transformed his family from esteemed martyrs to pariahs. It was evident that life would be exceedingly difficult for them. Even she had previously refused Zhao Heping when he sought assistance. Had he not journeyed to Xi'an and truly awakened Zhao Guoxing's comrades, their family might not have been able to live a normal life at all. Reflecting on this, Director Wong felt a pang of remorse. "Heping, now that the truth has come to light, your father is recognized as a combat hero. I will ensure that this matter is publicized throughout the entire neighborhood. Furthermore, your job will be reinstated immediately. Should you desire any form of compensation, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall advocate on your behalf. What do you think?" Regarding the matter of compensation, she lacks the authority to make decisions and can only solicit opinions to report upwards. Zhao Heping promptly interjected, "Director Wong, you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not seek compensation, nor do I wish to burden the organization. My sole desire is for the street office to swiftly mitigate the impact, allowing my mother and me to lead a normal life." In truth, what Zhao Heping yearned for was not compensation. To accept it would invite disdain upon his family. In the eyes of the public, the families of martyrs are expected to possess a certain fortitude. If they dare to demand compensation, how elevated can their principles truly be? Thus, Zhao Heping articulated this sentiment as a stance, hoping that in the future, the street office might extend greater consideration towards his family. Chapter 82. The shift in attitude. Director Wang had initially presumed that Zhao Heping would be unyielding. To her surprise, he was remarkably agreeable, which filled her with delight. Rest assured, Heping, tomorrow I shall launch a campaign throughout the district, ensuring that everyone knows Comrade Zhao Guoxing is a heroic fighter, and your family is one of honor, belonging to the martyrs. She did not linger, taking her leave to prepare the promotional materials for the following day. After seeing her off, Zhao Heping returned home. On the table lay the certificate of death in service, the compensation certificate, and a plaque signifying the honor of being a martyr's family, all brought by Director Wang. The compensation amounted to the highest tier, totaling 650 yuan, 200 more than the initial sum. Heping, you are now the pillar of our family. Take this money and manage it as you see fit. Su Xiaoying gazed at these items, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Zhao Heping did not decline. He counted out 70 yuan and handed it to his mother. Mother, we still owe Sister Chunmei some money. Here is 70 yuan for you to return to her. With newfound funds, it was only right to settle debts. Su Xiaoying, having been absent in the morning, was unaware of Zhu Chunmei's earlier declaration. Hence she did not receive the money. Heping, you may simply give it to your sister-in-law, she suggested. Yet Zhao Heping insisted on placing the money in her hands. Mother, it is better if you handle it. My visiting her might be inappropriate and could lead to gossip. He wished to avoid any further misunderstandings. Having been driven away by anger, he remained uncertain whether the letter he sent would lead to reconciliation. Su Xiaoying then recalled that the previous night, Yu Zuohua and Song Guiqin had come over to gossip, and it would indeed be wise to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Thus, she accepted the money and said, "Very well, I shall go repay the debt." As she pocketed the money and prepared to leave, she fortuitously encountered Aunt Wang. Heping's mother, are you heading out? Aunt Wang inquired with a somewhat awkward smile. Previously, she had maintained a cordial relationship with the Zhao family, but upon Zhao Heping's request for a loan, she had shied away and ceased her visits, ultimately severing ties when their fortunes waned. Now, upon learning of the Zhao family's resurgence, she returned. Su Xiaoying, however, did not extend the same warmth as before, responding coolly, "Yes, I am going to deliver money to Chunmei. She was the only one who lent us money when we were in need, and it is only fitting to repay her immediately." The underlying implications of her words were quite evident. Aunt Wang smiled awkwardly, forcing a nod as she said, "Indeed, borrowing and returning is a matter of principle. Borrowing again is not difficult. At that time, I was unaware that your family needed financial assistance, and by the time I found out, Chunmei had already lent you money. I thought to myself that I had failed to assist you in a critical moment, and thus I felt embarrassed to come over later. However, we have known each other for quite some time now. You wouldn't truly hold it against me, would you?" This was a forced explanation, bordering on disingenuous. Particularly her last statement carried a hint of moral coercion, eliciting a silent scoff from Zhao Heping. Nevertheless, he remained silent, quietly observing Aunt Wang's performance. Su Xiaoying, possessing a kind heart, felt reluctant to completely sever ties. After all, they lived in the same courtyard, and future encounters would be inevitable. It would not do to have a strained relationship. Thus, she nodded and replied, "Yes, borrowing money is a matter of goodwill, while not lending is merely one's duty. I have never blamed anyone." She then added, "Well, I must go pay Chunmei back. We can discuss this later." With that, she took the money and headed directly to Zhu Chunmei's home. Aunt Wang felt somewhat awkward and did not linger, turning back home instead. "That woman is certainly not virtuous," commented old Huang, who had been silent until now. Zhao Heping chuckled, recognizing that like attracts like, with a father like Wang Yushan and a son like Wang Lasen. How could Aunt Wang be any better? "Old man, while I was out buying medicine earlier, the apothecary mentioned a wild ginseng weighing half a pound. I thought to purchase it for my mother to boost her vitality. It costs 120 yuan. What do you think?" Zhao Heping believed that such wild ginseng was rare, and since he had the means, he did not want to miss out. Nonetheless, having old Huang present, he sought his counsel for assurance. If the ginseng was akin to certain exaggerated claims from later generations, then it would not be necessary. Old Huang's eyes lit up at the mention of the half-pound wild ginseng. "Excellent. Hurry and buy it. Such a thing will only become scarcer. 120 yuan is already a bargain. Go quickly, lest someone else snatch it away. Wild ginseng, when you want it, even money may not suffice." "All right. I will go at once, Zhao Heping replied, taking the money and hastily exiting his home. From old Huang's urgency, it was evident how rare that half-pound wild ginseng truly was. In this era, 120 yuan was indeed a substantial sum, yet some things, once missed, cannot simply be purchased with money. As Zhao Heping made his way from the back courtyard to the central courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Aunt Ma exiting her home. Heping, are you going out? Aunt Ma greeted him with a beaming smile. Yes, Zhao Heping replied, not pausing in his stride. In the past, he would have engaged in polite conversation, but now, he felt he had no time for such pleasantries. Ever since his father was deemed a defector, the attitude of everyone in the courtyard had shifted, including that of the Ma family. Uncle Ma, the only one in the courtyard to handle affairs, had distanced himself more than anyone else after the incident with Zhao's family. Zhao Heping bore no resentment, for everyone yearns for a stable life, unwilling to be embroiled in turmoil. However, the bond they once shared could never be restored to its previous intimacy. Aunt Ma watched as Zhao Heping walked away, her smile fading into oblivion. Aunt Wang, observing from behind, approached and inquired, "What's wrong? Did Zhao Heping snub you?" Aunt Ma shook her head, "Not quite. It's just that Heping is no longer as warm as he used to be." Aunt Wang pursed her lips, remarking that it was only natural for Zhao Heping to be less affable. Should he display warmth, it would indeed be alarming, possibly concealing some ulterior motive. This current demeanor was entirely expected. After a moment of hesitation, Aunt Ma turned to Aunt Wang and said, "You know, this morning, Heping's partner seemed to have come by. However, for some reason, she left in a hurry. I saw Heping chase after her, and upon returning, he bore no semblance of a smile. I suspect their engagement may have faltered." This revelation was nothing short of sensational, prompting Aunt Wang to eagerly probe for details. Aunt Ma recounted how she had witnessed Zhao Heping pursuing a young lady from the window. She continued, "In my opinion, that girl came to the courtyard specifically to break things off. My daughter, Xiao Hong, is also 18 this year and is well acquainted with Heping. Aunt Wang, I would appreciate your assistance in playing matchmaker. If it succeeds, it would be a fortunate turn of events. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 83. A proposal for Yuma Xiao Hong, the youngest daughter of Aunt Ma, had 2 elder sisters and 3 brothers, all of whom had married and settled down, leaving her as the sole child to remain with Ma Wuya and Aunt Ma, making her the apple of their eye. At 18 years of age, having recently graduated from high school, she currently found herself unemployed. Recently, she had been staying at her second aunt's house, not residing at home. Upon hearing that Aunt Ma intended to match her daughter with Zhao Heping, Aunt Wang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Well, if Heping's engagement has indeed fallen through, introducing Xiao Hong to him could be quite fitting. All right, I shall seek an opportunity to inquire further. If Heping is amenable, then this fortuitous match would come to fruition. Wouldn't it?" Having graduated from high school, Ma Xiaohong was a rarity in her era, and she had long expressed her desire to find the best partner. Little did she expect that Aunt Ma had set her sights on Zhao Heping. Nevertheless, Zhao Heping indeed possessed commendable qualities. When Director Wang visited the courtyard, he had mentioned that Zhao Heping's father had not only had his charge of treason revoked, but had also been recognized as a martyr, receiving a first-class merit award and being honored as a combat hero. Zhao Heping himself was a high school graduate and had chosen to work as one of the 8 coveted positions, that of a film projectionist. With his striking appearance, he was undoubtedly a prime choice for young women seeking suitors. Aunt Ma smiled. "Very well, I will trouble you, Aunt Wang. I will send a message shortly to have Xiao Hong return. If she and Heping can come together, I will feel at ease knowing she is close by. I shall be sure to express my gratitude to you." While she was elated, Aunt Wang merely managed a faint smile in response. Once the Wang father and son returned from work, Aunt Wang promptly recounted the matters concerning the Zhao family, along with the request from Aunt Ma to act as a matchmaker. "Though I have consented to act as a matchmaker, my heart feels otherwise. The conditions of Master Ma's family are quite favorable. He is well liked in the factory and holds a position of authority within the courtyard. My apprehension lies in the prospect of Zhao Heping becoming their son-in-law. The alliance may not bode well for our family. While matters within the courtyard may seem manageable, I fear he may find ways to bolster Zhao Heping's standing. Tomorrow, Zhao Heping is set to commence his employment in the same department as La Shang, and if he gains influence, it could overshadow La Shang's prospects. Should I indeed venture forth to arrange this match?" Presently, her family is the most prosperous within the courtyard, envied by others, yet none can surpass their fortune. Especially concerning her son's career, Wang Lasheng has long aspired to ascend further. How could he allow Zhao Heping to undermine his ambitions? Upon hearing the implications for his own career, Wang Lasheng retorted, "Mother, if Zhao Heping intends to overshadow me, he may not possess the capability. Furthermore, Master Ma is not a leader in the factory. What assistance could he possibly provide to Zhao Heping? There is no need for your concern." However, scarcely had he spoken these words when his father kicked him lightly. "You foolish boy. I have often advised you not to underestimate anyone. Why do you persist in disregarding this counsel? Is Zhao Heping truly inept?" His father was branded a defector, and even his status as a martyr and the accompanying benefits were forcibly revoked. In such circumstances, he managed to strive and succeed. Do you believe you could achieve the same? Now, his father is recognized as a martyr, a first-class combat hero, receiving special consideration from both the neighborhood committee and factory leadership. What grounds do you have to belittle him? Moreover, although Master Ma is merely a worker in the factory, do not forget he is a 7th-level technician, and it is rumored that he could easily pass the 8th-level examination. The factory leaders treat him with utmost respect, and several of his apprentices have risen to positions of leadership. How dare you belittle him? Have you been blinded by ignorance or folly? This discourse rendered Wang Lasheng speechless. Initially, he held both Master Ma and Zhao Heping in low regard, yet upon hearing his father's words, he immediately tempered his dismissive attitude. "Father, I was mistaken." Wang Baojiang scoffed lightly. "You, unlike your elder brother, are unable to afford me peace of mind. Since Zhao Heping returned as an educated youth, every endeavor he undertakes is anything but trivial. Whether it is clearing his father's name from the charges of defection or addressing the matters concerning son Baochai and son Yufu, there is an air of cunning about him. Therefore, in future dealings with him, you must be exceedingly vigilant. Avoid conflict whenever possible, should you sense he intends to overshadow you. Devise the most ruthless strategy to eliminate him and never grant him the opportunity to rise again. These are lessons I have imparted to your elder brother with great success. Now, we shall see if you can grasp the essence of this wisdom as well." Wang Lasheng nodded solemnly. "Father, I understand. In the future, should any issues arise in the courtyard, I will consult with you, and for factory matters, I will seek my elder brother's counsel. In any case, no one shall deprive me of what I desire." Zhao Heping's cunning? He followed the instructions given by his second brother, decisively trampling his opponent. Eager to see how he would react, Wang Baojiang nodded in agreement. After the father and son finished their conversation, Wang Shaner continued to inquire, "Yushan, do tell, should I attempt to bring together Ma Xiaohong and Zhao Heping? I promised 5th Master's wife that I would help. If I don't, she might become displeased. Who knows? She might seek someone else, and that wouldn't bode well for our family. But if I do intervene and it actually works out, wouldn't that merely complicate matters for us?" In the courtyard, the Wang family was already the strongest. There was no need for the Ma and Zhao families to unite. Wang Baojiang pondered for a moment and then suggested, "How about this? First, go to the Zhao family and ascertain whether his relationship has genuinely ended. If it hasn't, then there's no issue. If it has, there will undoubtedly be others in the courtyard eager to connect with him. Considering Ma Xiaohong's proud disposition, Zhao Heping may not even find her appealing. In any case, let us first clarify the situation and then act accordingly. By not offending either side, we can maintain control over the entire situation, which is the secret to the Wang family's prosperity." Upon hearing her husband's reasoning, Wang Shaner nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will go ask." She left her home and headed straight to the Zhao residence. Zhao Heping was at home, simmering an old hen with traditional Chinese herbs to nourish his mother's health. The aroma of the chicken mingled with the fragrance of the medicinal herbs, creating an unexpectedly delightful scent. "Heping, are you cooking chicken at home? I could smell it from afar. It's truly enticing," Wang Shaner commented as she entered, attempting to strike up a conversation. A hint of envy lingered in her words, as the hen had been a gift from Director Wang of the neighborhood office, a matter of prestige. "Indeed, Wang Shaner, is there something on your mind?" Zhao Heping responded with a nod, then inquired. Wang Shaner immediately smiled and replied, "Yes, indeed. It's a matter of great significance. Heping, when you returned as a sent-down youth, didn't you mention you were seeing someone? Are you still together? If not, I could introduce someone to you." Chapter 84. Refusal of introduction. Wang Shaner did not mention Ma Xiaohong, considering she was still a high school student. Although unemployed, she was sure to be assigned a job. She was attractive and came from a good family. Currently, Ma Wia earned 82 yuan a month, which was 2 to 3 times the salary of an average worker. If Zhao Heping learned that she intended to introduce him to Ma Xiaohong, he might hastily agree due to her favorable conditions. Thus, she refrained from disclosing the identity of the prospective match and instead focused on inquiring about the person Zhao Heping had mentioned. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Heping recalled how Xin Qingru had come earlier that day and left in anger. He sighed and said, "Wang Shaner, let us forego the introductions. I already have someone. We've agreed to marry in the future." Xin Qingru was acting in accordance with their agreement, and her grandfather had stated that as long as her father's treasonous accusations were cleared, their marriage would still be valid. Moreover, she had come to the courtyard today, presumably to formally acknowledge their relationship. Unfortunately, a misunderstanding had occurred. Zhao Heping's mind lingered on the image of Xin Qingru hastily getting into a car, her cold gaze piercing through the window at him. Aunt Wang obtained the answer she sought and felt reassured. "Oh, so you have a significant other. I shall refrain from introducing anyone to you then." She also recalled hearing from Aunt Ma that a young lady had visited earlier that morning. "Could it possibly be your girlfriend?" This remark immediately captured Su Xiaoying's attention. Earlier that day, she had taken old Huang to treat Director Wang's niece and was thus unaware of the happenings in the courtyard. The mention of a girl visiting her son instantly invigorated her. Since her son returned as an educated youth and mentioned having a girlfriend, she had been eagerly awaiting a chance to meet her, yet she had not laid eyes on her until now. It was unexpected that during her absence from the courtyard, someone had indeed come to see him. Surely, it must be her. She gazed at her son, eagerly awaiting his response. Zhao Heping did not conceal the truth. He directly admitted, "Yes, she came this morning. She is indeed my girlfriend. She had some matters to attend to, so she came to discuss them before being away for a while." He lied. There was no alternative. Telling the truth would only cause his mother undue worry. It was better to fabricate a little lie to avoid her incessant inquiries and the need for elaborate explanations later. "Oh, so that is how it is," Aunt Wang thought, her mind settling with the information she had gleaned. Zhao Heping had a girlfriend, thus rendering any prospect of marrying Ma Xiaohong impossible. As long as the Ma family did not become entangled with Zhao Heping's family, the two families, standing independently, could not compare to her own. In the factory, Zhao Heping had no allies and could not prevent obstacles from arising in his future. Aunt Wang felt a sense of relief. She exchanged a few more words, noticed that Su Xiaoying was reluctant to engage in conversation, and excused herself to prepare dinner, departing from Zhao Heping's home. Upon stepping outside, she was immediately met with a raucous commotion ahead. She had intended to visit Aunt Ma's house, so she exited through the back courtyard and made her way to the front. There, she observed a considerable gathering of people, their hushed tones filled with speculation. Among them were Master Ma, Aunt Shun, and Aunt Lu. "What has happened?" Aunt Wang inquired, astonished. Had something transpired while she was at Zhao Heping's home of which she remained unaware? Aunt Ma, who had previously asked Aunt Wang to act as a matchmaker, brightened upon seeing her and promptly explained, "You must not have heard from the back courtyard. Just now, Sun Youfu fainted, and his family was utterly frantic. Fortunately, we were here to remind them to take the child to the hospital." Sun Youfu had fainted? The first thought that crossed Aunt Wang's mind was Zhao Heping's earlier words. Sun Baokai had come to fruition, and now Sun Youfu had followed suit. Surely, it could not be mere coincidence twice over. How could he have fainted? Was it not said that Baocai's mother-in-law's remedy was quite effective? Aunt Ma sighed and recounted. Indeed, it was effective at first. He drank it and ceased coughing, sleeping soundly. But who could have predicted that later he would develop a high fever and speak incoherently? After taking the remedy, he fainted shortly thereafter, sending his family into a panic. Crying and shouting, they were startled at home and feared that Sun Youfu might have passed away. They rushed over only to find he had merely fainted but was still alive, prompting them to hastily urge Sun Baocai's family to take him to the hospital for urgent care. Alas, the situation has suddenly become dire. The child is frail, and one cannot ascertain whether he will endure. Aunt Ma shook her head. Sun Baocai, in his 40s, married Song Guiqin, who had fled from hardship, and thus they were blessed with this son, whom he cherished dearly. Should any misfortune befall them, it is likely that their household would collapse. Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Given the gravity of the situation, has Baokai considered seeking help from Zhao Heping? Perhaps Zhao Heping truly possesses a remedy. It is worth noting that the elderly gentleman Zhao brought back successfully treated Director Wang's niece of her affliction. Surely he could diagnose a child like Sun Youfu? Aunt Shun interjected. It is common knowledge in the courtyard that Bao mother-in-law has scolded Heping several times, creating a rift between the families. How could he possibly summon the courage to approach Heping? Furthermore, when I arrived, I overheard Bao mother-in-law lamenting that it was Heping's curse that brought misfortune upon Yofu. No one is made of clay. Who could remain unperturbed? It would indeed be strange for Heping to come forth to assist. Aunt Lu chimed in, precisely. When I came over, I too heard her complaints. Guoxing is now a first-class combat hero and martyr. Does she dare to speak ill of him? Fearing that Heping might send her to prison once more? The gathering had little affection for Yu Tsuehua, and now that Zhao Heping's fortunes had risen, they were disinclined to support her. Aunt Wang then realized that the Sun family had offended Zhao Heping. No wonder they had gone directly to the hospital. They must truly be too embarrassed to seek his aid. You have a point. If I were Heping and faced such insults, I would be reluctant to offer assistance. Indifferent to their plight, several others nodded in agreement. After a few exchanges, Aunt Shun and Aunt Lu departed for home. When assured that no one was watching, Aunt Ma nudged Aunt Wang with her elbow and whispered, "My dear aunt, what news do you have regarding my request for a match for Xiaohong?" She has been preoccupied with this matter. Aunt Wang shook her head, feigning disappointment as she softly replied, "Alas, it did not pan out. I spoke to Heping, but he refused. He claims to have a partner and is already set to marry in the future." Upon hearing this, Aunt Ma felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet, such matters are based on mutual affection and cannot be forced. Thus, she resignedly said, "Very well then. I appreciate your efforts." Aunt Wang waved her hand dismissively. "Do not speak so. I merely inquired on a whim. Whether it succeeds or not ultimately depends on Heping's sentiments. Such matters are also a matter of fate. Nonetheless, do not fret. Xiaohong has graduated high school and is quite attractive. She will surely find someone even better." These were clearly words of consolation, and both Master Ma and Aunt Ma merely smiled, choosing not to delve deeper. Finding someone better? How easily that is said. Chapter 85. A midnight frightening shadow. The people in the front courtyard gradually dispersed to their homes. Yet when discussing Sun Yufu, they inevitably mentioned Zhao Heping. After all, the previous day, Yu Tsuehua had berated him, and he had warned that retribution would befall Sun Yufu. Indeed, the following day, Sun Yufu fell ill. This matter, when contemplated, seems undeniably ominous. If Sun Yufu must go to the hospital this time and is cured, that would be one thing. However, if he, like Director Wang's niece, finds no remedy despite hospitalization, it would only further attest to the fact that Zhao Heping is not one to be trifled with. In the courtyard, there was a cacophony of voices, yet Zhao Heping remained indifferent to the chatter. As he lay in bed at night, his thoughts were consumed by the letter he had penned, wondering if Shin Ru would ever find it in her heart to forgive him. It seemed that come noon the next day, he would have to make another trip to the first steel plant to inquire with Secretary Song. Reflecting on this, Zhao Heping was reminded of all that had transpired in Taojia village. Whether in this life or the previous one, that period marked a significant turning point in his destiny. In his past life, he had been betrayed by Hua Xiangyang and Tao Hui Li, but in this life, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he had formed a bond with Shin Ru and even committed to marriage. Yet, upon returning to the city, events had taken unexpected turns. He could not help but ponder whether they would ultimately be able to unite. His thoughts in disarray, Zhao Heping drifted into a fitful slumber. After an indeterminate period, he abruptly awoke, an unsettling chill coursing through him. Initially, he thought the blanket had slipped, but a casual glance revealed a shadowy figure reflected in the window. Wang Yushan. Without needing to step outside for confirmation, Zhao Heping knew it could only be Wang Yushan lurking outside his window at such an hour. What could he possibly want? Zhao Heping quietly donned his clothes and descended from his makeshift bed, retrieving a broom from the corner, intent on confronting Wang Yushan. However, upon grasping the broom and glancing back at the window, the figure had vanished. Pondering the situation, he slowly approached and cautiously parted the curtain to peer outside. Shrouded in the dimness of night, there was no sign of Wang Yushan to be found. What could Wang Yushan possibly desire? Visiting his window at such an hour? The mystery perplexed Zhao Heping. Nevertheless, he lingered by the window for a moment before setting down the broom and preparing to return to his makeshift bed constructed from a table and chairs. Why was he wandering about in the dead of night? Suddenly, from the darkness, Lao Huang too spoke. Although his voice was barely a whisper, it startled Zhao Heping nonetheless. "Old man, it's nothing. Please continue to sleep. Zhao Heping reassured him, wary of disturbing Lao Huang-Tu's slumber. Yet, Lao Huang-Tu, wise with age, was not convinced. If it's nothing, why do you clutch that broom as if you've seen a ghost? Young man, I know your spirit is not of this world. If you truly encountered a ghost, there's no need for concealment. Just tell me so I can prepare myself. It's unsettling to see you like this in the middle of the night. Who wouldn't he be frightened? Zhao Heping could only smile wryly at how the conversation had turned to his spirit. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Could it indeed be that his spirit was unusually attuned, granting him heightened awareness? Otherwise, how could he explain waking abruptly and promptly recognizing Wang Yushan's presence? To assuage Lao Huang-Tu's concerns, Zhao Heping recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Lao Huang-Tu grasped the situation. Are you implying that there is a deviant in your backyard, who not only spies on a widow as she bathes, but also stands outside your window in the dead of night? Indeed, Zhao Heping replied, yet he found it perplexing. If he stands outside at night, concealed by curtains, unable to see inside, then what purpose does his presence serve? Surely, he cannot be there merely to frighten me upon my awakening? This point baffled him greatly. Lao Huang-Tu pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps he is there simply to ascertain whether you are soundly asleep. You mentioned that he is depraved enough to pry open the widow's door, and when you caught him, you struck him. If he intends to repeat such an act, he must first guard against you, standing outside your window at night. He would reason that if you were deeply asleep, he could proceed unnoticed to the widow's abode. If you were awake, he would retreat homeward, ensuring you could not catch him. The clarity of this revelation struck Zhao Heping like a bolt of lightning. The rationale behind Wang Yushan's peculiar behavior finally dawned upon him. Yes, old man, you are absolutely correct. Wang Yushan chooses to come at the stillness of night precisely to discern whether I am awake amidst the silence. He may even deliberately make faint sounds to test my slumber. If I awaken, he would immediately turn back. If I remain asleep, he would then attempt to pry open Sister Chunmei's door. It is no wonder that last time, when he spotted a shadow and rushed out, the figure had vanished. This time, he had not even rushed out, and yet the figure was gone. It turns out he sensed I was awake and promptly returned home. But how did he know I had awakened? I had been exceedingly cautious in my movements, striving not to disturb him. Could it be? Does Wang Yushan possess another means of discerning my state of wakefulness? Old man, do I snore after falling asleep? If so, that would simplify matters immensely. The other party could easily determine my wakefulness by the sound of my snores. However, Lao Huang-Tu immediately refuted this notion. No, you do not snore. It is merely that your pillow is somewhat elevated, causing your breathing to be a bit heavier while asleep. Nevertheless, this is of no consequence. A quick adjustment to your pillow will remedy the situation. Heavier breathing? If it were the dead of night, one might indeed hear that from outside the window. Zhao Heping considered that if this were the case, he could prepare in advance. Thus, he gradually intensified his breathing, inquiring of Lao Huang-Tu just how pronounced it should be. Once he confirmed with Lao Huang-Tu, he settled down to continue his slumber. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Lasen arrived. Heping, are you able to return to work today? Come, I have a bicycle. It will be more convenient for us. Since his father reprimanded him yesterday, he had set aside his previous disdain for Zhao Heping. Today, he approached with the warmth of a best friend, which caused Zhao Heping to feel a sense of caution. Had they not crossed paths in a previous life? And were he unaware of Wang Lasen's true character, Zhao Heping might have perceived him as genuinely amiable. However, in this lifetime, having become colleagues and shared those days of work together, he observed coldly and had long seen through the duplicitous nature of the other. The closer the other party's demeanor became, the more vigilant Zhao Heping grew, raising his guard to the utmost. Chapter 86. Compensation for resuming work. The two rode their bicycles once more to the factory. Zhao Heping first reported to Director Han's office. Director Han had received a phone call yesterday, aware that Zhao Heping's father had been exonerated from charges of defection. Nevertheless, since Zhao Heping had been dismissed by him, Director Han felt somewhat awkward upon seeing him again. Welcome back to work, Heping, Director Han greeted, shaking Zhao Heping's hand. He continued, rest assured. I have already been informed about your situation. Moreover, Director Wang from the street office also called me, stating that she intends to clarify matters both at the street and the factory to swiftly restore your reputation. I will have an announcement made shortly, ensuring everyone knows you are not the relative of a defector, but rather the family of a combat hero and a martyr. As a man with a military background, Director Han harbored an instinctive fondness for those hailing from military families. The fact that Zhao Heping was the descendant of a combat hero and martyr further inclined him to provide additional care. Restoring his reputation was one aspect. Had Zhao Heping been more seasoned and not just starting out, Director Han might have even considered promoting him. Thank you, Director, Zhao Heping replied without hesitation. With over 10,000 people at the steel mill, such an announcement could only benefit him. No need for thanks. It is the least I can do. After a pause, Director Han added, also, I received a notice from higher authorities yesterday, instructing the factory to reinstate your position. I took the liberty of mentioning your salary. Given your status as a hero's relative, and the higher-ups have agreed to provide an additional subsidy of 5 yuan per month. Work diligently, and should your performance excel, I will ensure your salary is adjusted accordingly. Rest assured, Zhao Heping will not be treated unfairly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heping quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, Director. I will certainly work hard and will not betray your trust. The fact that Director Han could secure an extra 5 yuan each month for him was indeed a significant gesture. In this era, 5 yuan could cover a family's monthly food expenses. Receiving such an amount regularly constituted a considerable supplementary income. Director Han nodded with a smile. All right then. Go back and work diligently. Once the announcement has been made, everyone will be informed, and there will be no further unfounded rumors. The recent uproar over the defection issue can finally settle. Understood, Zhao Heping replied, stepping out of the director's office and returning to the screening room. Old Feng, seeing him, was evidently unaware of the news regarding his father's exoneration and was quite surprised. Heping, you are back. I have returned to work, Master Feng. I will still need your guidance in mastering the film projection techniques, Zhao Heping responded. Wang Lasan was also working in the screening room, having arrived earlier. Yet he did not share the news with Old Feng, clearly harboring ulterior motives. It is uncertain whether the misunderstanding arose from Master Feng's misstatement, leading to a rift between the two individuals. Regardless, the situation did not culminate well. Master Feng, perplexed, pondered how Zhao Heping could suddenly return to work. Nevertheless, this development was of little consequence to him. The fact that Zhao was back indicated approval from the factory leadership, and thus, a warm welcome was in order. Oh, I see, he mused. Well, let us proceed as I previously instructed. Please take some time to review the material on your own. Once you have accompanied the screenings a few more times and become familiar with the process, I will then teach you how to load, unload, repair, and adjust the film. With a genial smile adorning his face, Master Feng appeared quite harmless. I have taken notes on everything you taught me, Zhao Heping promptly replied, demonstrating complete compliance. Meanwhile, Wang Lasan, seated behind his desk and initially engrossed in a newspaper, peeked over the top and grinned at Zhao Heping. Don't worry, Heping. When I go out to project the film, you shall accompany me, and I will share my secrets with you. Very well, Zhao Heping replied with a smile, though inwardly he felt a heightened sense of vigilance towards Wang Lasan. There was an insidiousness about him that warranted caution. Outside, the broadcast was playing the national news. This was a daily requisite before transitioning to the factory news and other segments. In an era where entertainment was scarce, the workers at the factory eagerly anticipated the broadcasts. They offered not only significant news updates, but also insight into the happenings within the factory. Additionally, the announcer was quite attractive, often referred to as the factory's beauty, and her voice was a delight to the workers. As the news concluded, the factory's news segment commenced. This is the end of the news broadcast from the third steel rolling factory. We will now relay the factory news. The first item was a crucial clarification. Recently, due to certain errors, Martyr Zhao Guoxing had been erroneously labeled a defector, causing quite a stir within the factory. Consequently, film projector operator Zhao Heping had been dismissed. The clarification was as follows. First, Comrade Zhao Guoxing sacrificed himself honorably to save his comrades on the battlefield and is a hero deserving of our admiration. The higher authorities have awarded him a first-class merit for his valor. Our factory will publish accounts of his heroic deeds and organize sessions to learn from his spirit. Second, we are reinstating Comrade Zhao Heping and will compensate him for the wages lost during his dismissal. Third, the martyr's sacrifice for the nation is no laughing matter. Any further slander against the hero will result in disciplinary action or even dismissal with no leniency. We hope all employees take heed and mutually supervise one another. This statement echoed through every corner of the steel rolling mill via the broadcast. As the workers continued their tasks, discussions ensued. In the courtyard, Workers spoke of Zhao Heping's remarkable nature. Today, the film projector operator Zhao Heping was indeed a name known to all within the steel mill. Listening to the clarification, Wang Lasen chuckled and remarked to Zhao Heping, "Heping, the factory is truly taking care of you now. With this broadcast, no one would dare to cross you." Zhao Heping smiled in response, choosing not to engage further. Feng Baoyang remarked, "Peace is the result of the sacrifices made by the families of heroes and martyrs. Who would provoke him without reason, unless one seeks their own demise?" Wang Lasen glanced at Feng Baoyang upon hearing this. However, once Feng Baoyang finished speaking, he returned to his own affairs, completely oblivious to Wang Lasen's unfriendly gaze. Zhao Heping, on the other hand, detected a hint of tension in their exchange. He wondered if anything had transpired between the two during his absence and resolved to observe them more closely. With this thought in mind, he lowered his head to review his study notes. Thanks to the gift of rebirth, he possessed an exceptional memory and could recall all the knowledge pertaining to film projection without the need for review. What he lacked now was practical experience. While he was engrossed in his thoughts, a series of knocks on the door interrupted him, followed by a melodious voice. "Zhao Heping, could you step out for a moment?" Upon hearing this voice, the three individuals in the projection room looked up toward the entrance, where they saw Che Shuqin, the factory broadcaster, standing gracefully at the door. When she noticed the three of them simultaneously gazing in her direction, a blush swept across her face. Yet, her eyes did not shy away. They remained fixed on Zhao Heping. This caused Wang Lashen's expression to darken with anger and astonishment as he turned to Zhao Heping. Che Shuqin was the girl he had pursued for quite some time, and she had never come to seek him out before. What could be the reason for this sudden visit? At that moment, Wang Lasen wished he could consume Zhao Heping with his gaze and momentarily forgot to ingratiate himself. Zhao Heping paid no attention to him and walked to the door. When Che Shuqin saw him emerge, a smile brightened her face, revealing her pearly white teeth. Exuding a sunny disposition, "Zhao Heping, I am so happy today. You truly accomplished it." Initially, when Zhao Heping sought to have Chow Yuhao facilitate a connection for his introduction letter at the hospital, she never believed he could succeed. After all, it involved defection, a matter already determined by the higher-ups. How could an ordinary person without power or influence possibly turn the tide? However, due to her growing fondness for him, Che Shuqin had asked her father and made a call to the street office to ensure the letter could be issued. To her astonishment, Zhao Heping had indeed succeeded. After his visit, his father's charges of defection were cleared, and he was even awarded a first-class merit and posthumously recognized as a combat hero. A feat beyond the capabilities of others. When Che Shuqin saw Zhao Heping again, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Her happiness for him was genuine. Zhao Heping sensed this and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I truly appreciate the help with the introduction letter." As he became a defector's family member, he would forever be grateful to those who extended a helping hand. You already knew?" Che Shuqin's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Zhao Heping specifically mention the introduction letter, realizing he was aware of her covert assistance. Zhao Heping nodded and replied, "Yes. I inquired with Director Wang of the street office and learned that Secretary Che had made a call on your behalf. It was clear to me that you had requested it from Secretary Che. However, at that moment I was eager to head to Xi'an, and thus did not take the time to express my gratitude to you. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance." Che Shuqin lowered her head, shy and timid, and softly replied, "You need not thank me so often. I haven't helped you that much." Yet Zhao Heping remained steadfast, asserting, "You must be thanked. You aided me at a crucial moment. If I cannot even express my gratitude in person, that would be quite ungrateful." Reluctantly, Che Shuqin smiled, accepting his insistence. Following this, a silence enveloped the two. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Zhao Heping broke the silence first, saying, "Che Shuqin, if there is nothing else, I shall head in." As he turned to enter the screening room, Che Shuqin quickly interjected, "Zhao Heping, there is one more thing. My sister has been discharged from the hospital after treatment. She is recovering well and only needs to recuperate at home. Both she and my brother-in-law often mention you and are quite concerned. Why don't you accompany me to my sister's house after work today? I suspect my brother-in-law would like to hear how you managed to clear your father's name during this trip." She was indeed curious as well. However, Zhao Heping hesitated to accompany Che Shuqin, as one misunderstanding with Zhu Chunmei had already led to complications with Shin Qingru, and he could not afford another. Furthermore, it was inappropriate for a man and woman to be seen entering and exiting together unless they were courting. "No, I'll visit Director Chow when I have a day off the day after tomorrow. I'm going in now. Goodbye. With that, Zhao Heping waved to Che Shuqin and turned to enter the screening room. Che Shuqin stood at the doorway, watching him approach the desk, and when their eyes met, a smile graced her face as she said, Zhao Heping, goodbye. She waved and turned to leave. Wang Laxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Che Shuqin's bashful demeanor was painfully striking to him. However, he quickly pretended to read a newspaper, concealing the resentment in his gaze from Zhao Heping. By noon, Wang Laxing even invited Zhao Heping to join him for lunch in the cafeteria. No, I have other matters to attend to and need to step out. Zhao Heping declined directly, hastily organizing his study notes into the desk drawer. He intended to visit the first steel mill at noon to inquire with Secretary Song about Shun Qingru's response. This trip to Xi'an had gone smoothly, largely thanks to Shun Qingru's assistance through Shin Longi. Otherwise, with Hua Xianyan's machinations, Shun Fulin might already have been transferred, let alone the successful clearing of his father's name. After resolving the misunderstanding, he also wished to extend his thanks to Shun Longi in person. He recalled that in his previous life, Shun Longi's biography mentioned him as a remarkable figure during the war years, celebrated for his contributions across various fronts. However, behind the honor lay the scars of war that had tormented him for a long time, especially in his later years. The injuries sustained from artillery fire to his head worsened, and headaches and dizziness became a norm. During severe episodes, he would use cold water on his head or wear a brain-boosting device to alleviate the pain. During the period of innovation, it was due to the onset of this ailment that one could not endure. Calculating the time, it had indeed already begun by now. In any case, Old Huang had accompanied him. It might be better to let Old Huang treat Shin Longi. After all, he is a national hero. If there is a chance to save him, why not? As Zhao Heping contemplated this, he swiftly gathered his belongings and briskly exited the office, then mounted his bicycle, heading straight for the first steel rolling factory. However, upon arriving at the factory's entrance, he was once again halted by the security department. Comrade Zhao, Secretary Song is on a business trip and will not be in the factory for the next few days. The security personnel lied with an unflinching demeanor, seasoned by experience. Zhao Heping had been thwarted by this excuse multiple times and was naturally skeptical. However, with the other party unwilling to see him, there was little he could do but take out paper and pen to write a note, saying, "Could you please hand this note to Secretary Song?" He then passed the note over. All right. The security personnel accepted it and replied, "When Secretary Song returns, I will deliver the note to him. Do you have any other matters?" This indicated they were eager to dismiss him. Left with no choice, Zhao Heping mounted his bicycle and returned to the third steel rolling factory. Once he had departed, the security personnel promptly delivered the note to Secretary Song in the factory office. The note read, "Secretary Song, the situation between Shun Qingru and myself is entirely a misunderstanding. I have come to seek an audience, not only to clarify this, but also for another matter. During my trip to Xi'an, I found a miraculous doctor who revived my father's comrade, thereby exonerating my father. The doctor is now at my home, and I wish for him to treat General Shun, who bears numerous battle wounds. Please convey my request." Chapter 88. The truth perceived by Shun Longi. Holding the note, Secretary Song pondered for a moment. He was indeed aware of the events that transpired in Xi'an. Frankly speaking, Zhao Heping had gone there and had indeed revived Chun Fulin, which struck him as rather extraordinary. The notion that a person could traverse great distances and locate a miraculous doctor amidst a vast sea of people, capable of reviving someone whom the hospital had declared unlikely to awaken, was shocking to anyone. Now, with Zhao Heping proposing that the miraculous doctor treat General Shun, he wholeheartedly supported the idea. However, this was not a decision he could unilaterally make. Therefore, after some consideration, he chose not to call Shin Qingru, but instead directly contacted Shin Longi, relaying the discord between Zhao Heping and Shin Qingru, as well as the matter of Zhao Heping delivering a note today seeking the miraculous doctor's treatment for Shin Longi. Had it not been for today's note, he would never have bypassed Shin Qingru to share this information with Shun Longi. Nevertheless, involving the treatment of Shun Longi's battle injuries necessitated complete transparency in this phone call. Shin Longi listened attentively from beginning to end. After hearing everything, he chuckled and said, "All right, I understand. There's no rush regarding my treatment. I shall refrain from interfering in the matters of the younger generation. Let us wait until they reconcile before proceeding." With that, he burst into hearty laughter, appearing quite pleased. Secretary Song hastily remarked. Shun, Qingru is quite upset and has instructed me not to allow any further meetings with Zhao Heping. Even the explanatory letter Zhao wrote has gone unanswered by her. It seems she is unwilling to grant him any opportunity for reconciliation. It may prove to be a challenging endeavor. Shenlongi erupted into hearty laughter. For the people, you, who have once served as a scout, have become rather rigid in your thinking after spending so many years in the factory. You have known Qingru for quite some time. You should have some understanding of her temperament. If she were genuinely angry, she would not resort to tantrums or avoidance. In Taejiakan, Qingru and Zhao Heping shared life and death experiences, and it was Zhao who escaped and sent word back to save her. If she truly wished to sever ties, she would not simply ignore him. Alas, this child has matured and, in her affection for someone, has lost her composure. Yet, she has never navigated such emotions before, which has led to her overreaction. My family has a daughter blossoming into womanhood, leaving her grandfather both pleased and pained. The little cabbage cares for that pig. If misunderstandings are cleared, she will undoubtedly be courted. After nurturing her for so long, it appears she is indeed destined to marry that rascal Zhao Heping. Little does he know that this cherished cabbage has long been courted by Zhao. Otherwise, Shun Qingru would not be so concerned. However, Shun is indeed perceptive. He understands his granddaughter well and sees the core of the issue, leading Secretary Song to an epiphany. Ah, I see now. So what should I do next, Shun? Should I call Qingru and inform her that Zhao Heping is coming over? If there is a misunderstanding, I could assist in resolving it sooner rather than later. No need. Shenlongi directly refused over the phone. If it truly is a misunderstanding, and they cannot overcome this hurdle, their marriage will not endure. Just wait, pretending to be unaware. We will address other matters once there is a resolution. For now, I must align myself with my granddaughter. The matter of treatment must wait until her relationship with Zhao Heping is firmly established. Secretary Song understood. All right, Shun, I comprehend what I must do. With Shun's guidance, he resolved to observe the unfolding situation. The likelihood of a misunderstanding between Zhao Heping and Shun Qingru was indeed high. Everything would be addressed once the misunderstanding was resolved. Unbeknownst to Zhao Heping, Secretary Song had directly contacted Shenlongi. He rode his bicycle back to the factory, resuming work in the afternoon. The role of a film projectionist was relatively easy. During downtime, one could roam freely. However, having tasks was preferable, as the night shift offered an additional 2 dimes. Not to mention the finest hospitality. Even in communes plagued by poverty, where many struggled to find enough to eat, provisions for film projectionists were certainly generous, typically including 2 hearty dishes, scrambled eggs, and braised pork. In this era, such fare was considered top tier, much like Wang Las Hen, who, upon visiting the commune for screenings, would enjoy ample food and drink, returning home with a bounty. In this age, film projectionists were the true stars, much adored and sought after. In the morning, following the broadcast introduction, Zhao Heping, the newly arrived film projectionist, had already captured the attention of many. By the time work concluded, several attractive female workers, while greeting Wang Lashen, cast their eyes upon Zhao Heping, scrutinizing him with evident interest. Standing beside Wang Lashen, Zhao Heping's tall stature and handsome features were strikingly apparent. Although he appeared somewhat slender due to insufficient nourishment in Taojia village, it did not diminish his remarkable demeanor, which left the young women quite impressed. One of them, gathering her courage, introduced herself. Hello, you must be the new comrade Zhao Heping? I am Li Qiutao from Workshop 1. Pleased to meet you. Zhao Heping politely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing his response, the female workers exchanged playful nudges and stifled giggles. Observing this, Wang Lasen swiftly moved his bicycle a couple of steps forward, obstructing their gaze towards Zhao Heping, and remarked, "Ladies, if you have anything to say, direct it towards me." Zhao Heping is already taken, after all. Is it appropriate to ogle someone who is in a relationship? Taken? Li Qiutao, the boldest among them, glanced at Zhao Heping. He solemnly nodded, affirming, "Yes, I am indeed in a relationship." With his confirmation, the young women exchanged glances and ceased their conversation with Zhao Heping, turning their attention instead to Wang Lashen. In a large factory with thousands of workers, it is not uncommon for a few brave souls to pursue love, especially those with qualities like Zhao Heping and Wang Lashen. However, now that Zhao Heping was confirmed to be in a relationship, the young women no longer engaged with him. Much to his relief, Wang Lashen reveled in the attention from the ladies, animatedly recounting the various privileges he enjoyed as a projectionist. The women listened with envious admiration, greatly satisfying his vanity. Once outside the factory grounds, as the young women departed, Wang Loshen was still lingering in delight. Did you see that, Hepping? As film projectionists, we are the most sought after in every regard. Work diligently, and I shall look out for you in the future, he said, his tone reminiscent of a superior addressing a subordinate. Zhao Hepping merely smiled. Wang Lashen's tone clearly revealed his ambitions. However, with the presence of the first-generation projectionist, Old Feng, it would not be easy for Wang Loshen to ascend to a leadership position. This brought to mind the palpable tension he had sensed between Wang Loshen and Feng Baoyang earlier that morning. It seemed that the projection room would not be tranquil in the days to come. Chapter 89. Custom-made double bed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Hepping discovered a substantial amount of honeycomb coal stacked against the wall of his corridor. Inquiring inside, he learned that it had been delivered by the coal workers. As October commenced, it was time to stockpile honeycomb coal for the winter. The coal yard would dispatch delivery workers, riding tricycles, to supply each household with coal. Previously, they used coal balls, but in the last 2 years, the 16-hole honeycomb coal had emerged. In years past, for the sake of frugality, Su Xiaoying had never purchased coal for the winter, enduring the season with makeshift alternatives. This year, with Old Huang around, she produced the coal purchase book and directly allocated the prescribed amount for their household. Peace, the weather is about to turn cold. Your cotton coat should be brought out to bask in the sun. There is still time to wear it. However, the old gentleman has come without warm clothing. Please consider a way to procure some cotton and fabric coupons to make him a set of cotton clothes and trousers. Su Xiaoying, knowing that the old yellow head has cured Chen Feline and cleared her husband's name, is meticulous in her considerations and does not dare to be careless. Zhao Hepping, acquainted with Zheng Dingfu, now finds it quite simple to obtain various coupons with his newfound wealth. He nodded and said, "All right, I shall take care of this matter." Yet, the old yellow head waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need for such trouble. Hepping, I have observed that tomorrow is an auspicious day, suitable for apprenticeship. After the ceremony, if there are any ailments here that are difficult to treat, take me along, and I will teach you the medical arts on site. Upon completion, a new set of cotton clothing will suffice as my fee. This way, we can impart knowledge and resolve issues simultaneously. Wouldn't that be a double benefit? Besides, I never carry any coupons on me, yet I am still thriving." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hepping recalled Shen Longyi and Che Shuqin's cousin, Song Peiji. "Old gentleman, there is indeed someone who requires your medical expertise. I have a friend whose wife suffered from mild benzene poisoning. After treatment at the hospital, she has been discharged. But it seems some symptoms remain unresolved. I wonder if you have any remedies. Some damage caused by poisoning can be irreversible." Fortunately, Che Shuqin's cousin was merely mildly poisoned. More severe cases can lead to death, and modern medicine is often helpless in such situations. The old yellow head, unfazed, replied, "These are trivial matters. You have memorized so many texts. Within them are prescriptions for detoxifying the body. Do not tell me you have forgotten." Zhao Hepping thought for a moment and indeed remembered. Various toxins required different remedies, and the ancient texts he had memorized contained detailed records of numerous methods. However, he lacked practical experience and, when faced with a need for treatment, always consulted the old yellow head first. "Old gentleman, I remember those prescriptions, but I lack any experience. I fear I might prescribe incorrectly," Zhao Hepping explained. "All medicines have their risks. Without certainty, I cannot act carelessly regarding matters of life and death." The old yellow head chuckled. "What are you afraid of with me by your side? I will accompany you. You will diagnose and prescribe. If there are any errors, I will guide you. Do not fear mistakes. Timely corrections will aid your learning. With my presence, any errors can be promptly rectified, so what is there to dread?" Reassured, Zhao Hepping replied, "Very well, I have a day off the day after tomorrow. I will take you out then." The old yellow head smiled broadly. Tomorrow is a good day for apprenticeship. The thought brought him joy. As for the cotton clothing, it could easily be acquired while treating patients. Who needs cotton and fabric coupons? Not necessary. However, young man, now that you have money, you cannot continue sleeping on a table and bench, can you? Find a carpenter to make you a bed, so you can sleep well and not disturb my rest with your tossing and turning." Old Huang, with an expression of disdain, uttered a remark. Zhao Hepping understood that despite Old Huang's words of disapproval, he genuinely cared. Thus, he readily agreed, saying, "All right, I shall go at once." There was a carpenter on the main street. He only needed to convey his request, and provide a deposit while waiting. Zhao Heping set off from his home, making his way directly to the main street. Huang, the carpenter, was well known for his craftsmanship in the vicinity. Many who were preparing for marriage often sought his services. Zhao Heping paid a deposit of 5 yuan, requesting a bed. The carpenter inquired, "Do you wish for a single bed or a double bed?" Just days prior, someone had ordered a single bed but had since changed their mind, opting for a double bed instead for its practicality. The carpenter had retained the single bed to sell on their behalf. "You've come at just the right time. They have just left. If you want a single bed, I can have my apprentice deliver it today." Is it truly such a coincidence? Zhao Heping pondered. Although a single bed could be used immediately, the previous customer was indeed correct. A double bed would serve a greater purpose. If he were to reconcile misunderstandings with Shin Qingru, a double bed would be essential for their future marriage. Hence, he decided against the single bed. "I do not want a single bed. I desire a double bed." "The finest you have," he declared. The carpenter, unfazed by Zhao Heping's decision, understood that single beds were not difficult to sell. In these times, many families had numerous children, and as they grew, they would require single beds of their own. Thus, Zhao Heping's choice would simply lead to another sale. "Very well. I shall note that down. Please sign here. Once it is completed in a few days, I will have my apprentice deliver it to you." The carpenter handed over the receipt, which had the address and name written upon it. Zhao Heping signed, and the carpenter tore off the carbon copy, giving it to him as confirmation of the delivery. This serves as proof of the order, presented upon delivery to confirm the contents and settle the remaining payment. Zhao Heping neatly folded the receipt and tucked it into his inner pocket. Now that he had secured the wedding bed, he was still uncertain if his promised bride had forgiven him after reading his letter. Today, Secretary Song had avoided him, leaving Zhao Heping in the dark about Shin Qingru's true feelings. It seemed he would need to make another trip tomorrow to clarify matters. Upon returning to the courtyard, he nearly collided with Yu Tsuehua, who was hurriedly exiting with her belongings. Zhao Heping quickly stepped aside. As Yu Tsuehua looked up and saw him, her expression shifted several times, yet she said nothing and hurried past him. Zhao Heping paid her little mind. He had heard whispers among the residents of the courtyard, mentioning that Sun Youfu had been taken to the hospital. A severe cold had escalated due to Yu Tsuehua's ignorance and her reliance on so-called folk remedies, ultimately allowing Sun Youfu's condition to develop into pneumonia, leaving him with lingering respiratory issues. Such remedies could be dangerous even for adults, let alone a child. However, with Sun Youfu now in the hospital, it seemed he was out of immediate danger. Had they delayed any longer, even divine intervention would have been futile. Chapter 90. Capturing thieves at midnight. As Zhao Heping stepped through the entrance of the courtyard, he noticed Aunt Shun in the front yard not far away. Upon seeing him, she offered an awkward smile. "Ah, Heping, have you just returned from work?" "Yes, Aunt Shun. You seem busy. I'll head home now," Zhao Heping replied, turning to make his way to the backyard. Aunt Shun observed his retreating figure and shivered slightly. In the past, when Yu Tsuehua encountered Zhao Heping, she would boldly point her finger at him and scold him. However, now it was quite the opposite. The sight of Zhao Heping left Yu Tsuehua too frightened to utter a word. The thought that since Zhao Heping had returned as an educated youth, the family of Sun Baochai had frequently found themselves in the hospital filled Aunt Shun with dread. Yet, Zhao Heping remained blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts that swirled in Aunt Shun's mind each time she saw him. After having his meal and washing the dishes, he engaged in a brief conversation with Old Huang. Tomorrow, after formally becoming his apprentice, Old Huang would commence the transmission of his medical knowledge. This includes your mother's health, massage, acupuncture, and dietary therapy. All of these you must undertake yourself. I will merely offer guidance from the sidelines, Old Huang stated, eager to witness the extent of Zhao Heping's remarkable abilities through practical application. Zhao Heping promptly responded, "I will diligently study and strive to excel." Ensuring his mother's well-being was, indeed, a fortunate endeavor. After finalizing their discussion, he prepared for bed. In those days, entertainment was scarce, and people were mindful of their electricity and oil expenses. Hence, after dinner, as soon as darkness fell, most would retire to bed without a hint of staying up late. Zhao Heping first prepared warm water for Old Huang to wash and retire, before tending to his own hygiene. He then lay down on the makeshift bed he had assembled, contemplating the matter of Shin Qingru. The fact that Secretary Song was avoiding him implied that Shin Qingru had requested it, suggesting that she was still upset. Zhao Heping pondered over the misunderstanding. He had clarified it before, Yet he resolved to write another letter the following day, articulating his current thoughts. If she truly harbored no affection for him, then parting ways amicably would be best. The affair in Taojia village had been a matter of necessity, a temporary fix. He could not expect a girl devoid of feelings for him to be bound to him for a lifetime. As these thoughts lingered, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Time passed, and soon that chilling sensation returned, jolting Zhao Heping awake from his muddled dreams. However, this time he did not rise immediately. Instead, he lay still, deliberately deepening his breathing. This technique was something he had previously confirmed with old Huang, who had assured him that his elevated pillow caused his breathing to be somewhat labored while sleeping. By maintaining this heavier breathing, he aimed to prevent Wang Yushan outside from detecting anything amiss and fleeing. As he continued this charade, he cast a glance toward the window. Indeed, a partial shadow loomed on the curtain, motionless and, upon closer inspection, quite unnerving. Zhao Heping's breaths were long yet slightly labored, a method he had practiced with old Huang, who had demonstrated it to ensure accuracy. The shadow outside the window clung to the glass, motionless, as if it had been listening intently to the sounds within the room. Zhao Heping remained still, patiently waiting. He was curious to see what Wang Yushan would do. Should he remain unperturbed? Time passed, though Zhao Heping could not discern how long, and he felt himself on the brink of slumber. Suddenly, the shadow at the window stirred slightly before swaying and gradually vanishing. Fearing this was merely a test, Zhao Heping remained prone, deliberately deepening his breaths. After what felt like 4 or 5 minutes, he cautiously sat up from his makeshift bed, quietly dressed, and then stealthily approached the window. He opened a small crack, pressing his eye against it to peer outside. The night was hazy, obscuring his view, yet he quickly spotted another shadow at Zhu Chunmei's door. Clearly, Wang Yushan had not relinquished his pursuit of Zhu Chunmei. He had been steadfast in his intentions. After having been injured by Zhao Heping previously, it seemed he was now cautious, coming in the dead of night to ascertain whether Zhao was truly asleep. Once assured of his safety, he would proceed to pry open Zhu Chunmei's door. No wonder Zhu Chunmei had mentioned Wang Yushan's visit during her confession, while Zhao had remained oblivious. It appeared that this fellow was always wary of him. This time, Zhao Heping resolved to catch him in the act, teaching him a lesson to deter any future attempts. Through the window, he observed Wang Yushan fiddling with something at Zhu Chunmei's door. After a while, it seemed his disabled leg had grown weary, prompting him to sit on the ground while he continued his endeavors. Zhao Heping noted that this development made capturing him even easier. He lowered the curtain, tiptoed to retrieve a broom from the corner, and then quietly opened his room's door. Approaching his front door, he carefully unlatched the bolt. Taking a deep breath, he yanked the door open and burst outside, shouting, "Help! There's a thief in the yard." His voice echoed through the stillness of the night like thunder. Wang Yushan was caught off guard by this sudden outcry, his scalp tingling with shock. He barely had time to stand before scrambling clumsily back toward his home. Moving surprisingly quickly, Zhao Heping could not allow him to escape. If Wang reached the Wang residence, accountability would slip away. Therefore, without a moment to spare, he hurled the broom he held, striking Wang Yushan squarely in the face. Wang Yushan let out a pitiful cry, covering his face and coming to a halt. Concerned that he might flee back to the Wang household, Zhao Heping seized some coal briquettes he had recently purchased and began tossing them at Wang Yushan's head like grenades. The impact caused Wang to plop down onto the ground, shielding his head with both hands while emitting bestial howls. The door of the Wang residence swung open, and Wang Baojiang along with Wang Lashen rushed out. "Where's the thief? Where is he?" Wang Baojiang shouted, brandishing a rolling pin as he charged toward Zhao Heping. Wang Lashen, wielding a kitchen knife, charged towards Zhao Heping, exclaiming, "Dare to steal into our courtyard? I'll kill you." This father-son duo, intent on misrepresenting the situation, sought to seize the opportunity, while others were absent, to assault Zhao Heping and facilitate Wang Yushan's escape. Zhao Heping was acutely aware of their intentions. In fact, it had been Wang Lasheng who had previously intervened to rescue Wang Yushan during their first confrontation. Who would have thought they would attempt the same ruse yet again? Zhao Heping knew that engaging them in a brawl was not a viable option. His foremost priority was capturing Wang Yushan. Once he secured Wang Yushan, the arrival of the courtyard's residents would render everything manageable. Chapter 91. Everyone, take a look. Who is this thief? Sister Chunmei, come out and catch the thief, Zhao Heping shouted, dashing towards Wang Yushan. Panic surged through Wang Baojiang as he witnessed this scene. a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him. Why wasn't Zhao Heping adhering to the expected course of action? Shouldn't he clarify the misunderstanding promptly? If only Zhao Heping had paused to explain. He could have taken the opportunity to strike and allowed his eldest son to slip away amidst the chaos. Once the courtyard's inhabitants arrived, they could claim it was merely a case of mistaken identity. However, Zhao Heping offered them no chance to approach, heading straight for Wang Yushan instead. Tonight, it seemed, their escape would be anything but easy. An ominous premonition gripped Wang Baojiang, yet he pressed on, shouting, "Thief, don't run." In a moment of desperation, he hurled the rolling pin in his grasp towards Zhao Heping. Yet Zhao Heping was swift, dodging the makeshift weapon as it whizzed past his head. Fury ignited within Zhao Heping as he reached Wang Yushan, seizing a broom from the ground and unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. "Stop!" Wang Lashing shouted, unable to restrain himself as he witnessed Zhao Heping assault his elder brother, brandishing the kitchen knife and preparing to retaliate against Zhao Heping. Wang Baojiang, too, was consumed by rage, shouting, "The thief is attacking." He intended to provide a justification for his son's assault on Zhao Heping. Just then, the door to Zhu Chuanmei's house swung open, casting a beam of light that illuminated Wang Baojiang, followed by Wang Lashing. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded them, causing them to instinctively halt in their tracks. When visibility is abruptly lost, one naturally remains still for self-preservation. Zhu Chunmei, armed with a flashlight, directed the beam towards Wang Yushan on the ground, then exclaimed loudly, "Wang Yushan, is that you? I never imagined you to be such a person, sneaking around in the dead of night to pry open our door." Despair washed over Wang Baojiang in that instant. Zhu Chunmei had emerged, publicly denouncing Wang Yushan as a thief. It was apparent that the night would not unfold favorably for them. In the midst of the commotion, the residents of the courtyard began to stir, many rushing into the backyard. At this juncture, Wang Baojiang and his son found themselves devoid of any opportunity to mislead others, their hearts filled with bitterness. Zhu Chunmei returned home to switch on the lights. In this era, it is rare for households to willingly turn on their electric lights. Even when installed, they are of the lowest wattage, barely illuminating more than an oil lamp. Consequently, when many arrived, they found Zhao Heping sweeping while guarding a figure seated on the ground, the person's face obscured. Upon arrival, Ma Wuye's youngest son, Ma Sanjiang, approached and kicked Wang Yushan, exclaiming, "You thief! How dare you steal from our courtyard? If I don't chop you into pieces today, you won't understand that the king of horses has 3 eyes." Lu Dama's 2 sons rushed over, delivering a couple of powerful kicks to Wang Yushan. In those days, if a thief was caught, even killing them seemed justified. Thus, they acted without restraint. However, Wang Lashing could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" Grabbing Lu Dama's eldest son, Lu Zongjin, he added, "Zongjin, I'm dealing with the thief here. What business do you have?" Lu Zongjin, somewhat displeased, turned to Ma Wuye, the only authority in the courtyard, and asked, "Wuye, should we not teach this thief a lesson?" "Indeed," Ma Wuye scoffed. "To dare steal from our courtyard is to court death. Once captured, it is not excessive to beat them to death. Call the factory's security department immediately. Let them strip him of a layer of skin first." In those times, the power of the security department often surpassed that of the police, and their jurisdiction was extensive. Therefore, when trouble arose, the first thought was not to report to the police, but to notify the factory security. Bearing a grudge against Wang Lashing for stopping him, Lu Zongjin volunteered, "Wuye, I will go. I will inform the security department right away. This thief has come before, beaten by Heping, yet he dares return. This time, he must learn his lesson." He was acquainted with those in the security department. A mere word from him could leave the thief half dead. Ma Wuye nodded approvingly. There was no need to be courteous to a thief who dared invade their courtyard. However, Wang Baojiang would not allow Lu Zongjin to inform the security department, harboring resentment towards Zhao Heping and Zhu Chunmei. Both knew that the captured individual was Wang Yushan, yet they remained silent, standing to the side. "Zongjin, hold on. Heping made a mistake. This is not a thief, but my brother Yushan." "What? They caught Wang Yushan?" The crowd was instantly taken aback. How could Wang Yushan be mistaken for a thief? At that moment, Zhu Chunmei turned on a flashlight, illuminating Wang Yushan, who sat on the ground, covered in coal cinders. A grim expression on his face, glaring at Zhao Heping like a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Ma Wuye furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding situation. The Wang family's circumstances can be considered the most favorable within the courtyard. Although Wang Yushan is disabled, he is the most cherished member of the Wang household, living without concern for food or drink. What reason would he have to steal in the dead of night? Yet, if not for theft, what could possibly draw him out during such a late hour? Moreover, he was apprehended directly by Zhao Heping. Wang Baojiang swiftly stepped forward to explain, "Fifth Master. As you know, Yushan has always had difficulty with his legs, which is why he seldom ventures out during the day. Today, he overslept and found himself restless at night. So he decided to take a stroll in the courtyard, only to be mistaken for a thief by Heping. This was the excuse he had just concocted. After all, catching a thief in the act requires evidence, and since Wang Yushan was not out to steal, it would be easier to absolve him of blame." Upon hearing this, Master Ma was half convinced. After all, everyone in the courtyard knew of Wang Yushan's disability and peculiar temperament, and it was reasonable that he might take a walk in the absence of others at night. Furthermore, given the Wang family's standing, there was no necessity for Wang Yushan to resort to thievery. So that was the case. It seemed indeed a misunderstanding. "I know this boy Yushan. He could not possibly be a thief." "Very well, since the matter has been clarified, there is no further issue. Let us all tidy up and return home." Master Ma's decision marked the conclusion of the incident. However, at that moment, Zhao Heping stood up and called out, "Fifth Master, I have something more to say." Chapter 92. Do not think you can escape unscathed. Zhao Heping's impression of Master Ma had plummeted to an all-time low. As the sole manager of the courtyard, how could he entertain an issue without seeking clarification, merely accepting Wang Baojiang's word and intending to let it go? Master Ma turned his curious gaze towards Zhao Heping and asked, "Heping, what do you wish to say? Speak up." Wang Baojiang was on the verge of success when he noticed Zhao Heping complicating matters again, harboring resentment, though he did not show it outwardly. Wang Laosen, on the other hand, clenched the kitchen knife in his hand with frustration. Zhao Heping calmly addressed Master Ma. "Fifth Master, earlier Uncle Wang stated that I misjudged Wang Yushan, but I cannot concur with that. Once can be a misunderstanding, but twice surely cannot." Zhao Heping. Wang Baojiang interjected darkly. "If you claim it is not a misunderstanding, then you are asserting that you believe Yushan to be a thief? Let me ask you, what has Yushan stolen? If you can provide evidence, I will personally go to the steel factory to fetch the security team. However, if you lack evidence, then you must compensate for the injuries you inflicted on Yushan today. You cannot simply strike someone because of your own error." His words rang with righteousness, as if Zhao Heping were truly being unreasonable. Zhao Heping smiled. This family truly would not shed tears until faced with calamity. He then turned to Zhu Chunmei, standing beside him, and said, "Sister-in-law, please hand me your flashlight." The flashlight was indeed what he referred to. Zhu Chunmei promptly passed her flashlight to Zhao Heping. Zhao Heping illuminated the ground with it for a moment before exclaiming, "Found it! Everyone, come and see what this is." As he spoke, he directed the flashlight to a certain spot on the ground, where a screwdriver lay abandoned. Curiosity piqued. The crowd gathered around to inspect. Wang Baojiang and Wang Laosen also approached, instantly recognizing it as a screwdriver from their home, one that Wang Baojiang had secretly pilfered from the factory. "Isn't this merely an ordinary screwdriver? What does it signify?" Wang Baojiang remarked, his expression darkening. "Indeed. What does it signify?" The others echoed, perplexed. Zhao Heping shone the flashlight towards the door of Zhu Chunmei's house, and then chuckled. "Come and see for yourselves. It will be evident what this screwdriver was intended for." He then illuminated a specific area between the door seams. The crowd advanced to take a closer look, discovering that the wooden latch between the two doors had been pried open, revealing a small gap. This screwdriver was used to force the door, Ma Sanjiang exclaimed. The realization dawned on everyone, leaving them in shock. To attempt breaking into a widow's home in the dead of night went beyond mere theft. It might have been an attempt at something far more sinister. Moreover, the marks on the door were unmistakably fresh, leaving only one suspect, Wang Yushan. Ma Wuye's countenance darkened as he turned to glare at Wang Yushan, who still sat dazed on the ground. "Yushan, did you force this door open?" Wang Baojiang stared at his son, his mind in disarray. How could he possibly defend him now? It was all Zhao Heping's fault for relentlessly pursuing Yushan. With a disability in his leg, Yushan had already struggled to rise after a fall, and after receiving a beating from Zhao Heping, he was still in a daze, unable to respond. It was Zhu Chunmei who stepped forward, asserting, "Allow me to speak. I witnessed Wang Yushan breaking into my home." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What was Wang Yushan aiming to do? They wondered. Zhu Chunmei, please elaborate. How did you see this? Ma Wuye inquired. Very well, I shall explain, Zhu Chunmei replied. Her tone resolute as if she had made up her mind. I have always slept lightly, waking at the slightest noise. This evening, I heard sounds while dozing off. Initially, I thought it was a mouse gnawing on something, fearing for my food supplies, so I dressed and followed the sound. Upon reaching the door, I discovered someone attempting to pry it open. Afraid to shout, lest the intruder, in a fit of rage, force their way in and endanger my son, I opted to remain silent and merely placed a stool against the door. I thought that even if they pried the latch open, they wouldn't be able to push the door open and would leave. However, while I was comforting my son, the latch was indeed forced open, and the intruder attempted to remove the stool as well. My fear left me trembling. Just then, Hepping burst out, shouting to catch the thief. As peace knocked down the man, I illuminated the scene with my flashlight, only to discover that the one attempting to pry open my door was none other than Wang Yushan. Her account was detailed, plausible, and compelling. However, Zhao Hepping understood that her words contained both truth and falsehood. To prevent any rumors from adversely affecting her son, Zhu Chunmei concealed the fact that Wang Yushan had previously peered at her on several occasions. How despicable it was for someone to engage in such actions. Lu Zongjin, angered by Wang Lashan's interference, spat in frustration. Although the others remained silent, they too regarded Wang Yushan with disdain. Who among us would send a good person to pry open a widow's door in the dead of night? With such a person in the courtyard, everyone felt a profound discomfort. Master Wu, how should we handle this matter? One inquired. Indeed, Master Wu, if we mishandle this situation, there will undoubtedly be whispers that we, the residents of this courtyard, are bullying a widow and her orphan child. Precisely. If word of today's events spreads, we shall all suffer embarrassment. Master Ma's expression grew serious. He turned to Wang Baojiang, asking, Baojiang, what do you propose we do? Wang Baojiang's face darkened. At this moment, he contemplated taking Zhao Hepping's life. Had he not intervened to catch Wang Yushan, he would not be in such a precarious position. However, everyone awaited his response, and he knew he had to handle the matter with care. Today, it is true that Yushan has acted foolishly. This is his fault. As his father, I must first apologize to Ma Zhuan. Whatever compensation Ma Zhuan desires, she is welcome to request. Rest assured, I will take Yushan home and discipline him rigorously, ensuring he does not err again. In summary, aside from compensation, I shall not acknowledge any other responsibility. His words implied a desire to evade accountability. Yet, since Zhao Hepping had already taken action, he would not allow such a person to remain a threat. This individual was deranged. Who could predict what he might do next? Therefore, without waiting for Master Ma's response, Zhao Hepping stepped forward. Uncle Wang, how can you assure us? Chapter 93. Once the hand is raised, there is no reason to withdraw. This question echoed in the ears of the Wang father and son, akin to a direct confrontation, inciting their fury. Wang Baojiang coldly retorted, I stand by my words, and I assure you. In the entire courtyard, who did not know that Wang Baojiang's word was his bond, I have stated that Yushan shall not err again. I assure you, he will not. His declaration was resolute, aiming to protect his son at all costs. As for Zhao Hepping, he would devise a means of retaliation later. However, Zhao Hepping had no intention of acquiescing. He continued to challenge, is that so? Uncle Wang, you may control him for the moment, but can you govern him for a lifetime? What if Wang Yushan attempts to pry the door again? Everyone recognized the difficulty Zhu Chunmei faced raising her child alone, and the implications of a large man attempting to break in at night would tarnish her reputation. Moreover, if you claim that Wang Yushan will not come again, can you truly guarantee that he won't? What if his intentions remain unchanged? Will you still be prepared to shield him? Wang Baojiang let out a cold snort, asserting his confidence, of course. I can guarantee that Yushan will not harbor any thoughts of wrongdoing. If he does, I shall personally deliver him to the security department. Such words may sound pleasant, yet they are merely empty reassurances, devoid of any tangible commitment. As Wang Baojiang spoke, Zhao Hepping was not so easily swayed. Is that so? Then since Wang Yushan is still present, let me inquire directly with him. With that, he approached and delivered a forceful kick to Wang Yushan. Wang Yushan, who already harbored resentment towards Zhao Hepping, felt the sting of the kick and glared at Zhao with eyes ablaze, as if ready to kill. In the beam of the flashlight, Wang Yushan appeared akin to a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread among the onlookers in the courtyard. Zhao Heping understood that his involvement in this matter would surely offend the Wang family. Yet having initiated this confrontation, he felt little fear. Wang Yushan, I ask you, he demanded, can you guarantee that you will not approach Sister Chunmei in the future? At no time and in no place should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards her. Can you assure me of that? Naturally, Wang Yushan could not provide such a guarantee. His infatuation with Zhu Chunmei had lingered for quite some time. His childhood disability had rendered him sensitive, suspicious, and insecure, warping his psyche. Meanwhile, being excessively pampered and indulged by his family had bred an extreme selfishness and a sense of entitlement within him. Thus, when confronted by Zhao Heping, he lacked the composure of his father and brother, and instead, he glared and shouted, I guarantee your mother, Zhu Chunmei must be my woman, whether she agrees or not. She must accept it. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. The crowd around them reacted with shock and fury. How audacious to break into a widow's home in the dead of night and still threaten violence. Wang Baojiang felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. Yushan, do not speak recklessly simply because you've been struck. Listen to me, I will handle this matter. Just obey. However, the people in the courtyard could not contain their outbursts. Goodness, how could someone like this exist in our courtyard? Breaking into a widow's home at midnight and still shouting threats? It's no wonder we seldom see him. He must have been lurking in the shadows plotting mischief. How can we allow him to remain here? What if he decides to take his grievances out on someone else? I believe we should notify the factory's security department. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, the security personnel must discipline him properly, or this could escalate into a serious situation. Wang Baojiang was now sweating profusely, his forehead glistening with anxiety. Should the security department be informed, it would become a matter of record. The ramifications could be dire, and no one would want to marry Wang Yushan thereafter. Moreover, if he were to receive a prison sentence, even a short one, the entire family would suffer repercussions. Particularly his second and third sons, who aspired to leadership roles. Having a convict in the family would certainly impede their progress. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Wang Baojiang immediately pleaded, Please, everyone, have mercy. Yushan is merely confused. I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Please do not notify the factory security department, I implore you. Wang Lasen also stepped forward, addressing the crowd. I stand as a guarantor for my brother. He is simply upset from being struck by Zhao Heping and is speaking in anger. I assure you, my brother will not repeat such a mistake. Everyone resides in the same courtyard, where we frequently encounter one another. We all find ourselves in need of others at times. Moreover, nothing serious has transpired that would necessitate cornering someone into a desperate situation. His words carried an unmistakable hint of menace. Master Ma's expression turned stern. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that since La Shang believes his brother has erred, it should be brushed aside? Wang Yushan's outcries of violence could not go unaddressed. If left unchecked, the word would spread, and others would surely deem him, the sole caretaker of this courtyard, as weak, an embarrassment to himself. Thus, this matter must be handled with utmost seriousness. Wang Baojiang quickly pulled Wang Lasheng aside and addressed Master Ma. Master, it is my failure to manage the child properly. However, this is an internal affair of our courtyard. If we were to send Yushan to the security department, it would tarnish our courtyard's reputation. As the year draws to a close, the street is evaluating the honorable courtyards, and we cannot afford to lose this honor at such a critical time. How about this? Considering Yushan's long-standing physical condition, let us allow him to remain this time. If he misbehaves again, I will personally ensure he is sent to the security department, without hesitation. Zhao Heping discerned Wang Baojiang's intent to invoke the courtyard's honor as a means to persuade Master Ma to show leniency. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, aware of what mattered most to Master Ma. As the sole manager of the courtyard, securing an honorable title would bring him considerable prestige, and upon hearing this, Master Ma hesitated. Seeing that he could not rely on Master Ma, Zhao Heping interjected. Uncle Wang, that is not what you just stated. You previously asserted that should Wang Yushan entertain any further thoughts of wrongdoing, you would personally escort him to the security department. What has changed? You heard him shout threats. And now you are retracting your words in front of everyone. If you cannot stand by your promises, who will believe you? If Wang Yushan were to harm someone, or even take a life, what assurance could you provide then? Therefore, I maintain that he should be sent to the security department. Otherwise, should an incident arise later, we will all be complicit in harboring a wrongdoer, with no escape. Once violence is unleashed, There is no rationale for restraint. Zhao Heping's words resonated with those around him, eliciting nods of agreement. After all, Wang Yushan was a formidable presence. Who could predict whether he would emerge at night targeting the widow or another woman? Handing the matter over to the security department seemed the wisest course of action. Wang Yushan, filled with animosity towards Zhao Heping, felt his ire boil as he heard Zhao insist on sending him to the security department. Fueled by rage, he sprang to his feet, seized the kitchen knife from Wang Lasheng's grasp, and lunged at Zhao Heping with it.